To become the strongest divine class changer, I chose not to select the S-class job, the three-legged bird. Instead, I chose to be a jobless person, worse than a dog. My classmates all think I've gone crazy. Even the principal wants to expel me from the academy. However, they do not know that I activated the strongest divine system during my awakening. Don't give up your current S-class job. Becoming a jobless person allows one to surpass the three realms. The great sage equal to heaven, Wukong, who caused a commotion in heaven, and gained 2 divine talents and 1 special skill. The first talent, Indestructible, reduces 1% of physical damage with each upgrade, and after reaching 100%, it will also reduce 1% of magical damage after each upgrade. The second talent, Dawn Aftermath, increases normal attack damage to 1000%, and the critical hit rate is 100%. Additionally, each time a target of the same level is killed, it permanently increases critical damage by 1. The last special skill, Earthly Transformation 72 changes. After each upgrade, it randomly unlocks a divine ability. However, just as I stepped into the classroom, a burst of mocking laughter erupted, and all my classmates' gazes were fixated on me. "Chen, how dare you come to school without a job? You're lower than a trash collector. I really don't know how you'll survive." In response, I merely sneered and said, "A bunch of attention-seeking clowns. Once I become powerful, don't come crying to me." Before I could react, a voice filled with arrogance from a higher status echoed from behind me. "Chen, as a jobless person, why don't you bow to me and B-class job holder?" The boy speaking was Qin Tianlan, my once most loyal subordinate, and the first to cling to me and cry excitedly after I awakened my S-class divinity. However, now he resembled a snarling dog towards its master, as if all the flattery he had shown me over the past 3 years had turned into blemishes on his successful life. Hearing this, I turned to Qin Tianlan and slowly walked up to him. Seeing this, Qin Tianlan's body trembled as if his bloodline had been activated, involuntarily stepping back a few paces. The next moment, I released a trace of the great sage's aura, and immediately, mysterious runes began to emanate from me. The intense light blinded everyone, making it impossible to look directly. At this moment, the divine presence, the overwhelming pressure caused Qin Tianlan to fall to his knees with a thud, his eyes blinded by the brilliance. The entire classroom was dominated by my pressure, with countless boulders crashing down. The observing homeroom teacher saw the falling boulders and quickly pointed, creating a skill barrier that deflected all the falling stones. The homeroom teacher rushed in front of me, shouting in shock and excitement, "Chen, I truly did not misjudge you. What is your job? This trace of power is simply earth-shattering." At this moment, I was surrounded by halos and runes, with strands of golden hair emerging from my skin, exuding a fierce aura that made others tremble. Soon someone exclaimed, "Look at these halos and runes. Oh my god, this is the Hidden Chosen Knight." Chen gave up his divinity for the Hidden Chosen Knight. Hidden Chosen Knight. The homeroom teacher felt his breath stop, murmuring with eyes sparkling with extreme excitement. "Ah, this is great. Our Huaxia has hope in this year's Zhongyan Divine Battle. It's been a long time since we had a strong war god born. We can finally wash away that humiliation. Teacher Chen truly did not misjudge you. My previous misunderstanding was due to my inability to recognize greatness." He immediately took out his phone to report the information to his superiors. A Hidden Chosen has awakened at Nanjing No. 1 High School. Upon hearing the news, Mayor Huanan of Nanjing, who comes from a B-class job background, immediately furrowed his brows, his expression resembling that of facing a formidable enemy. All combat units rushed to Nanjing No. 1 High School. After Huanan issued the orders, he immediately reported my information to the military district. Meanwhile, at Nanjing No. 1 High School, the principal arrived at my classroom. Seeing Qin Tianlan kneeling on the ground, he immediately understood what was happening. What does Qin Tianlan's oppression of innocent classmates mean? The principal's tone was quite unfriendly. The next moment, the principal acted decisively. Just as I blinded Qin Tianlan, he was again crippled, losing both legs. Although the principal threatened to expel me yesterday and never employ me again, he now clearly understood that if he made me comfortable, he could gain immense benefits in the future. I glanced at Qin Tianlan, my expression unchanged, and simply nodded slightly, indicating, "That's enough, thank you, principal." Hearing this, the principal immediately felt a sense of relief. However, upon hearing this, Qin Tianlan's expression became even more ferocious, as he had already planted the seeds of revenge in his heart. Then, I naturally walked over to the barely conscious Qin Tianlan. With a loud slap, blood splattered everywhere. Qin Tianlan's chest instantly caved in, his eyes wide open and unblinking. For a moment, the principal and others couldn't react, staring at me with wide eyes. I coldly said, "I'm sorry, principal, but I have a good habit called rooting out the weeds." Upon hearing this, the principal felt a surge of admiration. He then spoke softly, "Your information. The military has already received it. Soon, they will send someone to test your job strength. The school will not intervene." Upon hearing this, I remained calm, showing no signs of impatience or joy. Meanwhile, in the highest command of the Jiangnan military district, an elderly man in a white military uniform suddenly stood up from his desk, exclaiming, "What? A hidden chosen has appeared at Nanjing No. 1 High School." After receiving the report from Mayor Huanan, he immediately issued orders to his aide, arranging for vehicles, saying, "I will personally go test him." The intensity is that of a general. The aide quickly turned and went to prepare. Just as the aide stepped out of the office, a woman in professional attire entered Li Xingye's office. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and exceptionally fair skin. She exuded an extraordinarily mysterious and divine aura, clearly a citizen of the Lighthouse Nation. "General Li, as the Divine Battle Inspector, I am here to convey a message. This year, only 3 S-class divinities have been born in your Dragon Nation, which is insufficient to meet the minimum requirement of 4 to participate in the Zhongyan Divine Battle. It's unfortunate that the dragon side might not participate in this year's Zhongyan Divine Battle," she sighed regretfully, her eyes slightly mocking. Li Xingye stared at the woman before him, his expression unperturbed. He whispered, "Ms. Angela, I just received intel that a hidden chosen one has appeared in southern border, which should remove any excuse to bar Huaxia from competing." Angela was taken aback by this. It was impossible. "How could your dragon kingdom have contracted a hidden chosen one?" she exclaimed in disbelief. Her face was filled with disbelief. She had thought Huaxia would have to concede this year. In such a rare year for exceptional talents, it was a perfect opportunity for other countries to target the Dragon Kingdom. But unexpectedly, the Dragon Kingdom had produced a hidden chosen one. However, Li Xingye spoke calmly, "Ms. Angela, seeing is believing. Why don't you come with me to do a test?" Moments later, Li Xingye arrived at southern border No. 1 High School. He quickly saw me surrounded by mysterious halos, and he couldn't help but feel excited. It was indeed a hidden chosen one. He looked at me kindly and asked, "Are you Chen Chen?" "I am the commander of the Southern Army. I'm here to conduct a simple test with you." I nodded in response and didn't say much more. Soon, the Pishio Special Forces members brought over a pile of testing snacks. Li Xingye then began to explain, "These are snacks for testing your attack. If you can deal over 20 points of damage, destroy this spirit stone, then your profession will definitely be on par with an S-level divine profession. Of course, if you don't destroy this spirit stone, your profession won't reach S-level. Even if you're a hidden chosen one, there are still limits. It would only equate to a first-level power," Li Xingye said with great anticipation. Standing next to Li Xingye, Angela also looked forward to seeing what the attack power of this hidden chosen one was like. Upon hearing Li Xingye say that only 20 points of damage was needed to destroy the spirit stone, I stepped forward and gently tapped the stone. Then, with a snap, the spirit stone shattered. Only 20 points of damage? The Qi Tian Dishang profession has a base initial strength of 100 points. Moreover, with the 00 retainer talent, my normal attacks have a 100% crit rate increase, and crit damage increases by 1000%. This means I can deal 1000 points of damage at level 1. Isn't this 20-point wooden stake looking down on me? I easily destroyed the snack with a light tap, leaving Li Xingye stunned. What level of attack power is this? It seems we've underestimated you. Li Xingye suppressed his elation and quickly waved his hand. Bring another snack worth 30 points. Let's test his attack power. When the 30-point snack reached my hands, I simply crumpled it up and tossed it aside. Seeing this, a smile at the corner of Li Xingye's mouth was as hard to contain as an AK. It seemed that Chen Chen not only met the attack power requirement but also far exceeded that of ordinary divine professions. Alright, he waved his hand vigorously at me. No need for more tests, your attack power has already qualified. With Angela, an outsider, here, he doesn't want the true strength of his own prodigy to be revealed. Being scrutinized too much is unnecessary, meeting the standards is sufficient. Miss Divine Battle Supervisor, do you think this kid qualifies to participate in the Zhongyan Divine Battle? Li Xingye looked at Angela with a composed demeanor. Yes, he qualifies. Angela's face turned extremely pale. Haha, excellent. If you have no further business, please leave Huaxia. We still need to understand our prodigy better. Li Xingye laughed as he waved Angela off. Angela, having received the dismissal order, turned red-faced and could only leave. Before leaving, she cast a deep glance at me. This child must not be allowed to stay. After Angela left, Li Shengye leaned closer to me. He eagerly asked, "What is your exclusive secret realm? I'll personally help you unlock it and guide you in. This way, you can become more familiar with the secret realm." The exclusive secret realm is a personal dungeon for each professional, and the stronger the divine profession, the greater the difficulty of the secret realm. Upon hearing that Li Shengye would take me into a secret realm, I became curious about what the Qi Tian De Shang's secret realm was, so I opened my attribute panel. To my surprise, it showed that the Qi Tian De Shang's SSS level exclusive secret realm was the Primordial Era. Wow, it's actually the Primordial Era. I couldn't even dare to imagine how terrifying that place is, let alone the research strategies that come with it. Now I understood how to acquire the rest of the great sage's abilities, they were all in the Primordial Era. At the same time, I felt a chill run down my spine, unable to imagine how difficult it would be to clear the Primordial Era. Thinking of this, my heart sank. As I was about to enter the Primordial Era portal, a sudden swirl of black and red mist rolled across the sky, and a booming voice echoed throughout the void. This season's Zhongyan Divine Battle begins now. The first match will take place in 10 minutes, the Rookie National Fortune Divine Battle, with the winner receiving National Fortune rewards. As the announcement concluded, it drew the attention of everyone around, and all held their breath. National Fortune Divine Battle. As the name suggests, it gathers newly awakened divine practitioners from various countries each year for a battle that determines national fortune. If the divine practitioners from all sides achieve victory, then for the next year, the winning side will grant their entire populace national fortune rewards. If they fail, they will inevitably lag behind and face calamities from other nations. 10 minutes later, a red divine light suddenly enveloped me, as if to transport me away. In the next moment, a flash of white light occurred, and I was instantly transported to the site of the Zhongyan Divine Battle. At that moment, my body had automatically transformed into the Golden Origin True Body. There's just no golden staff, no tightening spell, no traveler's robe. So at first glance, it doesn't immediately evoke the image of the Monkey King. After all, there are plenty of monkey deities in the Huaxia pantheon. Just to name a few, there are the six-eared macaque, the long-armed ape, Wu Xixie, the red-bud monkey, Yuan Hong, Zhuyan, and Zhu Fu. You can't just assume that every monkey you see is the Monkey King. Chen Shen looked around the hall, where dozens of novice deities from various countries had gathered, all freshly transitioned into their roles. There were blondes with blue eyes, those smelling of curry, short ones with bow legs, and even a big black gorilla. Every country has its own practitioners. Chen Shen turned his head and noticed three teammates beside him. "Hello?" A man radiating a fierce aura, with a stern expression, proudly pointed to himself with a thumbs up. "I'm Li Xinghe, my profession is S-Class, Heavenly General." Yes, the Heavenly General from the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals, extremely skilled in frontal assaults and commanding battles. I hope everyone can work together sincerely and not hold each other back. Another scholarly-looking young man cupped his hands towards the three, his demeanor quite amiable. Wang Mubai, S-Class River God of the Huai River. A river god. Li Xinghe shook his head with a hint of disdain. "Stay behind me later, don't run around." He then glanced at Chun Shan and another timid girl. This girl should be the Yin God Jade Maiden, and a monkey? His gaze turned to Chun Shan, almost in shock. There's no such figure among the righteous gods of the Huaxia Heavenly Court. Which mountain's wild god are you from? Chen Shen smiled faintly without explaining. This person's imagination was still lacking. The Great Sage is not just a righteous god, he is the Great Sage, the one acknowledged by the Jade Emperor himself as the Monkey King. Heavenly General? That kind of pedestrian led by the giant spirit god, casually slaughtered by the Monkey King? Calling the Monkey King that, brother, you're a bit inflated. Yang Chanxian, S-Classine God Jade Maiden, skilled in support, the girl said timidly, looking very much like a high school Lolita. Meanwhile, the faces of the four appeared in the skies above all cities nationwide. In an instant, excitement erupted. Is this our Huaxia's new gods this year? Great! There's a Heavenly General, and a river god. The Jade Maiden is also good. But what's up with this monkey? Which monkey from mythology is this? If only. In an instant, Li Xingye and others from Nanjing were also shocked to see Chen Chen's true form. He's never shown his true form. He's actually a monkey? Looking at his appearance, his profession can't be. A terrifying thought popped into Li Xingye's mind. The people around him were in an uproar. This year's lineup from various countries is so strong. There's even a sun god Apollo. But we're not weak either. Unlike last year's Night Wanderer, who was poked to death by a Western nature goddess's staff in the first round, causing our national luck attribute to drop by 50% for the whole year, and monster killing experience also decreased by 50%. There's nothing we can do. The Night Wanderer is just a minor deity from our Huaxia pantheon. we've never produced a strong war god. A few years ago, there was a minor fire god from the heavenly court, but unfortunately, he ran into Poseidon. Let's go! New gods, do your best! Amidst the clamor, in the capital of the Great Xia Empire, an old man sighed deeply. I hope these 4 children this year. Otherwise, our Huaxia gods will have no successors. Sigh. Meanwhile, in that vast white space, the few golden-haired, blue-eyed new gods from the Lighthouse Nation pointed at Chun Chan and the other Huaxia deities, exchanging glances with the deities from the Cherry Blossom Nation and the White Elephant Nation. Stick to the original plan, take out the Great Xia new gods first? Alright. Hey, the power of the gods of Huaxia is too strong. If we don't suppress them, we'll have no place to stand. Let's kill them first. A man from the Sakura Nation, wielding a long knife, radiated sharpness all over. He glanced at the Daxia side and shook his head. No need, these new gods of Daxia are too weak. I alone am enough to kill them. Alright, Fujimoto, your profession is SS level god Susanoo, so you go first. A new god with blonde hair and blue eyes nodded. Susanoo, the sea god and sword god in Sakura Nation mythology. The war god second only to Amaterasu. Although the trash pantheon of Sakura Nation is not worth mentioning, reaching SS level is still quite strong. Mastering the divine powers of sea, war, and sword. Starting the first round, summon divine servants. In this round, you can summon divine servants from your own secret realm and challenge other factions once. A prompt sound echoed in everyone's ears. Here it comes, this year's divine servant battle is finally here. Let's see how powerful the priest's exclusive secret realm is. Last year's Night Wanderer profession summoned a bunch of little ghosts, and they were completely crushed by Athena's Titan giants. This year should be better. After all, there's a heavenly general, and the heavenly general's divine servants must be heavenly soldiers. At least a few hundred heavenly soldiers. The people of Huaxia outside were extremely nervous, their eyes fixed on the sky. This round mainly tests the divine servants summoned by the priests. Divine servants are the forces within the priest's exclusive secret realm, and their strength depends entirely on the priest's status in the secret realm. Let me take this battle, you all conserve your strength. Li Xinghe smiled wickedly. Whoosh! He was covered in a layer of jade-white battle armor, holding a celestial spear, rising into the air, his size increasing by more than 10 times, with a face like jade, a star-like glimmer between his brows, surrounded by celestial energy, exuding a heroic and domineering aura that filled the universe. Heavenly soldiers of the Ding Department, heed my command! He shouted loudly. 500 armored heavenly soldiers appeared through the rift in time and space, clad in armor and unstoppable. The people of Huaxia erupted in excitement. Wow, the heavenly general is so handsome. Absolutely stunning, this year is secure, completely secure. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals. River god Wang Mubai also smiled and waved. Hundreds of shrimp and crab soldiers, exuding a strange aura, appeared in the arena, the water vapor dense. They were just significantly weaker than the heavenly soldiers. Lamp spirits, appear! Yang Qianqian transformed into the shadow goddess, her 10 fingers crossed, and a group of ghostly lamp spirits appeared behind her. Each lamp spirit attached to the heavenly soldiers and shrimp soldiers could provide acceleration and healing. Lamp spirits are not bad, a great auxiliary unit that might play a role in national battles in the future. The crowd nodded in approval, until their gaze fell on Chen Chen. Do you want to summon divine servants from your exclusive secret realm? A prompt appeared before Chen Chen. Summon from the primordial? That monkey's divine servant should be. He pondered, summon. Children, greet the king. Whoosh! Hundreds of armored monkey soldiers from Flower and Fruit Mountain suddenly appeared in the arena, bowing deeply. Chen Chen looked at the number he could summon, and his eyes turned cold. So that's how it is. Monkeys? It's not surprising that his monkey god profession summons a bunch of monkeys, but the combat power of these monkey soldiers should be about the same as the shrimp and crab soldiers. The crowd's comments were few, and they didn't pay much attention to Chen Chen. The next moment, the warrior from the Sakura Nation, holding a long knife, approached. I, Fujimoto Eki, come to challenge. Alright, I'll fight. Li Xinghe stepped forward immediately. No. Fujimoto Eki waved his hand with a sinister smile. I challenge all 4 of you. As he spoke, he suddenly swung his hand. The body transformed into a towering sea giant over 100 feet tall, wielding a long knife, with tens of thousands of demons appearing behind him. Although each demon was not as strong as the heavenly soldiers, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. An SS-level divine job, Susanoo. This year, Sakura Country actually produced a Susanoo? This is bad. Although the divine system of Sakura Country has a low ceiling, this Susanoo, as an SS-level profession, holds a higher divine status than other gods, commanding tens of thousands of divine servants, directly crushing 2 orders of magnitude. A few hundred against tens of thousands, how can we fight this? The Japanese have a long-standing grudge against our Huaxia, they will definitely try to suppress us first. No wonder they are so arrogant, daring to challenge our Huaxia quartet. This year's Japanese are strong. Looking at the tens of thousands of demons, Li Xinghe furrowed his brows and turned back. Shall we strike together and get through this? Wang Mubai and Yang Chanxian nodded resolutely. 4 people against 1 Japanese, that's not enough. Chen Chen looked at the 3 with confusion. Ha! The 3 cast him astonished glances. What kind of reckless words are these? That's an SS level divine job. The 4 of us combined might not even be able to take on their SS level. Boys! Chen Chen smiled and waved his hand, blowing a handful of fur into the air. Let's create a little shock. Yes, my king. Hundreds of monkey soldiers from Flower and Fruit Mountain screeched and suddenly charged towards the tide of demons. Overestimating yourselves. Fujimoto Iki revealed a sinister smile, thinking he would crush those few hundred monkey soldiers. Oh whoa! The next moment, hundreds of monkey soldiers suddenly revealed their true forms as giant apes, slamming their arms down and roaring, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, their demonic aura spreading across the world, each one stronger than a heavenly soldier. Are you kidding? These are the monkeys from Flower and Fruit Mountain. Each one is a primordial demon clan. One of them is at least equivalent to 10 demons. The monkey soldiers transformed into giant apes, charging into the tide of demons, cutting a bloody path as easily as slicing vegetables. What? Fujimoto Iki's pupils constricted. The 3 gods of Huaxia were stunned in place. The crowd was even more dumbfounded. Damn, no way, the combat power of these monkey soldiers. What kind of monkeys are these? They're crushing them without even discussing tactics? You have gained emotional value. You have gained emotional value. In an instant, Chen Chen received tens of thousands of emotional points through the system. Exciting! He smirked. Flower and Fruit Mountain is a den of great demons that even 100,000 heavenly soldiers couldn't eradicate. What do these mere tens of thousands of demons count for? The power of the sea. Seeing the demons suffering casualties, Fujimoto's heart bled. He suddenly shouted. Whoosh! Tens of thousands of demons quickly merged into a terrifying, boundless giant octopus, slapping its tentacles and entangling the giant apes. No matter how strong you monkeys are, there are only a few hundred of you. How can you compare to my SS-level divine servants? Fujimoto sneered arrogantly. Quick, strike! Wang Mubai nervously called forth shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and incense spirits to assist. No need, Shen Shen shook his head. Is it about numbers? He waved his hand again. Come out, my children. Yes, my king. Oh whoa! Wave after wave of Flower and Fruit Mountain monkey demons spewed out from the rifts in the void, landing on the ground, tumbling a few times before transforming into giant apes, charging towards the giant octopus. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. A full 100,000 Flower and Fruit Mountain monkey soldiers directly overwhelmed the octopus, and the last giant ape swallowed the octopus whole. This left the monkey soldiers all with full bellies, surrounding Chen Chen. Reporting to the king, this guy is quite tough, but the taste is good. When will the king come back to the mountain? The children all miss you. King, how did we do? The well-fed monkeys jumped and played around Chen Chen. The outside world held its breath, their pupils dilated. I can't imagine. This group of monkeys is the terrifying giant apes that just casually devoured tens of thousands of demons. Well done. Chen Chen nodded with a smile. The emotional value surged again by over 10,000 points. Current emotional value, 25,660 points. The outside world had fallen silent. Not only were Tengbin and Li Xinghe's 4 people silent, but the many clergy members in the distance who were competing also stood frozen, mouths agape. The murmurs of the crowd abruptly stopped. After a moment, a shockwave like a landslide and tsunami hit. No way, right? Does he have 100,000 of these monkeys? What level of profession is he? Hidden chosen, this ape god is a hidden chosen profession. Hidden, no wonder, the unknown level is the most terrifying. There's hope, our Huaxia has hope, this year's end war is going to soar. This ape god is too cool, from today on, the ape god is my idol. Is our Huaxia finally going to produce a powerful war god? In Nanjing City, Li Qingye, who was watching, was so excited that tears glistened in his eyes. Chen Chen, I really didn't misjudge you. Ding ding ding. He received a phone call, and his expression immediately became serious. Hello, Chief No. 5. Yes, understood. Yes, I will prepare immediately. Make sure to arrange for Chen Chen. On the end war battlefield, the sun god Apollo's face was as dark as it could be, staring intently at the golden ape in the distance. Fuck! After a while, he cursed. The clergy from Europe and America, as well as the A3, were also cursing. Shit! This Huaxia ape god profession is so strong. Damn it, this year they won't rise, will they? No, the servant challenge is just the first hurdle. In the later group battle phase, we will all attack Huaxia and definitely eliminate him from this end war. Right, we must not let Huaxia's gods grow, especially such a powerful new god. The new gods of the West whispered to each other, exchanging dark glances. Servant challenge, you have been defeated by Huaxia's new god. Punishment, all attributes reduced by 50%, experience gain reduced by 30%, duration, 1 month. Tangbanisan heard the prompt in his ear. He was still immersed in disbelief, staring blankly for a long time before erupting in a roar. No! How could the invincible Susanoo from our mythology be defeated by a mere monkey from Huaxia? I refuse to accept this. The people from other countries outside also felt pity for him. What a pity, a 30% reduction in experience gain for a month. What a huge blow for a level 1 rookie clergy member. One step slow, and Susanoo, even though he is an SS level clergy, will definitely miss out on the rookie leaderboard. Sigh, I originally thought this Susanoo was an SS level peerless talent, but it seems he has suffered a setback before even starting. You! Tangbanisan shot a venomous glare at Chun Chen. I want to eat you alive. If you're weak, just practice more. Chen Chen raised his middle finger. Otherwise, stop whining. This directly made Tangban's face turn as red as a pig's liver. Extreme mockery. Ha ha ha. I like the ape god. I love watching him take down the Japanese. If you can talk, say more. The outside world erupted in laughter, making Tangban even more embarrassed. The 3 people beside him, however, were still immersed in shock, turning to stare at Chen Chen, their eyes vacant. Big brother, what profession are you? Heavenly General, Li Xinghe rushed over with a face full of disbelief, feeling like his pride had shattered into pieces. I originally thought I was the one leading the charge, but it turns out you are the one leading the charge. It seemed most of his attention was still on who could lead, rather than needing to take off himself. Don't worry, I'll definitely lead the charge. Chen Chen patted his chest. After all, one of the tasks given to him by the main god was to support Huaxia. Thank you, I'll listen to you from now on. Wang Mubai's expression quickly returned to calm as he walked in front of Chen Chen and cupped his hands in a bow. Yes, me too. Yang Chanxian hurriedly joined Chen Chen's side. Winning the Divine Servant Battle, Evaluation, Crushing Victory. A prompt sounded in Chen Chen's ear. Divine Battle Reward, Experience Multiplier plus 100%, A-Level Secret Realm Item, Save. Save, non-disposable item can save and exit each time in the Secret Realm. Save? Chen Chen instantly felt exhilarated. It meant he could do what he wanted and then run away? Just imagine entering the Primordial Era, stealing the Pango banner from the Primordial Lord, and then saving and exiting the Secret Realm. How thrilling would that be? The benefits of this Secret Realm item were just too many. In the Divine War of National Fortune, not only could it reward the national fortune of China and complete the main god's first task, save China's national fortune, but the obtained Secret Realm items could also help him complete the second task, conquer the Primordial Era. Awesome! Chen Chen now began to suspect that the main god couldn't handle these 2 tasks himself and had to delegate them to a time traveler like him. Now he also gained an experience multiplier of plus 100%, so when he started grinding monsters, it would be double experience. No wonder divine servants all wanted to win the end war. Who wouldn't want to double their growth speed? The speed of leveling up meant strength. No matter how powerful the profession, strength was the hard truth. The next moment. Phase 2, Personal Challenge begins. Each team can send one person to challenge other teams. The voice of authority echoed in the divine battle space. Crack, crack, crack. A door opened in the divine battle space where each was located. Finally, it's the personal challenge phase? Baka! That damned monkey god from China will pay the price. Susanoo, go and slay him. Humph, that monkey god doesn't even have an aura. How could he possibly be Susanoo's opponent in a battle of strength? He's just a bit stronger as a divine servant. But you must know that Susanoo's talent deals percentage-based damage and has a natural 3 times attack speed, almost invincible at level 1. As soon as the words fell, the previously silent citizens of Sakura country suddenly perked up, shouting and cursing as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The invincible Susanoo. Let the Chinese see the might of the gods. The tone of the Chinese people was not without concern. The devils will definitely retaliate. I wonder how strong the monkey god is? Be careful. If we lose in the second round, there will be a permanent attribute reduction penalty. If level 1 strength isn't enough, let the Heavenly General take the stage. Yes, the Heavenly General's strength is still decent. Who knows the strength of the monkey god? I don't know. He has a hidden chosen profession, which is unique, only one can appear, and no one knows the details. Amidst the noisy discussions, countless people held their breath. Sure enough, the next moment, Fujimoto Iki almost flashed to the divine battle space of China, calling out Chen Chen's name. "I challenge you. Sakura country contestant challenges Chinese contestant." A voice echoed in the sky. Whoosh! Chen Chen and Fujimoto Iki appeared simultaneously in the divine battle arena. The vast coliseum was boundless, everything was pure white. Only the two figures remained. Chen Chen raised his hand, and a level 1 stick-type weapon automatically appeared in his palm, while Fujimoto Iki held a level 1 katana-type weapon. Level 1 bare-handed combat was all about the strength of the divine profession. Equipment only provided one basic weapon. "Die, monkey. I'm going to slice you into sashimi." Susanoo sneered coldly. His figure was like a ghost hidden in the void, the katana occasionally flashing with blade light. "Damn, this is too strong. Can he go invisible at level 1? The outside world was instantly shocked. Infinite stealth means hiding in space, appearing and disappearing at will. With percentage health damage and triple attack speed, this Susanoo is an invincible assassin class. There was a chorus of admiration. Level 1 infinite shadow, percentage health damage, triple attack speed. The combination of these three talents made it hard to imagine how powerful the Susanoo would be. "Humph, you only know a part of it," Susanoo sneered inwardly. The core ability of the SS level Susanoo was actually mana absorption. As long as he was within his domain, the mental power of his opponents would continuously drop. In other words, he could kite everyone to death. "Be careful, monkey god, this guy's class is too powerful. What is the fighting ability of this monkey god?" The people of Huaxia were extremely anxious, because at this rate, Chen Chen would definitely die first. But in the arena, Chen Chen stood there nonchalantly, even picking at his earwax and flicking it in front of Susanoo. "Are you going to fight or not? What are you stalling for? Waiting for your mom?" A remark with a high mom content level. Even if Susanoo didn't break his defense, the citizens of Sakura country outside did. "Tobimoto Iki, our imperial warriors have all rolled out from piles of dead bodies. Don't embarrass us." "Right. Get your act together and take him down. Tobimoto Iki, good job. Don't let this kid be so arrogant anymore." As the trio of instigators stepped in, Tobimoto Iki, who had planned to slowly torment his opponent, couldn't hold back anymore. "Baka!" he cursed angrily. "Arrogant monkey, how dare you provoke me? Let me show you." Whoosh! He suddenly stepped out of the shadow state, wielding a long blade, moving as fast as the wind, and struck fiercely at Chen Chen's left shoulder. At that moment, little did he know that Chen Chen had long been lying in wait, already raising his stick and striking him with lightning speed. Bang! Just a light tap. Susanoo's form froze in midair. His body trembled slightly, his eyes wide open. The look in his eyes was one of utter disbelief. That blade was only 0.1 centimeters away from Chen Chen, yet it could not come down no matter what. This state even lasted for a few seconds, as if time had stopped. "Nani?" The people of Yamato were dumbfounded. "What's going on? Lord Susanoo, chop him. Why did he stop? Is this some kind of immobilization skill? That despicable monkey tricked Lord Susanoo into using an immobilization skill, right? Heh, so what if it's an immobilization skill? Once Lord Susanoo breaks free." The people of Huaxia dared not blink as they watched this scene unfold. Little did they know, the next moment, a number floated above Susanoo's head. -300. Critical hit. Then his body began to shatter from the edges, gradually becoming ethereal, the look of unwillingness in his eyes growing more intense as he stared in disbelief at his own body. "No, how is this possible? You, just go home and be a shut-in." With a single strike, Chen Chen completely shattered his form, shrugged, and chuckled. "I told you, you're weak, just practice more." At that moment, the outside world fell completely silent for a long time. Whether in the divine battle space or among the citizens of various countries, no one made a sound, as if they were all too stunned to speak. It took a while for someone to react. Did he get killed? I can't be seeing this wrong, right? The dignified SS level Susanoo was just taken down by this monkey god with a single normal attack? I don't believe it. The end of days divine battle must have a bug. Where is the game master? I want to file a complaint. This is definitely a bug. How could a newcomer take out other newcomers with a plain attack? The billions of citizens of Sakura country erupted in chaos. This had never happened in the end of days divine battle. The people of Huaxia were ecstatic. Complaint? What a load of crap. Did you not see that normal attack dealt 300 points of damage? He got killed. Ha ha ha, how can the monkey god deal such high basic attack damage at level 1? I remember the fire god had the highest damage in the early game, and at level 10, a forbidden spell only dealt about 300 damage. Could it be the monkey god can match the level 10 fire god's output already? You have to know he's only level 1 with no gear, and the level 10 boss is only about 10,000 health. Are you saying the monkey god at level 1 can solo a level 10 boss? Damn, thinking about it gives me chills. What kind of damage is this? Chen Chen looked at his attribute panel. Level 1 Sun Wukong, with all 4 attributes naturally at 100 points, while ordinary professionals have only a few points. Even an S-class divine professional has only 10 points. Even if the Susanoo is an SS-class profession, it would only have a few dozen points at most. And the Monkey King has a natural basic attack critical hit rate of 100% and critical damage of 1000%, 10 times the damage of 100 points of strength. Although Susanoo's health is much higher than that of an ordinary S-class, he has 300 health at level 1. But Chen Chen deals 1000 damage with a single basic attack. Isn't that an instant kill? The other divine professionals in the arena were breathing heavily, their eyes not daring to leave Chen Chen for a moment. An instant kill with a basic attack is truly shocking. Skills need cooldowns, special effects can be dispelled, but how do you counter a basic attack? A divine profession with such strong basic attacks has never appeared before. We must find a way to counter him. The sun god Apollo gritted his teeth, looking at the new Western gods beside him. Later, we will formulate tactics to target this Chinese monkey god in the group battle. We cannot let him gain divine battle rewards again, or it will become a major problem. Yes, the strength god Samson nodded, sneering in disdain. The cherry blossom god system is weak, and SS class can actually be instant killed. It's a recognized fact that the cherry blossom god system is weak. The Morrow goddess from the A3 country nodded indifferently. I will control that monkey god later. They hadn't eliminated anyone in the past few rounds, aiming to conserve their strength. They planned to wipe out the new Chinese gods in one go during the group battle. This had become a routine. Ever since the National Ward Great Demon War that year, the Chinese Empire's divine professional Xingtian had instant-killed all the gods from other countries, undefeated and too powerful. After that, in the annual end of days divine battle, all countries' divine professionals would besiege the new Chinese gods to prevent the Chinese gods from growing. At this moment, outside the divine battle space, Li Qingye, drenched in sweat, stared at the divine battle space in the sky, ecstatic to the extreme. Basic attack? His talent is actually basic attack? Ha 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 ha. He turned and shouted loudly. Immediately formulate a basic attack strategy, form a special operations team centered on basic attacks, and organize several expert groups to study battle tactics for him. Yes, General. He turned his head. Li Qingye's expression was serious as he stared at the sky, squeezing out a handful of sweat. Chen Chen, you must hold on until the end. The Cherry Blossom country's new god was defeated by the Chinese new god. A prompt sounded in the divine battle space. Divine Battle Victor, experience multiplier plus 100%, A-class exclusive secret realm item time stop. Divine Battle Loser, punishment experience multiplier minus 30%, all attributes permanently decreased by 1. This cruel divine battle punishment made the public sigh. Susanoo's experience multiplier has been reduced by 60%, right? He can only gain 4 points for every 10 points of experience. Poor thing, he probably won't have a chance to compete for the rookie leaderboard anymore. His leveling speed might even be slower than that of ordinary S-class divine professionals. Not only that, his future growth speed will also be significantly slowed down, making him no longer a threat. You have gained emotional value. You have gained emotional value. Chen Chen looked at his emotional value, which had skyrocketed to over 50,000 points, enough to exchange for 50 card pool upgrades. He was ecstatic beyond words. The emotional value provided by this divine battle was simply too exhilarating. After passing through the secret realm, I wonder what top-tier items I can draw from the instance with the Great Sage's Divine Might system. The experience multiplier has become 200%, triple experience. That means while others earn 10 points of experience, I can earn 30 points. The speed of leveling up by grinding monsters later will surely be impressive. And Chen Chen looked at the item in his hand. Time stop, one-time item, pauses time within the secret realm for 3 seconds. Directly pausing time? Chen Chen stroked his chin, estimating that once he enters the primordial secret realm, he would be fully equipped with cheats. What does it matter if they are saints? I have cheats. Adoptive father, please allow me to bow to you. Just as Chen Chen returned from the arena to the divine war space, a figure swiftly knelt before him. From now on, you are my adoptive father. Li Xinghe clung to Chen Chen's thigh, tears in his tiger-like eyes. Whatever you say goes. Chen Chen had achieved victory. This meant that the Huaxia team had already won 2 phases, and their experience multiplier had increased by 10% for each phase. Easy profit. My son, rise. Chen Chen raised his hand lightly. Wang Mubai and Yang Chanshan also excitedly approached. However, Wang Mubai remained calm. Chen Chen, according to custom, the other national teams will attack us next. The three of us will cover you, and you must win the competition at all costs. As long as we win the National Fortune Experience Multiplier boost in the National War Battlefield for the next year, Huaxia can shift to a strategic offensive. This time is an opportunity to change the national fortune. Attack? Chen Chen glanced at the nearby divine teams, eyeing them hungrily, and understood. His voice grew serious. So that's how it is. A prompt sound echoed in his ears. Group battle phase has begun. All teams engage in chaotic combat, ranked by order of exit. The first place team receives national fortune rewards. As soon as the announcement finished, the atmosphere seemed to drop a few degrees. All the divine beings from other countries revealed sinister smiles as they emerged from the space hall, surrounding the Huaxia Hall. I really want to see how this Huaxia monkey god gets slaughtered by us. Genius, huh? What does it matter? In front of us gods, he's just an ant. Step aside, we from Sakura country want to take revenge first. Witnessing this shameless scene, the Huaxia people began to curse. A bunch of cowardly rats, every year they can't win and resort to gang attacks. Trash. Do you even deserve to be called gods? Shameless. Monkey god, go for it. No matter the outcome, we support you. You've already shown great strength to get this far, monkey god. The Huaxia people voiced their support. Even with the strength Chen Chen had displayed, many did not believe he could win the chaotic battle of the third phase. After all, the numerical difference was too great. The Western and Sakura countries combined had no less than 30 divine beings attacking the four from Huaxia. Although everyone was at level 1 with no gear, each person had a skill, which was enough to overwhelm Chen Chen and the others. Shameless. Wang Mubai showed true anger for the first time. True dragon form. He exhaled 2 puffs of white air, transforming into a hornless dragon as the river god, soaring around Chen Chen. His body was covered in green scales, encircling Chen Chen. The dragon is here, who dares to be reckless? The dragon's eyes glanced at Chen Chen. Ride on me, and I will enhance your combat power. 6 Ding and 6 Jia, protect my true spirit. Yang Chanshan transformed into a bright lamp, hovering beside Chen Chen, her voice tense. I can block 3 skills. And me. Li Xing has stepped forward, gun on his shoulder, half kneeling in front of Chen Chen. Before I die, no god can approach you. At that moment, the fire ignited. The Huaxia people stood tall, their eyes fixed on this scene. Ha ha ha. The strongest combined state, I will form the head. This is the soul of our Huaxia nation. One battle to determine the universe. Good. Chen Chen mounted the hornless dragon. The golden monkey rides the azure dragon, a 3-foot blue lamp. The dragon soars through the 9 heavens. The divine general is ahead. Roar. With a dragon's roar, all the gods were shaken, and they were all forced back a few steps. Have these new gods of Huaxia gone mad? The new god of Sakura country, Rakshasa, looked grim. They can still retain their experience rewards by withdrawing now. Why do they insist on staying and seeking death with this monkey god? That would put them at the bottom and lose all rewards. There's nothing we can do. The sun god Apollo had a blank expression. This is what Huaxia people are like. Since they don't know how to live or die, let's kill them together. The new god of the white elephant country, Tahitian, sneered. Suddenly, divine might unfolded, and the divine battle space extended infinitely, transforming into a battlefield of gods. Chaotic winds, heed my call. Endless ocean. I, the lord of the mountains. Dozens of tornadoes swept in. A towering mountain range trapped Chen Chen and the others within. There were also torrential floods sweeping across. The gods in the sky shone brightly like the sun and moon, exuding an invincible and powerful majesty. The golden monkey rode the azure dragon, charging left and right in this chaotic world, dodging one skill after another. In the dim world, only the 3-foot blue lamp around him illuminated, revealing the figure of the steadfast heavenly general ahead. Puff! After just one round of skills from the gods, Li Xinghao was already covered in wounds, spitting blood. Yet he did not retreat a single step. Humph, stubborn fool! The new god of Lighthouse Country, the angel Michael, sneered. With a wave of his hand, golden sword lights pierced through the chaotic world, directly passing through the armor on Li Xingha's chest, aiming to penetrate him and attack Chen Chen. Chen Chen, riding the dragon, turned to block. Yet it still caused Li Xingha to spit blood and fly backward. In the next moment, unexpectedly, Li Xingha, following the direction of the sword light, suddenly charged out with his pierced and broken body, forcibly dragging the angel Michael down from the gods in the sky. Found you! Li Xingha laughed wildly while spitting blood, pressing her down fiercely, his face twisted. causing Michael to panic to the extreme. Madman! Madman! She stood among so many gods, yet this person dared to pull her down. Was he seeking death? Die for me! The severely injured Li Xinghe swung a fist and smashed it into Michael's face. Bang! Michael's divine body collapsed, the holy light extinguished. Bang! With 2 punches, Michael's pure angelic face exploded. With 3 punches, no matter how many divine might the gods behind released onto Li Xinghe, his fists still steadily smashed toward Michael. Boom! A deep dragon's roar echoed in the void. Seeing the gods surrounding Li Xinghe exposing his whereabouts, Qin Shen rushed up and struck hard. Bang! -500. A god fell. Bang! Another strike. -700. A god fell. With each strike, a god would emit a wail and scream. What kind of freak is he? Just a basic attack, yet his attack power is so strong? The outside world exploded completely. The monkey god is awesome. I thought his basic attack damage of 300 was his limit. I didn't expect it to be just his lower limit. All basic attacks are instant kills. How strong is his basic attack? Chen Shen and the Azure Dragon were in perfect sync, and with every strike, a god fell. They killed until the gods were terrified and fled. They killed until the heavens were drenched in divine blood. They killed until the gods were frightened. In the end, Chen Shen scattered the gods and landed beside the barely breathing Li Xinghe. Michael's eyes bulged, unable to close in death. Ah, this was the most satisfying time. Li Xinghe sighed as his divine body gradually shattered and faded, raising his hand. I promised you, and I did it. Before death, no divine power could approach Chen Shen. You go first. Chen Shen solemnly grasped his fading palm. Brother Chen, I can't hold on any longer either. Beside Chen Shen, the 3-foot green lamp swayed precariously, emitting Yang Shanshan's weak voice. Ultimately, the green lamp fell, extinguished completely. As Li Xinghe and Yang Shanshan died one after another, Chen Shen and Wang Mubai remained silent, nearly setting off to continue their slaughter of the gods. Because surviving until the end and winning the final victory was the only way to ensure that their sacrifices were not in vain. As one god after another met a tragic end, the remaining deities were thrown into complete panic. Wasn't it said that crushing them would be like squashing bugs? What's happening now? One-hit kills. That ape god's every basic attack is a one-hit kill. Who can deal with that? Don't panic. He has no support teammates left. I'll control him. The goddess Moro spread her arms, the sky turning black, as waves of chaotic black mist surged towards Chen Shen. The goddess Moro. The goddess of chaos from the original myth of Asan. She once seduced the Buddha's brother, Ananda. Humph, humph. The Minotaur-like strongman Samson charged forward, his bull nose exhaling 2 streams of breath. My health is 10 times that of an ordinary god. I'll take his damage, Apollo, you deal the output. The strongman Samson. The strongest demigod in Greek mythology. Also known as the Hercules. Alright. The sun god Apollo, driving a golden chariot, nodded solemnly. The golden chariot streaked across the sky, with him holding a golden spear, gathering strength behind him. Just 3 seconds of charging would increase his output by 5 times, along with 100% light damage. The moment the black mist enveloped Chen Shen, bang! The Minotaur suddenly charged forward, sending Chen Shen flying. Ha 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 ha! The strongman Samson laughed heartily. No tricks left, kid, even if you're made of iron, you're going to die today. Wang Mubai suddenly flew away from Chen Shen's body, blocking the black mist for him. Chen Shen used the momentum to fly back through the air, his long staff charged with power, striking hard between the Minotaur's horns. Bang! The entire arena heard a dull, crisp sound like rocks shattering as the skull cracked. The strongman Samson touched his head, a stream of white brain matter flowing down. -1000. But he didn't die. Chen Shen frowned slightly, the outside world was already in utter shock. 1000 points of damage. God, a level 1 naked attack can deal 1000 points of damage? The limit of basic attack damage. 1000 points. An ordinary level 10 boss probably can't withstand even 10 of his level 1 basic attacks. Is there still a rival among the new gods? A level 1 basic attack dealing 1000 points of damage was Chen Shen's maximum damage at level 1. 100 points of strength for the base damage of a basic attack, plus 1000% critical damage, equals 1000 points of damage. Ha 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 ha. The strongman Samson laughed again. I'm not dead, I'm not dead, ha 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 ha. Bang! The next moment, Chen Shen's second strike came, directly exploding the Minotaur's head, leaving only a pair of horns that fell to the ground. 1 strike isn't enough, then 2 strikes. Chen Shen carried the staff, flipping onto the dragon's back, charging towards the goddess Moro. Wang Mubai had entered a state of confusion, unable to see the direction, relying entirely on Chen Shen's guidance. I will never let you take my reward. The goddess Moro, seeing Chen Shen approach, arrogantly crossed her arms and attempted to withdraw from the competition. There's no way it would be that easy. Chen Shen's tone was cold as he swung his staff. You can't kill me, I'm a goddess, the most beautiful goddess. The goddess Moro shouted in shock. A goddess? Then I'll hit harder. Bang! Chen Shen added strength, and the goddess Moro was exploded into a mist of blood, brain matter, and blood splattering everywhere, dying the most tragic death. In the end, only the sun god Apollo remained. He was the chief god in Greek mythology, with a status that could rival Zeus. At the same time, he was the second SS-level divine practitioner this year, aside from Susanoo. The value of Greek mythology is on a completely different level compared to the mythology of the cherry blossom country. Whoosh! Apollo raced forward in his golden chariot, hurling golden spears one after another at Chen Shen, like flying swans. Meanwhile, Chen Shen and Wang Mubai were merely chasing forward step by step, constantly dodging the golden spears. The people of Huaxia held their breath. This was the closest Huaxia had come in recent years to winning the final battle of the gods. No one had expected this outcome this year. As long as they won this battle, Huaxia would surely shift to an all-out offensive strategy on the battlefield, to wash away past humiliations and seek revenge. The battle situation had momentarily reached a stalemate. Chen Shen was like the Kuafu chasing the sun, never able to reach the finish line. Each time he was only a few meters away from that golden chariot, yet he could not get any closer. What's going on? Chen Shen furrowed his brow. Then he heard Apollo's arrogant laughter. The chariot of the sun god is the time that is past. Can you catch up to time? No matter how fast you are, I will always be 1 second faster than you. People outside gasped in surprise. That's right. The sun god has the characteristic of uncatchable. As long as he wants to run, no one can catch up. He can always kite his opponents to the brink of despair. Truly the strongest archer class. But what's his purpose in running away? Are you stupid? As long as he drags it past overtime, he can declare himself tied for first with Huaxia. This way, the European countries can also gain national fortune rewards. How infuriating. Give it up. If you want to run, I can run with you all day. Apollo laughed uncontrollably, as he was essentially in an invincible position. Especially in the first final battle of the gods, everyone was at level 1 with no means of restraint. But upon hearing this, Chen Shen suddenly stood still. He remained in place, casually picked up a weapon from the ground, aimed in the direction Apollo was advancing, and threw it with all his might. Ha, useless, you don't have proficiency in throwing weapons, that damage is just. Apollo's mocking words got stuck in his throat. The next moment, a line of numbers popped up above him. Bang! Critical hit. -100. Chen Shen smirked. Throwing a weapon counts as a basic attack. Apollo's smile froze on his face. The crowd outside erupted in excitement, and someone began to explain what had just happened. The damage from throwing weapons, although affected by throwing weapon proficiency, is only 1/10 of a normal basic attack at level 1. But the damage from the ape god's basic attack, even if it's just 1/10, is still 100 points. That's equivalent to 1/3 of Apollo's health. Although Apollo's uncatchable characteristic is annoying, he has the common weakness of archers, which is being squishy. Just like Susanoo as an assassin class being squishy. Even as an SS level class, his health at level 1 is only 300 points. This means that as long as Chen Shen hits him 3 times, he is undoubtedly dead. Seeing this, Apollo panicked completely and began to flee frantically. He could not be hit again. Meanwhile, Chen Shen stood in place, picking up weapon after weapon and throwing them out. Whoosh! Bang! The second hit. -100. Apollo ran for his life. If he got hit again, he would die. Chen Shen remained in place, continuously throwing weapons. The final throw. Bang! -100 points. Apollo turned his head with great difficulty to see a long knife embedded in his back, glaring at Chen Shen with resentment. You're ruthless. Next time in the final battle of the gods, I will make you. Before he could finish his sentence, his figure slowly dissipated, turning into nothingness. At that moment, only Chen Shen remained as a deity. The victor. It was self-evident. Good. So good. Wang Mubai, covered in light spears and on the verge of collapse, caught sight of him. On. A relieved smile appeared as his vision began to blur. The divine form of the dragon slowly dissipated. In truth, he had long been unable to hold on. Not every god had attributes as high as Chen Shen's, but he managed to endure until he saw Chen Shen's victory before departing. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. Crack! The divine battle space, having endured the war of the gods, was left in ruins. It gradually restored itself into a pure white hall. The whole world was watching the young man at the center of the space. At this moment, he was the king. Over the years, China had faced relentless pursuit and blockades from various nations, and now had won the title of the first in the final divine battle. In this final divine battle, the gods of China achieved ultimate victory. A long-awaited notification echoed throughout the world. National Fortune Reward, Experience Multiplier for all professionals in China plus 100%. Resource Refresh Rate plus 100%. Lasts for 1 year. Experience Multiplier for all members of the China team plus 100%. As the announcement concluded, an experience halo enveloped all Chinese professionals. Meanwhile, the experience halos of professionals from other countries slowly faded away. At the same time, resources on all maps of the Chinese Empire began to refresh wildly. As one side gained, the other lost, and the benefits in between were unimaginable. The mid-season of the final divine battle will commence in 1 month. A voice rang out. The divine battle space descended a halo, enveloping Chen Chen. A gentle female voice also reached Chen Zhe's ear. Main quest objective, save the national fortune of China, completion plus 3%. Current completion, 3%. Chen Chen nodded. It was even better that the completion rate was displayed, as he could know when he could return. After a national fortune divine battle, only 3% of the national fortune of China was saved. It seemed that China would indeed face quite a bit of trouble in the future. Lost in thought, he looked down at a reward item in his hand. S-level exclusive secret realm item, punishment. Description, inflicts 50% damage to secret realm creatures, ignoring levels. Ignoring levels, which means even the primordial saints would lose half their health. Chen Chen murmured, shaking off the divine blood covering him, shouldering his staff, and swaggering into the light gate. He left behind a graceful silhouette for all beings. Who? At this moment, the breaths of people from all nations dared to emerge, as if the whole world was gasping, creating a buzzing sound. He won. In the end, he still won. The first war god of China. The people of China were in a complete frenzy. The title of the first war god was unhesitatingly placed upon Chen Chen's head. How many years has it been? Many older professionals from China were in tears. Since Xing Tian, how many years has it been since our China has not slain the Western gods? Heaven bless China. With his arrival, the borders will surely be peaceful. The professionals from Europe exploded in outrage. Impossible. The sun god is an SS-level deity. How could he be defeated by a mere monkey? Our country will definitely take revenge. Olympus will not let this go. Just wait, this monkey cannot possibly grow up. Do you remember the nightmare of Xing Tian from a few years ago? If he grows up, what will happen then? He's only level 1 now. I can't even imagine how strong he would be at level 10 or 100. Bang! At this moment, inside the European governing building, the elder known as the Sleeping King at level 200 slammed his hand on the table. His azure eyes were as terrifying as a hawk. How could this year's final divine battle end like this? Immediately send someone to collect information on this Chinese monkey. He ordered sharply to the general beside him. Sir Commander, it's useless to collect information now. The general smiled bitterly. China will definitely change his name and appearance at the first opportunity, completely transforming him. Then what should we do? Tell me what to do now. The hawk-eyed commander roared. We can only formulate a strategy. The general assured, licking his lips. A month later, there will be the mid-season tournament of the End War, and we will have past war gods stepping in. In the land of cherry blossoms, Kyoto, a woman with fiery red lips gazed at the elegant figure of Chen Chen in the sky. Her eyes flickered. What a troublesome little guy. Commander, what should we do? Several samurai beside her looked extremely serious. Everyone knew that the commander of the land of cherry blossoms was a woman named Miyazaki Yui. She had originally been an A-class lifestyle profession and oiran, but unexpectedly possessed a special talent for charming men. Step by step, she climbed to the peak of power. Although her own strength was not remarkable, she had managed to earn the unwavering loyalty of the top warriors in the land of cherry blossoms. Susanoo is completely finished, his importance has been downgraded. Miyazaki Yui's expression gradually turned cold. Also, send that brat Araki to infiltrate Huaxia. Yes, Commander. The samurai nodded in unison. Countries were laying out their grand plans, all centered around one target. Chen Chen. Meanwhile, all 9 border defense strongholds on the Huaxia border received orders. All Huaxia marshals trembled with excitement. Attack! Attack! This year, we will attack at all costs. How many years has it been? Our border defense can finally stop enduring. Chen Chen, all of us border defense soldiers thank you. You are a national hero, truly deserving. Wow! At this moment, Chen Chen stepped out of the light gate, and a blinding light flashed before him. As he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar blue sky and white clouds, the campus square, and lush green trees. He first checked his current experience bonus, which had reached a terrifying 500%. 5 times the experience. He opened the system's emotion bar. Current accumulated emotion value, 100,000. I can upgrade the card pool 100 times. Next, I just need to grind monsters to level up, and I can start clearing the secret realm. Chen Chen pondered. In the secret realm, there were still the original abilities of Monkey King. The current Monkey King was still far from his complete form. He didn't even know the great immortal technique. Although he could slaughter these level 1 naked gods in the end war, he was still not enough against those veteran divine practitioners. As long as he could clear the primordial world, the original abilities he could obtain might be even better than those of the original Monkey King. The original Monkey King had learned the great immortal technique, which was merely passed down by a Buddhist incarnation of Bodhi ancestor. But the true saintly methods of the primordial world were far stronger than the great immortal technique. Chen Chen rubbed his stomach, feeling it grumble with hunger. I got hungry after fighting. He thought about going to the cafeteria. Just then, Li Chengye rushed over, excitedly shaking Chen Chen. Chen Chen, you did it. I didn't expect you to really win. Do you know how many years it has been since anyone from Huaxia won the end war? Because you won, this year the whole country has to adjust its plans and switch to a full-scale strategic offensive. Can I eat first? Chen Chen jogged towards the cafeteria. As he ran, he suddenly stopped. He found that his familiar campus had completely changed, all the students and teachers had disappeared, and the teaching buildings were filled with combat professionals in military uniforms guarding the area. Even the playground was the same. He looked up. A transparent light shield covered the sky, enveloping the entire city. What is this? Chen Chen scratched his head. Why such a big commotion? To keep your information confidential, the country has sealed off Nanjing City, Li Chengye said seriously. Each word conveyed the solemn power of the nation. Come, I'll take you to meet someone. Saying this, he took Chen Chen's hand and walked forward. Ahead, an old man with a simple, honest face like a farmer was smiling and waiting for Chen Chen. Isn't this the person from the television? Chen Chen recognized the identity of the old man, shocked. He is a household name in this world of Huaxia, one of the Huaxia governors, the 5th chief. A person of this level could only be seen once or twice a year on television. And today, he actually met him in person? Hello, I am Huang Chang. The honest old man smiled and extended his hand to Chen Chen. I don't need to introduce myself, but, Chen Chen, you are now more important to the country than I am. His tone was gentle. The country has already set up a special task force for your secret realm, with an entire military team of level 80 and I personally supervising the work. As long as you can grow, Huaxia will never have external troubles. So, does that mean I have to enter the secret realm right now? Chen Chen finally understood. Yes, your growth cannot be delayed for even a moment. Huang Chang nodded and smiled again. However, if you feel tired and want to rest, we will also arrange a special place for you. You can have all the comforts you want, just say the word. This huge disparity in status left Chen Chen momentarily stunned. He had just been sent to fight a battle in a daze, and now he was receiving such treatment in this world? I want to eat. He immediately raised his hand. The Longjiang pig trotter rice at the school gate, extra meat soup, thank you. Are you sure you only want Longjiang pig trotter rice? Li Chengye and Huang Chang were both taken aback. Actually, we can arrange the highest standard divine beast meat meals for you. No, just the Longjiang pig trotter rice at the school gate. Chen Chen shook his head. Other places can't replicate that taste. Alright, we'll arrange it for you right away. The two were at a loss whether to laugh or cry, casually waving to call a soldier to buy the pig trotter rice. They then led Chen Chen into a building on the school square. This building was clearly a temporary structure, yet it resembled a palace, more luxurious than the teaching building. Inside, there were level 80 military combat professionals with school-level ranks, casting curious, astonished, and excited glances. That's him, right? Finally seeing the real person. This kid looks so spirited. I was thinking. Chen Chen observed the scene, pondering. With such strong power from the country, couldn't they just help me clear the secret realm directly and level me up to hundreds? Why go through all this trouble? Li Chengye momentarily didn't know how to respond, ultimately giving a wry smile and sighing. If only it were that simple. Unfortunately, the game's main god does not allow for assistance in leveling up, and a team can have at most 4 people of the same level, plus trading equipment is not allowed below level 50. Otherwise, the penalties are quite severe. So whether it's the secret realm or leveling up by defeating monsters, it ultimately depends on you. We can only do our best to provide external support. Got it. it's like an external brain. Chen Chen nodded. No wonder professionals rely on themselves, at least in the early stages. Growth depends on oneself. Chen Chen, there is top-notch protection here. You can start your exclusive secret realm now, Huang Chang said eagerly. Just then, the Longjiang pig trotter rice arrived. After finishing a serving of pig trotter rice, Chen Chen was instantly revitalized. Alright, I will now open the secret realm. Do you want to enter the secret realm? A window popped up in front of him. Exclusive secret realm SSS level exclusive secret realm primordial. The first pop-up made the military experts of the task force stand up straight, their eyes wide open. What? I didn't see that wrong, did I? How many S's? 3. The highest level secret realm. Such a high-level secret realm has never appeared before. My goodness. If this is developed, other countries will never be able to choke us on resources. Not just that, it could directly blow up the national war god realm and drive away the heavenly demons, okay? Li Qingye and Huang Chang were also shocked, their pupils trembling, as they waved to calm the restless crowd. Calm down. We have never guided a secret realm of such a high level. You must know that the higher the level of the secret realm, the greater the difficulty of clearing it. This statement felt like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone. If Chen Chen couldn't clear the secret realm, then there would be no talk of development. The next line of text confirmed this statement. The strongest creature in the secret realm, level 800 Hongjun Daozu. Taboo, supreme, inconceivable. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had a noose around their necks, their eyes reddening with suffocation. No way? Level 800? The strongest professional currently hasn't even exceeded level 200, right? The strongest creature in this SSS level secret realm actually reaches level 800? Doesn't that mean it could wipe out our entire army with a single thought? How are we supposed to strategize against this? Oh no, Chen Chen won't get stuck at level 20 and be unable to level up, right? You have to know that professionals need to clear their exclusive secret realms to continue leveling up at levels 20, 40, 60, and 80. If he really can't clear the secret realm, Chen Chen would be stuck at level 20. Everyone cast sympathetic glances at Chen Chen, an 800 level boss. Even with the power of the nation, it was hopeless. Such an existence was completely beyond comprehension. Chen Chen, don't worry. No matter what, the country will do its utmost to help you clear the secret realm. Huang Chang immediately comforted Chen Chen, but his eyes also held a hint of despair. It was like discovering a treasure mountain, but this treasure mountain was made of diamonds, utterly unmovable. A secret realm with such high difficulty, unheard of and unseen. Li Chengye murmured. Sigh, it fits that rule, the stronger the profession, the greater the difficulty of the secret realm. Ultimately, the reason the exclusive secret realm was so strong was that Chen Chen's profession was too powerful. Chen Chen remained calm as he read the introduction to the secret realm. Introduction. Since Pangu opened the heavens and the chaos began, during the first calamity of the Dragon Han era, the battle between Dao and Demon, Hongjun preached, 6 became saints, followed by the battle between Wu and Lich, the investiture of the gods, the deities bending their knees on the list of gods, and then the cycle of heavenly laws, the spiritual ape descending to the world. It seemed the game's main god had arranged something for him to conquer. It wasn't the supreme chaos. It had to be a high-end chaos. The journey to the West plot. I understand what his profession is now. Li Chengye murmured beside him. The protagonist of the great calamity of the chaos journey to the West. No. Huang Chang shook his head, interrupting him. It could also be the 6-eared macaque, the red-haired horse monkey, or the long-armed ape. In any case, just understand it in your heart, but don't say it out loud, and definitely don't leak it to the outside world. If the outside world suspects, we will never admit it. Understood. Li Chengye nodded immediately. The others also understood, seeing through it but not saying it. After all, that existence held too high a position in the history of Chinese mythology. The great sage equal to heaven, the victorious fighting Buddha. Now the higher-ups of the country had guessed what Chen Chen's profession truly was. The strongest war god. The great sage equal to heaven. But it still had to be kept secret from the outside world. As long as Chen Chen didn't announce it, the outside world couldn't confirm his profession. So what if you guessed it? I won't admit it. As long as our China doesn't acknowledge the emergence of the great sage equal to heaven, other countries will continue to guess, living in fear forever. Is he the great sage equal to heaven, the 6-eared macaque, or something even more terrifying, the chaotic demon ape? Some military personnel pondered. No, this secret realm is far from as simple as a journey to the West. I believe in other lower-level secret realms, but for an SSS-level secret realm, his secret realm must be an entire world of chaos mythology. Perhaps even Pangu is involved. Terrifying, too terrifying. The research team leader nodded. That makes sense. no matter the difficulty. Let's go in and take a look. Whoosh! A crack in the secret realm appeared before Chen Chen. Li Chengye quickly handed Chen Chen a piece of jade. This is the secret realm stone, the only item that can be traded to newcomers, extremely precious, and there is only this one piece in the entire country. It can be used for cross-border communication, and at a critical moment, we can forcibly enter the secret realm to rescue you, but if we do that, your secret realm rewards will be cancelled. Don't rush to complete the task on your first entry, take a look at the situation first. Huang Chang also expressed his concern. Okay. Chen Chen took the secret realm stone and stepped into the light gate. The next moment, an unimaginably vast divine realm suddenly appeared on the combat room's large screen through the secret realm stone. That eerie blue divine sky, the earth exuding a terrifying aura, the 33 heavens. All the high-ranking officials of the Chinese military held their breath, standing up in shock. The primordial wilderness. A true primordial wilderness. The east rising divine land, the proud coming nation, flower fruit mountain. In the mountain, there is a cave called Water Curtain Cave. Inside the cave, there are stone pots, stone stoves, stone moles, stone basins, stone beds, and stone stools. In the middle, a stone tablet is engraved with Flower Fruit Mountain Blessed Land, Water Curtain Cave Celestial Realm. Outside the cave, there are strange rocks and cliffs, towering peaks. The might of the vast ocean, the majesty of the Yao Sea. The ancestral veins of the 10 continents, the origins of the 3 islands. What a blessed land! Chen Chen sat on the tiger-skin throne in Water Curtain Cave, with the sound of flowing water and the anxious voices of several monkeys in his ears. Great King! The Flower Leopard King has come today, saying that if you want to leave the mountain to seek immortality, you must first pass his test. You should go take a look. Such a thing exists. Chen Chen frowned as a notification sound rang in his ears. You have obtained Secret Realm Chapter 1, Storyline Task, Defeat the Flower Leopard King, Clear the path out of the mountain. Blocked at the door right after entering the primordial wilderness? Chen Chen nodded but was not overly surprised. He knew that the great sage was also just one of the mountain's demon kings in the early stages, so encountering such a situation was quite normal. This indicated that the timeline of the primordial wilderness at the beginning of the secret realm was set during the period when the great sage had just become the Monkey King and was planning to leave the mountain to seek immortality and learn skills. He stood up and walked out of the Water Curtain Cave, looking outside the gate of Flower Fruit Mountain. A leopard as big as a small mountain was lying at the mountain gate, snoring thunderously. A line of data popped up before him. Flower Leopard King, Primordial Wilderness Demon Clan, Level 50 Boss. Damn! A level 50 boss blocking the door right at the start? One normal attack would get me killed. This primordial wilderness is simply not something I can handle right now. After all, Chen Chen was only level 1 and was far from being as strong as the Monkey King during this time period in the primordial wilderness. Chen Chen cursed the main god in his heart but was already prepared. After all, conquering the primordial wilderness was likely the real task the main god wanted him to undertake, and it was impossible for it to be easy. He didn't need to rush. As a professional, his greatest advantage was being able to grind monsters to level up and increase his attributes. Time in the primordial wilderness was not counted. A few decades could pass in the blink of an eye. But in a few decades, Chen Chen estimated that with his experience multiplier and strength, he would be able to level up to over 100 in the outside world. 100 years might just be a blink of an eye for the immortals of the primordial wilderness, but Chen Chen might have already leveled up to several hundred. From a certain perspective, wasn't this a form of speedrunning through the primordial wilderness? Then, let's level up to the limit, come back at level 20. Chen Chen showed no impatience, directly looking up at the sky and speaking solemnly. Request to exit the secret realm. First, go grind levels, then enter the primordial wilderness. A response immediately came to his ears. Detected that there are items to save. Do you want to save? Yes. Whoosh. A flash of white light passed before his eyes, and Chen Chen returned to the combat room. The first task is a level 50 boss blocking the door? Seeing Chen Chen come out, all the high-ranking military officials looked extremely grim. The tension in their hearts finally eased. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Damn, this is really high-level difficulty. Asking newcomers to fight a level 50 boss? Isn't this just handing it to them? Exactly, a level 50 boss would at least require dozens of level 50 professionals to take it down. Chen Chen. Li Qingye stepped forward, his gaze heavy. Generally, the exclusive secret realms for clergy are extremely difficult, but yours is a bit over the top. Don't worry, let Chen Chen level up first, Huang Chang said in a deep voice. Arrange for him to the best monster farming area. Once his level goes up, we can study tactics. Sigh. Everyone sighed in unison. They all knew that even if Chen Shan reached level 20, challenging a level 50 boss was impossible. No matter what tactics were used, there was a gap of dozens of times in attributes. Chen Shan, we have prepared a new identity for you, Li Qingye said as he led Chen Shan outside, handing him an identity card. As soon as Chen Shan took it, he was astonished to find that not only had his physique and appearance changed, but even the attributes displayed on his character panel had transformed. The golden ape had turned into a pitch-black giant ape, A-class monarch thunderstorm ape king. This disguised identity, while still a monkey-type profession, was common enough among A-class monarchs that it would be hard to suspect his true identity. You'll use this identity to level up, Li Qingye said. We will send you to the most prime area of the provincial city, using your new identity to start farming monsters. Okay, no problem. Chen Shan nodded. As they exited, a military helicopter was already waiting. They boarded the helicopter and flew directly to the provincial city. Upon landing, he didn't head to the bustling provincial city but instead rushed straight to the wild area without a word. It was a joke, with the wilderness being so difficult, if he didn't farm monsters to level up, would he really be stuck at level 20 for life? That would be too miserable. Not to mention failing to complete the task of conquering the wilderness, he would be expelled by the main god and turned into a pile of bones. Chen Shan arrived at the outskirts of the wild area in the provincial city, and the military personnel withdrew, as Chen Shan's identity needed to be kept secret. The higher-ups would monitor him through the secret realm stone, ensuring he wouldn't encounter danger. Sifong Mountain Wild Area. This was the wild area with the highest rewards in the provincial city, where only the most elite talents from the province could come. It was divided into three main parts: the Old Steel Factory section, levels 1 to 10, the Steel Factory Museum section, levels 10 to 20, and the Mountaintop section, levels 20 to 30. When Chen Shan reached the entrance of the Old Steel Factory, over 40 top-tier talents from all levels of the province were gathered there, all no lower than B-class monarchs, with most being A-class monarchs. A middle-aged man resembling an instructor was speaking in the air. This wild area is a 5A national level wild area, with a 10% experience multiplier and a 5% item drop rate increase. I believe you all know how precious this is. The country has entrusted you with leveling up to cultivate you, so I hope you seize the opportunity. These A-class talents were all ambitious, rushing to farm levels on the very day they completed their job change. One young man excitedly discussed, clenching his fists. I'm going to work hard to level up quietly. I'll amaze everyone. Ha, we need to shine for our country like the ape god. The more strong people our country has, the more prosperous it will be, and every professional can live better. But the ape god is so cool, it makes me eager to become stronger. A real man should be like this. The focus of the discussions among the group of A-class monarchs was still on the ape god. Now, the ape god had become a national idol. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Shan, who had hidden his identity and appearance, appeared inconspicuous in the crowd, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was pleased to see that the young people of Huaxia were ambitious, neither arrogant nor discouraged. Humph, the ape god is just relying on his powerful profession. In the end, it's just good luck. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out. You guys, national frogs, are too easily brainwashed. A slightly plump girl spoke with a cold tone, filled with great resentment. All you know is blind worship, completely unaware of the world around you. Your country's monkey god only won the first match. Do you know that Brother Puzihui from the universe country has already won many matches? As soon as she finished speaking, all the boys looked at her as if she were an idiot, realizing that although this woman was a B-level professional, she belonged to the lowest tier, yet her tone was quite arrogant. This provoked the anger of the crowd. Damn, a slightly chubby little fairy? Chasing after the universe country's Han Xing has messed up your brain, right? Joy beans controlling your brain? There are really quite a few idiots like this. With this kind of speech, little fairy, 50,000, a traitor to the country, she's fully stacked with buffs. The cultural invasion from the universe country is too severe, they have special funds for this every year. Eating the country's food while smashing the country's pot. How did such an idiot get elected? Arrest her. Seeing the boys getting rowdy, the middle-aged man leading them clearly became a bit flustered. Everyone, quiet down. Classmate Li Xianxian's father is a big entrepreneur in our province and has donated a lot to the country. After this statement, everyone understood, their expressions mocking. No wonder the little fairy dared to be so arrogant. It turned out she had someone backing her. Someone backing her? Chen Shan watched this scene with great interest. He sent a message to Huang Chang. Aren't you going to take care of this? Chen Shan, I'm sorry you had to encounter such a thing. Huang Chang's tone also turned very grim, filled with strong authority. Thank you for discovering such a parasite. This is our oversight, and we will handle it seriously right away. After all, To keep Chen Zhe's identity confidential, the country had also allowed Chen Chen to randomly insert himself into a high-level wild area. There had been no deliberate investigation or screening of personnel beforehand. Without saying much, Chen Chen smiled and hung up the phone. He knew that within 10 minutes, there would be a major upheaval in the provincial capital. He was under the attention of the highest levels of the country 24 hours a day. In terms of connections, who had stronger connections than him? Classmates. Then, the middle-aged instructor calmed everyone down again. You are very lucky. Today a level 5 dungeon has emerged in the old steel mill wild area. As long as everyone forms a 100-person team and gets the first kill of this dungeon's boss, you can reach level 10 in a week. The boys immediately became excited. What great luck! We just arrived and encountered a dungeon opening? Dungeons give several times the experience. Everyone must work together sincerely to clear this dungeon. But a level 5 dungeon is too difficult. We are level 1 newcomers, and even if we form a 100-person team, we might not be able to clear it. Just then, Chen Chen stood up and smiled, asking, why do we have to form a 100-person team? Can't we solo it? The middle-aged man looked at him in surprise, not knowing Chen Chen's identity. This classmate, that's a level 5 dungeon. He emphasized again, as if implying that there was no need to say more. Humph. The slightly chubby girl Li Chanxian scoffed and rolled her eyes at Chen Chen. What? You still want to solo it? Chen Chen nodded lightly. Yes, because I only bring people, not dogs. You actually dare to talk to me like that. Li Chanxian realized that when Chen Chen referred to dogs, he meant her eyes widening. You're finished. You're dead. You know that? Do you know what kind of status my Li family has? Crushing you is like crushing an ant. Your whole family is doomed. Oh, I don't know. Chen Chen smiled indifferently, deliberately provoking her, looking at her as if she were a dead person. The surrounding boys were all shocked. This guy is awesome. Well said, this kind of little fairy should be put in her place. No worries, if she dares to retaliate, we'll back you up. At this moment, the middle-aged man helplessly walked over to Chen Chen and said, this classmate, the Li family in the provincial capital is still very powerful. Although you are also a genius, you are new here. I advise you, for your own future. He glanced at Li Chanxian. Chanxian, you don't need to say anything. He was clearly trying to smooth things over. Oh really? Chen Chen smiled slightly, lowering his gaze, too lazy to say more. He walked straight into the wild area, stepping into the vortex of the level 5 dungeon. The next moment, a notification echoed throughout the entrance of the wild area. Level 1 player, challenging level 5 dungeon, Wolf King Ridge, choose mode, solo challenge. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. What the hell? Soloing? This guy is serious. Our 100-man team hasn't even formed yet, and he's already going solo. You have to know that the boss of the level 5 dungeon has health that is dozens of times ours. Outside the wild area, the A-level young talents from various schools across the province were in an uproar. It's impossible to solo a level 5 dungeon, even forming a 100-man team would require a tough battle. Level 1 soloing a level 5 dungeon? Even S-level divine jobs can't do that. This guy, sigh. It's dangerous. The noise was overwhelming. The military team from Nanjing City immediately began to analyze. Chen Chen has entered the wild area. We must ensure his safety. Fortunately, it's just a level 5 dungeon. It poses little threat to him. Huang Chang kept his eyes glued to the screen, nodding to himself, his tone filled with anticipation and hope, letting out a low sigh. Our war god is starting his path of growth. Beside him, Li Qingye sighed. Since the Great Demon War, the country has been struggling, and many small-minded people have emerged internally. But as long as Chen Chen can grow, everything will be fine. As long as you understand, Huang Chang nodded solemnly, as long as we firmly cultivate Chen Chen, giving birth to a national war god, they won't be able to harm the overall situation. Those people abroad won't last long either. Yes, Chen Chen is the focus of everything. Li Chengye pondered, the out-of-control secret realms are also a big problem. I don't know why there have been more and more out-of-control secret realms recently. In that terrifying reincarnation, A-level secret realm, several A-level royal generals have died, and the natives are rampaging towards the edge of the world after awakening. Suppressing the out-of-control secret realms still requires more military intervention, but I know it's difficult for you military. Huang Chang sighed. But we still need more generals to explore the secret realms and obtain resources. After all, at the level of national warfare, resources are everything. As the two chatted, the topic gradually deepened. They didn't even mention the Li family's matters. For Huang Chang and Li Qingye's status, a top 10 family in a provincial city? No need to speak. It wasn't even enough to draw attention. Chen Chen was the absolute focus in their hearts. You have entered the level 5 dungeon, Wolf Demon Nest. At this moment, Chen Chen looked at the blood-soaked mountains before him. The scorching yellow earth was barren. A bloody wind blew. The ground was slick with the feel of blood and flesh. It was simply reminiscent of the Lion Camel Ridge. It's so terrifying even at level 5, no wonder they need a 100-man team to dare to enter. This was Chen Chen's first time entering a dungeon, and he was filled with curiosity about everything around him, switching to combat mode. A mysterious ape in school uniform, holding a level 1 wooden stick, with eyes filled with a disdainful killing intent. At this moment, a group of wild wolves, each the size of 3 ordinary ones, peered out with their green, eerie eyes. Level 1 elite mutated wild wolf, health, 100 points. Strength, 3 points constitution, 3 points spirit, 3 points agility, 4 points. Bang! Chen Chen swept across with his stick. Minus 1000. Oh whoa! The mutated wild wolf was directly killed by Chen Chen's sweep, without any difficulty. Killed mutated wild wolf, experience plus 5, 300% national luck experience bonus plus 100% dungeon experience bonus. Killed mutated wild wolf, experience plus 5, killed mutated wild wolf, experience plus 5, killed same level wild monster, triggered talent, gained basic attack critical damage plus 1%. Isn't this just like turning on invincibility? Chen Chen was truly enjoying himself. Stick-type weapons can deal area damage to monsters. The key is, with the innate talent of the Great Sage equal to heaven, every time I defeat a monster of the same level, my basic attack critical damage increases by 1%. Defeating 10 monsters of the same level means a 10% increase in critical damage. 100 means 100% critical damage. 100 means double damage. With the dual-wielding Chen Chen, he swept through several monsters with a single strike, cutting through the grass on the mountainside. Kill mutated wild wolf, experience plus 5. Kill mutated wild wolf, experience plus 5. Chen Chen glanced at his experience bar again. It had increased by 30%. Killing a dozen wild wolves gave me a 5% increase. This experience multiplier is fantastic. I should be able to reach level 10 today. With such monster slaying efficiency and experience multiplier, his leveling speed was at least 10 times that of an ordinary player. An ordinary player would take at least a day to level up once, while he could level up 10 times in a day. Chen Chen whistled at the mutated wild wolves in the distance. Come here, you little silly dogs. Oh whoa! The humiliated pack of wolves instantly turned red with rage, a group roaring and charging at him. He had never seen anyone in a dungeon dare to taunt a group of elite monsters. Seeking death. Kill same level wild monster, trigger talent, gain basic attack critical damage plus 1%. Summoning a group of monsters, he struck them all down with one blow and then received rewards. Chen Chen realized that monster slaying was actually this monotonous. As he was defeating monsters beyond his level, his basic attack critical damage skyrocketed after triggering the talent Spirit Stone Monkey. Trigger talent. Basic attack critical damage plus 1%. Trigger talent. Basic attack critical damage plus 1%. Trigger talent. Basic attack critical damage plus 1%. The damage numbers for his basic attacks were gradually rising minus 1010, minus 1020, minus 1030, minus 1040. Chen Chen's basic attack critical damage quickly stacked up to 1060%. He also discovered that as long as he kept defeating monsters, his basic attack critical damage could grow infinitely. At this rate, in the future, no matter what gods or Buddhas from the heavens, who could withstand my strike? So theoretically, as long as I grind monsters in the wild, I can infinitely stack critical damage? Chen Chen murmured. This is just too exhilarating. This speed of becoming stronger is simply outrageous. After half a day of grinding 60 wild wolves, he finally welcomed his first level up. You have reached level 2. Name, Chen Chen class, Great Sage equal to Heaven, Hidden Chosen, level 2, 1. 0%, strength, 110 agility, 110 spirit, 110 constitution, 110 special attribute, critical damage, 1060%, equipment, level 1 wooden stick skill, 72 transformations unlocks the ability immobilization. Main quest, conquer the primordial, 0%, save the fate of China, 3%, leveling up gives plus 10 to all attributes, a total of 50 attribute points? Chen Chen was stunned. I remember the textbook saying that generally, S-class divine positions give a maximum of plus 5 to all attributes, while the Great Sage equal to Heaven has double the growth of an ordinary god. This monkey god of the primordial is simply not in the same category as other gods. Even though double growth doesn't sound like much, attribute growth, even if it's just a little more each level, becomes a matter of 2 different species in the later stages. And I unlocked a skill from the 72 transformations? Immobilization? Chen Chen clicked on the immobilization skill. Immobilization, one of the 72 transformations. The transformations also include spirit communication, god driving, mountain carrying, water banning, wind borrowing, mist spreading, sunny praying, rain praying. Each great ability, when fully mastered, grants the achievement of Tai's Celestial Immortal. Effect, Shouting Freeze. It fixes a creature or object, consuming 100 points of spirit power per second, ignoring rules below SSS level. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Wow, so cool. Chen Chen was ecstatic, staring in disbelief at his new skill. Monkey Brother uses this to immobilize the 7 fairies. With my current 110 points of mental power, I can also freeze someone. For 1 second. Don't underestimate that 1 second. The key is that this skill ignores the rules and can freeze someone at any time. This means that Chen Chen can disregard the opponent's body, status, and skills, interrupting everything. Monkey Brother's skill is truly dominating. Moreover, he discovered, if I can obtain the 72 transformations before level 20, does that mean that when I find Patriarch Bodhi in the Primordial Era, I can learn something else? Awesome! After clearing the mutated wild wolves on the hillside, Chen Chen dragged a stick and sprinted forward. Hey! You guys down there are much smaller than that previous wolf, don't you feel inferior? I'll let you in on a secret, your wife is amazing. Your child doesn't look like you. The level 2 elite wild monster, the head wolf, could already understand some human speech. Under Chen Chen's provocation, no wolf could defend itself. 1 hit, all dead. Critical damage and experience skyrocketed. The process was as smooth as ever. Bang! Sending the Buddha, sending him to the west. A wolf king, the size of a tiger, was poked in the rear by Chen Chen's stick, twirling and dancing a few times before being flung far away. His normal attack damage soared like a rocket. Minus 1,100. Minus 1,150. Minus 1,250. Minus 1,260. Monsters in the dungeon continued to suffer, tragically dying under his stick. You killed the mutated Wolf King, LV3, gained experience plus 8. You killed the boneless evil wolf, LV4, gained experience plus 10. You killed the wolf demon guard, LV5, gained experience plus 15. The leveling speed was also skyrocketing. Before sunset, Chen Chen reached level 5, and his normal attack critical damage grew to 1,260%. If someone saw this scene, they would probably be so shocked they would explode on the spot. Leaning on 2 yellow wooden sticks, he began to check the newly unlocked divine abilities. You have unlocked the 72 transformations divine ability. 3 divine abilities were unlocked at once. Communicate with spirits. Description: one of the 72 earthly fiends transformations, communicates with spirit-type beings, consuming 10 mental power per second. Pray for rain. Description: one of the 72 earthly fiends transformations, communicates with the rain department, summons a heavy rain, causing damage equal to 1% of mental power, consuming 100% mental power, cooldown time of 1 day. Summon thunder. Description: one of the 72 earthly fiends transformations, communicates with the thunder department, summons a 9 heavens profound thunder, causing damage equal to 1000% of mental power, consuming 100% mental power, cooldown time of 1 day. Farming monsters is so exhilarating. Chen Chen was thrilled. This little divine ability, in other professions, would be equivalent to a forbidden spell. Just this summon thunder could deal terrifying instant kill damage in one go. This indicates that Monkey Brother isn't just about physical attacks, his energy attacks are also fierce. Once he enters his exclusive secret realm, he probably won't need Patriarch Bodhi to pass on his skills, he would already understand most of the 72 transformations. Chen Chen mourned for the other deities. With Monkey Brother in this world, all I can say is your misfortune. In front of him, a bronze weapon card pool popped up. Level 3 elite weapon card pool, please choose weapon type. 1. Sword, 2. Staff, 3. Daggers and spears, 4. Sticks. Of course, Chen Chen chose the stick. There was no need to upgrade this small card pool with emotional value. After the card pool spun around, a level 5 bronze stick appeared in Chen Chen's hand. A prompt sound rang in his ears. You have reached level 5, the weapon specialization system has been unlocked. You have obtained a level 5 bronze weapon, you can choose to receive the weapon or exchange it for the same type of specialization. A level 5 bronze weapon only has plus 10 attack power. It's so weak that it's better not to have it, so I'll naturally exchange it for specialization. Chen Chen thought without hesitation. You have gained stick weapon specialization plus 1. Current proficiency level in blunt weapons, master level 1. Profession comes with master level proficiency in blunt weapons, master level 1 blunt weapon proficiency effect, using blunt weapons, agility plus 100%, 1% chance of breaking defense attack, 1% chance of stunning attack, 1% chance of lifesteal attack. Master level 1? Chen Chen smiled. It makes sense that Monkey Brother comes with master level proficiency in blunt weapons, right? While others need to start from level 1 to advance, the Great Sage equal to Heaven starts directly from master level. The benefits of weapon proficiency in PK and boss battles are immense. The gap in weapon proficiency is so large that relying solely on skill and operation can allow one to avoid being hit by opponents. Given this, every time equipment drops, Chen Chen exchanges it for weapon proficiency. After all, this equipment is less useful to him than the proficiency. Blunt weapon proficiency plus 3, currently 3, 100 to upgrade. Blunt weapon proficiency plus 5, currently 8, 100 to upgrade. Finally, a cave appeared ahead, adorned with animal skins and smeared with blood and flesh on the ground. Enter to initiate level 5 boss battle. Wolf Demon King, do you wish to enter? Is the boss battle about to start? Chen Chen nimbly climbed onto the tip of his staff, raising his hand to shield his forehead as he peered into the cave. Demon, where do you think you're going? He charged in. At this moment, inside the South River base, Huang Chang and Li Qingye had just exchanged a few words when they suddenly turned to look at the big screen. They were dumbfounded. What? The two rushed forward to inquire with the technical professionals. You didn't switch the target, did you? Is that Chen Chen? The technical professionals were already so shocked that their mouths trembled, their faces filled with disbelief. Report, sir, it's him. I guarantee I didn't switch. Hearing this, the two's mouths dropped wide open. In just a few hours, this kid leveled up 5 times? Li Chengye choked on his words, coughing repeatedly. Even with national luck backing him, his leveling speed is like a rocket. You really can't compare people. Huang Chang shook his head inside, his eyes full of admiration. Even an ordinary S-level divine professional can only level up twice a day at most. At this rate, he'll probably reach level 20 in just a few days. Ha 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 ha. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted off his heart. With his growth rate, what's there to worry about for the country? We must do everything we can to support his growth. Li Chengye clenched his fists, his gaze even more resolute. Continue to closely monitor everything about Chen Chen, continue to protect him. Yes. Outside, at the dungeon entrance, more and more people gathered in the wild areas, each one staring in astonishment at the level 5 dungeon. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? Is someone soloing a level 1 to take on a level 5 dungeon? Isn't that something a 100-man team needs to tackle? Who is treating their life so lightly? Suddenly, boom! The sky darkened with thunder and rain, and with a loud crash, a massive lightning bolt struck down, knocking over the trees by the roadside. From all directions, numerous professionals in combat gear rushed out. A giant steel wall descended from nowhere, firmly blocking the dungeon entrance. Everyone, evacuate! Spread out! The provincial defense director, Xia Jia, suddenly appeared, his brow furrowed as he shouted anxiously. I'll say it again, evacuate, this is an order. All the young prodigies looked around in shock at the stern-faced city defense team members. A middle-aged man stepped forward to hand Xia Jia a cigarette, astonished. Comrade, what's happening? Quickly take the prodigies and evacuate. Xia Jia's worried gaze was fixed on the entrance to the secret realm. An E-level exclusive secret realm has gone out of control. The indigenous creatures of the secret realm are crossing the gaps in spacetime and are attacking this wild area. According to the data, that exclusive secret realm may have a level 10 boss level Lich King. I have already sealed off the southern city wild area. The rest is up to our city defense team. Before the problem is solved, no newcomers are allowed to enter the wild area. The secret realm is out of control? Hearing this, the surrounding young prodigies gasped in shock. No wonder. The Lich King. The out-of-control secret realm is in the world of Azeroth? Although it's just an E-level secret realm, Azeroth is quite powerful. It seems we need at least 10 level 20 city defense team members to surround and kill the level 10 boss, the Lich King, right? The boys were stunned and astonished to hear that their leveling plans had been ruined, because the exclusive secret realm was out of control. Such things were not uncommon. One could say it was a regular occurrence for professionals. If a professional encounters an accident while doing tasks in an exclusive secret realm, it could lead to the secret realm creatures going out of control and launching a counterattack into the real world. In severe cases, it might even require the intervention of a professional army to resolve. But that kid is still inside. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows tightly. If anything happened to any of the prodigies under his command, he would be held accountable. Ha! Xia Jia was stunned. You mean a level 1 newcomer is soloing a dungeon? Yes. The middle-aged man nodded with difficulty. This was a serious situation. Both of them felt a wave of despair wash over them. If one of the prodigies here encountered a problem, they would all face consequences. A level 1 soloing a level 5 dungeon, plus an out-of-control secret realm invasion. Xia Jia rubbed his face hard. Don't even mention a level 1 newcomer, even a level 20 professional would be in grave danger. Sigh. I just hope this prodigy can hold on a little longer. He sighed, doing all he could and leaving the rest to fate, fully committed to the rescue. We must save him, we can help. The earlier confrontation with the little fairy had also made the young prodigies feel goodwill towards Chun Chen. The boys, worried, spoke up with righteous indignation. Comrades from the City Defense Bureau, you must rescue this student. He was also threatened with his family's safety, forced to solo the secret realm. As they spoke, all the boys cast angry glances at the slightly plump little fairy, Li Chanxian. She had used her power to threaten Chen Chen's family, and everyone had seen it. What are you all looking at me for? Li Chanxian was taken aback, sneering coldly, it's not like I made him go in, how ridiculous, you guys are really pathetic. Well, Xia Jia shot her a cold glance and turned to the others. Classmates, I understand your concerns, but we will do our best to rescue that student. Meanwhile, inside the South River base, Huang Chang and Li Qingye both stared anxiously at the big screen. The secret realm going out of control is no small matter. Be ready to teleport for rescue at any time. Unfortunately, if we intervene, he might be punished by the game's main god, and today's efforts would be in vain. We have no choice, we must take action if necessary. Deep in the wolf den, sounds of roars and growls that didn't seem human echoed. Wolf Demon King, level 5 boss, health, 20,000. Strength, 100. Constitution, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 100. Standing at a height of 3 meters, with red eyes, the Wolf Demon King rose up, wielding a massive wolf fawn club. While gnawing on the flesh between its teeth, it glanced sideways at the golden monkey in front of it. Is it you who wants to challenge me? Too much nonsense. Chen Chen was too lazy to waste time, his wooden stick seeming to possess immense power. Monster, die. With a fierce swing, he struck hard on the Wolf Demon King's head. With a loud bang, the Wolf Demon King felt as if its face had opened a soy sauce shop, with salty, sweet, fishy, bitter, and spicy flavors all bursting out, licking the slime at the corner of its lips. Oh, it was its own brain matter. Looking up at its health, after one hit, its 20,000 health instantly dropped to 18,000. A normal attack dealt 2,000 damage? This damage. Are you telling me this is a level 5 professional? The Wolf Demon King's cyan eyes were about to explode. Grandpa, I was wrong, don't kill me. The Wolf Demon King panicked and quickly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Call me Great Sage Grandpa. Chen Chen knocked it over with a stick. Rubbing his thumb across his nose, he thought, is this the boss? Too cowardly. Great Sage Grandpa. Don't kill me, it's not easy to become a boss, I have elders above and children below. Chen Chen shrugged. Sorry, your elders and children have all been killed by me. Now he had leveled up to level 5. His strength had grown to 150, equating to a basic attack power of 150 points, plus 1,260% critical damage. One hit dealt over 1,800 points of damage. With master level weapon specialization, there was also a chance to inflict stun and break defense damage. Was a level 5 boss enough to see? Not at all. Ah, you killed my whole family, damn human, this king will fight you to the end. Hearing that all the wolves had been killed, the Wolf Demon King furiously sprang up from the ground, swaying as it charged at Chun Chen, swinging its wolf fawn club down. Bang! Chen Chen leaped high and struck with his stick. One hit after another. Now with 150 agility, he was equivalent to a level 20 assassin. The Wolf Demon King had just been knocked down by one hit when Chen Chen's next strike came like a whirlwind. Bang 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 bang. After 10 hits, the Wolf Demon King was reduced to a puddle of mush. A family should be neat and tidy. Chen Chen chuckled, noticing a reward card pool popping out from the Wolf Demon King. You have killed a level 5 boss, gaining plus 500 experience points. You have leveled up to level 6. A silver card pool appeared. The boss card pool has good stuff, it's worth leveling up. Chen Chen pondered and opened his emotion bar. Current emotion value, 105,324. Wow, it increased by over 3,000 points? Chen Chen was surprised. The wild monsters were muddled and provided little emotion value. Just now, the Wolf Demon King had only provided 100 points of fear, so how could it increase so quickly? What happened outside? Chen Chen turned to look at the outside world, his expression suspicious. However, this did not affect him directly upgrading the card pool. After just one upgrade of the card pool, buzz! The silver card pool trembled slightly, then burst forth with waves of purple gold light, shattering into pieces. It split into a river of prizes. What's going on? Chen Shen looked at the prize river, and a prompt sound came to his ears. Loot upgraded. You can choose any 2 prizes from the prize pool. The boss card pool upgraded and directly exploded into a prize pool. Chen Shen was filled with ecstatic joy. Choose any prize from the prize pool? I don't even need to draw lots? He looked at the first 2 prizes in the prize pool. Professional Skill Advancement Scroll, Unique, Drop Rate 0.0001%. Specialization Upgrade Scroll, Unique, Drop Rate 0.0001%. Note, unique means soulbound reward, cannot be traded, cannot be resold. Awesome, a small level 5 boss prize pool actually has so many good things that can't be bought with card pool points. Chen Chen drooled. Now he understood that the boss prize pool he upgraded would directly turn into a selectable prize pool. The first 2 items had a drop rate of 1 in 10,000. To get them from a level 5 boss would truly consume one's lifespan. They weren't even sold on the market. Once they dropped, they were soulbound. Because these items were exclusive to upgrading professions, they could only be obtained with immense luck. And Chen Shen only needed to upgrade the boss card pool once to choose directly. Exciting! Chen Shen didn't hesitate to take these 2 prizes. You have obtained Professional Skill Advancement Scroll *1. You have obtained Specialization Upgrade Scroll *1. Boom! Just then, a sudden thunderclap echoed from outside the cave, and a rift appeared in the clear sky, releasing a chilling wind that swept across the land. Countless skeletal undead surged forth, making Chen Chen feel the temperature drop by several degrees. What the hell is this? Chen Chen turned to look. Has the dungeon mutated? However, his eyes lit up. So many little monsters. Thousands of skeletal undead, all level 6 minions. Perfectly matching his level. The game master knows I haven't farmed enough, so he deliberately increased the difficulty. I'm really moved to tears. Chen Chen rushed forward, activating his ability, provocatively challenging a group of skeletal undead. Hey, over here. There's a handsome guy. Hiss hiss hiss. The undead understood Chen Chen's words under the effect of, and one by one, they charged at him in anger. Come on. Chen Chen swung the 2 yellow wooden sticks in his hands, sweeping them apart. Whoosh! Bones scattered everywhere. You provoked. You killed a skeletal undead, LV6 Elite, gaining experience plus 20. The endless farming continued. Outside. Are you sure that kid won't survive? Outside the defense line, a middle-aged man asked with a sorrowful expression. Sigh. Xiajie sighed deeply, standing at the dungeon entrance, ready for anything. Sigh, it's probably impossible now. He shook his head. In this chaotic Azeroth secret realm, even if it's just an E-level dungeon, the minions inside are at least level 6 elites. A level 1 newbie probably can't even break through their defenses, let alone face a level 10 boss like the Lich King. How could this happen? The middle-aged man's face was filled with sorrow, and all the young prodigies beside him looked mournful. He died heroically, we should all remember him. Xiajie said with a grim face, I'll keep trying, I won't give up any hope. The middle-aged man's face couldn't hide his regretful sigh. That kid must be very scared right now. Clearly, he has a bright future, yet he gets taken down in the newbie dungeon. Sigh, fate is really unfair. Sigh. The many young prodigies sighed in unison, then turned their resentful gazes toward Li Chanshan. The evil you've done will one day come back to haunt you. Threatening to kill his whole family? I want to see what you can do. Just wait until we grow up. Li Chanshan panicked upon hearing that Chen Shen was doomed. I didn't send him to his death. It's all his own fault for having a weak mental capacity. What does that have to do with me? Inside the South River base, Huang Chang and Li Qingye were stunned watching Chen Shen farm monsters. I was going to remind him, but it seems completely unnecessary now. His basic attack damage has become terrifying. He hasn't even used a health potion yet. Any monster is killed in one hit. They now understood how desperate those divine beings were facing Chen Shen in the end of day's battle. Do we still need to teleport for assistance, sir? A military personnel asked. Huang Chang shook his head. Completely unnecessary, a mere level dungeon poses no danger to him. I share the same view, Li Qingye nodded excitedly. Bang! As Chen Shen suddenly smashed an 8th level undead warrior with a stick, chunks of corpse debris fell apart. You killed an undead warrior, LV8 experience monster, gaining 50 experience points. Killing a monster of the same level triggers a talent, gaining basic attack critical damage plus 1%. You leveled up to level 8. Is this an endless dungeon? The monsters seemed to never stop spawning. Chen Shen looked at the tide of undead before him, continuously pouring out from that uncontrollable rift. His basic attack critical damage had stacked to 1,500%, with 15 times the damage. Leveling up to level 8, he felt absolutely ecstatic. Is there a more exhilarating way to level up than this? Endless small monsters, endless grinding. And for the profession talent of the great sage equal to heaven, just grinding the same level monsters can increase the crit damage of normal attacks. Plus, the weapon specialization gained along the way and the recent specialization upgrade scroll. Chen Chen looked at his specialization panel. Sticks and Clubs weapon specialization has been upgraded to Master Level 3. Master Level 1 Stick and Club specialization effect, using stick and club weapons, agility plus 130%, 3% chance to break defense attack, 3% chance to stun attack, 3% chance to lifesteal attack. Now, with just a few hits, Chen Chen could trigger one of the three effects, break defense, stun, or lifesteal. Moreover, agility would bring more variations in moves, making it easier to block damage. Awesome, so awesome. Chen Chen excitedly looked at this weapon specialization, estimating that no novice priest could surpass him. Leveling up the specialization to Master Level 3 in a single day would be explosive news in the Weapon Specialization Guild. Quick, bring me another boss. He immediately looked around. Grinding small monsters had become tiresome. The key was that if another boss appeared, he could level up to 10. Leveling up 10 levels in a day, and quickly reaching level 20, he could probably try to challenge the primordial secret realm. That Leopard King, could it withstand my normal attacks dealing dozens of times the damage? Roar! The next moment, an extremely furious roar echoed from the rift in time and space. What kind of abomination from another world is this, slaughtering so many of my soldiers? The ground was littered with the corpses of the undead, making that being incredibly furious. Crack, 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 crack. It sounded as if ancient ice was shattering, and the temperature in the entire dungeon dropped by more than 10 degrees. Even outside the dungeon, a cold wind swept through, and the steel gate was instantly covered in frost. Everyone, be aware, the out-of-control boss will arrive on the battlefield in 3 seconds. Xiajie shouted, his eyes sharp as an eagle, staring at the steel gate. The surrounding city defense team members gripped their weapons tightly, holding their breath. Brothers, we must not let it breach into the city. 3. Protecting the citizens of the province is our responsibility, our oath. 2. Reinforcements are on the way. Before we die, we must not let the out-of-control boss step into the city. 1. Xiajie roared with great fervor, accompanied by the sound of the steel gate straining under pressure, followed by the hissing, terrifying whispers of the undead. At that moment, everyone was united. The city defense team members were ready to face death. After all, facing a level 10 out-of-control boss, the Lich King, it was normal for several of these level 10 to 20 city defense members to die. But no one was afraid of death. The students and teachers watching nearby gritted their teeth, ready to fill any gaps in defense before the army arrived. Each of them, A-level royal prodigies, transformed into their royal state, gazing at the great door like deities, their cold eyes like ice. The next moment, everyone could see a 10-foot-tall armored giant standing before the steel gate, clad in black armor, with 2 points of ghostly light in its eyes, wielding a dark holy sword, exuding a chilling aura. Damn abomination from another world! It roared, thunder rumbling. I am Adasath, the Lord of the Undead, the King of Frost. I am the disaster. Everyone prepare to face the boss's charge. Xiajie bellowed, charging to brace against the steel gate. The next moment, a calm and composed voice of a young man came from within the steel gate. Stop! Crack, crack, crack. An astonishing scene unfolded, as the massive Lich King suddenly froze in place, maintaining the action of swinging his sword. Everyone was stunned. The scene fell into silence. What happened? What's going on? The Lich King isn't moving? He. A burst of hearty laughter from a young boy followed. I said, why isn't there a boss in this dungeon? Turns out it's hiding here. Immediately after, the Lich King was unsealed, but he looked back in terror. It was as if he had seen something extremely horrifying, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Ah, little bug. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Don't poke there. The steel door fell silent for a moment. Everyone stared in astonishment at the door, listening to that voice, unsure of what was happening behind it. Is it a disaster? Bang! Is it Atosis? Bang! Is it the Lich King? Bang! With each question from behind the door came a dull, thunderous sound of steel colliding. Then came the Lich King's pleas for mercy. Atosis. Lich, stop hitting me. I was wrong, who are you? This other world is too terrifying. I want to go back. The previously imposing voice of the Lich King now carried a sobbing tone. Everyone present stood like wooden stakes, dumbfounded. The city defense team members, on high alert, had their eyes wide open like eggs. At the front, Xiajie turned back in confusion. Want to run? did I let you run? Bang bang bang. A few more muffled sounds followed. As the master of disasters, just like this. After a reluctant roar, it was as if something enormous had fallen. Is a higher-tier boss invading? Everyone's hearts trembled, wishing they could turn and flee. Atosa's was already the strongest in Azeroth. How powerful could a boss that could torment Atosa's be? This was simply beyond what this level of power could contend with. Who opened a door here? A puzzled young voice came from inside the door. Bang! Then the steel door meant to block the undead was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The half-meter-thick iron door bent in the middle from a single blow. In an instant, all eyes focused on the entrance to the secret realm. There stood Chen Shen, transformed into a thunderous black ape state, holding a yellow-red wooden stick, clutching the Lich King Atosa's lifeless head. He scratched his head in confusion, looking around. Hey, why are you all here? Why aren't you out grinding monsters? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of everyone gasping could almost be heard clearly. It was as if all the young prodigies and city defense team members' faces darkened simultaneously. You! The middle-aged man shouted in disbelief. This! Ssss-Ran's eyes went blank, gritting his teeth, squeezing out a few words through clenched jaws. You're still alive. Nearby, all the young prodigies let out a joyful shout. We thought you were dead. The next moment, all the boys' faces froze, as if they had thought of something extremely terrifying. A level 10 boss's impact, plus a level 5 boss, and he's still alive? Not only is he alive, could it be that he just killed Atosa's? No! This is impossible. They're both a level royal strength and a level 1 newbie. How can he be this strong? This kid actually didn't die, and yet. Li Qianxian was instantly shocked, her plump body undulating, her small eyes wide open. What level of power is this? This classmate, were you just soloing a level 5 dungeon? City Defense Captain Ssss-Rank rushed forward, looking at Chen Shen with a gaze of reverence. He saluted, his voice slightly trembling. May I ask, did you kill that out-of-control boss just now? You've helped our city defense team immensely. You are a hero of the entire city. Chen Shen walked out of the wild area gate in confusion. Out-of-control boss? What out-of-control boss? Isn't this a level 5 dungeon? At the same time, a notification sound echoed in the sky. Level 1 practitioner, soloing level 5 dungeon, Wolf Demon Den, success. Achieved the unique legendary achievement, God's Might Like a Prison. God's Might Like a Prison, permanent plus 10% damage increase. Level 5 dungeon. Ssss-Rank trembled as he looked at the enormous Lich King's corpse lying in the wild area, along with the mountain of undead bodies behind it. Shocked, he grabbed Chen Shen, this classmate. I want to represent the city to commend you, to give you the highest honor. You have saved the city from a crisis. You are the pride of the nation. Chen Shen nodded, his expression calm. Oh, thank you for the compliment. There was not a hint of surprise. As the war god of Huaxia, this was simply what he was supposed to do. Ssss-Rank's face froze, and he looked again at Chen Shen's expression, completely unable to guess his background. Although there are examples in the A-level royal professions where someone is strong even at level 1, it is based on future potential being overdrawn. But this young man before him didn't seem to be in that situation. You have gained emotion shock. You have gained emotion admiration. You have gained emotion reverence. A grand notification sound echoed in Chen Shen's ears. He looked. The 1,000 emotional points he had just spent had bounced back, plus an additional 3,000. Awesome. He had already walked away, facing the astonished gazes of everyone, lowering his head to count the spoils from this monster hunt. First, he looked at the 4 golden characters above his head. God's Might Like a Prison. Permanent plus 10% damage increase. It's important to know that such hidden attributes for damage increase are the hardest to obtain. Ordinary professionals might spend hundreds of billions on pool points and still not get a critical hit equipment attribute. This title directly grants a permanent 10%. Just now, the Lich King dropped 2 skill advancement scrolls from the pool, and 2 weapon specialization upgrade scrolls. These are all soulbound items that money cannot buy. Chen Shen sighed inwardly. Indeed, going into dungeons is very satisfying. He checked his level, which had already risen to level 8. Critical damage stacked to 1,520%. With such strength, reaching level 20 should be enough to wrestle with the Leopard King, right? But the Leopard King, as a primordial creature, is at least a level 50 boss, even if it's just a small demon that hasn't matured yet. Chen Shen hadn't thought that simply. No! At that moment, a scream rang out. Li Qianxian suddenly pulled out her phone, her face changing dramatically, letting out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Sweat poured down her body like rain. Everyone received a text message. On August 24th, a major embezzlement and bribery case was uncovered in the provincial capital. with all the officials involved in treason falling from grace. The Li family group was found to be colluding with foreign powers, a heinous crime, and has been surrounded and captured, all sentenced to death. This text message, combined with Li Chanxian's reaction, made everyone show satisfied smiles. Ha ha ha, a great relief. The Li family is indeed a treasonous group. They deserve to die. They deserve to die. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who knew the Li family's influence was now drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling as he looked at Chen Chen. The Li family. Not to mention being in the top 10 of the provincial capital, they are at least among the top 100 professional families. And in the blink of an eye, they had turned to ashes. He had no evidence, yet he felt inexplicably terrified of this young man before him. As if a towering giant stood behind him. Justice will not be late, right? While everyone was immersed in joy, Chen Chen laughed heartily, casually resting his shoulders on his staff, swaggering away, leaving only a solitary figure behind. He had already reached level 8 and was heading to the next leveling spot. You guys are pretty quick. Along the way, Chen Chen spoke to Huang Chang through the secret stone. It's your credit, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have discovered these rats in the gutters, Huang Chang said with a smile. Watching Chen Chen grow rapidly, he was so happy that he put everything aside, even more delighted than seeing his own grandson grow up. The old man who dedicated his life to the country had only one wish in his heart, to see Huaxia rise. Huang Chang pondered for a moment and said to Chen Chen, since you've been training and leveling up down there, how about I assign you a task? There are definitely still a lot of rats in the provincial capital of Jiangnan. Can you help me identify these scoundrels and traitors among the people? It will also be a way to hone your ability to handle matters. Sounds good. Chen Chen immediately nodded happily. I love catching spies and traitors, you can count on me. You really have the demeanor of the great sage. Huang Chang chuckled with great satisfaction. Soon, military personnel arrived to escort Chen Chen to a pre-prepared confidential residence. A large villa, a big swimming pool, and a garage full of luxury cars, everything was complete. The service staff were also of the highest caliber. As Chen Chen rested, he looked at other things that had been revealed today. Professional skill advancement scrolls. Now that he had reached level 8, he had unlocked 3 new abilities. In addition to Passage to the Abyss, Binding, Pray for Rain, and Summon Thunder. He had also unlocked Water Restriction, Fire Avoidance, and Clone. Prohibits water energy fluctuations, consuming 100 mental power per second. Immune to 90% fire damage, consuming 50 mental power per second. Creates a clone with 10% of the main body's total attributes, lasting 10 minutes, each clone consuming 200 mental power. I have so many skills that I can't even use them all. Chen Chen looked at his 7 skills gained from reaching level 8 and felt ecstatic. Each of these 7 skills would be considered forbidden techniques in other professions. But for the great sage, they were merely minor abilities. Water restriction and fire avoidance are both damage reduction skills, but the key is this clone skill. Chen Chen looked at the clone and pulled a tuft of golden hair from the back of his head. Transform. With a whoosh, a clone that looked exactly like him appeared, and his vision split into 2, each perspective offering a different experience. Wow, this skill. Chen Chen felt that having a clone would definitely increase his efficiency in monster hunting. He then looked at the 3 professional advancement scrolls in his backpack. Let's advance binding first. He could tell that binding and clone were currently the most useful skills. They could compensate for his only strong basic attack and speed up leveling and boss fighting efficiency. Ding! Consuming professional skill advancement scroll, your skill binding has been upgraded, but not fully upgraded. Upgraded but not fully upgraded, what does that mean? Chen Chen was speechless. While others treasured their professional skill advancement scrolls, even saving each one for emergencies, he had smashed down 3 in a row. Miracles happen with great effort. Your skill binding has advanced to the Great Luo spell Purple Micro Forbidden Spell. Advanced to the Great Luo spell? Chen Chen was stunned. Originally, the transformation of the 72 earthly fiends taught by the Bodhi Patriarch was merely a technique at the Taiyi Golden Immortal level. Using the skill advancement scroll, it could actually advance to the Great Luo level technique? Does that mean he could obtain skills even more powerful than the original Great Sage? If that's the case, as long as he upgraded these skills before entering the exclusive secret realm of the Primordial, he could perform operations even more outrageous than the original Great Sage in the Primordial. He quickly checked the advanced Great Luo spell. Purple Micro Forbidden Spell, LV1, Description, Great Luo Divine Might, ignoring all rules. Effect, prohibits living beings or objects, preventing thought, everything remains motionless. Consumes 100 mental power per second, ignoring rules below SSS level. Incredible. Chen Chen took a deep breath. although this skill was still at level 1, based on its authority. Once he entered the primordial, even great Luo-level beings could be bound. This was much stronger than the original Monkey King, and all he had to do was continue grinding the profession skill advancement scrolls. Grind! Damn it! Shen took a break, slept for a while, and then continued to look for dungeons. It's this kid who interfered with our good deeds in the Heaven and Earth Alliance? Late at night, in a dark, deserted, dilapidated house, a few red-named players who had killed before were staring at a photo of the black ape, Shen. Damn it, we finally managed to create a chaotic situation in the secret realm, thinking we could take advantage of the confusion to raid the city. Who knew this kid would put a stop to it? A bald man with a heavy scar on his face had a sinister look in his eyes as he pinched his cigarette. I can't swallow this. After half a month of planning for the secret realm chaos, this kid ruined it. He pointed at the photo of Shen. Let's stake him out, teach him a lesson, and let him know whose territory the provincial city is. But boss, that kid seems to have military backing. A red-named player looked at the military personnel on the edge of the photo, feeling a bit nervous. Military personnel? Ha! The bald man sneered. He has backing, but doesn't our Heaven and Earth Alliance have any? He immediately made a phone call. Young Master Qin, there's a new prodigy in the provincial city who's messing up our plans. I want to teach him a lesson. What do you think? Useless, you can't even handle this small matter. The voice on the other end was very angry. The situation is tense lately, the higher-ups just came to check. You all need to be more careful. Young Master Qin, he's just a poor kid from the countryside. The bald man smiled ingratiatingly. You handle it. With a click, the call ended. The bald man showed a pleased expression and said fiercely, go stake him out, find another opportunity, and take him down. Yes, boss. The two red-named players immediately turned and left the room. The next day, outside the wild area. Thank you to this outstanding citizen for your remarkable contribution to the city defense work. Director Xia Jie of the provincial city's defense shook Shen's hand with a beaming face, presenting him with a medal. This medal is specially awarded as a reward. Click, click, click. The flashing lights from the outside illuminated the scene as a large group of reporters surrounded Shen, bombarding him with questions. Excuse me, can you reveal your name? How did you achieve such heroic deeds at such a young age? Do you have a girlfriend? The accompanying military personnel blocked them all. No filming, no interviews. Please do not interfere with our work. Shen merely stared at the medal in his hand. Ding! You have activated the merit system. Level 1 City Guardian Badge, Strength +1 Constitution +1 Agility +1 Spirit +1. These are permanent attributes. Old Huang, what does this medal mean? He quietly asked Huang Chang at the base. Only actions recognized by the game's main deity can earn merit points. Huang Chang stroked his chin, deep in thought. Do you know how rare a medal is? Many players at level 50 or 60 still can't activate the merit system. This is simply an unexpected gain, greatly beneficial for your growth. I see. Shen nodded. Clearly, this matter couldn't be interfered with by the officials. It was reported by the City Defense Bureau to the game officials. He recalled a saying in the Huaxia Empire. First-class merit, earned with your life. Second-class merit, earned with injuries. Third-class merit, earned with great effort. Merit points must be certified by the game's main deity, and they provide additional bonuses. For him, it was an indispensable boost, especially since he had to face a level 50 primal boss at level 20. In the future, he would also bear the fate of the nation and compete with the gods of various countries. Now, which wild area should I go to? Shen scratched his head, having just taken a stroll in the wild area arranged by the military, only to find no dungeons and a sharp drop in experience points. Dungeons spawned randomly, and after experiencing the thrill of dungeons, he didn't want to waste time grinding in ordinary wild areas. If you want to enjoy monster hunting like before, you have to find some dungeons to tackle. This talented classmate. Suddenly, Xia Jie leaned over with a grin and said, we have quite a few tasks in our bureau. Want to earn some extra rewards? With excellent combat professionals being dispatched to the military front lines, the City Defense Bureau was indeed short-staffed, as evidenced by Xia Jie's tense demeanor when facing an out-of-control lich. Sure. Shen agreed without hesitation. What rewards? All tasks in our City Defense Bureau come with merit points. Xia Jie knew that someone like Shen wouldn't be interested in ordinary rewards, only merit points would catch his eye. I'll give you a special recruitment officer identity. Merit points can be exchanged for items in the merit shop, speeding up your growth. How about that? Special recruitment officer? Merit points? Shen's eyes lit up. You have law enforcement authority, right? You can empty a magazine, right? Well, it's not quite like that. Xia Jie chuckled awkwardly. Huang Chang and Li Qingye from the southern Jiang base smiled and nodded at this scene. Indeed, a heroic youth can make a mark anywhere. Agree to him, becoming a city defense officer will benefit you. 10 minutes later, the dashing Thunder Black Ape donned a black combat outfit, with a baton at his waist, looking even more sinister. Inside the City Defense Bureau, a group of city defense officers looked astonished. This kid was directly recruited? Didn't he just graduate? The minimum standard for city defense officers is level 10. The next moment, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Chen Chen walked straight to the task board and accepted all the tasks from the City Defense Bureau, including the B-level out-of-control secret realm task that had been hanging for half a month. The task board was cleared. This caused many seasoned officers at levels 20 to 30 to be blown away. Damn, this kid is so arrogant? That B-level out-of-control secret realm, even those of us at level 30 wouldn't dare to go. I don't believe this kid has such strong abilities. Damn it, let him show off. That previous lich, they talked about it so mysteriously, I suspect he just spent money on high-level items to get through. They didn't believe it. The hard work they put in to reach level 30 could be surpassed by a level 10 newcomer. This was too unfair. Chen Chen smirked and headed straight out of the city to the level 10 wild area, the museum. He pulled out his credentials and shouted, "City Defense Area Law Enforcement. I declare this wild area closed, everyone evacuate quickly, do not interfere with law enforcement." The black baton in his hand was an 8-level blue equipment, with average damage. But it had one effect, it could extend and retract at will. With a sudden extension, he swept away everyone at the entrance of the wild area. The professionals who were leveling up all looked astonished. Damn, is this city defense officer for real? The wild area can be closed just like that, there's no law anymore. But when Chen Chen swung that baton, these level 10 professionals would lose half their health, who would dare not to run? Behind him came a chorus of curses. This is violent law enforcement. I've noted your number, I'm going to file a complaint against you, just wait for the lawsuit. Chen Chen looked at the empty wild area and let out a comfortable sigh. It was quiet now. This wild area was his. How could he be a city guardian without enforcing the law violently? First, Chen Chen looked at a task. Eradicate the demon gathering point. Task description: a stronghold established by demons after invading the wild area, occupied by a level 15 boss demon priest. Demons are all elite level monsters, extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous, huh? Danger also means high rewards, this one it is. Chen Chen wandered around the wild area for half a day and found a special map where the ground was cracked, flowing with a mixture of lava and blood. He stepped onto the pitch-black soil, and a prompt sound echoed in his ears. Level 15 Demon Invasion Map, requires City Defense Team to handle, extremely dangerous. Do you wish to enter? Enter. The figure stepped in without any hesitation. Did he really go into that demon map? Behind him, Xia Jie rushed over with the City Defense Team, shocked at the scene. No way, are you kidding me? That demon priest has been entrenched for years, and no one dares to clear it. Does he not know that if the demon priest fails a challenge, it will permanently lower his attributes? This is the remnant of the Great Demon War from back then, not something our local city defense team can handle. We've already reported it to the military, but Chen Chen, cold sweat streamed down Xia Jie's face uncontrollably. Chen Chen was someone he had specially recruited. He heard there were military connections behind him. If such a prodigy were to fall under his watch, his already bleak future would be utterly dark. If I had another chance, I wish I had never met this kid. Xia Jie felt despair and bitterness. He never expected Chen Chen to be so bold, directly taking on all the high-difficulty cases from the City Defense Bureau. Director Xia, you need to give us an explanation. The professionals who were driven out by Chen Chen also showed their discontent. Yeah, how does your city defense team operate? That demon map is not something a level 10 can handle. Isn't this sending people in to die? And it's wasting everyone's leveling time. Please calm down. Xia Jie forced himself to swallow his frustration and reassured the crowd. We will definitely give everyone an explanation for today's events. The next moment, a loud bang echoed. Everyone climbed over the hill and gazed at the dim, blood-red map. Suddenly, a broken body was thrown out from the gray mist. That city defense team member, did he die so quickly? Everyone thought Chen Chen was already dead. But upon closer inspection, they saw the body had blood-red skin, clearly a demon's corpse, with its eyes burst out, as if its head had been smashed in. Everyone was completely stunned. What the hell? Isn't that a level 10 demon servant? Last time I passed through the wild area, it clawed me, and I permanently lost 2 points in all attributes. Did that young man kill it? No one responded. Inside the demon map, Chen Chen looked at the long, skeletal figure with dark red skin, resembling a demon. He curled his lip. This is a demon? The remnant of the great demon war? Ah, fresh blood delivered right to my door. Several demons with crimson eyes revealed a fierce expression. Chinese, the most delicious food. Chen Chen's normal attack critical damage had stacked to 1520%, with a strength attribute of 181, plus the 50 attack power from a level 10 baton. With a 15-fold critical hit, a single strike dealt over 4000 damage. As a level 10 elite special monster, the demon only had about 2000 health points. Killing it was easy. Whoosh! The black baton swung out, and 4 or 5 demons charging at him were instantly torn apart, limbs flying into the sky. You have killed a demon servant, experience plus 100. The experience is skyrocketing like this? One is worth 100 points, awesome. Chen Chen knew he had come to the right place. Looking at the tide of demons continuously surging from afar, he estimated that the number of demons in this map was no less than that in the wolf den. Enough for him to grind. Freeze! Chen Chen shouted. The ZY forbidden spell activated, and a dozen demons were instantly immobilized. But Chen Chen's 180 points of spirit were instantly depleted. Taking this opportunity, Chen Chen struck each demon from behind. Put, put, put. The black baton was instantly stained yellow at both ends. In an instant, all the demons showed extreme pain, horror, and anger on their faces. What the hell did that damned Huaxia person do to me? It hurts. It hurts so much there. Kill a wild monster of the same level, trigger talent, gain plus 1% basic attack critical damage. Thud thud. Chen Chen pulled out a few bottles of mental power potions from his police backpack, twisted off the caps, and downed them, instantly replenishing his mental power. He pulled out a few strands of hair. Transform. Whoosh. A Chen Chen identical to him appeared, and this Chen Chen dealt 400 points of damage with a single strike. 1/10 of the damage. The two Chen Chens charged towards the tide of demons, one in front and one behind. In an instant, severed limbs and broken arms flew everywhere. The outside world could only see through the thick fog the continuous flying severed limbs of the demons, with the sounds of shock rising higher and higher. No way? This is a level 10 special demon. That person is only level 10, how did he do it? What kind of genius is he? Xia Jie's eyes also froze. The city defense team members beside him were completely stunned, turning their heads to look over timidly. Director, do we still need support? Xia Jie was also unsure for a moment. Could it be that he really has such talent? You killed a level 10 demon servant, experience plus 100. You killed a level 11 demon warrior, experience plus 110. You killed a level 12 demon guardian, experience plus 120. Gradually, Chen Chen killed all the demons on the outskirts of the demon tribe and delved deeper into the tribe. The outside world could no longer see any severed limbs. Only deep terror remained. Invaders from Daxia, retreat to your territory. This place belongs to the Supreme Demon Empire. On a small mountain made of demon corpses, Chen Chen sat at the top, with 2 yellow police batons stuck in a head, looking down at a level 14 demon elder in front of him, accompanied by a group of level 13 demon mages. I don't know about the Demon Empire, but I know this place is under the jurisdiction of our city defense bureau. Now I suspect there are improper relations among you. Let's crack down on it. Ha! Crack down? The demon elder and the demon mages exchanged glances. Do we look like we have improper relations? He is insulting the great demon empire. The next moment, the demon mages went mad with provocation. Demonic flames raging. The demon elder angrily swung his staff, and overwhelming black fire spread from all directions. Invaders, feel the wrath of the demon lord. Demonic flames raging. Other demon mages also activated their skills, stacking them together. One skill dealt over 3000 points of damage, more than a dozen would add up to tens of thousands of fire damage. Even an ordinary level 20 professional would be instantly killed. Not good. So many area spells. Even a level 30 professional would be in danger. Huang Chang and Li Qingye in the South River base both tightened their hearts. They were ready to teleport for rescue at any moment, but they saw Chen Chen curl up the corners of his mouth. Fire avoidance. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force enveloped his entire body. Fire skills? I love them the most. The talent of the great sage equal to heaven, indestructible diamond, at level 10 already provides a 10% damage reduction, plus the fire avoidance ability's 90% fire damage reduction. After the sky full of demonic flames danced by, although Chen Chen's blue mana was exhausted, all the demon mages widened their eyes. They saw Chen Chen standing proudly under the batons, his whole body like true gold forged in fierce fire. Not a single hair was burned. Instead, he shouted, so comfortable, ha, bring more. What the hell is going on? No damage? Impossible. This is the Demon Lord's fierce flames. The Demon Elders also showed extreme shock. Magic with no damage. This was the first time they encountered such a situation. How could this be? This completely violated the rules of the main god. This kid is too against the heavens, right? 100% immunity to fire damage? Although this divine ability consumes blue energy, as long as we exhaust his blue energy, we can still harm him. But this fire damage immunity is terrifying enough. Inside the base, Huang Chang and Li Qingye both displayed expressions of shock. They had never imagined that Chen Shen had such confidence. What does fire damage immunity mean? It means that all fire-type deities in the future will be completely restrained by Chen Shen. And this is just one of his minor skills. Have you had enough? Chen Shen also smiled. What a useless fire magic, thinking it could break through the defenses of the great sage equal to heaven. The Monkey King could survive even in the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Lord. Truly invincible in fire. Now it's my turn, you old rascals, justice will eventually prevail. Chen Shen raised two yellow batons, suddenly extending them to about 100 meters long, and struck forward with a bang. Boom! The terrifying basic attack damage swept away all the demon mages. Although the demon mages were mages, as special monsters, they had 5,000 health points. A single sweep didn't deal full damage, but left them with a breath of life. Blood protection. The level 14 demon elder quickly released a barrier, and the demon mages healed 2,000 health points. Is it useful? Chen Shen's faint smile could be heard. A wild ape suddenly leaped into the sky, blocking the blazing sun, and swung the long staff from above downwards. Bang! With a single strike, the demon mage's shields shattered in midair, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The demon elder was splattered with blood. In the face of absolute damage, all protective skills are just illusions. You have killed a demon mage LV13, experience plus 300 points. You have killed a demon mage. Chen Shen looked at the stunned demon elder and patted his shoulder. You temporarily put up a shield, care so much, and still say you have no illicit relationship? I will kill you. The white-haired demon elder was greatly shocked, unsure whether it was Chen Shen's strength or words that brought him back to his senses, and he desperately swung his staff. Rumble! A terrifying vortex formed. This damage must be at least over 5,000 points of wind-type magic, and Chen Shen had not yet awakened the wind avoidance divine ability. He quickly struck before the elder could chant. He struck down hard with 2 blows. Crack! Crack! The 8,000 health points of the demon elder were directly smashed. Chen Shen looked at the corpses scattered around him, and various weapon cards appeared. All exchanged for specialization. Your stick-type weapons have been upgraded to Master Level 5. You killed the Demon Elder LV14, experience plus 400 points. You leveled up. Finally level 10. Chen Shen let out a long breath. The more than 100 demons from this demon tribe had directly allowed him to level up twice. In just 2 hours, Chen Shen looked at his current level 10 status panel. You have reached level 10. Name, Chen Shen. Occupation, Great Sage equal to Heaven, Hidden Chosen. Level, 10, 1. 0%, Strength, 201, Agility, 201, Spirit, 201, Constitution, 201, Special Attributes, Basic Attack Critical Damage, 1800%, 10% Damage Reduction, Title, Divine Might Like a Prison. Equipment, City Guardian Metal Level 1, Standard Baton. Skill 72 Earthly Fiend's Transformation, Immobilization, Cloning, Rain Summoning, Thunder Calling, Water Banning, Fire Avoidance, Newly Unlocked Skills, Wind Control, Blade Swallowing. Main Quest, Conquer the Primordial, 0%, Save the Fate of China, 3%. With these attributes, defeating a demon priest boss shouldn't be a problem, right? He carried the baton and strode forward. There were still many baby demons, young demons, and mother demons in this demon tribe. Upon discovering that the elders and warriors had all been killed, they all rushed up frantically to tear at Chen Shen. You are attacking the police. Chen Shen, with great interest, struck down one with a single blow. Normally, he had no interest in grinding these low-level monsters, as the experience gained was too little and did not trigger any talents, making it not worth his time. But now, with nothing else to do, he started taking them down one by one. Bang! 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 The demon tribe, regardless of age or gender, was quickly knocked down to the ground. Who is it? Slaughtering my people? Finally, a furious roar echoed. Covered in blood, Chen Shen looked up ahead. In the center of the demon tribe, a massive tent suddenly burst open, revealing a giant demon, broad-shouldered and 3 meters tall, with exposed fangs and holding a staff. Demon Priest, Level 15 Abyss Boss, Health, 150,000. Strength, 350 Constitution, 350 Agility, 350 Spirit, 400. Skills, 15 types of demon skills. This earth-shattering roar could be heard 10 miles away on the map. Even the provincial city could hear it clearly. In an instant, the citizens were shaken. All the newspapers quickly buzzed with excitement. Did you all hear that? That sound just now, it seemed to come from the demon tribe. This demon tribe has been entrenched in our provincial city for so long, finally someone dares to exterminate them? Could it be that the military sent priests? It must be the military sending someone. There will definitely be big news soon. At the entrance of the dungeon, Ssss-Rank muttered to himself while looking up at the sky. They've already reached the demon priest so quickly? He can't really be clearing this demon map all by himself. The professionals who had been driven out by Chen now looked at him with utmost admiration. What kind of god is this? Soloing the demon lair? That's incredible. Director Xia, what is this officer's name? Please tell me. From today on, he is my idol. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. He completely has the qualifications to be. Ahem. Facing the crowd's admiration, Ssss-Rank also felt a sense of pride, clearing his throat and slowly saying, he is the most outstanding member of our City Defense Bureau, just awarded the City Hero Medal. With such achievements, it's not surprising. As for his name, it's confidential. Due to military intervention and a confidentiality agreement, he didn't even know Chen's name. He only knew he was a very strong genius. The situation quickly alarmed the city government. Mayor, something big has happened. In the mayor's office, the secretary in black high heels rushed in. What happened? Mayor Li Jie turned around abruptly. Is there a demon invasion? No. The secretary's chest heaved as she finally managed to spit out a complete sentence. It's the level 10 wild area. Someone is challenging that demon map. Demon map? Upon hearing this, Mayor Li Jie's expression immediately darkened. What, did another citizen die on that map? No, it's a city defense team member soloing the demon map. Soloing? Li Jie's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints. Isn't that going to get him killed? Who gave the order? I want to revoke his position. You should go see for yourself. 10 minutes later. The entrance to the wild area was already packed with professionals who had come to see, making it impossible to see the dungeon door. A spatial teleportation array quickly formed. Stepping out was Li Jie, dressed in a white suit, looking sternly at the citizens and speaking loudly. Citizens, I am Mayor Li Jie. Quickly disperse and go home. Do not put yourselves in danger. But the surging crowd showed no signs of dispersing. We want to see the extermination of the demon map. Yes, we want to see this hero. We won't leave until he comes out. The shouts grew louder, drowning out Li Jie's voice, leaving him looking quite embarrassed. Xiao Jiezi, how can you still have the face to ask everyone to withdraw? An old man with white hair slammed his cane on the ground and shouted. A mere remnant of a demon, which has plagued the citizens for 30 years without resolution, is a disgrace to our Jiangnan province and a significant responsibility of yours as the mayor. Who has the audacity? Li Jie's eyes turned cold as he suddenly turned around. Upon seeing the old man, his attitude immediately softened. Luo, old Luo, why are you here too? The old man was none other than Luo Zhentian, the head of the Luo family in the provincial capital, a retired general who had made great contributions during the War of the Demons. To be honest, Luo Zhentian had every right to point his finger at Li Jie and scold him, as Li Jie had once been the old man's subordinate. Someone came to clean up your mess, how could I not come and take a look? Luo Zhentian said sharply. Please calm down. Li Jie, sweating profusely, bowed and smiled at old Luo. You know that the level 10 wild area only allows practitioners below level 20 to enter, but for so many years, no one below level 20 has been able to eliminate the demons here. Today is. You should take a good look for yourself. Old Luo pointed into the instance. With their levels, they could easily see through the fog on the demon map. They saw demon corpses scattered everywhere, all killed with a single blow. Li Jie was instantly stunned, his mouth agape in shock. A frenzied black ape, wielding a long stick and dressed in a police uniform, was facing off against the demon priest. How is this possible? He murmured. At this moment, deep within the demon tribe. Damn bugs! The demon priest, somewhat resembling Gul'dan from Warcraft, glared at Chen with a sinister look. You Huaxia bugs, you can never kill enough, nor can you kill them all. As he spoke, he leered, I remember capturing a female practitioner back in the day. That feeling was truly wonderful. Starting to confess to your crimes. Chen nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Say more. Be honest. Arrogant little bug. The demon priest was enraged, suddenly raising his staff. Supreme of the demon realm, I pray for your descent. Stop! Chen Shen shouted a single word, and the demon priest immediately froze in place. He interrupted the spell. Chen Shen's mental energy was rapidly depleting, so he quickly consumed a bottle of mental potion and pulled out a hair to create a clone. One in front, one behind, they flanked the enemy. Eat this! The real body's police baton suddenly elongated, stretching and stretching, lifting Chen Shen's body into the air. Old son! The bent police baton in the air gathered terrifying energy and struck down hard. One strike. Bang! With that unmatched blow, the ground cracked, buildings collapsed, and the wind surged. The demon priest had a total of 150,000 health points. Minus 10,000. Nearly 10,000 points were taken away in one hit. Special attack triggered, Furious Strike. This attack's damage increased by 100%. A notification sound rang in Chen Shen's ears. Furious Strike? Before he could react, he heard Huang Chang's voice, suppressing his excitement. I didn't expect you to trigger a special attack. He then reminded Chen Shen, focus on the battle first. I'll explain later. Okay. Chen Shen nodded. Special attack? Outside, Luo Lao and Li Jie were already shocked. That damage was in white text, a special attack. He actually managed to trigger a special attack at level 10, no wonder. Li Jie clenched his fists in excitement. Practitioners who can trigger special attacks are 1 in 10,000. It must be a perfect combination of personality and profession for him to integrate his emotions into his profession, and the weapon mastery requirement is at least master level. Could it be that he has already achieved master level proficiency and sticks at just level 10? Such a genius is rare in 100 years. Old Luo also became excited, as if reminiscing about the past. Many professionals can unleash special attacks when they are young, but as they age, they can no longer do so. This is precisely due to the youthful spirit and childlike heart. If this child can maintain this childlike heart, he will surely become a hero on the battlefield in the future. Chen Shen calculated his current damage. He had just reached level 10, with 201 points in strength, plus 50 points of attack from his baton. A total of 251 points of attack power. A normal critical hit damage stacked to 1800%, 18 times the damage. But even with a single strike, it would only deal a little over 4,000 points of damage. Yet just now, he had dealt a full 10,000 damage. Even if it was possible that his weapon specialization had broken through defenses, this damage multiplier was too exaggerated. What exactly is this special attack? If I can master it, I could double my damage. Chen Shen couldn't help but ponder, but there was no time to think now. Ah! The demon priest, struck and bleeding from a blow, let out a terrifying wail. He then raised his staff and swung it at Chen Shen. His physical output was not low either. He was a hybrid of magic and martial arts. Damn bug, I'll smash you to death. The staff in the demon priest's hand spun like a whirlwind. Chen Shen looked at his own status, level 10, with 2,000 health points. The demon priest had 350 strength, and even with a 10% damage reduction from his melee skills, he could still die. However, Chen Shen was not flustered. His clone had already circled behind the demon priest. Whoosh! He raised his long staff and executed a surprise attack. Ah! The demon priest let out another roar that sounded inhuman. Two Chen Shens, one in front and one behind, wielded their sticks. He could also switch the direction of his real body in clone. Sometimes it was the real body striking, sometimes it was the clone. Even without a special attack, a single strike would still deal over 5,000 health points. 10 strikes would be 50,000. The demon priest's health dropped to over 90,000. He also realized that Chen Shen's attributes were not enough to solo him. After all, a special boss like him would require a 100-man team even for a level 30 professional to take down. He sneered coldly, "Little bug, it seems you are too arrogant. You are not as strong as you imagined. A mere 2,000 health points for a human, and he could kill him with just 2 hits. Oh?" Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, leaving a clone in place while he consumed a bottle of mental power potion. He declared with authority, his body radiating a golden light. "Command! Gods of the Thunder Department, heed my order. Act swiftly. No incantation. No hand seals. Just a command that sounded like an order." Boom! The originally clear sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds gathered, and bolts of lightning flashed, as if responding to some command, coalescing into an enormous black thunderbolt that crashed down along the shadow of Chen Shen's staff. Crack! Bang! After a tremendous sound, the heavens and earth trembled. Summon thunder. 72 transformations, each a great supernatural power, are all forbidden skills. Generally, thunder-type magic communicates elemental abilities through mental power, requiring chanting time, rituals, and is easily interrupted. But Chen Shen's summon thunder was a direct order to the Thunder Department of the Heavenly Court, issued with the rank of the Great Sage equal to heaven. The Great Sage was recognized by the Jade Emperor himself as a Great Sage of the Heavenly Court, ranked among the 4 sovereigns. With the Great Sage present, how could the gods of the Thunder Department dare to disobey? There was no chanting time, and it could not be interrupted. Crack! The demon priest's staff was shattered, and a line of text floated above his head. Minus 10,000. Another 10,000 points of damage. This meant that Chen Shen's normal attack dealt 5,000 points of damage, and Summon Thunder caused another 5,000 points of damage. This was the damage of Chen Shen's level 10 skill. He looked at Chen Shen in shock. What? What kind of magic is this? No need to chant? Instant forbidden spell? This is impossible. This is called the might of the Great Sage. Chen Shen smiled and uttered a phrase, while his clone suddenly appeared behind him, delivering another strike. Ah! The demon priest let out a miserable wail, not knowing how many blows he had received to his rear. His flower had bloomed larger than a gasoline barrel. He could only cover his backside while helplessly engaging with Chen Shen. Chen Shen's mental power potion was still on cooldown. That last, Call of Thunder, had consumed 100% of his mental power. It was no small expenditure. Each time he took the potion, there was a 10-minute cooldown. There was no possibility of an infinite supply of potions. However, moments later, the demon priest raised both hands. Stop! I concede! I surrender! His health had dropped to 30,000 points, unable to withstand 10 of Chen Shen's basic attacks. Who could endure being attacked from both sides like this? Was there anyone more ruthless than this guy? Specifically targeting that area. Chen Shen slammed down hard. He directly pinned the demon priest beneath his stick. Confess your crimes. How many innocent professionals have you harmed over the years? I can't remember clearly. With a thud, he struck again. Do you remember clearly now? I remember clearly. The crowd watching from the outskirts of the dungeon, though obscured by mist and unable to see the specifics, could hear the commotion and knew how arrogant Chen Shen was. Did he really subdue this demon priest? This guy seems to have been on the news yesterday. I heard he could solo a level 5 dungeon at level 1. When did our provincial city get such a fierce person? From now on, there won't be any annoying demons in the wild. We won't have to fear being captured and eaten by demons anymore. Boss, what should we do? This kid seems a bit tough. In a dark corner, several men cloaked in trench coats whispered at the street corner. Just do it. The stronger he is, the better. The bald man revealed an excited, sinister expression. Young Master Qin has ordered, if we capture a living prodigy, we'll be set, our Heavenly Alliance will be able to thrive abroad and no longer be rats in the streets of our own country. Prodigy? Is there really someone who buys living prodigies? The younger brothers showed expressions of shock. Kid, you haven't seen much, have you? The bald man sneered. But such a big deal, isn't it something our Heavenly Alliance can participate in? The younger brother panicked. Fortune favors the bold. Are you going to back out? The bald man narrowed his eyes. Our Heavenly Alliance is already on the death penalty 1 enlist in Huaxia. If you back out now, it's a dead end for you. The younger brother gritted his teeth. Alright, let's find an opportunity when he's alone. Old Luo, watching from the side, showed a look of satisfaction. This person must be a prodigy secretly cultivated by the military. It must be so. Li Jia quickly nodded. Once he comes out, I will definitely submit his heroic performance for review by the game's main deity and apply for a higher level medal for him. Not only that, but we must also emphasize the cultivation of talent in terms of character. Old Luo frowned as if recalling something. He sighed. We can't have another incident like Zhou Yunyun. A dedicated secret realm is the true path for a professional to become powerful. If their character isn't strong enough, they will surely perish in the dedicated secret realm, and that would be the greatest pity. Got it, Li Jia quickly replied. I will definitely strengthen the cultivation of talent in terms of character. He also knew that Zhou Yunyun was a genius from the provincial city last year. She had awakened to an A-level monarch profession. As a result of her insufficient character, she died, and the secret realm went out of control. It has since become a cold case in the provincial city. I deserve to die. I have raped women. I will practice again. I have kidnapped children. I am guilty beyond redemption. Please kill me. After a series of inhumane interrogations, the demon priest was almost ready to admit that he had initiated the Great Demon War. Seeing that he couldn't extract any more information, Chen Shen struck down directly. Crack! He swept his neck, and a massive head flew up just like that. Chen Shen held it in his hand. You have killed a level 15 elite special boss, gaining plus 2,000 experience points. You have leveled up to level 11. Killing a special boss unlocks the Platinum Card Pool. Platinum Card Pool? Chen Shen's heart filled with joy as he looked at the Platinum Card Pool before him. This was the first time he had obtained such a high-level card pool. Without hesitation, he upgraded it. After spending a full 10,000 emotional points to upgrade it 7 times. Card Pool upgraded, you can choose 3 prizes from the card pool. Wow! The Platinum Card Pool exploded into a prize list in front of Chen Shen. He directed his gaze toward the prize pool. First was the Career Skill Advancement Scroll, 10 pieces. This was a no-brainer, of course he had to choose it. Then there was the Specialization Upgrade Scroll, also 10 pieces. Both of these items were soul-bound, special prizes that had a 1 in 10,000 chance of dropping only from killing bosses. Finally, Chen Shen selected a Secret Realm Weapon Experience Scroll. Secret Realm Weapon Experience Scroll Introduction. Experience the Secret Realm exclusive weapon Rui Jingu Bang for 1 hour. Soulbound, not tradable, I can experience the Rui Jingu Bang? Chen Shen was instantly thrilled. According to the original Secret Realm storyline, he would have to reach the chapter of entering the Dragon Palace to obtain the special weapon, the Jingu Bang. Now, experiencing it in advance was like having a trump card. How powerful would the Jingu Bang be? Chen Shen chose these 3 items. As for the other equipment in the prize pool, he didn't even look at them. High-level equipment couldn't be worn due to insufficient level. Low-level equipment had such minimal attribute boosts that it was better to use a police baton that could be adjusted to fit his combat style. Before obtaining the Rui Jingu Bang and Dragon Palace gear in the wilderness, Chen Shen felt that other equipment could just be used casually. After finishing the prize pool, he used all the skill advancement scrolls and weapon advancement scrolls he had obtained. A prompt sound echoed in his ears. Your divine ability clone has advanced to the Great Luo spell 3 lives in all things. Effect, creates 3 clones with 30% of the main body's total attributes, lasting 10 minutes, each clone consumes 200 mental points. Your divine ability wind control has advanced to the Great Luo spell Phalian. Effect, increases movement speed by 300% using wind power, consuming 10 mental points per second. Only 2 divine abilities advanced from 10 scrolls. It seems the difficulty of advancing divine abilities in the wilderness increases. Chen Shen scratched his head. However, the gains were substantial. Now the combat power of the clones had become 30%, and he had 3 of them. The effect was completely different. Phalian provided 300% movement speed, and he finally had an acceleration skill. Whether for traveling or chasing enemies, it would be useful, because the main attack method of the Qi Tian de Sheng class was still basic attacks. If the speed was insufficient and he couldn't hit the target, it would be very awkward. A fast opponent could easily toy with him using their speed. Having an acceleration skill could make up for this shortcoming. Next, Chen Shen used the 10 upgrade scrolls. Your proficiency in stick-type weapons has advanced to Extraordinary Level 1. Extraordinary Level 1 Stick Proficiency Effect. Using stick-type weapons increases agility by plus 200%, attack speed by plus 10%, 10% chance of a penetrating attack, 10% chance of a stunning attack, 10% chance of a lifesteal attack. Attack speed plus 10%. Chen Shen immediately felt the stick in his hand become lighter. It should be noted that he did not have a talent for attack speed growth, nor was he an assassin-type class. Attack speed was inherently a shortcoming. Now, thanks to his proficiency, he had finally compensated for some of it. What a great harvest! Chen Shen was now filled with confidence about clearing the wilderness, just waiting to reach level 20 before entering the wilderness again. Then, holding the head of the demon priest, he stepped out of the demon map. A grand prompt sound echoed at the entrance of the dungeon. Level 11 Professional, Solo Challenge to clear the Level 15 Special Map, Demon Tribe. Obtained the legendary title Road to Invincibility. Dodge rate plus 10%. Exciting! Chen Shen's eyes lit up as he began to examine this title. It actually increased the dodge rate. It's important to know that the dodge rate, like the critical hit rate, is a hidden attribute that cannot be obtained through normal leveling. Even equipment attributes are difficult to roll. With a 10% dodge rate, it means that for every 10 attacks, he would definitely dodge one. This dodge rate surpasses many level 30 archer-type professions. Road to Invincibility truly leads me on the path to invincibility. Chen Shen excitedly walked out. Look! He's coming out! He's coming out! At the entrance of the dungeon, a crowd of citizens was packed like sardines. Chen Shen emerged, carrying a demon head the size of a half-human. Above his head were 2 lines of golden characters. Divine Might Like a Prison and Road to Invincibility. In an instant, everyone held their breath, and the scene fell silent. Moments later, a thunderous scream erupted. Young hero! City hero! The demon tribe that no one has been able to solve for years has actually been resolved by him. Thanks to him, hero, I want to have your babies. From today on, you are my idol. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen was overwhelmed by the cheers, and a notification sound rang in his ears. You have gained emotional value. Emotional value surged by tens of thousands. He curled his lips. The people of the provincial capital are really enthusiastic. Don't they have to go to work? Then he saw Xiajie striding over, excitedly blocking Chen Chen. What can I say about you? Taking on such a dangerous task without thinking of bringing us along? I have to criticize you for this. You have no team spirit. Oh. Chen Chen shrugged and continued walking, ignoring him. Xiajie panicked. Don't be anxious, I'm just building up to the praise. I haven't praised you yet. I'm about to. Sorry, I'm too lazy to listen. Chen Chen waved his hand. He was still rushing to grind monsters and level up. The next end of Day's Divine War was just a month away. It was easy to imagine what would happen then. All countries would use their utmost efforts to suppress him. To suppress the rise of Huaxia, he needed to seize every moment to grow stronger. Who has time to waste? Stepping out, the bustling streets of the wild area appeared before him again. A white-robed old man and a handsome middle-aged man in a white suit smiled as they approached. The handsome middle-aged man stepped forward with a smile and extended his hand. Hello, classmate, I am the mayor of this city, Li Jie. Because of your outstanding contributions to our city, I have applied for 10,000 merit points from the game's main god on your behalf. And I have also applied for a level 1 city hero badge for you. He came right in with benefits. Chen Chen liked this very much. A notification sound immediately rang in his ears. You have gained merit points plus 10,000. City Hero Badge, Level 1, Strength plus 5 Constitution plus 5 Agility plus 5 Spirit plus 5. Chen Chen looked at it. The attributes of this City Hero Badge can stack with those of the City Guardian Badge. Moreover, merit points can be exchanged for items in the merit store or used to upgrade badges. He looked at the merit store again, and most of the items required a level of 20 or above. So he decided to save up or upgrade the badge. But he wasn't in a hurry to upgrade these two badges. After all, higher level badges might drop later. Upgrading higher level badges wouldn't waste merit points and would maximize the value of the badges. Seeing Chen Chen consecutively obtain 2 merits, Huang Chang and Li Qingye in the South River base also looked very pleased. This indicated that their choice was correct and that Chen Chen was indeed living up to expectations. He did not disappoint the country's cultivation and hopes. This can also persuade the other few officials in Huaxia that their choice is correct. Heroes emerge from youth. Li Qingye shook his head and sighed. Back in the day, although we were also clergy, we never thought about doing anything beneficial for the country. This is the innate heroism. Chen Chen seems to be unaffected by external factors, without a trace of selfishness. Huang Chang chuckled. He handles matters with a pure heart. Li Qingye agreed, this is truly rare. Most children, when suddenly receiving national-level attention, either act recklessly to satisfy their own desires or start neglecting their duties, but he has always been thinking of ways to become stronger, with no other thoughts but to grow stronger. The gap between him and the others we trained is too great. The two looked at Chen Chen with affectionate eyes, even more fondly than they would for their own grandchildren. Initially, they had nurtured Chen Chen for the sake of the country, secretly assessing whether he could bear the responsibility. But now, they had developed a favorable view of Chen Chen himself. A young man who has already made contributions to the country at this age is too rare. Classmate? Seeing Chen Chen silent after receiving the medal, Li Jie awkwardly chuckled. Indeed, he has the heart of a youth. Old Luo smiled and extended his hand to Chen Chen. Classmate, you just executed a special attack, right? Yes. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen became interested. Is there a way to quickly execute special attacks? How did you know I have a method? Old Luo asked in surprise. Since you can see it, doesn't that mean you have a method? Chen Chen replied. Old Luo was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Huh, that's right, I do have a method. His straightforward and candid speaking style was exactly to the taste of a retired general. I would like to hear more. Chen Chen cupped his fists and bowed to Old Luo. After all, the multiplier for special attacks was incredibly enticing. Special attacks come from your own emotions. Old Luo wasted no time in revealing these secrets of the profession. There's the angry strike, the despair strike before death, and the indignant strike when oppressed. Each with different multipliers, and at critical moments, they can even change the course of battle. To trigger a special strike, besides diligently practicing weapons, you can also achieve it through training. You need to evoke your emotions in real combat, remember those emotions, and release them to ultimately stabilize the special attack. Remember emotions, release emotions? Chen Chen's eyes lit up. I've learned a lot. Thank you, senior. What is my emotional value system for? I'm very familiar with this. Farewell. After cupping his fists to old Luo, he turned and hurried off to the next city defense bureau task. Since he could exploit this advantage, he had to quickly find a place to practice this special attack. Leaving already? Li Jie stared at Chen Chen's departing figure, dumbfounded, so carefree? This is a true genius, old Luo said with deep meaning. For them, anything other than improving strength is a waste of time. He patted Li Jie's shoulder. You'll get used to it. But, old Luo, those bugs lurking in the sewers might have noticed him too. Li Jie's expression suddenly darkened. Are you talking about those things? Old Luo's gaze turned cold as he looked towards 30 miles outside the city. How long until it erupts? The military probably won't have time to mobilize troops. You know the current situation at the front. Li Jie's face was grim. Keep the news confidential for now. We must not cause panic among the citizens. If that day really comes. Old Luo's face darkened. Although I'm old, cursed too much, and my strength has declined significantly, this old bone can still buy a few days for the citizens. Old Luo. Li Jie's eyes immediately welled up with tears. When that day comes, I will definitely stand with you on the city wall. Fool. Your task is to protect all the young generation and escort them out of the city. Old Luo shouted, frustrated. Especially this boy. It seemed a great disaster was brewing in Jiangnan province. At this moment, Chen Chen stood outside the level 13 restricted area, the Dark Forest. He opened a City Defense Bureau mission. B-level mission brief, a report has been received, at coordinates 203, 245 on this map, for female students from Nanjing University, all level 13, have gone missing, and 3 level 20 police officers sent to investigate have also disappeared. Mission difficulty, warning, this mission is extremely dangerous. They dare to kill even the City Defense Bureau's officers, they are not to be trifled with. Chen Chen smirked coldly, directly ignoring the warning. He checked his latest acquired ability. Invisibility, enter an invisible state, consuming 3 mental power points per second. Invisibility. He transformed into an invisible state and stepped into the dark, shadowy forest, where strange noises echoed all around. Crack, crack, crack. A tree as thick as a human grew a strange face and asked in confusion, "What's this?" "There's a human scent." Outside the wild area, a large group of professionals, including Xia Jia, followed, their faces filled with disbelief. Is he really going to take on this B-level mission? 3 police officers have already gone missing on this mission. How can he take on such a dangerous task? Doesn't he need to rest? He probably just picked it randomly. Chen Chen's fan group exploded with excitement. As expected of my idol, directly challenging the Dark Forest. No professionals have dared to come here for many days. I heard there are constant disappearances, and even the City Defense Bureau's people have gone missing while investigating. If we don't clear this place, leveling up will be too inconvenient. Support. Infuse 10,000 points of anger emotional value. Chen Chen activated the emotional system, infusing himself with 10,000 points of emotional value. The emotional system could absorb external emotions and also infuse emotions into oneself. However, Chen Chen had always thought this function was useless. After all, infusing emotions into oneself only made him angrier, greedier, crazier, and more irrational. What good was that? Now that he understood that special attacks were actually related to emotions, the system function was no longer useless. Buzz. With 10,000 points of anger emotional value infused, Chen Chen's eyes turned blood red, his whole body filled with rage as he clenched his teeth, as if he had a deep-seated grudge against the wild monster before him. Die for me! He struck the level 13 tree spirit with a single blow. Boom! A furious strike. Minus 10,000. One hit, 10,000 damage, instantly killing it. Killed a level 13 tree spirit, gained experience plus 100 points. Is it really useful? Chen Chen felt exhilarated. He tried a few more times and found that he needed to infuse 30,000 points of emotional value to stabilize a furious strike. Besides that, years of training would also increase the probability of special attacks, but that required training over a decade. Ordinary monsters are just a drag, this gives so little experience. Chen Chen looked at the tree spirit's corpse and curled his lip. The experience was too far behind that of the demon maps and dungeons. He was currently level 11, and a single tree spirit only gave 0.1% experience, meaning he would have to kill 1,000 to level up. However, this was also the growth rate of ordinary professionals. The key was that the 200,000 points of emotional value accumulated over the past few days had just been reduced by 50,000 points after a few experiments. It seems special attacks can't be used too often. After all, I need to save emotional value for upgrading the card pool, but it has given me a trump card. Chen Chen pondered as he entered the invisible state, continuing to explore in the pitch-black forest. Chen Chen, let's put this task aside for now, it's too dangerous. Behind him, Xia Jia and the others had already rushed in, shouting loudly, but they couldn't keep up with Chen Chen's pace. The forest was constantly changing, and the dark forest map made it easy to get lost. Everywhere he went, there were only the corpses of monsters scattered on the ground. Suddenly, at that moment, a sharp arrow whizzed past Chen Chen's ear. A prompt sound immediately rang in his ears. You have been attacked by a level 35 archer's stunning arrow, entering a 3-second stun state. Resistance check, resistance is 0, entering stun state. Chen Chen realized he couldn't move or cast skills. He was stunned. Who is it? Chen Chen's heart immediately became alert. The secret stone on his chest suddenly emitted a glow, granting him a layer of shield. Who is it? Who the hell is it? In an instant, Huang Chang and Li Chengye from the Nanjing base erupted in fury. How dare someone ambush Chen Chen? What were you all doing? Why didn't you detect this in advance? The two glared angrily at a group of technical professionals. They were even more shocked. How could people trained by the military be so blind as to act? These people used invisibility effects, it was our oversight. Should we teleport over immediately? The technician was panicking to the extreme. This kid is still a genius, he's not that hard to catch. A level 35 archer with a red explosion hairstyle appeared under the shade of the trees, sneering as he approached to size up Chen Chen. Kid, today is your unlucky day, your path as a genius hasn't even begun, and we're going to cut it off right here. 3 more level 35 warriors surrounded Chen Chen. Swish! Chen Chen recovered from the stun state and coldly stared at the scene before him. Heaven and Earth Alliance. A voice in his ear relayed Huang Chang's urgent information. Chen Chen, the Heaven and Earth Alliance is a cross-province criminal gang, colluding with foreign forces, mainly engaged in border smuggling and human trafficking. The leader, Li Gang, is a level 50 assassin, top of the bounty list in multiple cities, has brutally killed many police officers, and has even attacked the military. We don't know how they have targeted you, we will teleport over immediately. No need. Hearing this, Chen Chen sneered and waved his hand. So they were a bunch of criminals. If the military got involved while he was leveling up, he would face the main god's punishment. Aren't they just a few level 35s? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows struck the tree he was standing on. Nearby, a few warriors and mages, all in their 30s, also closed in. Chen Chen glanced at their class levels and couldn't help but curl his lip. None of them were above B class. After all, the geniuses had all been trained by the state, otherwise, they would have found a proper job. Who would join a criminal organization to become a fugitive? However, their equipment was quite good, each war gear worth hundreds of thousands outside. This Heaven and Earth Alliance must be making quite a profit, Chen Chen pondered. He stepped forward and drew his baton. Don't move! City Defense Bureau. You are under arrest for assaulting an officer. The group stared at Chen Chen, stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. A level 11 kid wants to arrest us? He must be crazy. A lamb waiting to be slaughtered thinks it can resist. This is hilarious. Flash! A warrior suddenly activated a skill and leaped beside Chen Chen, his skin turning crimson. Bloodthirsty glory. He wielded 2 giant axes, activating the skill that came with his battle axe. Kid, today you'll know how many eyes the king of horses has. Oh! Chen Chen raised both hands, and 3 clones behind him suddenly extended a baton to strike the warrior on the head. Bang! The warrior immediately felt dizzy and fell into a stun state. Extraordinary Chen Chen, with a 10% chance to deal a stunning attack. What class is this kid? Thunder from the heavens. Beside him, the lightning mage also felt the release of skills, enveloping Chen Chen. However, Chen Chen's baton suddenly elongated, sweeping him to the ground with a single strike. My near-death state was triggered. The lightning mage stared in horror at his health bar. The necklace around his neck emitted a red glow, protecting his last drop of health. Otherwise, Chen Chen would have killed him in an instant. Is this a joke? I'm level 35, and this kid is only level 11. One hit and I'm dead? After a second of dizziness, the warrior looked at his health and was stunned. Damn! I have an 8,000 health boost from my berserker set, plus my own 3,000 health, and he took away half with one hit? What kind of monster is this kid? Both of them entered a severely injured state, and Chen Chen had only struck twice. They both had one thought in their minds. Is this the true prodigy? Sensing the danger, the archer quickly entered stealth mode, hoping to stun Chen Chen again. Philian! Chen Chen would not give him this opportunity. 2 strange magical winds appeared beneath his feet, propelling him forward to stand in front of the archer, a mocking smile on his cold face. Run, why aren't you running? Sir, spare me. The archer trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground, a puddle of yellow liquid forming beneath him. It should be known that for professionals, there is no resurrection. Dying once means true death. Bang! Chen Chen struck him into a severely injured state, tossing him together with the other two. Players are much easier to deal with than wild monsters. Chen Chen scratched his head, thinking inexplicably. This was his first outdoor PK, and he felt no insights, just that players were so fragile. Maybe these three were just too weak. The other warriors had already begun to flee, and Chen Chen rushed up to take down two, leaving only one to escape. Then he sent a message to the base, "Old Huang, you don't need to come over, I've already taken care of it." Took care of it? In the blink of an eye, Huang Chang and Li Qingye were stunned, not even seeing what Chen Chen had done. So many level 35 professionals just lay down. For the first time, they had a clear understanding of Chen Chen's combat power. Good. After a long pause, Huang Chang replied, "But you also need to be careful. The Heavenly Earth Alliance has a lot of people, all of them desperate, and they can summon us at any time. The secret stone can also protect you from 3 fatal attacks." He then gestured to Li Qingye, "Let him handle these small matters himself. After all, he will have to go to the battlefield one day, and we can't protect him forever." Makes sense. Li Qingye nodded seriously. "Okay, got it. Thanks for your concern, Old Huang." Chen Chen nodded, then walked over to the three with boredom. "Names? Badianku, Zuoshandio, Fanshanyo. I mean your real names. Wang Hu, Luo Peng, Li Xiaoyuan. Who sent you here? Speak honestly." "We can't say. If we do, the guild will make us wish we were dead." The three knelt in despair, repeatedly bowing their heads. "You can wish you were dead right now." Chen Chen raised his baton and gave a hard poke to their raised backsides. Crack! The hemorrhoid treatment technique. Ah! They let out a scream like slaughtered pigs. In fact, they were not people who could withstand torture, they quickly confessed. "The guild leader sent us to follow you and ambush you." Guild leader? What other plans does he have? Chen Chen asked sharply. The few remained silent, and another round of beating followed. "The guild leader also asked us to guard here. The guild wants to enter that female college student's secret realm to dig for Tianjin marrow." The archer, unable to withstand it, spoke first. "Oh, this case, indeed, was a conspiracy of the Heavenly Earth Alliance." Chen Chen thought to himself as he stood up and walked into their camp. Inside the tent, he saw a naked female student hanging, already lifeless. In a nearby iron barrel lay 3 police officers, their limbs brutally severed and placed aside. Beasts! A surge of overwhelming anger surged in Chen Chen's eyes, instantly recognizing the cruelty and viciousness of the Heaven and Earth Alliance. He burst out of the tent. Bang! Bang! 3 blows shattered several heads. "You have killed a level 35 practitioner. Gained experience plus 3,500. You have killed a level 34 practitioner. Gained experience plus 3,500. The notification sound immediately rang in his ears. The three's full gear dropped as well. But Chen Chen had no interest, he exchanged it all for professional experience. What kind of conspiracy does the Heaven and Earth Alliance have here? Chen Chen pondered with a grim face. He had already taken on this case, and with 4 lives at stake, he had to investigate thoroughly. "Chen Chen, be careful." Huang Chang's tone was serious. "We will send people to investigate such a heinous case. The state has repeatedly pursued the Heaven and Earth Alliance. They have very covert means of escape, so you must be cautious." "Understood, Old Huang." Chen Chen nodded but asked, "What is Tianjin marrow?" "Tianjin marrow?" Huang Chang's tone became serious as he contemplated. "It is a key material for creating large-scale forbidden spell scrolls, only found in certain specific secret realms. This material is strictly controlled by the military. A rat like the Heaven and Earth Alliance generally wouldn't dare to touch such taboo resources. This is also their way of survival. Could it be that this time?" After thinking for a while, Old Huang directly said to Chen Chen, "Chen Chen, this task is entrusted to you. Investigate further, we will follow up at any time." "Okay." Chen Chen nodded. He also realized that killing people was much more rewarding than killing wild monsters. The experience gained from these few was incomparable to ordinary wild monsters. Killing 3 people directly gave him 30% of his experience. Moreover, the weapons exchanged from the gear were much better than those from wild monsters. Although in the Huaxia Empire, killing was a serious crime that would be pursued to the end, it was also to prevent high-level practitioners from indiscriminately killing low-level practitioners to level up. However, killing these lawless beasts was of no concern. It was a perfect opportunity for him to level up quickly, much faster than grinding wild monsters one by one. Chen Chen sent the coordinates to Xia Jie and the others to arrange for the deceased. Then he headed deeper into the Heaven and Earth Alliance camp. It seems they captured that female student to enter her secret realm and extract Tianjin marrow? Shen Shen pondered as he fell into a state of invisibility. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion somewhere in the provincial capital, angry shouts erupted. Useless! You worthless fools, you can't even handle a mere level 11 rookie? What use are you to me? You even alarmed the military, why don't you just die? The bald man in the mansion wore a bathrobe. His cold gaze was like a knife. Boss, it's really not our fault. That kid's combat power is terrifying, he can kill us with a single blow. Brother Wang and Sister Li were both killed with one hit. Several bloodied warrior practitioners knelt on the ground, crying out, "Shut the hell up! You can't even come up with a reasonable lie. A level 11 brat, and you are all level 35 with full platinum gear, and he knocked you out?" The bald man slammed the table in anger. As if recalling something, his expression changed unpredictably. Not good, that kid went to the dark forest, the military will definitely extend their hands there, and our plan. His face suddenly turned pale. If that matter were exposed, he would truly have no place to die. Get lost. Get far away, don't say I'm ungrateful. According to the guild rules, you all should die to atone. He waved his hand to drive them away. Then he walked to the main living room of the mansion, kneeling outside a room, sweating profusely. Qin, young Master Qin, something has happened. The military might already know about the incident in the dark forest. What? A furious young man's voice came from inside the room. What's going on? Speak honestly. The bald man recounted the events. A man in official attire, around 30 years old, exuding an air of authority, stood in the room. A talent like this, the military cannot overlook. Could the recent downfall of the Li family be related to him? Qin Shao narrowed his eyes, realizing the seriousness of the situation. He raised his hand. Immediately send a message to Tianju, the plan must commence at once. But we haven't collected enough Tianjin marrow, the energy for the portal is insufficient. Right now, we can only transport practitioners below level 40. The bald man was bewildered. Does this count as completing the mission? Idiot! If we don't start soon, the military will discover us, and we'll all be dead. Qin Shao cursed fiercely. Yes, Qin Shao. The bald man sent out a message. Moments later, a grand notification sound suddenly echoed over the provincial capital. Sakura Country's Chuan Yun City launches a city invasion war against Huaxia Empire's Jiangnan City. The battle will begin in 1 hour. Please prepare both sides. This city invasion war is for practitioners below level 35. Those above level 35 will be annihilated. Victorious City will reward all city practitioners with plus 100% experience gain. Defeated City will penalize all city practitioners with minus 30% experience gain. Challenged by the Japanese again? As soon as the words fell, Jiangnan City seemed to be turned upside down. The shouts and curses of the citizens echoed through the skies. Major social media platforms were flooded. Damn Sakura bastards, they're back. Didn't we teach them a lesson last year? They dare to come again this year. The Sakura bastards are relentless, always looking for a chance to weaken us. Good. This year, I'll fight them to the bitter end. Still, we must be cautious. There's only one opportunity each year to initiate an invasion war. The Sakura country must have come prepared targeting us in Jiangnan City. The city invasion war is a type of small-scale national conflict. Each city has one opportunity to initiate it each year, and the initiator can choose the challenge level based on the distribution of practitioner levels in their city. Practitioners above the challenge level cannot participate. Overall, it's a fairly fair game mechanism, a method of survival of the fittest by the game's main deity. But the problem lies in the Sakura bastards being too insidious and ruthless. Every year, they first find ways to infiltrate major cities in Huaxia, and when the opportunity arises, they launch a city invasion war. All practitioners above level 30, assemble. Defending the city is our duty. Jiangnan City awakened like a giant beast. Teachers from schools, bank employees, even the weathered uncle selling fruit by the roadside, as long as they were level 35, all picked up their best equipment and rushed to the street office to gather. The sound of footsteps converged into a thunderous roar. All students below level 30, go home for the holidays, do not go out. Boom! The city defense team and the station military immediately dispatched their level 35 members. Armored vehicles rolled out of the garage, rampaging through the streets. The city was instantly filled with a chilling atmosphere. There was no need for the government. When it came to fighting the Japanese, the entire populace quickly mobilized. Citizens, secure all wild areas, the enemy's teleportation array could appear anywhere. Li Jie shouted from atop the municipal building. Behind him stood a group of officials, with Qin Shao among them, who at that moment wore a face of righteousness for the country and the people. Li Jie's tone was extremely stern. The Japanese are launching an attack, they must be well prepared. In this battle, we must win. With a command, all citizens of the city gathered in various wild areas, preventing any oversight. Li Jie stood behind old Luo, nodding and sighing. These bastards have finally surfaced, I wonder what made them unable to hold back. Old Luo, no matter what, this is a good thing. In the defense and offense battle below level 35, our Jiangnan city is not afraid at all. I'm just worried that the Japanese might have other schemes. Old Luo furrowed his brows tightly, his expression troubled. He felt something was off in his heart. The Japanese conspiracy had been tracked down 6 months ago. Could it really be as simple as just a level 35 city battle? At this moment, in the dark forest, bang! The level 15 boss, the Tree Demon King, trembled as it was split in half by a black baton, letting out a piercing wail. Ah! Countless corpses of its descendants lay around, along with a casually seated young man. Boring! Chen Shen effortlessly withdrew the baton and rested it on his shoulder, a notification sound ringing in his ears. You have killed the level 15 boss, Tree Demon King, experience points plus 2000. You have activated the boss roulette. TCH. Just this little experience. Chen pouted. Now, even the experience from a level 15 boss felt too little to him. It was nothing compared to the thrill of killing level 35 professionals. After tasting the flavor of killing, Chen was reluctant to grind ordinary wild monsters. Just then, the city invasion battle notification sounded. Chen eyes widened suddenly, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. What? We're going to fight a city defense battle? Doesn't that mean he can kill as many people as he wants? After all, the Japanese don't count as humans. Isn't this like a pillow scent when one is sleepy? Chen, now we know what they want Tianjin Marrow for. Huang Chang's tone was somewhat grim. He was too familiar with the tricks of the Cherry Blossom Japanese. It must be that the Cherry Blossom country has bribed the Heavenly Earth Alliance to secretly mine Tianjin Marrow to create a teleportation array. Teleportation array? A look of confusion flashed across Chen brow. What do the Japanese want a teleportation array for? The Japanese can launch surprise attacks through secret teleportation arrays, catching us off guard. Now Chen understood. He looked around. Does that mean this secret teleportation array is nearby? Exactly. Huang Chang suddenly realized this point. Chen, you need to be careful. The Huaxia officials wouldn't intervene in the city defense battle. After all, such small-scale battles couldn't mobilize national power. But Huang Chang and the others were also reassured. They had witnessed how Chen slaughtered level 35 professionals. The strongest war god, is he joking with you? Maybe this is also a training for Chen. Moreover, killing the Japanese can help him grow quickly. This time the Japanese country has really done us a big favor. Who knows, Chen might directly level up to 20. If anything happens, we must intervene immediately. Chen searched in the dark forest for half a day. Sure enough, in the darkest depths of the forest, he discovered a teleportation array that had just been set up. It was slowly rotating, exuding a sinister aura. Who? The several professionals from the Heavenly Earth Alliance guarding the area shouted immediately. Bang! 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 Chen knocked a few of them dead with 3 strikes, leaning on the baton in front of the teleportation array. Old Huang, this should be the Japanese country's teleportation array, right? Exactly. Chen, what are you planning? Naturally, I'm waiting for rabbits by the tree. Chen curled his lips into a playful smile. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, a small team of level 35 armed Japanese soldiers suddenly jumped out of the teleportation array, consisting of mages, warriors, archers, and support, forming a complete team. Each one had a patch on their body, a patch tied on their heads, and a look of determination on their faces. Charge! A warrior Japanese professional with a handlebar mustache shouted, Warriors of Huang country, charge with me. Kill all the Huaxia people and make them submit under the might of the Yellow Nation. How could the Huaxia people know that we have already set up the teleportation array in advance? Bang! With an unparalleled roar, a shadow of unstoppable force descended from the sky. In the next moment, the smug Japanese soldiers, in their neat formation, were brutally split down the middle by this strike. Blood and flesh were everywhere. Half of their bodies flew apart, intestines and organs scattered all over the ground. Oh ho, they fell into boxes. Chen laughed heartily as he retracted his baton. You have killed a level 35 practitioner, gaining experience plus 3,500. You have killed a level 35 practitioner, gaining experience plus 3,500. You have exchanged for weapon specialization. You have exchanged for weapon specialization. Each kill was worth 3,500 experience. That's 1500 more than a level 15 boss. With this strike, Chen Chen instantly leveled up to level 12 and a half. Awesome, this is just too awesome. Chen Chen's eyes sparkled as he stared at the teleportation array, eagerly anticipating the next wave. Little did he know, Huang Chang and the military personnel watching this scene were completely dumbfounded. Is he trying to single-handedly finish this national war? Resolving it with a single strike at the entrance? He's not even giving the Japanese a chance to react. Let me ask you, how can the Japanese break through this? How can they break through? Seeing the situation, the military personnel were all smiles. Soon, the second team of Japanese soldiers arrived through the teleportation. As soon as they emerged, they looked around with shifty eyes. Captain Oizuka and the others must have already hidden. We should also hide quickly and launch a full-scale attack once we have enough manpower. Hi! Just as the squad finished their briefing, boom! Another massive shadow, appearing from nowhere, split this neatly formed Japanese squad right down the middle, meeting the same fate as their predecessors. Chen Chen darted out, clearing away the corpses and bones with a single strike, as if nothing had happened, then continued to hide in the blind spot of the teleportation array. You have killed a level 35 practitioner, gaining experience. In the second wave, he leveled up to level 13. His weapon specialization had already reached extraordinary level 7. Forget about riding a rocket. It was faster than upgrading a time travel machine. For ordinary practitioners, after level 10, it would take at least 10 days to level up each time, especially when grinding the highest difficulty boss dungeons. And in the blink of an eye, Chen Chen leveled up twice. After all, he was killing practitioners, and they were level 35 practitioners who were 20 levels higher than him. How could the experience multiplier not explode? Who could achieve this as an ordinary practitioner? At the Nanjing base camp, everyone in the operations room had gathered in front of the screen, mouths agape, holding their breath as they stared at the scene, stuttering in disbelief. Is this really possible? All the military personnel could only utter this one sentence. They had seen arrogance, but they had never seen such arrogance on the battlefield. The formation trained by the Japanese actually provided him with an opportunity. I've never seen anyone kill Japanese soldiers so effortlessly. Isn't this like the Japanese lining up to be killed by him? Behind them, Xia Jie and the city defense team also caught up to Chen Chen. Their first priority was, of course, to find out how Chen Chen was doing. Then they stumbled upon this scene. Each city defense team member stood at the edge of the forest, stunned, mouths agape, equally stuttering. Is this? Am I seeing things? With one strike, he killed so many Sakura practitioners? Xia Jie suddenly reacted and excitedly reported upwards. Leader! I found the teleportation array for the Japanese invasion. What? Where? Soon, the vast crowd of Jiangnan citizens and soldiers thundered into the dark forest. They toppled all the towering trees and formed a massive circle of people. However, no one stepped forward, everyone just stared in shock at the center of the large circle. In front of the teleportation array, the shadow of a young boy fell, and then boom! Come on, warriors! A team of energetic soldiers, who had just been filled with fighting spirit, was blown apart into pieces. The boy in the police uniform skillfully collected the fragments of the soldiers and continued to wait for the next batch. It was an assembly line operation. Just 2 words. Professional. The corpses of the soldiers piled up on both sides like small mountains. Triggered talent, normal attack critical damage +1, current normal attack critical damage, 2150%. Chen Chen heard a prompt sound in his ear and opened his attribute panel. You have reached level 15. Name, Chen Chen, occupation, Great Sage equal to Heaven, Hidden Chosen One, level, 15, 3. 42%, strength, 256, agility, 256, mentality, 256, constitution, 256, special attributes, normal attack critical damage 2150%, 10% damage reduction, 10% damage increase, 10% evasion, title, Divine Might like a prison. Invincible path. Equipment, City Guardian Medal Level 1, City Hero Medal Level 1, Standard Police Baton. Skill Advancement Scroll *1, Specialization Upgrade Scroll *1, dropped by the King of Tree Demons, Skill, 72 Earthly Fiends Transformation, Immobilization, Great Luo, Creation of All Things, Great Luo, Rain Summoning, Thunder Calling, Water Banning, Fire Avoidance, Flying Lien, Great Luo, Blade Swallowing. Newly unlocked skills, Object Control, Transformation, Transport, Beast Gathering, Body Snatching. Now, Chen Chen had reached level 15. With an attack power of 256 strength, plus 50 attack power from the baton, that equaled 306 attack power, multiplied by 2150% critical damage. One hit dealt 6,350 points of damage. Adding the title's 10% damage increase, that was over 7,000 points of damage. If he spent emotional value to unleash a special attack, it would be over 14,000 points of damage. 14,000 points of damage. That was not something an ordinary 35-level professional could withstand. Even a 35-level tank class, with equipment, would barely exceed 10,000 health. I've unlocked 5 more divine abilities. Chen clicked to check these 5 abilities. Object control is the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. The larger the object, the more mental energy it consumes. Transformation is what many people think of as the 72 transformations, allowing one to change into a man, woman, old person, child, stone, or plant. Everything can change. This transformation is indeed the ability the great sage uses the most. Chen nodded in his heart. But maintaining the transformation and the transformation itself both require mental energy, and he certainly didn't have enough mental energy to squander like the real great sage. The great sage was a Tai Golden Immortal. Based on Hongjun Daozu's 800 levels, converted to a professional, a Tai Golden Immortal would have at least 500 levels of strength, right? He didn't even need to think, such a powerful professional had never appeared in this world. Transport is a celestial theft ability, with a chance to steal items from others. Beast gathering is a skill that uses mental energy to gather monsters. Body snatching is the most powerful, allowing direct control over professionals, but it requires first defeating the opponent, then there is a certain probability of success. Awesome! I can actually control professionals? Chen discovered a blind spot. The mental energy required for body snatching was substantial, so it couldn't be maintained for long. But in the future, its potential was great. After advancing to the Great Luo skill, he might be able to control many professionals. Oh my! Outside, there was a complete silence, and after a long while, the sounds of shot began to echo. Is he the only one in this national war? Do we not need to do anything? Yes, the devils can't break through his defenses at all. This is my first time in such a national battle. It's so awesome, really so awesome. I have to record this to show my son. Soon, someone started a live stream. Live streaming killing devils, Big Hammer 80, Small Hammer 40. People online were going wild. Damn, this is too impressive. He's only level 15, how did he do it? Isn't this the city hero from a couple of days ago? He also cleared the demon map, and now he's live streaming killing devils? Incredible! Unparalleled incredible! The live stream quickly filled with rockets, and the number of viewers surpassed 10 million. Chen's emotional value also skyrocketed. This time, the emotional value gained from the live stream was at least several times more than before. The emotional value that Chen had originally spent began to soar. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. It kept rising without stopping. This feels great. Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in delight. With the live stream boosting emotional value, did he still need to worry about it? If he had known, he would have started streaming earlier. Now he could freely use special attacks. However, 300,000 emotional value only allowed him to perform 10 special attacks, but it did speed up his killing rate significantly. Meanwhile, the transmission speed of the devils in the teleportation array had also increased considerably, yet not a single devil squad had sent back any information. On the other side of the teleportation array, in the devil country, Chuanyun City, they finally realized something was wrong. Why is this happening? Inside the municipal building of Chuanyun City, a short, stout man in his 50s with a round belly frowned with authority. Wasn't it said that we had already planted moles in Huaxia? Why haven't our squads sent any news? When will the battle start? Mayor, I think the squads might be lying low. Standing beside him, a high-ranking military official from the Devil's Self-Satisfaction team, Koizumi Yoshio, stroked his chin in thought. But he also felt this reason was unconvincing. After all, even if they were lying low, they should have sent back some news. Why not ask the moles on the Huaxia side? Good. Soon, the news from Qin Xiao and the bald man reached Sakura country, showing the scene of the live stream. What? Staring at the live stream screen, the mayor of Chuanyun City and Koizumi Yoshio widened their eyes, their pupils about to burst. The boy in police uniform in front of the teleportation array kept swinging his bat, and the sides of the teleportation array were piled high with the corpses of their squad members sent over. One by one, they died with their eyes wide open, their brains splattered. Ah! The mayor of Chuanyun City covered his head and shouted, "How is this possible? How could this happen? These are all warriors of the empire, and they can be blocked by one person. Baka!" He angrily slammed his fist down, causing the table to smash a large hole in the ground. It was a bad move. With that smash, the livestream scene appeared on the big screen in Chuanyun City. In an instant, all the old devils, young devils, and middle devils in Chuanyun City could clearly see their army being slaughtered. Suddenly, gasps of shock erupted, and public outrage boiled. One by one, the devils stared at the big screen like they had gone mad, their eyes turning blood red. Baka! No! How could this be? Wasn't it said that Jiangnan City had already been secretly taken by us? Wasn't it said that we only needed to go collect heads? Why? The vanguard troops are all dead. This is a conspiracy. It must be the government's conspiracy. That Huaxia practitioner is so strong, who can be his opponent? What level of powerhouse is this? Is there anyone below level 35 who can match him? The key is, he's only level 15. Oh my god, this is too terrifying. I don't want to face someone like this. I don't want to go to my death. Originally, the devils in Chuanyun City all thought that the government had already bought off the traitors. They were supposed to go to Huaxia to collect heads. The result now seems clear. I was clearly tricked into being slaughtered like a pig. Who can stand this? Colonel Koizuka, you must take responsibility for this. Mayor Chuanyun, seeing the public outrage boiling, quickly turned to the side and sternly questioned Koizuka Yoshio. Koizuka Yoshio, with a dark expression, angrily scolded Qinshao on the other end of the phone. What kind of business are you running? Do you have any credibility left? How did it end up like this? Colonel Koizuka, I've done my best. Qinshao on the other end was almost in tears. Who would have thought that the military-protected genius would be this formidable? He was only level 15. Blocking the teleportation array alone, he was killing 35-level enemies like dogs. Even novels wouldn't dare to write it this way. Mr. Mayor, right now we can only bite the bullet and go for it. Koizuka Yoshio gritted his teeth, bowing his head to apologize to Mayor Chuanyun. Send an elite team over there, eliminate that boy first. Mayor Chuanyun spat out a sentence, his face as dark as rain. Yes. Koizuka Yoshio immediately ordered. Heaven's punishment team, move out. Yes. In the next moment, 5 figures appeared on the streets of Sakura country. For B-level king professions, Rotation King, Thunder King, Beast King, Armor King, plus a tall, fierce woman in a black tight combat suit with a ponytail. An A-level royal assassin profession, Heaven's punishment killer. All 5 had already reached level 30, the city guardians of Chuanyun. Heaven's punishment killer, my lord. In an instant, the voices of the enemies turned from chaos to wild joy, crowding the sides of the road to watch. Ha ha ha, great! Now Huaxia is going to suffer a loss. The Heaven's punishment killer is making a move. Send the Heaven's punishment killer to take down that arrogant kid. Heaven's punishment killer, our Chuanyun has the strongest assassin. I heard the Heaven's punishment killer comes with a killing line, directly executing anyone below 10% health. The king among assassins. Over the years, the Heaven's punishment killer has taken down countless Huaxia prodigies. She was indeed sent out. Heaven's punishment killer, I am willing to be your dog. One by one, the enemies knelt on the sides of the road. Their admiration for the tall ponytailed woman had reached its peak. They wished they could step up to give her a boost. To be the dirt beneath her feet would be the highest honor of their lives. A team led by an A-level royal profession had an absolute dominance advantage, a nuclear weapon level existence. They were simply not comparable to ordinary 35-level professionals. The gap between them was greater than that between clouds and mud. Don't send anyone else to their deaths. Koizuka Yoshio stopped the teleportation array blocked by Qin Shen, addressing the Heaven's punishment killer and others. You will go through the official teleportation array, don't let that kid ambush you. Yes. The tall ponytailed woman spoke with a voice as crisp as steel. Hey, why isn't anyone coming? Qin Shen guarded the teleportation array, waiting for a long time without seeing the enemies. He felt a bit disappointed. It seemed the enemies weren't foolish after all. However, he had already leveled up to 16, making a significant profit. From level 15 to 20, each level required massive experience. The further you go, the more experience is needed to level up. It required professionals to continuously grind monsters or risk their lives on the battlefield to kill. There was no other way to level up and become stronger. Look! In the center of the square, a scream rang out. The large teleportation array formed. City Battle Teleportation Array activated, coordinates. Ha! The enemies finally dare not ambush anymore, reluctantly opening the official teleportation channel. Shouldn't we give them a good lesson? If it weren't for our city heroes, this time the enemy's plot would have succeeded. The professionals originally gathered in the dark forest burst into wild laughter and mockery, flocking towards the city center. Qin Shen broke the enemy's conspiracy, forcing them to confront us head-on through the regular passage. Old Luo sighed. Our city hero is truly a national treasure. After saying this, he smiled, his face full of wrinkles unfolding. I was still wondering what schemes the enemy had, but now I see they do have a plot, yet what good is it? They were directly blocked by Chen Chen and killed. Open schemes countering hidden plots. Now we have nothing to fear. Li Jie's refined face flashed with ferocity. I've investigated the data on Xuanyan City. They have only 300,000 level 35 professionals, while we in Jiangnan City have 800,000. 800,000 against 300,000, the advantage is ours. Very good. Old Luo nodded, narrowing his eyes. This time we need to give the enemy a harsh lesson. One they won't dare to forget. With the formal teleportation array activated, it also meant the city's offensive and defensive battle had officially begun. Inside the teleportation array, waves of enemy troops surged in frantically. Baka, damn Chinese. With the heavenly executioner here, you are bound to lose. Don't even think about victory. Among the enemy troops, 5 figures stood out. At the forefront, a tall woman was flanked by a middle-aged man who shouted loudly, I am from the Heavenly Executioner Squad, challenging the pride of Huaxia. Is there anyone brave enough to fight? His shout plunged the battlefield into silence. Old Luo and Li Jie's expressions froze instantly. Old Luo glanced at Li Jie, and they nodded to each other. Send out the Xuanwu squad. Ordinary professionals were useless against such elite squads. They hadn't considered Chen Chen. Because Chen Chen was one person, while the opponent was a squad. Sending Chen Chen was clearly inappropriate. The next moment, 5 young soldiers in military uniforms stepped forward from the Huaxia army. In the center stood a simple and honest-looking young man, an A-level royal professional known as the Xuanwu Yuanhuan, born with Xian armor, boasting 10 times the defense. Roar! The Xuanwu Yuanhuan's body gradually swelled, transforming into a 3-meter-tall Xian turtle, with a snake coiling around it, flicking its tongue with astonishing speed. Is this the one who assassinated many of our Huaxia elites? She dares to show up. This woman is too insidious. She specializes in assassinating when people are off guard. Many elites have fallen victim to her. Looking at the heavenly executioner, the Huaxia people revealed expressions of extreme hatred. Assassination has always been the most despised tactic, and the enemy nation is the one that loves to cultivate assassins. Xuanwu squad, take her down. Kill this woman, avenge our grievances. Many were filled with righteous indignation. Yet the woman with the high heels and ponytail curled her red lips with interest. It seems the Huaxia people truly hate me. She sighed lightly. Captain, this shows your remarkable achievements. A royal-level team member beside her lowered his head in flattery. Roar! The Xuanwu let out a furious roar, the snake's head darting towards the heavenly executioner. However, the graceful figure of the heavenly executioner leisurely vanished, blending into the crowd. She reappeared. Now behind the Xuanwu, her crimson blade plunged fiercely beneath the Xuanwu's shell. -1,000. The Xuanwu let out a piercing wail, trying to turn its head, only to find that figure had vanished without a trace. Not good. The faces of his teammates instantly turned grim. Speed, her speed is too fast. With such agility, she must be at least a master-level weapon specialist. This is bad. The Huaxia populace also became alert. The Xuanwu was least adept at speed, and this assassin's speed is too fast. Ah, foolish Huaxia people. The enemy soldiers nearby wore disgusting smiles. The heavenly executioner has been learning the way of the ninja since childhood, naturally a professional-level weapon specialist, and now she is even a master-level weapon specialist. Who can reach such a level at this age? Even as a ruler, it's just a fate of being abused. Old Luo and Li Jie both wore serious expressions. Seeing Xuanwu getting injured time and again, letting out cries of agony yet unable to fight back. Xuanwu's defense specialization is only at the professional level right now, there's nothing we can do. Li Jie sighed. In a decisive battle between top talents of the same level, a 1-level difference in weapon specialization can determine a lot. Old Luo nodded helplessly. Let Xuanwu withdraw. This time, we announce our surrender in the talent challenge. With a command, Xuanwu reluctantly retreated from the battlefield. But the heavenly executioner queen coldly laughed, refusing to relent. No one who has fought me, the Huaxia top talents, has survived. She blended into the battlefield, occasionally launching attacks on Xuanwu, the Yuan emperor. As Xuanwu was surrounded by a red glow, he was already on the brink of being slain. The next strike would undoubtedly be fatal. The surrounding Huaxia soldiers could not stop this woman. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Whoosh! A dark, gleaming light flashed from the side, aiming to stab fiercely into Xuanwu's head, pinning him down. In that split second, clang! A loud sound of weapon collision echoed, and the heavenly executioner queen was sent flying. Who is it? The heavenly executioner queen angrily turned her head, just as she was about to slay another top talent, who dared to ruin her good fortune. All eyes gathered. In the battlefield, Chen Chen lightly raised his baton, squinting. Crack! He cuffed the heavenly executioner queen's fair wrist with a pair of silver handcuffs. You are suspected of illegally possessing controlled knives and provoking trouble. I declare you under arrest. Where did this come from? A police officer? Damn, this is a battlefield, and you're here to arrest someone for provoking trouble and illegally possessing knives? The heavenly executioner queen was stunned, beginning to question her life. Yet the grip on her hand was incredibly strong. Even her own power attribute couldn't break free. Just how high was his power attribute? Get away! The heavenly executioner queen angrily turned to look. She found that Chen Chen was only at level 16. Instantly furious. What kind of nobody dared to block her? Raising her long blade, she aimed to stab down at Chen Chen. The next moment, Chen Chen's baton twisted at an unimaginable angle, knocking the long blade away. He stood there nonchalantly. Refusing arrest? Huh? That adds to your charges. The heavenly executioner queen was frozen in place. Who the hell was this? Level 16, yet with such strong attributes. The key was his agility and speed. How could they be higher than her own? The outside world was watching Chen Chen, completely dumbfounded. It's him! He's here! City hero! This is a battle of 30-level top talents. How is he so at ease? He's always there in times of danger. The sense of security is overwhelming. Arresting people directly on the battlefield, this cop is too badass. So it's you! The heavenly executioner queen's expression turned cold as she recognized Chen Chen's identity. Her figure vanished. Breaking free from Chen Chen's wrist, she picked up the long blade, attempting to strike at Chen Chen again from an impossible angle. The result. Bang! A loud crash was heard as her long blade was once again knocked away by Chen Chen's baton. Chen Chen slowly approached, his tone playful. You're not being honest. Ordinary enemies would have been killed by Chen Chen long ago. But this one, who had repeatedly attacked Huaxia's top talents, was heinous and arrogant. Chen Chen would never let her die so easily. A single blow would be too merciful for her. How is this possible? The heavenly executioner queen stared at her long blade that had been knocked away, completely stunned. That was a platinum-level weapon. His baton was just a blue trash weapon. There could only be one possibility. His weapon specialization had reached a terrifying level, completely crushing her. But he was clearly only level 16, how could this be? What profession was he? If such a powerful profession exists, how could it appear in the small Jiangnan city? Is he completely crushing the heavenly executioner? The people outside were utterly stunned. What terrifying growth speed and specialization does this hero have? The heavenly executioner, a master-level specialization, is actually so much slower than him? Is this what a true genius looks like? In a real battle among masters, even a single level difference in weapon specialization is like heaven and earth. Not to mention that Chen Chen is currently at extraordinary level 8 in weapon specialization, completely overwhelming the master level heavenly executioner by 2 major tiers. Even with a 20 level difference, under the super high attribute growth and specialization crushing of the great sage equal to heaven profession, the heavenly executioner couldn't even touch him. With profession crushing, plus specialization crushing, is there any need to discuss the outcome? The nearby Xuanwu, who was quickly trying to recover, was stunned, staring at Chen Chen and gasping. Not only did he save my life, but he also directly crushed this heavenly executioner? The teammates beside him were also dumbfounded. God! The hero is only level 16, yet he crushes a level 30 heavenly executioner? Am I seeing this wrong? Further away, Lao Luo and Li Jie were completely shocked, their jaws dropping and remaining agape for a long time. Just moments ago, they thought Xuanwu was doomed, that another genius from Huaxia was about to fall. Who would have thought? Now, their gaze towards Chen Chen was filled with nothing but shock. They had already begun to speculate about Chen Chen's identity. It seems Chen Chen's identity can't be hidden any longer. After this, he should change his identity again. Inside the Nanjing base, Huang Chang chuckled. Li Qingye sighed. The strongest war god is indeed the strongest war god. Someone as outstanding as him is like a golden beetle in a rice field, impossible to hide for long. The two had no doubts about this battle. After all, the gap between divine professions and non-divine professions is greater than the gap between humans and amoebas. Not to mention that Chen Chen is the strongest war god. No one outside knew that Chen Chen was actually a divine being. The Japanese army was completely dumbfounded. No way? The invincible heavenly executioner actually got crushed by him? Many Japanese soldiers knelt down and cried out. This is impossible. The heavenly executioner is an invincible royal. My idol in my heart has collapsed. The mayor of Chuanyun and Yoshio Koizumi, who witnessed this scene, trembled all over, unable to believe it. It's over, everything is over. If something happens to the heavenly executioner, don't you dare harm the heavenly executioner. In the next moment, the 4 royal teammates of the heavenly executioner rushed forward frantically, using all means to attack Chen Chen. Noisy! Chen Chen didn't even look at the 4 of them, raising his baton and striking each one, causing their brains to burst, tossing them in front of the heavenly executioner. He laughed. Aren't you fond of boasting about assassinating our Huaxia geniuses? Did you ever think this day would come? What do you want? The heavenly executioner, seeing this, lowered her head in despair, knowing she was doomed. In this city battle, no one above level 35 was allowed to intervene. Anyone who did would be erased. The other 35-level Japanese soldiers clearly couldn't stop Chen Chen, so no one could save her. Kneel down first, apologize and bow for all the evil deeds you and your Japanese nation have done. Chen Chen pointed his baton at her and gestured to the outside. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I'll make your death a bit easier. I apologize. And so, in front of everyone on the battlefield, the pride of the Japanese nation, the heavenly executioner, knelt down and repeatedly bowed to the Huaxia people, her forehead turning red from the impact, timidly looking at Chen Chen. She didn't want to die. She was an A-level royal, with a bright future ahead, and didn't want to die here without reason today. At this moment, it seemed one could hear the sound of the Japanese soldiers' hearts breaking. The harm was not great, but the humiliation directly broke through the heavens. No! Why? Why do you make me see this scene? I can't accept it. Many of the Japanese soldiers couldn't accept reality and committed seppuku on the spot. Awesome! I would describe you with one word: pathetic. This is even better than eating elixirs. The people of Huaxia experienced for the first time what it meant to eat ice blocks in the scorching heat of summer, especially watching the Japanese soldiers who were so furious they committed seppuku, their mental state collapsing. It was exhilarating. Immediately after, Chen Chen swung his club down on the heavenly executioner's legs. This swing is for the heroes who died from your sneak attack. Bang! The heavenly executioner's beautiful legs turned to mush, and she screamed in pain that echoed through the heavens and earth. Damn it! Bang! This swing is for your country-buying traitors and coveting Huaxia. Bang! The heavenly executioner's slender waist also turned to mush, and she writhed in pain like a worm. This swing is for the 3 police officers and the female university student killed by your country. Bang! The heavenly executioner's chest turned to mush, leaving only her head intact. But she didn't die. Professionals do not die until their health reaches 0, and Chen Chen controlled each swing to ensure she wouldn't die. Then Chen Chen grabbed her head and tossed it to a soldier. Take her into custody for interrogation, extract all the intelligence before judging her. This handling was justified. It vented emotions while preserving the value of this person. Chen Chen's treatment of the prisoner could be described as textbook level, maximizing the value of this person. Now, whether it was old Luo, Li Jie, or Huang Chang and Li Qingye, who initially thought Chen Chen would impulsively kill her and waste the intelligence value, now they all had to admire. This kid is both rough and meticulous, brave and cunning. Despicable Huaxia people, how dare you humiliate our heroes like this? We will not forgive you. Let's fight to the death. The remaining Japanese soldiers had fiery eyes, clearly enraged to the extreme. But there were only a few insults in Japanese, which lacked any real impact. Ha! We are despicable? Did you not think of this day when you sent people to assassinate our heroes every year? Even pigs and dogs know to have some shame, but you Japanese do not. The Huaxia professionals retorted without holding back. The Battle of Heroes had ended, and war was about to break out. This Battle of Heroes had stirred the anger of both sides to the extreme. In an instant, mages surged with energy, pouring it over the sky and earth, while warriors transformed and charged, vowing to fight to the death. The vast square was instantly filled with ruins, the ground a bloody mess. The intense atmosphere of the battlefield even scattered the clouds in the sky. Bang! Chen Chen extended his baton, swiftly piercing through several Japanese soldiers, entering through the rear and exiting through the mouth. With a flick, the intestines and entrails scattered everywhere. He specifically targeted the weak spots in battle. It was incredibly satisfying. In a confrontation of hundreds of thousands, a sea of people, it was also Chen Chen's first time facing such a scene. But he didn't care about anything else. On the battlefield, he used the 72 transformations, constantly changing into various forms, then striking with a club. Who could withstand this? Monkey Brother transformed into an assassin, invincible. After acquiring the skill of 72 transformations, false form, Chen Chen finally had the confidence to switch from warrior to assassin. A seemingly ordinary pebble by the roadside. a collapsed stone pillar nearby, the dust in the air. All could be his transformations. Moreover, Qin Shen wasn't just killing indiscriminately. As the strongest individual on the battlefield, he naturally targeted the enemy's most lethal threats. As soon as the Japanese constructed a magic formation, he would swing down and destroy it. The Warm Sea. A Japanese mage had just begun to chant a forbidden spell when he was struck dead by Qin Shen, who had transformed into dust beside him. What are you babbling about? Qin Shen lightly picked up the mage's equipment and then transformed into a fly, buzzing away. Before leaving, he shot a glare at the nearby soldiers. What are you looking at? Is he really this arrogant? The soldiers could only watch in frustration, powerless and furious. Damn! Is there no justice left? This Huaxia prodigy is so strong, and he's still an assassin? All the soldiers on the battlefield were completely dumbfounded. You have killed a level 35 professional, experience plus, you have gained weapon specialization, you have reached level 17, triggered class talent, basic attack critical damage plus 1%, the notification sounds kept ringing in Qin Shen's ears, his power skyrocketing like crazy. I love the battlefield too much. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ordinary divine professionals could never reach the battlefield at such a low level. First, they didn't have his strength. Second, they would easily be targeted and killed. But neither of these applied to Qin Shen. The great sage equal to heaven was born for the battlefield. With Qin Shen around, the Huaxia soldiers could unleash forbidden spells, while the enemy couldn't. The advantage was immeasurable. Soon, the bodies of the enemy professionals piled up in the square, retreating one after another. This. Li Jie, watching from the municipal building, gasped 3 times, his eyes wide open. I thought there would be significant casualties. But now with him here, the casualties are almost in single digits. This is the role of a war god on the battlefield. Old Luo chuckled. The fighting spirit of the Huaxia professionals was already strong, and their numbers were greater. Now with Qin Shen continuously taking out key enemy units, how could the enemy continue this fight? Hero brother, we are here to assist you. Xuanwu rushed to Qin Shen's side with 4 teammates, panting. Their current task was simply to protect Qin Shen from danger. Not to mention that Qin Shen had saved their lives. We have lost. The Empire has lost. Seeing the tide turn, the mayor of Chuanyun City trembled all over. I will commit seppuku to apologize. Mayor. The urgent matter is to quickly retreat the warriors, otherwise, if the level 35 professionals suffer heavy casualties leading to a break in succession, the annual city siege battles will. Xiao Zhongyinan advised with difficulty beside him. The enemy no longer yearned for victory, they just wanted to bring back as many people as possible. Right. The mayor suddenly reacted, slamming his hand on the table. Quick! Immediately build a defensive line near the teleportation array to allow more people to retreat, and do not let the Huaxia people notice. Yes. Soon, teams of mage soldiers stopped charging to the front lines and quietly appeared on both sides of the teleportation array, constructing one defensive line after another, hoping to block the Huaxia pursuers. The Huaxia professionals fighting in the front lines didn't notice, but Qin Shen, wandering around the battlefield, caught sight of this strange scene. Oh, are the enemy trying to escape? I haven't even reached level 20 yet. What am I supposed to do if you escape? Qin Shen knew that such a great leveling opportunity only came once. If he missed this city siege battle, where would he go to kill? It was clearly impossible to have Huaxia open another war just for him. Now, the experience between level 17 and 20 was massive. If he had to grind small monsters, it would take him 4 or 5 days. Whoosh! Qin Shen bent down and transformed into a 3-inch snake, swimming around the battlefield. He finally understood how exhilarating it was to transform like the great sage. The little snake slithered into the teleportation array, and Qin Shen took on the appearance of an enemy mage, patting the shoulder of a nearby mage. Brother, what are you doing? Building a defensive line to resist the Huaxia pursuers. The mage replied eagerly. Oh, I see. Qin Shen smiled and suddenly struck down with a stick. Bang! A loud bang echoed, smoke filled the air, and various defensive materials were shattered by the blow. The constructed defenses crumbled, and several enemy mages were killed. Stop him, block him, don't let him escape. A pair of outer guards charged forward. Finally found this kid's trail, we absolutely can't let him get away this time, take him down. Over 100 level 35 warriors charged together, and with Qin Shen's current health of over 2,500 points, it was still very dangerous. Yet, Qin Shen couldn't retreat. If he did, the enemy would continue to build their defenses and retreat at their leisure. Qin Shen transformed into a flower by the roadside and vanished. The charging warriors looked at each other, their angry eyes bloodshot. Where is he? Where did this kid go again? What kind of skill is this? Why can't we ever catch him? Swish! Even if I have to scrape the ground, I will find him. In the next moment, Chen Chen appeared behind one of the warriors, smiling. Heard you were looking for me? Bang! The enemy hadn't even turned around before stars exploded in his eyes, and his skull cracked. Several nearby warriors also had their skulls shattered and fell to the ground, swaying. Daze spell, ice sword, paralysis potion. In an instant, dozens of control skills were thrown at Chen Chen. Whoosh! Chen Chen transformed into a scattered skull, collapsing to the ground among the many corpses. All control skills missed. We can't keep going like this. A grim-faced enemy captain shouted. The advance of the Huaxia army is getting faster and faster, and soon they will reach the teleportation array. If we don't build a defense line, none of us will escape. His skill is clearly not invisibility, but some kind of transformation skill. Is there anyone with dispelling abilities? The enemy captain shouted. Several practitioners with dispelling effects immediately stepped forward. Eye of Disillusion. Search the heavens and the earth. True Sight. Several dispelling skills were cast simultaneously, illuminating the surroundings completely. But these skills lacked the necessary strength. There wasn't even an A-level practitioner on site. How could they see through Chen Chen's divine skills? Moreover, ordinary divine practitioners couldn't see through Chen Chen's 72 transformations. After a long while, the mages shook their heads in despair. As the situation worsened, the group of enemies went mad. Run! There's no way out. If we stay here, we'll all die. Quick, escape as many as you can. The enemies began to scatter, their formation collapsing instantly, fleeing wildly from the teleportation array. The defeat was like a mountain collapsing. Many enemy practitioners were trampled to death, and the scene turned chaotic. Seeing this, the Huaxia practitioners quickly advanced, trying to block the teleportation array. At this moment, Chen Chen played his part again. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to block the teleportation array alone. With so many enemies charging, his health would be gone in an instant. Bang! Chen Chen flashed out from the side of the teleportation array, taking down a few enemies. You have killed a level 35 practitioner, experience plus. You have gained weapon specialization. The enemies were too busy fleeing to focus their fire on him. Chen Chen was on a killing spree, enjoying himself. The last bit of experience filled up, and he directly leveled up to 18. You leveled up, reaching level 18. But the enemies were running too fast. Although over 100,000 enemies had died, more than 100,000 still escaped back to Sakura country through the teleportation array. Are you okay? Thank you for blocking the enemies, otherwise, we wouldn't have achieved such great results this year. This year has been amazing. Surrounding Huaxia soldiers crowded around, fearing that Chen Chen had been injured. Their gazes were filled with reverence, as if looking at a deity. The corpses of the enemy scattered all over the ground, at least half of them are the result of Chen Chen's efforts. With just this battle, next year Jiangnan City will launch a level 35 challenge against Chuanyun City. That's like an adult beating a child. With so many casualties this year, next year they will be in a weak position. Defeat is inevitable. One could say that the achievements Chen Chen has made this year are enough for Jiangnan City to bully Chuanyun City for decades. Year after year, they would reap experience rewards. I'm fine, no need to worry. Chen Chen looked at the hundreds of thousands of enemies fleeing through the teleportation array, then glanced at his experience points, which were at level 18. Just 2 more levels to reach level 20. If he were to go to the wild area, who knows how many days it would take to grind. If he doesn't get stronger quickly, how can he fight in the wilderness? If he can't clear the wilderness, he will be stuck at level 20 forever. Can he really let this opportunity to level up slip away, just watching the enemies escape? No way, fortune favors the bold. Chen Chen made up his mind and stepped into the teleportation array under the gaze of everyone. The outside world was instantly stunned. He went in with the enemies? What is he trying to do, kill his way into the enemy's territory? Oh right, that's not impossible. Seeing Chen Chen rush into the teleportation array, a bold idea flashed in the minds of the Chinese practitioners. As the defending side, most cities only consider themselves victorious if they successfully defend, without thinking of expanding their gains. After all, past rewards wouldn't increase, and they would still lose many people. The risk is too great. But this year is different. With Chen Chen around, if they can kill their way into the cherry blossom country, Chuanyun City, wouldn't that be a guaranteed profit? They could even wipe out all level 35 and below practitioners in that city. That would completely cripple Chuanyun City. From then on, Jiangnan City could freely grind experience rewards from them every year. Isn't that satisfying? Damn! What are we waiting for? Follow the hero. Realizing this, The Chinese soldiers didn't wait for orders from above, and without any hesitation, they rushed into the teleportation array one by one. Follow the hero's footsteps, kill. Where the enemy can go, so can I. Give the enemies a little shock. Damn it, they've been plotting against us every year, let's settle the score this time. Thanks to the hero for creating such a great opportunity this year, it would be a shame to miss it. On the Chinese side, there were almost no casualties, while the enemy suffered over 100,000 losses. If they don't take advantage of this victory, are they just seeking fame and fortune like a tyrant? His decision is not wrong. After some thought, Li Jie from the city government nodded seriously. Although there is some risk, if we can really expand our gains, we might not have to worry about this enemy for the next decade, and we can gain tremendous benefits from them. What do you think, old Luo? He looked at old Luo beside him, but didn't notice that old Luo was trembling all over, tears in his eyes, his weathered fingers clenched into fists. Good, it should be like this. Since we have been targeted by various countries year after year, when have we ever felt so proud? Fight! I firmly support him in expanding our gains. What else is there to say? The military practitioners and city defense teams received orders and drove their war vehicles directly into the teleportation array. They stepped onto the territory of the Cherry Blossom Country. So this is what the Cherry Blossom Country is like. I haven't been here in many years. The excited Chinese soldiers looked around. They saw that the tall buildings were not much different from those in China, but had copied many ancient Chinese architectural styles. Even the names of the wild monsters in the wild area were quite different from those in China. Comrades, the invasion of the Cherry Blossom enemies into the city has caused us significant property damage, destroying many buildings. We should show no mercy and tear down their buildings as well, bringing the resources back home. The leader of the army, Xuanwu, shouted loudly. Yes. The soldiers of Huaxia immediately drove their war chariots into one high-rise building after another, crushing the highways and completely destroying many functional structures, gathering all kinds of resources into their backpacks. When the 8 pairs of heavy-wheeled Huaxia war chariots entered the urban area of Chuanyun City, the shock they brought was unparalleled. The onlooking Japanese citizens were utterly stunned. What's going on? The Huaxia people actually broke in? Isn't this an invasion war we initiated? How can they come through the teleportation array? Quick, defend! The Japanese had never expected such a move. Although the offensive and defensive battle time had not yet ended, with a fixed duration of 6 hours for each round, the side being attacked generally considered it a victory if they could withstand the invasion. Who would think of turning the tables and invading the other country? The battered Japanese professionals, who had just wanted to take a break, heard this terrible news. What? The Huaxia people are coming after us? This is too much. They are really going too far. We have already admitted defeat. Why are they still coming? A group of Japanese professionals completely exploded. They had originally planned to go harvest heads. As a result, not only were their elites slaughtered, but they were also beaten up by Huaxia, and now Huaxia was chasing them through the teleportation array. How infuriating. At the same time, inside the Chuanyun City government building, citizens, although we have paid a heavy price this time, we have successfully located a top talent from Huaxia, Chen Chen. The country will soon send a large number of assassins to eliminate this person. As long as this child is dead, our sacrifices will be worth it. The mayor of Chuanyun City was now beaming, standing on a high platform and giving a passionate speech to the dignitaries below. The Japanese were not foolish. Although Chen Chen had concealed his identity, there were already suspicions in the Japanese country when Chen Chen displayed such strong power. Moreover, Chen Chen's overwhelming defeat of the Heavenly Punishment Emperor further confirmed this point for the Japanese officials. They had been worried about not finding Chen Chen's exact location, but now they were overjoyed. A large number of assassins would soon quietly infiltrate Jiangnan City to crazily assassinate Chen Chen. Great! As long as that strongest war god is dead, let's see how Huaxia cries. Not good. The next moment, terrible news arrived. A Japanese professional burst into the meeting hall, crying out loudly. Mayor, the Huaxia people have invaded. What? The mayor of Chuanyun City was stunned. The Huaxia people came through the teleportation array and are rampaging in the city. Our remaining professionals are simply not enough to resist them. It seems the entire city is going to fall, and the whole city will be destroyed. Put. After hearing this, the mayor, caught between joy and sorrow, spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted on the spot. Mayor, what happened to you? You absolutely cannot have anything happen at this time. The medical staff nearby rushed forward. They finally managed to revive the mayor of Chuanyun City. But outside, the rumbling sound of 8 teams of heavy-wheeled war chariots buzzed as pairs of military green Huaxia war chariots entered the government building. This made the old Japanese mayor faint again from anger. Before the Japanese side could even begin to implement their plan to assassinate Chen Chen, the Huaxia people had already come. The city was doomed. What was the point of any accolades? Yet the mayor of Chuanyun City had no countermeasures at all. The city's offensive and defensive battles had strict level regulations. Professionals above level 35 were not allowed to intervene. If they did, they would be obliterated by the game's main god. This meant that the mayor of Chuanyun City had reached the peak of failure. He could only watch helplessly as Huaxia destroyed Chuanyun City. Originally, it should have been Chuanyun City that destroyed Jiangnan City. Quick! Seek help from above. Otherwise, none of the 8 million low-level professionals in Chuanyun City will survive. The pale-faced Xiao Zhoninan shouted orders to his deputy. He remained relatively calm, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Huaxia was clearly intent on extermination this time. 300,000 fully armed Huaxia professionals slaughtered all professionals below level 35 in Chuanyun City in just 2 short hours. Help! Don't kill me, I beg you. Huaxia masters, we were wrong, we won't dare again. Spare my life. The streets and alleys were filled with the cries for mercy and screams of the defeated. The Huaxia soldiers said little, they killed anyone they saw. For professionals, war was the best opportunity to level up. Although not everyone could rise as quickly as Chen Chen, many did manage to level up from 35 to 36. Equipment, resources, materials, including pets. Almost everyone returned with their bags full. Where are our heroes? Xuanwu not only commanded the soldiers to recover losses but also looked around. Chen Chen was the first to enter, yet his figure was nowhere to be seen. Report, team leader, no sighting. The Huaxia soldiers replied one after another. Outside the Chuanyun City Museum. Buzz buzz buzz. A small mosquito flew in, landing on the ground and transforming into Chen Chen's form. Chen Chen is indeed clever. Huang Chang and Li Xingye at the headquarters nodded with smiles. He knew to come to the most valuable place first. Chen Chen was the first to enter the teleportation array, and he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to expose himself to an ambush. Instead, he transformed into a flying insect and infiltrated Sakura country to reap the benefits. Where is the most valuable thing in a city? Naturally, it's in the museum. Game equipment is divided into 9 levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, purple gold, diamond, starry, holy artifacts, and divine artifacts. Although generally, high-level equipment is worn by high-level professionals, Chen Chen was not their match at the moment. But the museum must have a few powerful pieces of equipment on display for the public. Generally speaking, after a city battle starts, the equipment in these museums would be collected immediately to prevent theft. But who would have thought that Chuanyun City could be invaded in reverse? Bang! Chen Chen raised his baton, and the bright glass door of the museum shattered with a single strike. There was a layer of specially made glass with 50,000 points of defense in front of the exhibits. However, after a few strikes, Chen Chen triggered the break defense effect of his extraordinary weapon specialization. The specially made glass shattered with a loud crash. Nothing could stop Chen Chen from obtaining the national treasures of the enemy. Who would have thought that Chen Chen had quietly made it here, and the museum's guards were nowhere to be found? Chen Chen looked ahead. On the highest display stand were 3 pieces of equipment radiating a faint holy light. Qianin Stone, 8-foot mirror, Heavenly Maya Ancient Bow. All 3 were holy artifacts. Good stuff, really good stuff. Chen Chen, hurry and grab them. What an opportunity. Even Huang Chang and Li Xingye at the headquarters had greedy glints in their eyes, unable to contain their excitement as they shouted. It should be known that these 3 holy artifacts could only be obtained by the SSS-level professionals of the enemy from their exclusive secret realms. Each one could be described as priceless, and calling them national treasures would not be an exaggeration. The effect of each holy artifact could even change the fate of a nation. Generally speaking, even if Huaxia killed a Sakura country professional, such national treasures would be destroyed before they could fall into enemy hands. But now they were so close to Chen Chen. How many years would it take for such an opportunity to arise again? Is it only holy artifacts? Chen Chen pouted in disappointment, thinking he could get a few divine artifacts. Don't be picky, just grab them. Huang Chang and Li Xingye urged, both amused and exasperated. With these few items, I could personally apply for 3 national-level medals for you. Do you know how important sacred artifacts are to a country? They can suppress national fortunes. Even when facing certain large secret realms, they can play an unimaginable role. Not to mention their use on the battlefield during national wars. Besides, you want divine artifacts, but even the Sakura country doesn't have them. The divine system of Sakura country is too weak. The strongest, the 8-footed mysterious hook jade, is just a mid-grade sacred artifact. So stop being picky. The 2 elders showed a bitter smile, anxious to the point of wanting to rush over and help Chen Chen take them. Even for these national powerhouses above level 100, the opportunity to obtain a sacred artifact is rare. Moreover, it's a sacred artifact from the enemy country. But how did Chen Chen get so lucky to stumble upon 3 right in front of him? Oh, I see. Chen Chen nodded and directly put the 3 sacred artifacts into his backpack. If that's the case, then these 3 sacred artifacts from the Sakura mythology would be at most a postnatal magical tool in the Honghuang realm, having limited effect on his progress through Honghuang, but they would still be helpful in the early stages. After all, Monkey King was quite weak at the beginning. The data for these 3 sacred artifacts popped up before him. Thousand Pole Stone, Sacred Artifact. Background story, Chinese version. The father goddess Inaji used the Thousand Pole Stone to block the entrance to the underworld, preventing his sister Izanami from coming to violate him. Effect, divine power, block the underworld, isolate yin and yang, can be infinitely magnified to block all gaps. After equipping, ghost and yin resistance plus 100%. Chen Chen's vision went dark. Every word was translated into Chinese, but he couldn't understand it. Siblings, strong X. Is the enemy's mythology this explosive? Even the background story of the sacred artifact is so absurd. This thing's mythology wouldn't pass the review if it were in its original text. The second one, 8-footed mirror, sacred artifact. Background story, Chinese version. The mirror used by the gods of Takamagara to seduce the sun goddess Amaterasu by dancing naked, with remnants of the gods' dancing images inside. Divine power, the mirror body is transparent, surrounded by strong light, shaped like a turtle fish, bathing in spiritual light, reflecting everything in Sumeru. The target illuminated by it generates irresistible lust. After equipping, lust resistance plus 100%. This one is even more heavyweight. Chen Chen and the onlookers, Huang Chang and Li Qingye, simultaneously twitched their mouths. There's only more absurdity, not the most absurd. Is the enemy's mythology this ridiculous? Do they know? The gods dancing seductively to entice the main god? I think Greek mythology is about like this. I thought it was already absurd enough in our mythology when the Yellow Emperor kicked Shio's head like a ball. But it's still quite powerful. The few nodded in agreement. Being able to generate irresistible lust is a divine artifact that can disrupt morale on the battlefield. Chen Chen also thought that if this thing were brought into Honghuang, who knows? He might be able to create some tricks. But does the enemy country not have a single normal sacred artifact? He looked at the next one, Heavenly Makaraga Ancient Bow, Sacred Artifact. Background story, the bow used by the sun goddess Amaterasu to shoot her own son. Divine power, shoot down the celestial god. After equipping, can lock onto a divine practitioner, ignoring distance, and will definitely hit. Finally, a somewhat normal one. Chen Chen couldn't help but nod at this scene. Not to mention anything else, just the point of ignoring distance, will definitely hit. It truly lives up to the name of a sacred artifact. For a marksman-type profession, being able to lock onto a target and ignore distance to hit is simply unbeatable. But the awkward part is, he, the great sage equal to heaven, is not a marksman-type profession, and equipping the bow and arrow wouldn't trigger his professional talent to generate normal attack critical damage. No worries, Chen Chen, we can exchange other sacred artifacts with you later. Huang Chang immediately spoke up. For now, you can use these, and after level 50, we'll give you something even better. Chen Chen nodded. It wasn't that he was useless, although he didn't specialize in ranged weapons and his bow's damage was low, probably only 200 to 300 points per shot. Having this bow finally gave him an additional means of ranged output. Besides, specializing in ranged weapons wasn't impossible to practice. Meanwhile, inside the municipal building of Sakura Country, Koizumi Yoshio, who was frowning and nervously deploying the urban warfare situation, suddenly relaxed his brow as if he had thought of something and stood up abruptly. I remember a few days ago, there were 3 unclaimed holy artifacts from Kyoto on display in our city, right? If we temporarily equip those 3 artifacts, our situation could be greatly alleviated. Perhaps we could even counterattack and achieve victory? The Japanese personnel outside were all taken aback, their spirits lifting with excitement. Yes, how did I not think of that? Colonel Koizumi, your wisdom is truly reliable. Great, let's hurry and retrieve those 3 artifacts. Koizumi Yoshio was overjoyed and without a second thought rushed towards the museum at the back. It was important to note that the museum was far from the city center and had not yet fallen. Those 3 artifacts were currently unclaimed. As long as a level 35 professional got their hands on them, they would surely deal a heavy blow to the Huaxia side, wiping them all out within the city. Humph. Thinking of this, Koizumi Yoshio felt exhilarated, muttering fiercely under his breath. Despicable Huaxia people, I'll make sure you come and never return. You think you can counterattack our great Sakura country? Dream on. The foundation of Sakura country is beyond your imagination. This time, he would give Huaxia a severe lesson, making them understand that Sakura country could not be insulted. And that suspected Huaxia prodigy, who might be Qin Shen, must also be killed to relieve his hatred. What? When they arrived at the museum and saw the shattered glass, it was easy to imagine that Koizumi Yoshio's face darkened to the point of dripping water, as he grabbed his aide's neck and roared, "Baka! Where are the artifacts? Where are those 3 artifacts? I asked you, where are they? Didn't you say they were stored here?" I don't know." The aide's face turned purple from being choked, terrified to the point of wetting his pants, trembling and curling up. "It's over, completely over." Koizumi Yoshio slumped to the ground, blood rushing to his head, and everything before him turned pitch black. Losing the urban battle, even if Chuanyun City was ruined, wouldn't be a big deal for the Sakura military. But losing the 3 artifacts, how could he explain that to his superiors? There was no way to explain. He was undoubtedly doomed. At that moment, Koizumi Yoshio inexplicably noticed a note left in the shattered display case, with a clear line of Huaxia characters written on it. "The great sage equal to heaven visited here. How dare he mock me, how dare he still mock me? Who is it? Who stole the artifacts?" The extreme mockery made Koizumi Yoshio tremble with rage. Chen Chen dashed onto the street. The sounds of explosions and bombings filled the air, with mages casting spells across the streets, while the remaining Sakura country professionals fought desperately to protect their families. But one by one, they were cleared away under the iron fists of the Huaxia soldiers. "Dame!" A group of Sakura girls hiding in a convenience store poked their heads out and, seeing Chen Chen in a police uniform, quickly asked, "Are you a police officer? Please save us." "Save you where? To heaven, right?" Chen Chen laughed and swung his baton. Boom! The convenience store collapsed into ruins, smoke billowing, and the Sakura girls inside turned into nothing but cherry blossom paste. A notification sound rang in his ears. "You have killed a level 15 professional, experience plus. You have killed a level 19 professional, experience plus." Then he activated Philion, running wildly down the street, killing crazily. "You have killed a level 30 professional, experience plus. You leveled up, reaching level 19. In the blink of an eye, Chen Chen had reached level 19, just one step away from level 20. The war was also nearing its end. After being plowed through by the Huaxia army several times, there were not many Japanese left alive in Chuanyun City, and they needed to be dug out one by one. Chen Chen was not polite, carefully searching for every Japanese he could find. Those above level 35 could only stand by and watch, trembling with anger, yet helpless. They did not belong to the city's offensive and defensive battles. Any action would lead to their annihilation. Seeing this, Chen Chen squinted his eyes and beckoned with his hand, "Come here. Your whole family has been killed by me, and you still dare not act? Are you even a man? Baka, I will kill you." Sure enough, one Japanese could not hold back and lunged at Chen Chen, but halfway through, he exploded into a puddle of blood. "Violation detected, has been erased." Chen Chen then continued on his way, satisfied. The rules of the game's main god were absolute and could not be violated. This was why he dared to kill in Sakura country, for in this city, he was invincible below level 35. After killing several hundred more Japanese, a heavenly sound finally rang in Chen Chen's ears. "Ding, you leveled up, reaching level 20. All experience will be stored as experience points." Finally, level 20. Chen Chen let out a long breath. To continue growing stronger, he must clear the Honghuang. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Chen Chen, Occupation, Jitian Dishang, Hidden Chosen, Level, 20, 0%, Strength, 306, Agility, 306, Mentality, 306, Constitution, 306, Special Attributes, Normal Attack Critical Damage 3214%, 10% Damage Reduction, 10% Damage Increase, 10% Evasion, Title, Divine Might Like a Prison. Path of Invincibility. Equipment, City Guardian Medal Level 1, City Hero Medal Level 1, Standard Police Baton. Skill Advancement Scroll *1, Specialization Upgrade Scroll *1, Xianin Stone, Holy Artifact, 8-Foot Mirror, Holy Artifact, Heavenly Maya Bao, Holy Artifact, Skills, 72 Earthly Fiends Transformation, Immobilization, Creation of All Things, Rain Summoning, Thunder Calling, Water Banning, Fire Avoidance, Flying Lien, Blade Swallowing, Object Manipulation, Illusion, Transport, Beast Gathering, Soul Snatching. Newly unlocked skills, Continuation, Water Walking, Earth Walking, Main Quest, Conquer Honghuang, 0%, Save Huaxia National Fortune, 3%, Normal Attack Critical Damage stacked to 3,200 points. This means my normal attack now deals 32 times the damage. It can almost be said that any divine practitioner of the same level can be one-shot with a single blow. This is the terrifying combat power of Qi Tian de Shang. Chen Shen side, with an output of 306 plus 50 points of weapon damage, multiplied by 32, a single hit would deal over 11,000 points of damage. If he used emotional value to unleash a special attack, it would be over 20,000 points of damage. This damage could easily be considered that of a humanoid boss. Chen Shen could guarantee that S-level divine practitioners of the same level had almost no health exceeding 20,000. Perhaps SS level or SSS level divine practitioners might, meaning he could basically one-shot them. Seeing the newly unlocked skills. Metal walking, passive walk through metal ignoring terrain, as if on flat ground. Water walking, passive walk through water ignoring terrain, as if on flat ground. Earth walking, passive walk through soil ignoring terrain, as if on flat ground. Soul hook, transform targets below your level by 20 or defeated into spirit state, 50% success rate, consumes 10% mental power. Weapon dissolution, after suicide or being killed, retain 5% health to escape in spirit state. Out of body, abandon the physical body to become a spirit state, health minus 50%. Every skill is truly divine. Chen Shen's eyes lit up. With the combination of the skills of gold, earth, and water, he almost possessed the ability to ignore all terrain. The skill, Soul Snatch, was just a means to bully the weak, but he already had the Immortals, Weapon Transformation, skill, allowing him to escape as a spirit even if killed. Awesome! Chen Shen thought about how he had already mastered 19 divine abilities, making him a local immortal in the wilderness. Dodge! He burrowed into the ground, activating Earth, allowing him to see everything clearly from below the surface of the city. It was like a game bug that let him phase through objects. Not bad, not bad, it'll be even harder for them to kill me in the future. The city siege and defense battle has ended. Casualties in Jiangnan City, China, 9,352. Casualties in Konoha City, Sakura Country, 8,003,585. Jiangnan City, China, wins, all citizens experience multiplier plus 100% this year. The voice echoed. As they faced the beautiful sunset of Sakura Country, the soldiers of China returned through the teleportation array, still feeling exhilarated. There were casualties, but compared to the enemy's losses, it was nothing. The enemy had lost over 8 million people. Although most of them were low-level newcomers, it allowed the 300,000 soldiers from China to level up at least 2 levels each. Those who came in at level 35 returned at level 37, with some even reaching level 40. Joy radiated from everyone's faces. We really have to thank our city's great hero. This achievement is worth years of my effort. If the country doesn't award him, I will be the first to protest. Yes, he deserves the highest honors. From now on, as long as the hero gives the order, I will serve him with my life. These 300,000 soldiers had completely become Chun Chen's loyal followers. Everyone knew that Chun Chen played a decisive role in this battle. Without him, how could they have defeated the enemy's elite and shattered their morale? Without Chun Chen, how could they have so easily vanquished the enemy's army? Not to mention, it was Chen Chen who led the charge into Sakura Country. In ancient times, this would be comparable to the achievements of Wei Qing and Hua Tsubing. Li Jie said with deep emotion, his eyes unable to hide their envy. It's infuriating how people can be so different. I am far less important in the eyes of the citizens than the hero. Such a person is destined to lead our China to rise. Old Luo sighed, his tone filled with reverence. Once he grows stronger, the national humiliation can be avenged. Indeed. Li Jie nodded. Today was just a small city siege. I can't imagine how much he will contribute on the battlefield in the future. I need to apply for all the medals the city can offer him. Hearing how thoroughly they had won this battle, the high-level professionals in Jiangnan City were in an uproar. Who could have expected this result? A city battle, and our hero led it with the momentum of a national war. National wars aren't even this exhilarating, right? From now on, I will only recognize him. In wars where he is present, I will pay my own way to participate. Amidst the crowd, as he listened to the overwhelming praise from the outside world, Chen Chen, disguised as an ordinary man, smiled and pulled down his cap, slowly walking towards his residence. A notification sound rang in his ears. Main quest, Save the Fate of China, completion plus 3%, current completion, 6%. Now that he had reached level 20, ordinary monster grinding was no longer useful for him. Moreover, his identity was definitely exposed, and staying in Jiangnan City was unsafe every second. Therefore, he would surely be arranged by Old Huang and others to return to the base camp at the first opportunity. The next task was to rest and prepare for battle. Enter the wilderness and take down the damned flower leopard king. Hoo hoo hoo. As the tactical helicopter descended, Huang Chang and Li Xingye personally led the military working group to the scene. Chen Shen, this time you truly made a contribution to the country. Huang Chang strode up to Chen Shen, gripping his hands tightly, his expression trembling with emotion. In just a week, it's hard to imagine how much Chen Shen has accomplished. Li Shunye was equally moved as he welcomed Chen Shen off the plane. The two had come personally to escort him, quickly taking him to the safe base. The base had already been equipped with numerous defensive facilities to ensure Chen Shen's safety 100%. Chen Shen, this is the medal you earned this time. I applied for 3 from the game's main deity for you, plus 1 from Jiangnan City. On the plane, Huang Chang couldn't wait to award the medals to Chen Shen. Under the gaze of the military personnel, although Chen Shen was only 18 years old, he already wore half a kilogram of medals on his chest. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. The eyes of all the military personnel were filled with extreme admiration. What is the most tempting thing for soldiers? Naturally, it is merit. Medals not only represent honor but also enhance strength. Huaxia Merit Medal, Level 1, Strength plus 8 Constitution plus 8 Agility plus 8 Spirit plus 8. Huaxia Guardian Medal, Level 1, Strength plus 8 Constitution plus 8 Agility plus 8 Spirit plus 8. Battlefield Warrior Medal, Level 1, Strength plus 8 Constitution plus 8 Agility plus 8 Spirit plus 8. King of the City Medal, Level 1, Strength plus 10 Constitution plus 10 Agility plus 10 Spirit plus 10 Special Effect. For every 10 levels the average citizen of Jiangnan City increases, you gain 1 point of random attribute enhancement. Current 0 Chen Shen looked at the data of these 4 medals, pondering which one to upgrade. The most valuable was naturally the King of the City Medal. Not only did it provide the highest attribute enhancement, but it was also tied to the city's development. The better the city developed, the more attributes he would gain. With his current 30,000 merit points, it should be enough for an upgrade. Soon, Chen Shen began to upgrade the King of the City Medal. Consume 3,000 merit points, upgrading the King of the City Medal to Level 2. Consume 5,000 merit points, upgrading the King of the City Medal to Level 3. Consume 8,000 merit points, upgrading the King of the City Medal to Level 4. After spending all 30,000 merit points, the medal had been upgraded to Level 7. Chen Shen clicked to check. King of the City Medal, Level 7, Strength plus 70 Constitution plus 70 Agility plus 70 Spirit plus 70 Special Effect. For every 10 levels the average citizen of Jiangnan City increases, you gain 7 points of random attribute enhancement. Current 0 now, the attributes of this medal were comparable to wearing a set of divine gear. Chen Shen's efforts for the country were not in vain. However, there were probably not many divine beings who could achieve so much for the country at his age. Those who could earn such a high amount of merit points were even rarer. This is also the significance of the merit point system, to encourage the strong to contribute to the country and become even stronger. A stronger nation means all practitioners become stronger. Now that I have this medal, my confidence in challenging the Leopard King has increased even more. Chen Shen thought to himself. Chen Shen, you were only in Jiangnan City for a week, and you've already doubled the strength of the citizens there. Li Xingye, checking the city battle data for Jiangnan, couldn't help but clap his thigh in delight. If we put you in the capital, wouldn't you be able to conquer Dongjing? Maybe even reach New York? Chen Shen smirked, a hint of pride in his words. The only country stronger than Sakura country is Lighthouse country. Over the years, it has been Lighthouse country that has called for various nations to blockade and oppress Huaxia. The Greek and heavenly deities of Lighthouse country are also much stronger than the Sakura deities. However, no one took it to heart. It was perfectly normal for a prodigy like Chen Shen to be proud. Not being proud would be abnormal. Good. This is the kind of ambition we need. Huang Chang nodded vigorously, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. When you return victorious from the exclusive secret realm, go take a stroll in Magic City first. It's been quite unsettled lately. Help me secretly investigate those petty people in the capital. I will follow the organization's arrangements. Chen Shen nodded. After reaching level 20, where to level up was all the same. Magic City, the second largest city in Huaxia, second only to the imperial capital. Chen Shen was a bit looking forward to it. By the way, Li Xingye said, frowning and waving his hand. 2 people, beaten like dogs, were escorted in front of Chen Shen by the soldiers. This is. Chen Shen looked at the 2 with slight confusion. These are the rats from Jiangnan City. The Internal Affairs Department put in a lot of effort to dig them out. Huang Chang's tone was extremely severe. Spare us, great war god. We truly didn't know you had descended upon Jiangnan City. If we had known it was you, we wouldn't have dared to harm you even with 10 times the courage. Xin Shaoan the bald man knelt in the cabin, repeatedly bowing to Chen Shen, terrified to the bone. Who would have thought that an ordinary A-level royal genius youth from Jiangnan City would turn out to be the strongest war god of Huaxia, rising unexpectedly? His background must be extraordinary. This was akin to a genius young scientist in northern Myanmar who scammed the country into developing nuclear fusion. You could die 100 times over. Chen Shen glanced at the two, his mind only on the 3 police officers' corpses harmed by the Heavenly Alliance. Let's not mention the crime of treason. They caused the deaths of 3 innocent police officers and 2 university students. Let the victims' families know who harmed their children, and then execute them. Upon hearing this, Huang Chang and Li Shengye were astonished. They had originally thought Chen Chen would be furious and would attack. They never expected that his attention would be solely on such a small matter. One sentence made the eyes of the two slightly moist. What a good kid! Regardless of his strength and talent, Chen Chen was someone they could truly admire. He hadn't lost his humanity because of his divinity. This made them appreciate Chen Chen even more, while also firmly reinforcing their choice to invest everything in cultivating him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The plane quickly landed at the base. At this point, Chen Chen's alma mater in Nanjing City had already turned into a military city, filled with busy military personnel. Stepping into the work group again, Chen Chen found that the vast time-space tunnel was still there, but only he could enter. Chen Chen, based on our research and discussions, although your current attribute data shows hope in challenging a level 50 boss, there is still a certain risk. Li Xingye's expression became serious. Whether you can challenge the level 50 boss is now our most critical task. I understand, Chen Chen nodded. After all, even if his data was explosive now, everyone still felt uncertain about whether he could defeat the level 50 boss. If he couldn't win, it would mean that Chen Chen's future would be completely locked, and he could only level up to 20 at most. So, I've found you 3 helpers, Li Xingye said with a smile, waving his hand. 3 familiar figures walked into the workgroup. Li Xinghe, Wang Mubai, Yang Chanxian, Monkey Brother. You have no idea how much I've missed you these past few days. The 2-meter-tall Li Xinghe crashed into Chen Shen's legs like a truck, hugging tightly and crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. I only feel safe when you're around, otherwise, I always feel like I might be assassinated by a Sakura country assassin at any moment. Alright, stop being so mushy, you big guy. Chen Shen couldn't help but laugh as he patted him up. If Li Xinghe's mental age exceeded 5 years, he would consider himself defeated. The first time they met, he thought this person was a typical overpowered character. Later, he realized he was just an elementary school student plus a goofball. However, when it comes to seriousness, this person has a tenacity like that of a stubborn rock. Chen Chen, we meet again. Wang Mubai smiled as he stepped forward to shake hands with Chen Chen, giving off a very reliable vibe. This time, we will do our utmost to help you clear the secret realm. Me too, me too. Yang Chanxian quickly chimed in. As soon as we heard about you, we rushed over. Previously, we were grinding monsters in the wilds of the imperial capital, and when we inquired about you, everything was kept confidential. I didn't expect you to be in Jiangnan City. If I went to the imperial capital, that would be too conspicuous. Wouldn't the Sakura devils come rushing over to kill me? Chen Chen chuckled. He then looked at Li Xingye and asked, wasn't it said that exclusive secret realms can't have anyone brought in? How can they help me? Chen Chen had no objections to the 3 helping him. After all 3 of them had strong support roles. It's only those at a higher level than you who can enter, Li Xingye explained with a chuckle. But exclusive secret realms allow a maximum of 3 teammates of the same level to form a party. I figured they were the most suitable. After all, Chen Chen's collaboration with the 3 during the final Divine War was well known. I see. Chen Chen understood. The 3, upon learning about Chen Chen's secret realm, were also filled with shock. A level 50 boss? Chen Chen's secret realm is actually an SSS level primordial realm? My goodness, how strong must his profession be? No wonder he can one-shot any god. It must be so exhilarating to team up with him. Then the 3 inadvertently noticed Chen Chen's current level. They turned into 3 ice sculptures stuck to the floor. Their mouths agape, they stood frozen. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Chen Chen, you've already leveled up to 20? Heavens, is there no justice left? We 3 have spent the whole week, even using our sleep time, and we've just barely reached level 10. Comparing people makes one feel inferior. We're all divine professionals. Why is there such a huge gap? Seeing the 3's doubtful expressions, Chen Chen smiled. If you had come over earlier to fight alongside me on the battlefield, you might have also reached level 20 by now. What? You've been on the battlefield? Wang Mubai asked in shock. After learning about Chen Chen's exploits from a military personnel nearby, the 3 froze again. It took a long time for them to thaw. They exchanged stunned glances, only able to breathe heavily. I can't even imagine. I can't even begin to fathom. While we were grinding monsters in the novice village, you had already led the city to win a national war. Now I understand why you are the great sage equal to heaven, and I am just an obscure river god. Alright, enough chit-chat. Huang Chang clapped to interrupt everyone's conversation. You all should enter the primordial realm now and try challenging it once. If you can't win, we'll think of another way. No matter what, he would never give up on Chen Chen. Chen Chen also sensed the protective intent in Huang Lao's words and couldn't help but clench his fists. This battle must be won. He stepped forward with the three into the time-space rift of the primordial realm. After watching the four disappear, Huang Chang and Li Xingye's smiles simultaneously vanished. This time, the Sakura nation will definitely not let it go easily. That's right, with their vengeful nature, they will surely use the trick again. Get ready to face the storm. Before the young ones grow up, we still need to bear the burden for them. Meanwhile, the rumors about the strongest war god of Huaxia making waves in Jiangnan City began to spread. After all, you can't hide fire with paper. In no time, it stirred up tremendous waves internationally. What? That strongest war god can invade other countries at just level 10. I heard he slaughtered 8 million people from the Sakura nation, a full 8 million. That's terrifying. What should we do? If we let him grow, our country might be doomed. Professionals from various countries are frantically venting their anxieties online. The professionals from Huaxia are also wildly excited and retaliating. Nonsense, we Huaxia have always loved peace throughout history. If others do not offend us, we will not offend them. If you do not bully Huaxia, would you be afraid now? One must find the reasons within oneself. The strongest war god is doing great, slaughtering 800,000 devils. This is a plot only found in dreams. Well done. If I had known, I would have gone to Jiangnan City. Just wait for the war god to grow up, and all the petty villains will be swept away. The citizens of Sakura country were even more furious upon learning of this. Baka! How could such a thing happen? A whole generation in Chuanyun City was wiped out? The government must take responsibility for this. This is a great shame. I heard 3 national treasures were also stolen. My god, someone must commit seppuku for this. We have assassinated so many war gods from Huaxia, why can't we assassinate the strongest war god? What is the ninja department doing? Exactly, we must crush him in his cradle. In the midst of the public outrage, the supreme leader of Sakura country, Miyamoto Sakura, had no choice but to come out and apologize to the public. Private Marseille, we have made a significant oversight in our work. After apologizing, slap. Once off the stage, Miyamoto Sakura fiercely took off her red high heels and threw them on the ground. A bunch of useless fools who can't accomplish anything. They weakened Huaxia's cities, and in the end, they wiped out their own young generation? This damned strongest war god. Her crimson eyes were filled with anger as she stared at the photo of Chen Chen on the wall. He must die. Such a significant matter was clearly not something that could be easily brushed aside. A counterattack must be launched. Otherwise, this government of Sakura country would surely be overthrown by the people, and Miyamoto Sakura would fall from grace. Supreme Leader, we can't find a way to assassinate him. Huaxia's defenses are too tight. A warrior below said with difficulty. He must be near Jiangnan City, keep searching. Miyamoto Sakura coldly ordered. Then she said to an elder beside her, prepare to launch the Tiao Tiao plan, the target is Jiangnan City. We must inflict damage on Huaxia that is no less than what we have suffered this time. She glared fiercely at Jiangnan City on the map. The key is those 3 sacred artifacts. Even if I have to turn Jiangnan City upside down, I must retrieve those 3 artifacts. Do you understand? Yes, Supreme Leader. As the orders were given, a seemingly frail Sakura man quietly arrived in Jiangnan City. After gathering information, he finally made his way to the vicinity of the southern river base, revealing a satisfied smile. Sure enough, it's here. He displayed his powerful skills as a level 60 assassin, lightly sniffing the air to catch the lingering scent of Chen Chen. Chen Chen, your head belongs to me, Araki Shin. At the same time, outside Jiangnan, in a level 30 wild area, a tremendous roar of ferocious beasts suddenly erupted. Ah! Roar! Hiss! Space rifts appeared all over the wild area, from which large numbers of demon people emerged, extending their long tongues and licking their lips. Children, charge! It's time for a feast. Huaxia people, the most delicious food. Boom! Boom! A vast army of millions of demon people emerged from the rifts in space, twisting and roaring as they charged into the city. Ah! Demon people! The demons are invading again! Help! Quick! Alarm! In an instant, screams erupted from all the wild areas of Jiangnan City. Chen Chen was unaware of everything happening outside. He was wandering in Flower Fruit Mountain with Li Xingha and 3 others. Truly the primordial world. Looking at the abundant spiritual energy in the outside world, with every monkey demon at least level 30, the three were shocked and continuously exclaimed. Cackling, Chen dragged the black police baton and walked towards the mountain gate. Sure enough, the huge flower leopard was still lying at the mountain gate, soundly asleep, snoring thunderously. Chen opened his data to take a look. Flower Leopard King, level 50 plot boss, description, one of the little demons of the primordial era, a postnatal being who has just embarked on the path of cultivation. Realm, refining spirit returning to void health, 1 million points strength, 500 points constitution, 500 points spirit, 500 points agility, 500 points possesses 3 innate skills. A full 1 million health points. No wonder it's a level 50 boss. Even though Chen was well prepared, he still gasped in surprise. Hee, little monkey, you finally dare to meet this king. The flower leopard, seeing Chen-Chen's arrival, stretched out its claws, yawned lazily, and squinted its eyes. So that's it, you were sent by them. Chen-Chen suddenly crossed his arms and smiled. He knew that the journey to the west was a setup. The life of the great sage equal to heaven was all arranged. From worshipping a master at Ling Mountain, to causing a ruckus in the heavenly palace, being trapped under Five-Finger Mountain, and then going to the west to obtain the scriptures. It was all a life manipulated by Buddhism as a pawn. What Bodhi patriarch? Wasn't he just the incarnation of the Western saint, the patriarch of the primordial era? Now it seemed that this flower leopard was also arranged by Buddhism. What are you talking about? I don't understand. A flicker of unusual color passed through the leopard's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. If you want to go to Ling Tai Fo Cun Mountain to worship a master, you must first pass my test. It shook its body, its massive form standing before Chen like a small mountain. Humph. Who says I have to follow the Buddhist script? Chen suddenly gave up the challenge. The expression of the flower leopard king confirmed his suspicions. From now on, everything was predetermined. He raised an eyebrow. What if I don't come out of the mountain? The flower leopard king was stunned. What did you say? No. How can you not come out to learn skills? Right. I'm not coming out. Chen said firmly. Since he had come to the primordial era, he had no intention of being the previously constrained great sage equal to heaven. I, the great sage equal to heaven, am clearly one of the 4 incarnations of the chaos demon ape, second only to Pangu among the 3,000 demon gods in combat power. In terms of roots, I am not inferior to the roots of Hongjun Daozu. Not to mention giving me a position as a saint to sit in, at the very least, I shouldn't be bullied by someone like you, the patriarch of the primordial era. Even if I am now divided into 4 and have lost power, you cannot treat me as a pawn like this. Chen was very clear about the true status of the great sage equal to heaven in the primordial era. In a place where roots were everything, the roots of the great sage equal to heaven were actually not weaker than any saint. He was one of the primordial spirits of the chaos demon ape. The combat power of the chaos demon ape among the chaos demon gods was only slightly inferior to Pangu, far surpassing that old ancestor of the universe, the old ancestor of Yin and Yang, and the Taoist of Yangmei. If he were to break this relationship and seek out Hongjun Daozu, even Hongjun Daozu would have to politely call him a fellow Taoist. The 3 pure ones, in terms of generation, were even his juniors. Such a person who should have been revered in the primordial era was tricked into becoming a monkey to obtain scriptures by Buddhism and the heavenly gods? First, Bodhi Patriarch passed on the postnatal immortal method, destroying his innate foundation. Then, in the furnace of the Supreme Lord, he was blinded and replaced with a fire eye that was inferior to the great Luo divine ability. Finally, under Five-Finger Mountain, he spent 500 years refining his physical essence, destroying his spirit. This led to the once capable of battling 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, challenging the Jade Emperor in the Lingxiao Palace, Sun Wukong. On the journey to obtain the scriptures, he couldn't even defeat a celestial's mount. This path, Chen would never take. Perhaps following the plot would weaken him, and it wasn't uncommon for professionals to be weakened in exclusive secret realms. Ah, you little monkey, how bold you are. The flower leopard suddenly became furious. You actually dare not to come out? He thought for a moment. He couldn't reveal the people behind him. He buzzed, fine, if you don't come out, I'll destroy your flower fruit mountain and kill all your monkeys and their descendants. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged into the entrance of Flower Fruit Mountain, lunging at a small monkey. Playing dirty, huh? Chen-Chen's gaze turned cold. He suddenly leaped up and struck with a stick, infusing himself with 30,000 emotional points. Special attack. Minus 30,000. The Flower Leopard King was sent flying by the blow, crashing hard to the ground, turning back in shock to look at Chen-Chen. You little monkey, how have you become so strong after just a few days? He remembered that before he left, Chen-Chen was still a small monkey, meant to be tormented by him before escaping. How could he now stand toe-to-toe with him? Cut the nonsense! Chen Chen suddenly transformed into a mighty eagle, soaring above the flower leopard's head. Another fierce strike came crashing down. Boom! The flower leopard barely dodged this blow but still got hit on the backside. Minus 30,000. Divine ability. The flower leopard couldn't help but turn back to stare at Chen Chen, his eyes filled with even more horror. This is a divine ability only immortals possess. Although he had a level 50 strength, he was merely a small demon in the wilderness who hadn't yet achieved celestial status, still in the void return stage. At most, he knew some demon arts. He had never even seen such authentic immortal spells. Chen Chen activated Flying Lian, employing various divine abilities. His form shifted, becoming invisible, leaving the flower leopard utterly confused, only able to take blow after blow in a daze. Bang bang bang! Soon, the flower leopard's body swelled up, blood streaming from its head. Each strike dealt 30,000 damage. 10 strikes meant 300,000. The flower leopard's health was dropping faster than anything else. He realized he was no match for this monkey at all. Meanwhile, Li Xingha and the others who had rushed over stood at the mountain gate, murmuring as they watched the scene unfold. My God? Is he dealing 30,000 damage per strike now? This level 50 boss can't even fight back? How does he have so many skills? What are all these skills? The three were completely stunned. They had originally thought they were coming to help Chen Chen, but now it seemed Chen Chen needed no help at all. In a state of rage, every strike from Chen Chen was a special attack. The flower leopard wailed in agony, completely unable to resist. As the flower leopard's health dropped below 3%, Chen Chen finally pushed him down hard, delivering a swift blow across the flower leopard's brow like a gust of wind. The flower leopard's eyes widened in shock. Stop! Grandpa Monkey was wrong. I was really wrong. Who sent you here? Chen Chen asked coldly. Outside, the military task force members watching this scene turned to stone, unable to utter a word. This level 50 boss is just being beaten like this? Yeah, how did he suddenly gain so many skills? We can't see his skill panel, but each of these skills is just too impressive. Exactly, no one can even hit him once. This level 50 flower leopard, although its health, attack, and agility are higher than his, if it doesn't know these skills well, it really can't do anything. What a great thing! A wonderful thing! No one expected that the first level, which had been prepared for so long, would be so easily passed by Chen Chen. The flower leopard rolled its eyes and said with a bitter smile, I can't say, Grandpa Monkey, they're all powerful immortals. If I say it, they'll roast me and drink me with wine. Do you believe Grandpa Monkey will use you for wine right now? Chen Chen grinned. The fierce monkey face revealed two sharp teeth. He could eat me too. Alright, but the consequences from now on, you can bear them yourself, Grandpa Monkey. The leopard's eyes shifted, and it spat out a name. Lion Rock Temple, Joyful Light Cave. Joyful Light Buddha? Long-eared Joyful Light Immortal. Truly a person of the Buddhist sect. Chen Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. So that's it. He understood all too well who this Joyful Light Buddha was. He was originally the long-eared Joyful Light Immortal, once the most loyal disciple under the Tongtian cult leader of the in the primordial chaos. He was also a notorious traitor during the investiture of the gods. At a critical moment in the battle, he betrayed stealing the six-soul banner to offer to the Chan sect, causing the great array of all immortals to be broken, leading to the failure of the Tongtian cult leader. After the investiture, he was brought into the Buddhist sect by the Zhuodi Taoist and became the Joyful Light Buddha. Chen Chen knew that the entire journey to the west was a grand scheme set up by the Buddhist sect, aimed at eliminating the remnants of the Taoist forces and conveniently eradicating the calamity of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was entirely possible for the Joyful Light Buddha to take action and set up the first move against Sun Wukong. But what could Chen Chen do now? Go confront the long-eared Joyful Light Immortal for an explanation? He was not yet the great sage equal to heaven who had returned from his studies in the primordial chaos, just a monkey demon who wasn't even a celestial being yet. The Joyful Light Buddha was, after all, a leader of the Buddhist sect, at the quasi-saint level, at least 300 to 500 levels above him. Scared, huh? If you're scared, just let this king go. The Leopard King revealed a cunning smile. Since he had been forced by Chen Chen to reveal his background, the cause and effect were no longer on him. If Chen Chen didn't want to offend the Joyful Light Buddha, he had to let him go. I, the Lingming Stone Monkey, truly fear a Joyful Light Buddha? Unexpectedly, Chen Chen's expression grew colder. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his staff again. Because this was an opportunity to sever ties with the Buddhist sect and escape from their control. Although it would also incur great karma against the Buddhist sect. But at least there was a chance to avoid becoming that monkey crushed under the mountain for 500 years, with its physical essence exhausted. If he were truly crushed under the mountain for 500 years, Chen Chen suspected his innate talent would be directly nullified. In this life, having come to the journey to the west and become the great sage, he would never allow the tragedy of the great sage equal to heaven to repeat. Boom! The staff emitted an unmatched, tremendous sound as it struck the Leopard King's forehead, leaving him in disbelief. Crack! Brain matter splattered everywhere. A notification sound rang in Chen Chen's ears. You have killed the level 50 plot boss, Leopard King. You have received plot material rewards. Leopard Demon Whip, Leopard Demon Skin, Leopard Demon Meat, Leopard Demon Bones, Leopard Demon Fangs, Leopard Demon Blood, Leopard Demon Inner Pill. Level unlocked. You can level up to level 21. Current Divine Servants, Monkey Soldiers average level 15, quantity 100,000. Ha! Chen Chen let out a long breath. A Divine Servant's summoning interface popped up in front of him, displaying the creatures currently under his command in the primordial chaos. This meant he could summon the monkey soldiers from Flower Fruit Mountain back to reality. The reason every divine servant is a national powerhouse is reflected here. One could say every divine servant is an army. Now with an additional 100,000 monkey soldiers, although the average level is only 15, it's still a considerable force when returning to reality. Chen Chen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with confidence. In this life, he would never fall into the Buddhist sect schemes again, allowing Flower Fruit Mountain to suffer. On the contrary, he would start from scratch in the primordial chaos to develop Flower Fruit Mountain, making it a force not inferior to the Chang'an, unifying the demon race. Did he just kill him? The onlookers, Li Xing and others, felt their limbs go numb. In the main camp, the military personnel watching this scene immediately cheered, hugging each other in ecstatic shouts. Great! Great! This is our great sage, simply invincible. To clear the level so quickly, I really didn't expect it. It seems that Chen Chen intends to take a different path in his journey to the west. Huang Chang said meaningfully. That's right. Li Shengye nodded. Although this path is incredibly difficult and may even attract attacks from powerful creatures in the wilderness, the country should absolutely support him. Huang Chang nodded as well. The two were not fools. They knew that if they followed the original path to the west, Chen Chen might even be weakened. And the wilderness, this SSS-level secret realm, was so terrifying, with powerful quasi-saints and saints existing within it. If they invaded the real world, it would be more horrifying than any secret realm going out of control. A single thought from a saint could annihilate a nation, even destroy the world. But similarly, if Chen Chen developed well, the country could have a quasi-saint level existence of 300 to 500 levels in the future, even possess an entire wilderness. For this, Huang Chang and Li Xingye were willing to gamble on the fate of the nation. Then, Chen Chen looked at the corpse of the Leopard King before him. Leopard Demon Bone, legendary level biological material, description, after consumption, strength permanently +3, can also be used to forge weapons. Leopard Demon Blood, legendary level biological material, description, after consumption, mental power permanently +3, can also be used to create other medicines. Leopard Demon Meat, legendary level biological material, description, after consumption, health permanently +100 points, can also be used to create other food. No experience and no roulette, yet I can obtain materials from the wilderness? Chen Chen pondered. Moreover, these things seem to directly increase attribute points when consumed. Things that could directly increase attribute points simply couldn't be found in the outside world, because that would mean allowing professionals to grow beyond their limits, akin to cheating. Sigh, I might as well have the hair I drew from the upgrade roulette. Chen Chen shook his head in disinterest, planning to roast it and eat it. What a false joy, he thought he could get dozens of profession skill upgrade scrolls. That was what he desperately needed. Little did he know, the military personnel in the outside world were all dumbfounded upon seeing these biological materials. It was as if they had seen a ghost. What? I must be seeing things. Legendary level biological materials? How many platinum level weapons can this create? A small demon dropped a pile of legendary level materials? This pile of materials is enough for a small country to wage war. It's worth a fortune. And this is just from a small monster. Huang Chang and Li Shengye were even more stunned, rushing to the front to connect with Chen Chen directly. Chen Chen, great stuff. Incredible stuff, you must bring these back. The country can trade you anything you want for them. Isn't it just adding a few attribute points? Chen Chen asked in confusion. Added together, it was at most 20-some attribute points? Was it worth such a big fuss? The military personnel outside turned red, looking at each other in disbelief. God, such high-level materials? He actually plans to eat them directly? This is wastefulness beyond wastefulness. It's an unparalleled waste. Eating them directly is the most shameful waste. Even if these materials were just added a little to equipment, they could cause a qualitative change. There are hardly any legendary materials like this in the national stockpile, yet he finds them everywhere in this wilderness. Ah, I'm suffocating. Sigh, Chen Chen, you. Huang Chang was momentarily at a loss for words. Was Chen Chen's wilderness too powerful? Every blade of grass, every flower, every piece of soil was a national-level rare material in the outside world. Yet for Chen Chen, they were everywhere, easily obtainable. Well, since I can't trade right now, I might as well eat to increase my strength. Chen Chen replied to the military personnel, then summoned Li Xinghe and the others to roast meat. Before long, a leopard was devoured by everyone. You have consumed the leopard demon bone, gaining strength +3. You have consumed the liver of the leopard demon, gaining agility +3. Continuous notification sounds echoed in Chen Chen's ears. All attributes combined added up to more than 10 points. He didn't mind, it was just a fresh experience. After all, leveling up meant a total attribute increase of 10, which calculated to 40 points across 4 attributes. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe and the others were overjoyed, nearly ecstatic. My goodness, I can't believe I'm eating legendary materials. I will definitely be remembered in history. I must remember this moment for the rest of my life. This is equivalent to me leveling up by 1. Thank you, boss, for giving me such a luxurious experience in my life. You are my benefactor for life. The three looked at Chen Chen, almost moved to tears. Sigh. These kids clearly haven't had anything good before. Chen Chen shook his head in disbelief. Then he took out the inner core of the flower leopard king. This was the real treasure for him. After consuming it, his health permanently increased by 300 points. Considering Chen Chen's current health was nearly 3,000 points, 300 points represented 10% of his health. Such a good item could hardly be found outside of the primordial world. After consuming this inner core, his health instantly surged by 300. Let's try cultivating in the primordial world. Ever since arriving in the primordial world, Chen Chen had felt something drilling into his body. He believed it was spiritual energy. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Soon, he felt strands of spiritual energy merging into his limbs and bones. This body of the great sage was naturally very compatible with spiritual energy. A minute later, a notification sound rang in his ears. You have gained experience +100. Ha! Chen Chen suddenly opened his eyes. So that's how it is. It turned out that the laws of the primordial world were different from the outside. Killing monsters did not grant experience to become stronger, but cultivation did. Therefore, there was no experience gained from killing monsters in the primordial world, only from cultivating could one gain experience. But where do I find that much time to grind? Chen Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed he would have to go to the outside world to level up. Time in the primordial world was not valued. A minute of grinding for 100 experience points was considered fast for the immortals of the primordial world, where time was measured in yuanhui, 129,600 years. After all, the Monkey King could reach level 200, Taiyi Realm, in just 20 years. But if he were to grind in the primordial world for 20 years, the gains would be far less than grinding for 20 years in the outside world. Grinding monsters in the outside world for 20 years, at his speed, he would have long reached levels 3 or 400. After all, the more he ground monsters, the stronger he became, and the stronger he became, the stronger monsters he could defeat. It seems the primordial world is suitable for obtaining good things, but not for long-term cultivation. Chen Chen pondered. Grinding monsters and leveling up in the outside world, then coming to the primordial world to obtain good things. That was the right path. Meanwhile, at the moment the flower leopard king was struck dead by Chen Chen. In the western Yo-Hajo of the primordial world, there was a Lion Jia temple. Beneath the solemn Buddha statue, there were layers of beautiful red and pink, with countless veils. Within the radiance of the Buddha, beautiful faces and golden bodies emerged, waves of red flowing, and lewd words never ceased. Sacred yet obscene. One by one, bald monks dressed in white gauze looked like celestial beings. Ordinary beings in the heavenly realm, however, were naked and suffering from hunger and cold, wailing as if in purgatory. In the center of this vast Buddha light, a giant Buddha with golden skin and countless incarnations suddenly opened its eyes. Interesting. The great Buddha let out a cold sneer. Humph. A mere little monkey, not content to be a pawn, yet wishes to turn the world upside down? The great Buddha waved his hand, summoning 2 monks in white robes. Sure Yangxin, sure Yuanxin, you two go to the east rising divine continent's flower fruit mountain, punish that monkey, and then throw it to the Ling Tai Fongsuan mountain. Respect my Buddha's decree. Two monks bowed and preached, both celestial beings, level 80 strong. The joyful light Buddha was originally a long-eared rabbit, not some small-minded deity. Boss, are you going to Ling Taifong Cun Mountain to learn from a master now? Back at the water curtain cave, Li Xingha asked Chen Chen thoughtfully. I must hurry to Ling Taifong Cun Mountain. Wang Mubai frowned and looked at Chen Chen. You've offended the long-eared joyful light immortal by killing the flower leopard king. This rabbit has a vicious temperament and will definitely come after you. That's right. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes. But if I go to Ling Taifong Cun Mountain, I won't be able to escape the arrangements of the Buddhist sect. This is indeed a problem. The original journey to the west route is not suitable for you. Wang Mubai frowned. Although the Monkey King has astonishing talent, he reached the Taiyi realm after 20 years of cultivation under Patriarch Bodhi. But the time in the secret realm is 1-to-1 with real time. Rising to the Taiyi realm in 20 years in the primordial era is considered extraordinary talent, but for us professionals, spending 20 years in a dungeon is simply unheard of. Yes, Yang Chanxian sighed as well. So, the monkey brother must cultivate while not falling into the traps of the Buddhist sect. The group pondered gloomily about their next steps. To escape the control of the Buddhist sect, they could only take another path. We must leverage the situation. Shen Chen mused inwardly. In the current early journey to the west era of the primordial world, who could help him tap into this great momentum? He thought of a name and strode out of the water curtain cave. Monkey brother, where are you going? The others asked in shock in unison. Mount de Luo, Xiandu Cave. Don't forget, there is still a mountain in the East Victory Divine Continent. Mount de Luo, the cave of the Supreme Old One. Ah, everyone immediately felt a surge of excitement and followed. With Wang Mubai transforming into a dragon to speed up, Chen Chen arrived at a magnificent giant mountain in half a month. Along the way, he dealt with some minor demons, and the three of them had their fill again. Chen Chen looked up. Mount de Luo was filled with celestial energy, clouds deep and cranes calling, with 8 major scenic spots among the mountain ridges, vast seas and deep abysses, peaks surpassing Kunlun, bellflowers and divine elegance, moonlight shining bright, jade light and illusions, water mist and rosy clouds, rainbow clouds and starry rivers. What a holy place of the Ta Ching sage! In the mountain stood the 8th scenic palace. Inside the 8th scenic palace hung 3 golden characters, Xiandu Cave. Whoosh! A level data without a health bar appeared before the 4. Supreme Old One, level 700, taboo, indescribable, omniscient and omnipotent. Who? Everyone's breath nearly froze. This is the dojo of the Supreme Old One, the Holy One of the primordial era. Since the end of the Fengshan War, the Ta Ching sage transformed into the 3 pure ones. 1 Supreme Old Lord in the heavenly courts Duoshui Palace, and 1 moral celestial venerable in the De Luo heaven. Although after the Fengshan, Hongjun Daozu stipulated that the body of a saint could not enter the primordial era. But this is the dojo of the Supreme, there must be a clone or incarnation here. The Supreme Old One, one of the 6 saints of the heavens. My heavens, a level 700 being. Outside, Huang Chang and Li Shengye held their breath, not daring to exhale. You must know that the strongest in Huaxia is only around level 200. Yet they saw a level 700 being in Chen Chen's secret realm. How terrifying. What does Chen Chen want to do? According to the plot, isn't he supposed to go to Ling Taifong Cun Mountain? Why has he come to Mount de Luo? The next moment, Chen Chen stood before Mount de Luo, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly. Supreme Dao friend, the Lingming Stone Monkey requests an audience. With this shout, the eyes of the 3 beside him and everyone outside nearly popped out. Supreme Dao friend? Calling the Supreme Old One a Dao friend? Chen Shen, he wouldn't, would he? This is the Supreme Old One, one of the 6 saints of the primordial heavens. In the Journey to the West plot, this isn't in there, right? Wouldn't he really be slapped to death by the Ta Ching saint? The sound waves rolled out. The next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from the Xiandu cave, revealing a man with a jade-like face, a gentle smile, and an aura that felt like a spring breeze. A line of data popped up before everyone's eyes. Xiandu Grand Master, level 499, peak semi-saint, extremely terrifying, challenging not allowed. Everyone's breath caught again, their faces glowing with a pilgrim-like radiance. My goodness, Xiandu Grand Master? Isn't he the only disciple of the Supreme Old One? He's also the only disciple of the human teaching established by the Supreme Old One. That sound just now actually drew him out? He won't just wave his hand and instantly kill Chen Chen, right? That shouldn't happen. The Xiandu Grand Master has a gentle temperament. Everyone knew why Chen Chen had come to De Luo Mountain to meet the Supreme Old One. Compared to other celestial beings, although the human teaching had been suppressed after the investiture of the gods, it was still the easiest to talk to. The Supreme Old One advocated for tranquility in nature, showing no favoritism. The Xiandu Grand Master was even more respectful of etiquette, truly a good man of the primordial era. Spirit Bright Stone Monkey? The Xiandu Grand Master approached with a smile, not looking down on Chun Chen, whose cultivation seemed almost mortal in his eyes. He simply bowed and said, I am the Xiandu Cave Grand Master. I have come to meet the demon ape's incarnation. Chen Chen let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Everyone outside was also excited beyond words. Chen Chen had made the right bet. Seeking an audience with the Supreme Old One indeed had a chance to break the deadlock. At least he had met the Xiandu Grand Master. I have come to pay my respects to the Supreme Taoist Friend. May I ask if he is in the cave? Chen Chen emphasized the words Taoist Friend, seemingly asserting that he and the Supreme Old One were equals. My master is not here. Even the Xiandu Grand Master frowned upon hearing this. This monkey really didn't know how to appreciate kindness. One must know that his master was one of the 6 saints of the heavens, the virtuous celestial and the Supreme Old Lord. And although this monkey had impressive origins, he was born too late. What qualifications did he have to be on par with his master? Ha, what a joke, I can see his health bar. Chen Chen sneered inwardly, but his face showed a look of regret. I see, I was just born not long ago and wanted to pay my respects to the Supreme Taoist Friend to learn the immortal arts. It seems I have no such fate now. He then cupped his hands and turned to leave, casually saying, it seems I can only go to pay respects to that useless Bodhi ancestor. Wait. Hearing this, the Xiandu Grand Master's expression suddenly darkened. He waved his hand to stop Chen Chen. Stone Monkey Taoist Friend, are you joking? What do you mean by saying you couldn't find my master to be your teacher, so you went to find the Bodhi ancestor? Seeking an audience and seeking to be a disciple are completely different meanings. This monkey was originally a part of the Buddha's scheme. If the word got out that he went to the Buddha after failing to become a disciple, what would the Buddha think? Wouldn't they think the Taoist sect was trying to meddle in the journey to the West? For heaven's sake, even the Xiandu Grand Master hadn't predicted that this monkey would come today. Now, it's like a yellow mud falling into the pants. It's not shit, but it is shit. Outside, Huang Chang raised the corners of his mouth meaningfully. Chen Chen has a deep mind. Could it be that the Supreme Taoist Friend has long been willing to accept me as a disciple? No wonder he hinted for me to come to De Luo Mountain. Chen Chen immediately turned around with a joyful expression, rushing to the Xiandu Grand Master and bowing. Stone Monkey pays respects to the senior brother. Thank you, senior brother, for the introduction. Chen Chen's intention was to take the Supreme One as his master, not the Supreme Old Lord, who was his incarnation, nor the virtuous celestial, but one of the true 6 saints of the heavens, the Ta Ching Saint. Not to mention how much profound human teaching methods he could learn from the Supreme One. It was far better than that Bodhi ancestor's great immortal. Moreover, the prestige of the human teaching alone was enough to change Chen Chen's fate. No matter how powerful the Buddha was, they would have to think twice before trying to suppress a disciple of the human teaching for 500 years, right? You. Who allowed you to come to Mount De Luo? You. The Grand Master Xuandu's face instantly turned red. When did I agree to take you as my disciple? When did my master give you a hint to come here? Your ability to hit a snake with a stick is even more shameless than Shingongbao. If it weren't for the joint discussion of the 6 saints regarding the grand scheme of the journey to the West, he would have loved to kill this monkey on the spot. Sorry, Master Brother, I got a bit too excited. Chen Chen patted the Grand Master Xuandu on the shoulder and took a step back. Before I left, I saw auspicious clouds in the sky forming a conch. Wasn't that a hint from the Taoist friend Taishang for me to come to Mount De Luo? This. Xuandu's face darkened. What kind of hint is this? Are you a bit too clever? It looks like the blame for ruining the grand scheme of the journey to the West is being placed more heavily on me. He began to think quickly, a myriad of thoughts flooding his mind. Is someone behind the scenes causing trouble? Are they trying to stir up conflict between Buddhism and Taoism? Shouldn't this monkey be at Ling Taifeng Cun Mountain? How did he end up at Mount De Luo? And he wants to take my master as his teacher? Who gave him the hint? Under Chen Chen's onslaught, he became flustered. At that moment, a burst of green light suddenly erupted from behind Xuandu Cave, and green lotuses naturally formed beneath their feet, blooming with every step. This kind of saintly technique was extremely shocking. Seeing this scene, Xuandu suppressed the chaos in his heart and cupped his hands to Chen Chen. The master has returned, please go in. Alright. Chen Chen walked in without hesitation. Outside, everyone had their mouths agape, looking like frogs. Who would have thought? After Chen Chen's rolling and raving, he actually met the Taishang Lao Jun. Awesome, so awesome. The primordial chaos can still be like this? Xuandu gritted his teeth, following behind Chen Chen. What was originally a trivial matter that could be easily dismissed had turned into a major issue that required the master to personally resolve. What a humiliation! Stepping onto the green lotuses and entering Xuandu Cave, Qin Chen maintained his usual demeanor, neither humble nor arrogant. But he was always ready to save and exit. If it weren't for this save feature, he wouldn't dare to directly meet a saint at the start. The interior of Xuandu Cave was not as rich and luxurious as Qin Chen imagined. It was just an ordinary cave. The azure pond water in the cave emitted wisps of fresh air, with blooming green lotuses, the aura so dense it was blinding. The rest was just stone platforms and cushions. Taishang Laojun truly embodied the principle of simplicity in the Great Tao, his methods natural, completely unlike the ostentatiousness of Jinao Island and Yusu Palace. A thin, elderly man in a green robe sat cross-legged on a stone platform in the cave. Every frown and smile seemed to contain profound truths of the Great Tao. Greetings, Sage of Taiji. As soon as Qin Chen entered the cave, he honestly knelt down and bowed. Stone Monkey, it seems you and I have a connection since the chaos was unformed. What brings you here today? The old man did not reveal any authority, only showing a kind smile. This greatly increased Qin Chen's goodwill. A sage so powerful yet so easy to talk to, there is only one like this in the primordial chaos. Much better than that scheming Hong Jun Daozu, not to mention those scoundrels from the Buddhist sect. Reporting to the sage, the nonsense I said earlier was all made up, but my admiration for the sage is genuine. I wish to take the sage as my master and serve for life, Qin Chen said sincerely while kneeling on the ground. Beside him, Grand Master Xuandu was once again dumbfounded. Did he just admit it was all made up? Then I was just played for a fool. Ha, you little monkey. Quite clever. Taishan laughed. This was also the first impression of a big figure in the primordial chaos upon seeing Sun Wukong. A mischievous monkey. Master, this monkey is so disrespectful. Why not send him to Ling Taifeng Cun Mountain and let his master teach him a good lesson? Grand Master Xuandu stepped forward angrily. He wanted to quickly correct the journey to the west plot and prevent any trouble. It's not necessary. Taishan glanced at Xuandu with a hint of disappointment. His disciple had good comprehension, talent, and temperament. Everything was fine, except for his lack of cunning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been scolded by the three heavens fairies in front of the Yellow River Formation during the sealing of the gods, losing all face. But the primordial world was not just about fighting and killing, it was about human emotions and social affairs. Could he not see that once this monkey entered Xuandu Cave, no matter how the human teaching explained, it would be useless? From this moment on, the journey to the west plot had already changed. Yes. Xuandu stepped back. I won't ask anything else, just one question. Taishan looked at Qin Chen and said casually with a smile. How did you know that someone deliberately led you to Ling Taifeng Cun Mountain? Upon hearing this, Qin Chen was suddenly enlightened and filled with joy. Reporting to the sage, when I left the mountain, I killed a leopard demon and forced it to reveal that this was actually a scheme by the Happy Light Buddha, who intended to lead me there. He even killed my monkey kin, so there must be a conspiracy, which is why I took a detour to the Luo Mountain. So there's this connection. Taishan nodded with a slightly serious expression, still smiling. Reporting to the sage, my heart towards the Tao was unwavering, and I would spare no effort to seek the great Tao. But I also fear the treachery of petty people, so I asked the sage to take charge. Qin Chen timidly added a few more words. Very well, then you shall stay in my Xuandu cave to clean. Taishang agreed with a smile. Whether you can attain the great Tao depends on your own fate. Master. Xuandu could no longer contain himself, his eyes wide open. How can you let this monkey stay in my Xuandu cave? He is from the journey to the west. The master actually agreed? But didn't the master say he wouldn't take in any more disciples? How is that possible? To interfere in the journey to the west is against the rules. Could it be related to that big matter he planned with the master? But before he could finish his thought, he fell silent under Taishang's slightly focused gaze. Disciple knows I was wrong. Xuandu lowered his head, still unconvinced. Lead your junior brother to find a cave in the mountains, Taishang instructed, and then his figure disappeared. Not only was Xuandu stunned, most of the military personnel watching through the secret stone were also bewildered. How is this possible? To become a disciple of Taishang so easily? This is too absurd. This is a sage we're talking about, who never takes in disciples lightly. What on earth is going on? Everyone was filled with questions, except for Huang Chang and Li Qingye, who laughed heartily. Their admiration for Qin Chen reached its peak. This kid is not just clever, his depth of cunning is extraordinary. If Taishang Daozu allows him into Xuandu Cave, it means he intends to intervene in the journey to the west, not wanting the Taoist sect to be overshadowed by the Buddhist sect. This is why Qin Chen chose Taishang. And Taishang, being a sage, is all-knowing and all-powerful, yet he deliberately asked about the leopard demon and the Happy Light Buddha to confirm that the responsibility lies with the Happy Light Buddha. This way, the Buddhist sect has no excuse. After all, it was their own people who failed to perform the script properly and exposed the flaw. Who can they blame? When the Buddhist sect comes to seek justice, they can only say it was the Happy Buddha who led the stone monkey to make that decision, and the Buddhist sect will be completely helpless. After this explanation, everyone in the military was left dumbfounded. Wow, so there are 800 schemes behind this. Why do I feel like Chun Chen is not a youth but rather an old hand who has been in the officialdom for a lifetime? I feel like if I went to the primordial world, I wouldn't survive a single episode. If you don't have some cunning in the primordial world, you'd have been played to death long ago. Wasn't the great sage equal to heaven played to death like that? Everyone was unaware that although Chen Chen appeared to be only 18, he was actually a mature old hand in his 40s before his transmigration. How could he not understand Taishang's intentions? This step was already stable. Next, he just had to wait for Taishang to pass on the teachings, and his strength would soar. Are you kidding? My master is the supreme sage of Taching. Who could possibly compete with that? Follow me. Xian Du led Chen Chen to the side of the 8th Scenery Palace, which was quite magnificent, with a few disciples scattered about, not many in number. But upon seeing Chen Chen, they were all visibly shocked. Master Ancestor, this person is. He is your Uncle Master. Xian Du gritted his teeth as he spat out this sentence and waved his sleeve, leaving. Arrange a cave residence, right next to me. Yes, Master Ancestor. All the disciples of the teaching looked at Chun Chen with eyes filled with extreme astonishment. The Tao Ancestor has taken on a disciple again? This is a shocking event for the Hong Huang. This Uncle Master is actually from the demon race? Could it be that the Tao Ancestor has started to accept anyone? However, their respect for the hierarchy made them dare not be negligent. They all bowed to Chen Chen. Greetings, Uncle Master. No need to be so polite. Chen Chen felt a bit pleased as he waved his hand at the group of over 100 Shinsen who were bowing to him. He then went with a few disciples to the cave residence and brought in Li Xinghe and the others. At this moment, the three looked at Chun Chen with even more reverence than they would a deity, their faces filled with disbelief. Brother Yi, did we just successfully become disciples? No way, Sun Wukong became a disciple of Taishan Laojun. This completely disrupts the plot of Journey to the West. Chen Chen, how did you do it? Chen Chen found it difficult to break down the details. He simply said, from now on, whether I'm going through the plot in Hong Huang or gathering resources, it will be much easier. The next moment, a notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. Main quest, Conquer Hong Huang, completion plus 3%, current completion, 3%. Chen Zhe curled his lips. He had finally completed 3%, but there was still a long way to go. Immediately after, another notification sound followed. You have successfully altered the Secret Realms plot, alteration degree 10%. You have received a plot reward, Chaos Bell Fragment *1. Chaos Bell Fragment. Chen Chen stared at the golden bronze fragment that suddenly flashed in his backpack, completely stunned. Then came the ultimate ecstasy. Altering the plot can actually yield plot rewards? What the heck is this Chaos Bell Fragment? One of the innate treasures of chaos. An ultra-grade divine artifact. This thing had been broken and lost since the defeat of Dong Huang Tai back in the day. The game's main god could actually find it for him? Chen Chen suppressed his overwhelming joy, feeling even more confident about surviving in Hong Huang. The reason he chose to become a disciple of Taishan was also due to this consideration. Journey to the West, in essence, is a conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. Although Buddhism currently holds all the power, Taoism is not to be trifled with. Taishan has been quietly plotting something significant, transforming the Hu into Buddha. This move would throw sand into the Buddhist sect, ultimately transforming into a manifestation of the future Buddha Maitreya, standing alongside Taishan Laojun and Dao Tianzuan as the three corpses, becoming a future Buddha alongside the current Buddha Rulai and the past Buddha Randall. At this critical moment, Chen Chen came to seek refuge. He dared to bet that Taishan Laojun had a 50% chance of accepting him, because Taishan himself also needed to engage in a covert struggle against Buddhism. But this was just the first step. Next, Chen Chen planned to take advantage of Laozi's transformation of Hu to give Buddhism a hard blow, avenging their destruction of his foundation, the obliteration of his physical body, and the ruin of his divine eye, while also reaping a big reward. Alright, Brother Yi, let's hurry and hunt monsters for materials. Li Xinghe nodded, licking his lips. It should be noted that every blade of grass and tree in Hong Huang is a legendary and precious material. Not only can consuming them directly enhance attribute points and strength, but they can also be forged into extraordinary equipment and weapons. It can be said that being able to enter Qin Shen's secret realm once is a tremendous opportunity for any practitioner. Once Qin Shen's position is stabilized, we can also ask for his permission to send people into Hongwang to harvest resources. Seeing this scene, Li Xingye couldn't help but feel his eyes light up. You want to know what the military cares about the most? Why do they fight? Of course, it's resources. With resources, they can create more combat weapons and enhance the military's strength. We must prioritize Qin Shen's opinion and give him enough benefits in exchange. Right now, Qin Shen is the most important, Huang Chang emphasized sternly. Our country cannot repay kindness with enmity. Understood. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Victory Divine Land, at Ling Taifeng Cun Mountain, in the Xiaoyusan Xing Cave. Why hasn't that monkey head arrived yet? An old Taoist with a celestial demeanor and a face like a heavy jujube frowned. According to the Buddhist plan, Sun Wukong should have already reached the foot of the mountain by now. He calculated with his fingers. Instantly, he became furious, his face turning red. His eyes darkened. So that's how it is, You Taoists really have not given up your treacherous intentions, daring to reach out. The old Taoist pondered with a changing expression, and finally summoned a cloud, flying westward to Nushu. In just 2 hours, he landed before the joyful heaven palace of Shijia Temple, clearing his throat. Our Buddha is compassionate. Where is my joyful friend? The joyful light Buddha, busy contemplating the joyful path of men and women, suddenly opened his golden eyes and transformed into a white-robed monk, quickly exiting the temple. Standing on the cloud, he clasped his hands and smiled obsequiously. What wind brings the ancestor here today? He knew that this Bodhi ancestor was not an ordinary quasi-saint, but one of the incarnations of the Quanti Taoist, the ruler of Western Buddhism. And this traitor of the was now residing under the Western Buddhist sect. How could he not show respect? The Bodhi ancestor snorted coldly, clarifying the cause and effect. Upon hearing this, the joyful light Buddha's expression changed drastically. Oh no! It went wrong. The 2 monks he sent had not yet arrived, and this monkey head had already caused such a big incident? He had gone to worship the Supreme One as his master. The joyful light Buddha's eyes spun quickly, and he immediately changed color, saying, Good, how outrageous. The grand scheme of our Buddhist sect to resolve the calamities of heaven and earth is a great merit, yet your Taoist sect dares to intervene right from the start. Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for us? I am willing to accompany the honored one to Daluo Mountain to reason. With this one sentence, he completely absolved himself of responsibility, as if it were all the Taoist sect's fault. The Bodhi ancestor sneered, not bothering to argue with him, and simply summoned a cloud to fly towards Daluo Mountain. The two arrived at Daluo Mountain just in time to encounter Qin Shen and his companions coming down the mountain to hunt monsters. You monkey head, what great courage you have! Our Buddha has enlightened you time and again, yet you refuse to comply and come here to stir up trouble. As soon as he landed on the cloud, the joyful light Buddha angrily shouted at Qin Shen. The divine might of Daluo erupted. In an instant, Qin Shen could barely stand, feeling as if he were being grasped by others, his body swaying precariously. Yet he gritted his teeth and refused to kneel. Refrain from using divine powers. The Bodhi ancestor glared at the joyful light Buddha, smiling as he approached Qin Shen, his expression kind and amiable. Beautiful monkey king, you have a connection with this poor Taoist. Would you be willing to cultivate with me? At that moment, he disregarded the original script, only wanting to quickly persuade Qin Shen to join him so that the subsequent journey to the West script could continue. A connection? Qin Shen revealed a cold smile. So, does the immortal want to take me as a disciple? That is indeed my intention. The Bodhi ancestor nodded, his eyes shining with divine light, exuding an aura of immortality. Then I have a question for the immortal. Qin Shen spoke a single sentence. If the disciple were to cause a great disaster in the future, would the master save me or not? With this one sentence, the smile on the Bodhi ancestor's face instantly froze. Save? How could the subsequent journey to the West script continue then? Not save? How could there be such a heartless and ungrateful master? Why should anyone worship you as their teacher? The immortal has nothing to say now, right? Then let me ask a few more questions. Qin Shen's cold smile grew even more mocking, his words like knives cutting into the heart. If the disciple were to be used by others, wronged, and surrounded by 100,000 heavenly soldiers, would the master save me or not? If my disciple is bullied by those in high positions, left blind and helpless, will you save him, master? If my disciple is trapped under a mountain for 500 years, unable to be reborn, and is scolded and humiliated, will you save him, master? After asking these questions, the smile on Patriarch Bodhi's face completely froze, turning into a cold, zombie-like expression. The master-disciple relationship in the primordial world is extremely important. The Tongtian would destroy the world to reforge the earth, wind, and fire for his disciple. The primordial heavenly venerable would personally fight in battle, getting injured all over for his disciple. Even the demon ancestor Luo, who protected the life of the old ancestor of the underworld river before dying. But what about Patriarch Bodhi? Aside from initially teaching the way and leading the Monkey King onto the wrong path, what else did he do as a master? He didn't remind the Monkey King when he made mistakes. He didn't help when the Monkey King was besieged. He didn't speak up when the Monkey King was condemned. 500 years under the Five Fingers Mountain. Did Patriarch Bodhi ever show up even once? Even when the Monkey King's family was slaughtered by Yang Jian, he acted as if he didn't exist. Master? What face does he have to call himself someone else's master? Or should he just admit that he has always treated the monkey as a mere pawn? Chen Shen couldn't bear to think about how much pain the great sage, who had a heart full of filial piety, must have felt later on. But these words were certainly not something the great sage would say. The great sage had the spirit of a hero, taking responsibility for his own actions. But how could he not realize his master's connection to Western Buddhism? Bodhi, Zhuanti, just a single character apart. Even in Western Sanskrit, they have the same meaning. The great sage wouldn't ask, but Chen Shen needed to clarify these matters. Do you dare to answer, Patriarch Bodhi? This. Patriarch Bodhi had nothing to say, his old face instantly turning red. An uncontrollable anger surged from his heart. How dare this little pawn speak to him like that? At the same time, he turned and glared fiercely at the Happy Light Buddha. It was obvious that these matters had been revealed by the Happy Light Buddha. How much did you tell that leopard demon? The entire situation of Journey to the West has been ruined because of you. That leopard demon is dead now, and it's likely that even a saint's divine powers cannot bring him back. So it must be the Happy Light Buddha's fault. I didn't tell him that much. The Happy Light Buddha's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, shouting loudly. He could only angrily look at Chun Chen. How did this monkey know so much? Shouldn't he know these things? This is bad. Bad. The situation of Journey to the West has been ruined by his own hands. The Happy Light Buddha didn't dare to think about what kind of punishment he would face from the Buddhist sect. When it came to this point, he could only kneel down with a thud, frantically kowtowing towards the direction of Xuandu Cave. He had completely lost his previous arrogance, instead appearing as humble as a dog. Great Purity Saint, please save my disciple. This matter truly wasn't leaked by my disciple. Who is your disciple? Get lost. Xuandu could no longer listen, suddenly appearing and roaring at the Happy Buddha. You, a traitor of the Taoist sect, have nothing to do with my Taoist sect anymore. Shut your dog mouth. He was truly furious. This long-eared light Buddha had betrayed the Taoist sect, causing many brothers to suffer tragic deaths, leaving the Taoist sect in disarray. Now that disaster had struck, he thought to call his master great-uncle? Trying to associate with the Taoist sect? Shameless. Extremely shameless. Bah, the Taoist sect has no dogs like you. At the same time, Xuandu couldn't help but glance at Chen Chen with a hint of surprise. This monkey's sharp tongue was indeed used in the right place. Unexpectedly, the monkey, who looked foolish, had hidden talents. No wonder he was one of the incarnations of the Chaos Demon Ape. All causes and conditions have their fixed numbers. At that moment, a voice filled with the essence of the Tao echoed from Xuandu Cave. I pay my respects to the Great Purity Saint. Everyone knelt down in unison, respectfully chanting. In today's world, even a quasi-saint must kneel before Tai Ching. It's better when no one speaks. Once they do, aside from the saints, no one is qualified to converse with Tai Ching. After that statement, Tai Ching had no other decrees. Patriarch Bodhi's expression fluctuated. He certainly understood Tai Ching's meaning. Since you, the Buddhist sect, have leaked major matters, and it has nothing to do with my Taoist sect, now that this monkey has fortuitously joined my Taoist sect and harbors deep resentment towards the Buddhist sect, then there's nothing more to say, just accept your fate. This is the predetermined nature of fate. Moreover, the notion of fate being predetermined is entirely contrary to the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism. Rather, it reflects the meaning of Hinayana Buddhism, indicating that Tai Ching is already prepared to transform the barbarians. After this incident, your Buddhist sect has even less qualification to stop me. Every word from a saint carries profound meaning. One must ponder deeply to grasp it. I dare not disturb the saint any longer. Patriarch Bodhi, with a grim expression, dragged the joyful radiance Buddha and took off on auspicious clouds. Master, was what I just said correct? Does it not bolster the spirit of our Taoist sect? Chen Shen turned around, hands on his hips, and flashed 2 fingers at Xuandu Cave, seeking recognition. How could he not seek credit for such a great opportunity? In the sky, the clear energy slowly took the shape of 2 fingers, as if silently praising Chen Chen. Junior brother, well done. Xuandu's expression slightly warmed as he left that remark. It was a reluctant acknowledgement of Chun Chen as his junior brother. But this way, the overall situation of the journey to the West is now inextricably linked to our human teaching lineage, leading to countless troubles. The Buddhist sect will definitely pursue us relentlessly. And Master's plan to transform the barbarians. Sigh. Xuandu sighed deeply, leaving with his worries. Meanwhile, after leaving, slap. Pa. Useless, ruining my grand plans. I will deal with you properly next time. Patriarch Bodhi finally revealed his true anger, kicking the joyful radiance Buddha hard, sending him back to the western Bull Hajo. This kick used true magical power, causing the joyful radiance Buddha's cultivation to drop by 30%. There were not many Yuan meetings that could make up for that. Ouch, ouch. The joyful radiance Buddha lay on the altar, wailing in pain, his eyes filled with extreme resentment. Damn monkey, I will kill you. Damn Tai Ching, even with the Taoist sect destroyed, you still won't behave, making me feel like an outsider. Sooner or later, I will wipe out your human teaching too. This monkey. If the karmic ties between us allow you to grow alongside the Taoist sect in the future, how can I expect to gain anything good? After his anger, he fell into deep thought, his expression shifting. Others did not know, but he was aware of the future achievements of the Lingming Stone Monkey. After all, this kid was a remnant of the Chaos Demon God and could quickly reach quasi-saint status in just a few thousand years. The only way was to secretly cause trouble. Prevent this monkey from growing. The joyful radiance Buddha pondered gloomily for a while, then recalled a clever plan, coldly curling his lips. Prepare for me 50 pairs of water-avoiding pearls from the East Sea, and 300 pieces of coral, to be used as good gifts. As you command, my Buddha. The joyful radiance heavenly palace was also overflowing with wealth, and the monks below immediately set to work preparing. The joyful Buddha took the gifts and set off for the heavenly court in the 9 heavens. That night, Chen Chen returned after hunting monsters. All the small demons he could defeat near Mount Daluo had been slaughtered, and his 4 attribute points had surged by dozens, gorging on various demon meats and swallowing demon pills until he was stuffed. He packed all the materials he couldn't finish into his backpack, ready to take them out. At the second watch of the night, Chen Chen brought a few people back to the cave but quietly went alone to Xuandu Cave. Inside the cave, the green lotus swayed. Only an ancient lamp flickered. Master. Chen Chen tiptoed in and asked. Tai Ching, who was meditating, opened his eyes. With a smile, he asked, Little monkey, why have you come? Master, today you showed me 2 fingers. Was that not an invitation for me to come to your cave at the second watch? Chen Chen chuckled. He. Ha ha ha. You monkey head. Tai Ching was directly amused. He hadn't laughed so freely in a long time. It was all because this monkey had truly helped him a lot these past few days. Originally, once the journey to the west began, the Taoist sect would inevitably be further weakened. But now, with Yuanshi Tianzuan half aligned with the Buddhist sect and Tongtian Jiaozhu imprisoned in the Zhixiao Palace, the disciples of the Chan and Je sects were either killed or had made it onto the Fengshen Bang. It could be said that aside from the remaining disciples of the Renjiao, the Taoist sect had no forces left to resist the Buddhist sect. Although Tai Ching, the saint, was tranquil and non-action, how could he not feel anxious in his heart? That was why he initiated the transformation of Laozi into a barbarian, but the Buddhist sect had always been a hindrance. Now, with this monkey stirring things up, the Buddhist sect was in disarray, and their plans were completely interrupted. Where would they find the energy to manage their own transformation? Everyone knew how happy Tai Ching was about this, but when he saw Chen Zhe, it was the times he laughed the most. Why didn't you ask your master about the inquiries regarding Patriarch Bodhi today? Tai Ching squinted at Chen Zhe and asked. Is it because you believe your master will save you in the future? Reporting to master. Disciple believes that the master-disciple relationship is merely a matter of fate, whether to save or not is a matter of sentiment. You accepting me as a disciple and breaking the Buddhist sect's control is already a great kindness. How could I dare to ask for more from you, master? Chen Chen said seriously. It's just that I know that Patriarch Bodhi has ulterior motives, and I wanted to test him with a question, and he indeed couldn't answer. Good. Tai Ching nodded and stroked his beard, clearly satisfied with Chen Chen's answer. Grateful and knowing how to repay, understanding warmth and coldness. This monkey is not just clever. No wonder he is the Lingming Stone Monkey, the most understanding of people. He is far superior to the rigid Xuandu. Even among the disciples of the 3 teachings, there are few who can match his wit. The current situation of the Taoist sect truly needs such a clever and capable person to break the deadlock. Moreover, both Chen Chen's performances yesterday and today made Tai Ching very happy. If there had been such a persuasive, resourceful disciple during the time of the Fengshen, perhaps the outcome would not have been so bleak. Alas! Thinking of this, Tai Ching sighed deeply and waved his hand at Chen Shen. Well, since I have accepted you, it is time to pass on the teachings. However, as one of the incarnations of the Chaos Demon God, you inherently possess part of the way of war. If I rashly pass on teachings, no matter how profound the method, it will inevitably damage your foundational principles. So I will teach you a method of combat. As he spoke, he exhaled the profound essence of the Tao, which sounded like heavenly music in Chen Shen's ears. After a night of teachings, the next morning, Chen Shen opened his eyes, and a vast golden light burst forth from them. A notification sound rang in his ears. You have acquired the talent, Law of Heaven and Earth. Law of Heaven and Earth converts mental power into body size, health, and strength. For every 10 points of mental power, body size increases by 1 meter, 10 points of health, and 10 points of strength. Each point of mental power increases the duration by 1 second. So refreshing. Chen Shen was ecstatic to the extreme. This was the Law of Heaven and Earth, the strongest combat divine ability in the primordial era, without exception. The Monkey King also realized it later, or perhaps it was secretly taught by Yang Jian. Tai Ching was indeed 100 times more reliable than Bodhi. Knowing that the great sage equal to heaven could naturally grow very strong without the need for any cultivation methods, passing on other methods could very likely destroy his innate talent. Just the fact that he could infinitely grow critical damage by killing monsters, Chen Shen estimated, was part of the way of war that Tai Ching mentioned. This indicated that the great sage equal to heaven did not need guidance, he could naturally grow to be the strongest. Therefore, Tai Ching did not pass on any methods that would damage his foundation. He only taught him the strongest combat divine ability. Disciple thanks master. Chen Shen knelt for a long time without getting up, filled with respect for his master. This is also your fateful connection. Tai Ching smiled and waved his sleeve to send Chen Shen out of the cave. Although he had been slapped out by his master, Chen Shen felt no displeasure at all. The Law of Heaven and Earth. With this talent, it means I can temporarily double my combat power, calculated based on mental strength, which indicates that the higher my level and the stronger my cultivation, the greater my enhanced combat power will be. Thinking about the opponents he would face in the future, like Nezet and Yang Jian, who were battle gods of the 3 realms, which one of them wasn't invincible while wielding the Law of Heaven and Earth? The next day, Chen Shen continued to grind monsters near Mount Diluo with the 3 others. Boss, my attributes have all increased by more than 10 points, this is just too awesome. Li Xinghe exclaimed, chewing on a deer demon's leg meat, moved to tears. Yeah, boss, my attributes have also increased by more than 10 points, at this rate, I might evolve into a dragon. Wang Mubai, transformed into a dragon, looked even more majestic. Don't rush, this is the primordial chaos, one day, you'll truly become a dragon, a 5-clawed golden dragon. Chen Shen chuckled as he bit into a tiger whip. In the future, the great sage riding a true dragon would be so stylish. Over these days, just killing small demons had caused his attributes to soar. Although grinding monsters in the primordial chaos didn't yield much experience, directly increasing attribute points was even better, right? Chen Shen opened his attribute panel. Name, Chen Shen, occupation, great sage equal to heaven, hidden chosen, level, 20, 0%, strength, 443, agility, 446, mental, 456, constitution, 460, special attributes, normal attack critical damage 3350%, 10% damage reduction, 10% damage increase, 10% evasion, title, divine might like a prison, path of invincibility. Equipment, standard police baton, Chenin stone, holy artifact, 8-foot mirror, holy artifact, heavily Maya Bao, holy artifact, backpack, city guardian medal level 1, city hero medal level 1, Huaxia meritorious medal level 1, Huaxia defender medal level 1, battlefield warrior medal level 1, city king medal level 7, skill advancement scroll *1, specialization upgrade scroll *1, skill 72 earthly fiends transformation, immobilization, 3 lives and 10,000 things, rain. Invocation, thunder summoning, water banishment, fire avoidance, flying lien, blade devouring, object manipulation, illusion, transport, beast gathering, soul snatching, head continuation, water walking, staff resolution, weapon resolution, out of body, earth walking. Main quest, conquer the primordial chaos, 3%, save Huaxia's national fortune, 6%. The critical damage increase is small, after all, the efficiency of grinding monsters in the primordial chaos is too slow. It takes forever to defeat a small demon. Chen Shen shook his head. This isn't a long-term solution, now eating ordinary small demons no longer grants attribute points. He could gain attribute points from legendary materials in the primordial chaos, but the more he ate, the less he gained. Now, with his medal bonuses, his attributes had increased by 100 points, and eating materials had raised them by dozens, but later on, he could barely gain even 1 point, and eventually, it might have a negligible effect. This is the peak of physical absorption. Ordinary primordial materials have no effect on me anymore, Chen Chen pondered. He could also sit in meditation to refine his qi, practicing like other beings in the primordial chaos. After all, the great sage equal to heaven was neither a demon nor a shaman, and could not become infinitely stronger just by eating. But the speed of meditation was too slow. Only 100 experience points per minute, and in the aura-rich Mount Diluo, it was only 300 experience points per minute. This cultivation speed was considered rapid in the timeless primordial chaos, but it was still far from the efficiency of Chun Shan grinding monsters. Lost in thought, Chun Shan waved to the three. It's time, we should head back. Okay, boss. This time in the final God War, we must give the Western gods a good beating. Ha, I can already imagine us slaughtering other deities in the God War. The mid-season of the final God War has even more secret realm items. At the mention of this, Chen Shan's eyes lit up. The mystical tools were greatly beneficial for his development in the primordial world. Sometimes, a single tool could change the situation. Without needing to think, he knew that the Buddhist sect had set its sights on him, and his path ahead would certainly not be easy, not to mention the major event Tai Ching was about to undertake. If he didn't quickly enhance his strength, would he just wait to be toyed with by the great figures of the primordial world? While pondering, Chen Shen suddenly discovered that the City King medal in his backpack had turned red at some point and was flashing with a red light. He frowned and took it out to take a look. City King medal warning. Warning! Your citizens are facing a major invasion alert, and the city is in danger of destruction. Chen Shen's eyes widened in shock. He had only left Jiangnan City for a few days, and it was already in danger of destruction? What was going on? Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, Huaxia, the vast urban area had erected towering city walls, keeping the roaring demons at bay, but the ground was littered with the corpses left behind by the demons. The sounds of wailing and screams echoed continuously. The originally peaceful and serene city had turned into a hell on earth. Run, run! C-676 team, go to point 532 to rescue the trapped citizens. Groups of citizens were retreating behind the high walls under the protection of the Huaxia army. Yet, people continued to be turned into food. Outside a desolate small town, the city defense director, Xia Jia, was covered in battle scars, leading the last group of city defense soldiers to hold their ground outside the town. His heroic voice resonated through the sky. Brothers, reinforcements have arrived, and most citizens are safe. We need to open a path for the last citizens. Is there anyone cowardly? No. Good, then today we will use our lives to exchange for the safety of the entire city. Even if I die underground, I will still be your director. Bang! Xiajie threw down a bowl of blood wine, raised his weapon, and fiercely swung it at the charging demons. The high walls were constantly under siege by the demons. Inside the walls, reinforcements. Li Jie was frantic, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted in the command room. I need more reinforcements. Mayor Li, more reinforcements can't arrive for now. The little devils from Sakura country are taking advantage of the chaos to block our Huaxia reinforcements. You can only hold on for a while longer. We will definitely open a passage quickly. Li Jie despondently hung up the phone. Looking at the elderly Luo standing on the city wall, his white hair blowing in the wind, he took a deep breath, tears streaming down his face. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. At the same time, he revealed a relieved smile. In the midst of misfortune, there was a stroke of luck. Just before this premeditated invasion disaster by the demons broke out, Chen Shen had already left Jiangnan City. Listening to the sounds of cannon fire and roars outside the city, the citizens inside couldn't help but cry out in despair. Where is the hero? Where is our hero of Jiangnan City? Where is he? Why do they call for the great sage today? It is because the demon mist has returned. Whoosh! A swift golden figure shot out from the cracks of the primordial time and space, flashing for just a moment before swinging a long stick and charging out towards the base camp. Chen Chen, calm down. Yes, Chen Chen, this invasion has been long planned by Sakura country, and they have colluded with the S-Class Secret Realms Demon Empire. You can't change anything alone. Don't be impulsive. All the military personnel behind him quickly rushed to Chen Shen's side, desperately pulling him back. Huang Chang and Li Chengye hurriedly shouted. The country has already sent reinforcements. Alas! Li Chengye gritted his teeth. I assure you, Sakura country will face 10 times the cruelty and retaliation, but for now, we are not ready. We can only try to minimize losses. This battle was caused by me. Chen Shen said coldly, his face serious. Why did the cherry blossoms choose to launch a secret invasion in Jiangnan City? Isn't it because they are there? The more important reason is that they took away those 3 sacred artifacts. If I were to learn of this and not dare to step onto the battlefield, allowing millions of citizens to suffer under the devastation of the cherry blossom devils and demons while turning a blind eye, then what kind of person would I be? Chen Shen, we understand your feelings, but we must think long-term, Li Xingye said, his face filled with distress. Right now, the cherry blossom army is blocking the front line, and our reinforcements can't get through. You're only level 20, even if you go to Jiangnan City, you can't stop all of this from happening. But Chen Shen's pace quickened, and behind him, Li Xinghe and the others followed with stern expressions. I am not an ordinary level 20. I am the great sage equal to heaven. I am the hero of Jiangnan City. Chen Shen rode the dragon and charged out of the base. His gaze looked down upon the earth. The land was engulfed in flames of war. Boom, boom, boom. Expensive cross-border teleportation arrays rose in every city. The army of devils, dressed in yellow combat uniforms, marched in perfect formation. Their slogans echoed in the sky. Banzai Banzai Banzai. Long live Tian Huang Jie Ban Banzai. Long live the Emperor. They looked just like a group of ghosts entering the human realm. Boss, to target you, the devils are really pulling out all the stops for a national war. Wang Mubai said darkly. So many cross-border teleportation arrays, worth billions. Just right to stretch our muscles. Li Xinghe's eyes revealed a frenzied battle intent. At this moment, his size had more than doubled. Nourished by primal materials, the 4 members of the team were no longer what they used to be. Not to mention that the level 20 Chen Shen could easily defeat a level 35. At the very least, he was several times stronger than other priests of the same level. Don't worry, boss, this time I will definitely not extinguish. A green lamp hanging outside the dragon also emitted a firm girl's voice. The 4 looked straight ahead. They saw the Chinese army in green uniforms, large as a lake, but blocked by a giant torii gate spanning dozens of miles across the highway. Under the torii gate, a large number of yellow-clad devil soldiers gathered, and in the middle, a high platform had been erected. Hundreds of devils, stripped of their clothes, bound with medicinal flags, and only covered by a piece of white cloth, were bowing their bodies, lined up like a group of giant crabs, swaying forward as if performing some kind of dance. A strange tune played nearby. Several devils with painted white faces wailed in front of the formation. Souls of the brave, return! It was clearly a battlefield, yet it felt like a ghost realm. With the eerie wails and dances, the torii gate grew larger, and the power contained within became increasingly terrifying. Faintly hearing the wails of countless souls, gathered together, it sent chills down one's spine. What the hell is this? Li Xinghe's eyes widened. A sacrifice. Wang Mubai's face darkened. The devils must have used high-level sacrificial practitioners to perform some large-scale sacrifices. But sorcery also requires souls as power. Where would so many souls come from nearby? He suddenly thought of something, his breath catching. I killed them. Chen Chen nodded lightly. The 8 million devils that died in Chuanyun City were used by them for the sacrificial gate? Exactly, it should be like that. Wang Mubai frowned, his expression serious. No wonder our Chinese reinforcements were blocked. The devils actually sacrificed 8 million freshly dead souls in one go. Being a devil is really unfortunate. Even in death, they can't find peace. Li Xinghe scoffed. But Chen Shen had suddenly charged down, his baton growing longer and longer, like a black line slicing through the sky. Yeah, die. After a long howl. Boom! Boom! The unparalleled force caused the earth to crack. The devils dancing in front of the formation instantly fell in large numbers. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. The entire battlefield seemed to be frozen in time. When the smoke finally cleared, everyone could see the proud figure of the golden monkey holding a staff, standing tall in the center of the battlefield, swinging its staff with a flourish, looking down upon the world. We must find a way to break through this gate of souls quickly, or Jiangnan City is finished. In the command center of the Huaxia reinforcements, Commander Tan Xianxue was banging on the table, shouting loudly. Where's the mage team? Get a few mage teams up here for me. Even if it costs lives, we must seal this ghost gate. The people of Jiangnan City are still counting on us. In the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the center of the battlefield, causing Tan Xianxue to turn his head sharply. He stared intently at the shimmering golden figure, his mouth agape, the command stuck in his throat. The various team leaders, company commanders, and soldiers who had been prepared to sacrifice lives to fill this gate of souls, now stood frozen, mouths wide open. The shocking sound even drowned out the cries of the ghosts. My God, where did this fierce person come from? Is this for real? The center of that ghost formation deals 10,000 points of ghost damage per second. Did he just charge in like that? What a warrior! Why didn't we recruit such a warrior into the army? In the next moment, as the dust settled, the remaining ghost sacrificial practitioners were also stunned. The cries of the ghosts paused. They couldn't help but turn back in astonishment to stare at the golden monkey. Are you kidding? We're conducting a national-level sacrifice here. This place deals tens of thousands of area damage per second. You just charged in like that? Even a level 100 powerhouse wouldn't dare to rush in like this. Baka! Soon, a ghost technician reacted, conjuring a large ball of necrotic breath and hurling it at Chen Chen. Boom! The necrotic breath hit Chen Chen as if it didn't exist at all. Chen Chen twirled his staff and took a couple of steps to stand before the ghost priest. With one swing of his staff, boom! The level 40 ghost priest fell dead on the spot, without even a chance to fight back. Nanny, how is this possible? He actually ignores ghost damage? What kind of existence is this? Quick, capture him. Don't let him disrupt the sacrifice. In an instant, the reacting ghost army and ghost priest team surged forward. In the dust, nothing could be seen, only the sound of booming staffs and the swirling necrotic breath. Before long, one by one, the sacrificial priests fell, while the golden monkey in the center was visibly leveling up at an astonishing speed. Level 21, Level 22, Level 23. With one swing, he takes down everything? Why do my ghost skills have no effect on him? I'm a mage, I can't just go up and auto-attack, can I? What on earth is this existence? The entire ghost priest team was dumbfounded. Ghost damage had no effect on him, how are they supposed to fight? You have received 3,000 points of ghost damage. Ding! Sacred Artifact Xianin Stone activated, 100% ghost and shadow damage reduction. Judgment successful, damage taken, 0. The prompt sounds kept ringing in Chen Chen's ears. Every instance of ghost damage was directly nullified by the Xianin Stone. Using your ghost's sacred artifact to counter your own ghost sacrifice, truly not bad. Chen Chen smirked. He slaughtered freely among the sacrificial team. It was like entering a no man's land. Behind him, the Huaxia army watched this scene, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. This kind of personal heroism would be criticized in the military. But what he's doing is too heroic. This isn't personal heroism, this is a national hero. You fools, what are you still standing there for? Commander Tan Xianqiu burst out of the command center, using an amplification skill to shout. Get moving, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes. The troops of Huaxia immediately formed a linear formation, charging towards the colossal divine gate, one regiment after another. Their primary target was to support the golden ape figure trapped in the center of the altar. The reason was simple, this brother was just too fierce. Damage immunity. Damage immunity. Damage immunity. The prompt sounds kept ringing in Chen Chen's ears, almost giving him calluses. Soon, the priest regiment of the enemy was slaughtered by more than half. The gigantic divine gate, now uncontrolled, began to slowly expand, releasing thousands of wronged souls that rushed onto the battlefield, indiscriminately attacking everyone. Inside the enemy command center, Koizuka Yoshio stared blankly at the chaotic battlefield. He focused on that golden ape figure, as if seeing the deepest terror in his heart. It's him, he's back. The monkey that once slaughtered 8 million of his citizens had appeared again. After the initial fear, a glimmer of joy flashed across his face. Quick, send a message to Araki Shin, we've spotted his target. Yes. The adjutant immediately took the order, his expression grim, but Commander, if this continues, we won't be able to hold our line. Once the Huaxia reinforcements arrive, our plan will be in ruins. Damn it. Koizuka Yoshio clenched his fists, staring at the figure in the center of the battlefield, and strode forward. Prepare the special operations team, I'll personally hunt him down, no need for Araki Shin. This time it wasn't a city battle with level restrictions, but a small-scale national war. In a national war, all levels of practitioners could take action. This monkey, no matter how strong, was only level 20, while he was a level 50 B-class king profession. The commander of the Sakura Empire, could he not kill a mere little monkey? Xianin Stone absorbs 300,000 souls. Xianin Stone absorbs 500,000 souls. Xianin Stone absorbs 700,000 souls. Prompt sounds rang in Chen Chen's ears again. The souls released from the gigantic divine gate were directly absorbed into the Xianin Stone. The Xianin Stone was a sacred artifact. It had absolute control over souls, especially those from the Sakura Nation. Oh, it has this effect too? Chen Chen looked at the Xianin Stone. Number of souls, 3.4 million. Note, souls can be used to refine and upgrade the Xianin Stone. This thing used on the battlefield is probably overpowered. Chen Chen suddenly thought. Huaxia also had priest practitioners, but collecting 8 million souls was incredibly difficult. not to mention being able to use them to upgrade the Chunin stone. He looked at his gains this time. His level had risen to 23 in a short time. They were all fragile priests, and with one hit, he could take down several. The leveling up was simply exhilarating. If he were in the primordial world, it would take at least a month to level up 3 times. Now, when he returned to the primordial world, he would definitely surprise the Ta Ching Saint. His weapon specialization had also finally advanced further. Ding! Your stick weapon specialization has been upgraded to semi-saint level. Quasi-stick saint specialization effects. Using stick-type weapons increases agility by plus 300%, attack speed by plus 30%, 30% chance of penetrating defense, 30% chance of stunning attack, 30% chance of lifesteal attack. Whew! This felt great. Chen Chen marveled inwardly. Previously, out of 10 hits, he would get at most one effect of penetrating defense, stunning, or lifesteal. Now, every 3 hits had a chance to trigger one. How to put it, transcending to the saint level felt like this. At the saint level of weapon specialization, one could completely transcend the mundane. A weapon specialization reaching the saint level was enough to offset the talent of an A-class king profession. To collect more souls, Chen Chen charged towards the gigantic Torii Divine Gate. One hit after another, he struck. Bang! 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 The Torii Divine Gate dissipated while producing a tremendous sound. With Chen Chen's terrifying single-target damage, even the military's magic crystal cannon couldn't match his one hit. All of a sudden, the gigantic Divine Gate shook violently, and countless souls surged out, being sucked in by Chen Chen like a pump. You have gained souls plus 1 million. You have gained souls plus 1 million. The remaining ghostly sacrificial group was completely stunned. Oh my god, those are the souls we painstakingly collected. No. The cries of agony echoed across the battlefield. Souls, battle spirits, military spirits. For a nation of professionals, these are extremely important strategic resources. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of Huaxia fighting in the rear burst into laughter. What's called losing the chicken to gain the rice? This is what it means. Suck more in. It would be best to drain the reserves of Sakura country. It shouldn't have happened. The Torii Gate of Sakura country shouldn't have directly connected to the soul repository. It stored all the souls in Sakura country's treasury, and now it was uncertain how many would be sucked away by Chen Chen. Gradually, the Chunin stone at Chen Chen's waist emitted a magnificent light. The boundless power of the ghosts accumulated, making it even whiter than clouds. The next moment, a prompt sound came to Chen Chen's ear. Your Chunin stone has upgraded unnamed medium sacred artifact. Medium sacred artifact, to be named. Background story: the sacred artifact Chunin stone, upgraded by Chen Chen, has become stronger. Effect: block the yellow springs, isolate yin and yang, control the yin souls. Can be infinitely magnified, blocking the boundary between yin and yang. After equipping, ghost and yin resistance plus 100%. Against ghosts and yin, deterrence plus 50%. Oh! Chen Chen looked at the bone-white hook jade in his hand. After upgrading, it's no longer the original sacred artifact? Now it completely belongs to me, and the effect is even stronger, not only immune but also has deterrence. In the primordial chaos, it truly corresponds to a postnatal magical artifact. Chen Chen felt delighted in his heart. Using the souls of the little ghosts to refine his own treasure, nothing could be more satisfying. Now this thing could even hold some face if taken to the primordial chaos. 8 million souls refined into something, and he would continue to kill ghosts and refine more. If it didn't work, he could ask his master Taiching for help. Who knows, a postnatal spiritual treasure might just come out. What should I name it? Chen Chen pondered. Since it can block yin and yang, let's call it the Jinin Stone. Naming successful. Sacred artifact, Jinin Stone. Chen Chen tucked the Jinin Stone into his waist, but the next moment, bang! 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 The Huaxia soldiers fighting around him suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. Either that or their necks were cut. Whoosh! More than 100 pitch-black figures suddenly emerged from the void, revealing an extremely cold expression. The Turtle Field Special Forces are assembled. The target is surrounded. Please give instructions, Division Commander. A confinement magic array capable of withstanding hundreds of thousands of points of damage covered the surroundings. The sacred artifact is indeed on you. Koizumi Yoshio grinned as he walked towards Chen Chen. Now, no one can help you. I can tell you, you're dead for sure, damn monkey. He walked in front of Chen Chen, drawing 2 taidao from his waist. You may not recognize me, but I am very familiar with you. I have studied all your skills and methods in detail. Today, here, you have no way out. He not only activated the manifestation magic array but also the confinement magic array, and so on. Surrounding them were numerous level 45 special forces, each with a profession no lower than B rank. It took some time to set these up. The little ghosts are playing dirty again. Tan Xianqiu gritted his teeth and charged forward. As a Huaxia commander, he was also a level 50 powerhouse. The special forces of Huaxia gathered outside the magic array and immediately launched a fierce attack. Soon, desperate gasps of astonishment echoed. "Commander, this little devil actually brought out a star-level confinement array, and it can't be dismantled at all." "What?" Tan Xianqiu's heart sank sharply. "Isn't this a decisive battle between the main forces? How could they use a confinement array of this level? How desperate must they be to kill this prodigy?" He gritted his teeth, thinking that if it came to it, he would self-destruct to break this array. No matter what, he had to rescue this prodigy. But at that moment, everyone heard Chen Chen inside the array softly speak. "Your calculations are not bad, but you've overlooked one thing." "What did you say?" "Arrogant brat who doesn't know his place." Koizumi Yoshio shouted with a cold laugh, his eyes red. Chen Chen merely lifted his staff from his shoulder, thrusting it into the ground, propelling himself skyward, coiling atop the staff, looking down upon the world. He shook his head. "You overlooked my damage." Buzz. In the next moment, a tremendous buzzing sound filled the air, as if the very space had been torn apart. When the staff came down, no one could see clearly, they only knew the earth instantly cracked, and that star-level array shook violently. All the members of the Kuwaitian team who came into contact with the shadow of the staff were split in two from the center. Whether they were warriors, mages, or assassins, no matter how high their health or defense, under this one strike, none would survive. Before absolute power, all tricks are but illusions. Minus 50,000. Critical hit. A massive number floated down from the sky. This terrifying number left everyone frozen in place. This number represented power, unmatched power. Even a level 50 king class could not reach such a terrifying health of 50,000. Having 30 or 40,000 would already be remarkable. What does this indicate? It indicates that below the level 50 royal class, Qin Shen could kill them all in an instant. He wasn't foolishly running into a siege. Before entering the battlefield, Qin Shen had clearly assessed the combat strength of this devil army. The team led by Koizumi Yoshio was not an elite force, just an ordinary one. Most were between level 30 and 50. Koizumi Yoshio himself was at level 54. In any country in the world, this would be the backbone. An ordinary person would need at least 20 years to reach this level. But to Qin Shen now, it was simply not enough. His confidence in being invincible on this battlefield was his true strength. In the face of that large number, Tan Xianqiu and all the soldiers of Huaxia were also stunned. Since Qin Shen had been killing in seconds without showing his maximum damage, they had always been unaware of his damage limit. Now they knew. 50,000 damage. Could a level 20 achieve that? A level 50 couldn't either. What kind of prodigy is this? At first, they thought Qin Shen was just an ordinary citizen. After all, there were at least 8,000 who awakened to the golden ape form. It wasn't that rare. But now they quickly associated him with a name in their minds. The great sage equal to heaven. The strongest war god of Huaxia this year. In an instant, everyone on the battlefield began to breathe heavily, unable to contain their excitement as they shouted. The 3rd Division of the 5th Legion of Huaxia, salute to the strongest war god. Salute to the strongest war god. So it was you, the strongest war god, no wonder. The strongest war god can now deal 50,000 damage? What level of damage is this? This year's End of Days Divine War is sure to be a spectacle. Strongest war god, you are my idol. To fight alongside you is the honor of my life. Many soldiers were moved to tears. It was hard to imagine the influence of the title Strongest War God in Huaxia. That previous End of Days Divine War had straightened the backs of all Huaxia people. This was also the first time Qin Shen showcased his true self to the outside world. Previously, it had only been a fleeting glimpse. But Qin Shen knew he had to leave the battlefield quickly, or he would soon attract even stronger beings. In the clouds, the 3 people who had been ordered by Qin Shen to stand by were stunned countless times by his miraculous battlefield maneuvers. At this moment, seeing the admiration of the Huaxia soldiers towards Qin Shen, their pride and exhilaration were simply overflowing. The boss is the boss, he can defy the heavens with just one move. This is our Huaxia's strongest war god, our boss. To be able to hang out with the boss, we are truly blessed beyond our lifetimes. However, Wang Mubai pondered. We must quickly catch up to the boss, otherwise, what can you two do while I serve as the boss's transport? He looked at Li Xinghe. Guarding the gate? Li Xinghe's old face turned red. If guarding the gate is what it is, I'm sticking with the boss for life. Now that the situation is not as dangerous thanks to the boss, let's hurry down, Yang Chanxian said, looking at the situation below. The three quickly rushed down to the battlefield, forming a battle group to reap the lives of the enemy troops, and their levels began to soar. At this moment, inside the teleportation array, the scene was one of devastation, blood and flesh everywhere. The members of the Kid Ada team, except for those with life-saving equipment, were left with barely a drop of blood. Almost everyone else was dead. The previously arrogant Koizuka Yoshio was now split in two at the shoulders, lying on the ground gasping for breath, relying on life-saving potions to survive, blood continuously spewing from his mouth, his eyes fixed on Chun-Chen. You, run away. Let us out. He's simply not human. The remaining Kid Ada team members were like startled birds, trying to escape the formation, but were blocked by their own subordinates' array. Now, this was Chen-Chen's Shura field. Bang! Chen-Chen struck down Koizuka Yoshio with a single blow. In your next life, calculate the damage before you sneak attack. Everyone was in an uproar. The death of a division commander was no small matter. It was a great victory. The Huaxia army did not expect to win so easily. Following that, Chen-Chen struck down these team members with several blows, raising his level to 24. He waved to the Huaxia soldiers outside. Give me a hand, break this confinement array. Yes. All the Huaxia soldiers rushed up immediately. Starry level teleportation array. Even with Chen-Chen's current damage, it was difficult to open. But under the full assault of the 3rd Division soldiers, the array burst open after 10 minutes. Strongest war god, it's an honor to meet you. Tan Xianqiu rushed to Chun-Chen, his face flushed, nodding frantically. Thanks to your arrival, otherwise we wouldn't know how many comrades we would lose. I will definitely report your contributions truthfully. No need. Chen-Chen waved his hand indifferently, then frowned. You are just the first batch of reinforcements, how many more are there? Just this one division probably wouldn't be enough to save Jiangnan City. All our soldiers are gathering. As soon as this ghost gate is broken, we can set off for Jiangnan City immediately. Tan Xianqiu said seriously. Very good. Chen-Chen nodded and turned around. This place is up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished. Suddenly, he transformed into a golden eagle. Whoosh! Spreading his wings, he soared towards Jiangnan City. Everyone trembled in awe at Chun-Chen's departing figure. Rest assured, strongest war god, the 3rd Division will ensure the mission is completed. The voice echoed through the clouds. Boss, wait for us. Below, Li Xinghe and the others, who were clearing out the remnants of the enemy, looked up in confusion and shouted. You probably won't be able to serve as the boss's transport anymore. Li Xinghe poked the dejected Wang Mubai and pointed at Chen-Chen's distant golden eagle figure. The boss has 72 transformations, he can fly by himself. Wang Mubai seemed very concerned about the identity of his mount being stripped away, angrily shouting, that's different. I still have attribute bonuses. Saying this, he immediately transformed into a dragon and followed Chen-Chen's retreating figure. At this moment, in Jiangnan City, Qinghuan town, this was the only way to enter the city. Great Elder, that Huaxia army ahead is too tenacious, many warriors from the tribe have died. In the massive camp made up of crimson-skinned demons, human products were everywhere. Yes, real human products. Human skin as mats, human heads as torches, human blood in cups. A demon leader, over level 50, clad in armor made from an unknown animal's hide and standing 3 zhang tall, knelt before an elderly demon. Then let's not fight. The demon elder shook the thick human blood in his wooden cup, slowly taking a sip, revealing his bloody, foul-smelling teeth. Anyway, the little ones in the tribe have grown strong this year. The human flesh we bring back will be enough to nourish next year's newborns. His Majesty the Emperor said that now is not the time to battle the Huaxia Empire. Preserving our strength is the priority. Yes, Great Elder. The demon leader nodded immediately, squinting his blood-red eyes. The Sakura Empire wants to use our strength to weaken the Huaxia Empire, and they also want to take the opportunity to weaken us. Ah, such foolish creatures, humans. The demon elder disdainfully set down his cup. But Great Elder, their taste is indeed very good, and it can help our tribe grow rapidly. Now in the Empire, human flesh is even used as currency. A pound of human flesh can buy a beautiful female. The demon leader licked his lips. That's right, humans are the greatest discovery of our era. I heard that His Majesty the Demon King is using human blood to break through to the divine level. The demon elder chuckled as he set down his cup. Once the Demon King breaks through to the divine level, we can come over and raise humans, eating them slowly. Thinking of that wonderful scene, the demon leader couldn't help but swallow hard. After exiting the tent, he looked up at the battlefield. He saw that the town walls of Qinghuan were in ruins, and the city defense team members lay inside the fortress, their bodies mangled and barely alive. We'll let you go for now. Captain. When will the reinforcements arrive? A city defense team member, with a leg bitten off, trembled as he spoke. Soon, soon. Xiajia, with his shoulder completely bitten off, his lips pale, had a large knife tied to his severed arm. Did we complete the mission? Yes. Woo woo woo. The next moment, as the sound of human leg bones sounded again, all the city defense team members stood up with tears in their eyes, supporting each other to form a human wall. The 14th attack is coming. Everyone knew this was the last time. The remaining women, children, and the elderly in the town were crying, knowing they were doomed. The ferocious demons charged forward with mocking smiles, wielding bone blades. Jiangnan City Defense Team. Xiajia raised his knife high, his hoarse voice filled with desolation. Charge! Charge! Boom boom boom! The grand sound of the charge made the ground tremble slightly, and all the city defense team members rushed towards the demons without hesitation. However, the next moment, an unparalleled loud noise rang in their ears, as if their bodies were shattering, the sky collapsing and the earth sinking, causing everyone to sway and almost lose their balance. Xiajia trembled and opened his eyes, only to see dust filling the air, everything unclear, with only the wails of demons in his ears, followed by a silence. In this silence, all the city defense team members looked at each other in terror, not knowing what had happened ahead. After a while, a figure of an exceptionally heroic young man wielding a stick emerged from the dust. Jiangnan City Defense Team member Chen Chen, reporting for duty. Chen Chen's identity as a city defense team member was added for the sake of taking on the mission, and now it was quite justified. At this moment, seeing this scene, Xiajia and the others were utterly astonished. Chen Chen, you're here. I didn't expect it to be you. It was like seeing a glimmer of hope in despair. The civilians in the small town, who were prepared to wait for death, also lifted their heads from the ruins, their eyes wide with surprise. Mom, who is that big brother? He's so strong. A little girl covered in dust blinked and asked. That's our hero from Jiangnan City, he's come. The mother, holding her child, was also filled with tears. This feeling was indescribable. He really came to save us riding on a rainbow cloud. Even if Chen Chen hadn't revealed his identity as the great sage equal to heaven, everyone had already recognized him as such. He must be the great sage, otherwise, how could he bring so much hope? Let's retreat for now. Chen Chen waved his hand to the crowd, glancing coldly at the demon army that had been pushed back. Just now, he had probably taken down over 100 charging demons, but that dark, endless demon camp likely had no fewer than 10,000. Yes, the strongest war god. Xiajia and the others smiled as they stepped back into the ruins of the town. It was hard for people to believe in the sudden rise of a young prodigy, but Chen Chen's prestige had been earned through battle. Entering the ruins of the town, Chen Chen saw civilians with mutilated bodies. Some practitioners had their insides ripped out, barely clinging to life. Some practitioners had half their bodies gnawed away. It was truly shocking. Taking a moment, Chen Chen frowned and asked Xiajia, Director Xia, what great enmity does the demon empire have with our Huaxia? This is a long story. Xiajia said while bandaging his wounds, deep in thought. That great battle against the demons back then was originally triggered by an S-rank prodigy's exclusive secret realm. Did his secret realm go out of control? No, he cleared the secret realm with the highest score and became the supreme demon king of that demon world. Ha! Chen Chen's eyes sharpened, then why? This is the most regrettable part. Xiajia's expression was filled with sorrow. If that incident hadn't happened back then, he should have been one of our Huaxia's national deities by now. What incident? Chen Chen pressed for details. I don't know the specifics. Xiajia finished wrapping the bandage and shook his head. I only heard that he grew up without parents, raised by an aunt, and later, his aunt was targeted by some powerful noble's son. When he entered the secret realm. Hiss! Chen Chen inhaled sharply. If that were the case, it was no wonder he rebelled. Putting himself in that position, he might have rebelled even more fiercely. After all, he was a traveler, and his feelings for this world and its country were not deep. Speaking of which, this was also the reason he was so highly valued by the country. After all, there was a precedent. Upon learning this backstory, Chen Chen's eyes flickered as he pondered something. After distributing some healing herbs to his team members, he stood up and walked outside. At this moment, inside the demon camp. What's going on? General Duyon, that human is too strong. He took down over a dozen of our kin with just one strike. The demon leader's expression was unpredictable as he looked at the several demon captains in front of him. A Huaxia prodigy? He scratched his jaw, and a greedy look suddenly appeared on his face. I wonder how many human bodies we could exchange for if we captured him and offered him to the Sakura nation. Ding ding ding. Sure enough, a voice filled with urgency came from a red jade pendant on his chest. General Duyong, there's a Huaxia prodigy who is extremely important to us over there. If we can capture him alive, we'll exchange 1 million human corpses for him. If we kill him, we'll exchange 500,000 human corpses. Tisk tsk, what a big deal. Duyong extended his long, snake-like tongue and licked the corner of his eye, a cunning glint flashing in his blood-red triangular eyes. 1 million living people, no bargaining. After a long silence, the red gem finally spoke. Good. Trading 1 million cherry blossom trash professionals for Chen Chen's death is still a profit for the cherry blossom nation. As soon as the words fell, boom! Duyong felt a tremor as if thunder had exploded out of nowhere, and the ground before him cracked open with fissures. The entire demon army camp was split in two from the middle. Damn it! Demon curse, he saw a dark shadow of a stick hovering over his brow. Looking up, he saw the stick-wielding golden ape, its gaze icy. Ah, it hurts so much. My body is broken. Help me. On the ground, the cracks were filled with the wails of demons. With that one blow, it had taken down no less than 100 demons. You have leveled up to level 25. A notification sound rang in Chen Chen's ears, making him sigh again. It's still exhilarating to grind monsters in the primordial wilderness. By the time he returns, he might have already achieved celestial status. At that time, he could even mix with the likes of him to attain the positions of Arhat and Bodhisattva. Moreover, leveling up quickly is essential for him to challenge the other three incarnations of the chaotic demon ape and collect their essence. Chen Chen's current goal is to collect the essence of the other three demon apes before reaching level 100, achieving the true form of the chaotic demon ape. By then, the heavens won't cover my eyes, and the earth won't block my path. Ahem! Chen Chen collected his thoughts and decided to focus on grinding monsters. After all, the other four chaotic apes are at least Tai Golden Immortal level now. The long-armed ape Yuan Hong could even match Erlangshan during the Fengshan period. The more than 10,000 demons before him were Chen Chen's food. I say! Chen Chen raised his long stick high, leaped, and landed right in the middle of the demon army camp with a thunderous crash. Come and fight! Now he had actively surrounded himself. Hundreds of nearby demons stared blankly, seemingly unable to react. Why did this human dare to jump straight into their den? Was he really not afraid of death? Chen Chen was completely unperturbed, thrusting his long stick fiercely into the ground. A tremendous force surged through the earth, transforming into shockwaves that spread out. The nearby demons struggled to maintain their balance. Quick! Grab him, kill him! One by one, the demons gathered towards Chen Chen. This was exactly what Chen Chen wanted. The demons before him, with their fierce appearances, were not demons in his eyes. They were nothing but raw experience and expertise. They were the true form of the chaotic demon ape laid out before him. What was he waiting for? Chen Chen let out a roar. He unleashed over 500 points of strength, resembling a true ancient giant ape. Monsters, where are you running? Chen Chen shouted. The long stick in his hand swept across half the army camp, sweeping away thousands. Before his eyes, bursts of blood flowers erupted, and one after another, demons over level 30 were instantly killed by Chen Chen's strike. They turned into large piles of equipment that fell to the ground. The subsequent demons that rushed up eagerly devoured the corpses of their kind. In the eyes of demons, appetite surpassed everything. Ha ha ha! Chen Chen laughed heartily. Stupid cannibal scum! Another strike. Bang! It slammed hard against the ground. Many demons were sent flying. At the same time, Chen Chen noticed that the durability of his baton had dropped to 0 and would soon explode. Low-level weapons couldn't withstand such use. Chen Chen shook his head slowly. He should have thought of a way to get a suitable weapon in the primordial wilderness earlier. What a joke! His master is the Tai Ching saint, Taishan Lao Jun, the #1 alchemist in the primordial wilderness. Would he lack magical treasures? He casually picked up a demon stick, stirring up chaos like a whirlwind. The number of demons standing nearby significantly decreased. Meanwhile, the high-level demons in the center and Du Yong stared wide-eyed at Chen Chen. They were not yet at the mercy of Chen Chen's attack waves. But being swept by one stick and then another, there was no dignity left. Are you playing with a push stick? Blood spewed from their mouths, and they had no time to fight back. In human terms, it was truly a dog's day. The faces of the brave turned as dark as a pot bottom. If they had known such a calamity would appear, they should have run instead of standing there waiting to be hit. The cherry blossom devils were indeed up to no good. You tell me this is a genius? This is the reincarnation of a demon king. Chen Chen raised his big stick, aiming at a level 45 high-level demon, and jumped high into the air. Yah! With a thunderous smash, the stick came down. Crack! Like swatting a mosquito, the 3-meter-tall demon had its head knocked into its chest. It stood for a long while before crashing down. One hit, one kill. Chen Shan raised the big stick again, crazily smashing down like a gopher. The remaining demons went completely mad, charging at Chen Shan from all directions. Not far away, the remaining low-level demons also swarmed in, seemingly wanting to drown Chen Shan in an endless tide of demons. So refreshing, so refreshing. Chen Shan laughed heartily, raising the long stick and stabbing it fiercely into the ground. Boom! Dust filled the sky, and the earth trembled. But with so many demons rushing in, the demon elder in the distance also poked his head out, his expression sinister as he unleashed a forbidden spell. High-level forbidden spell, Oath of Death. 300,000 points of damage. Everyone held their breath, watching Chen Shan, who was engulfed by the tide of demons, their eyes wide. This, even a level 60 powerhouse would surely die. The next moment, numerous demons flew up, forming a ball in the air, within which faint golden light and auspicious clouds could be seen. Like a celestial being descending. The dust cracked open like a spider web, revealing Chen Shan's figure. Chen Shan was now holding a giant stick that shimmered with golden light, 5 ancient characters slowly exploding on it. As you wish, golden cudgel. Chen Shan felt that if he didn't use this experience voucher now, he might never have the chance again. So, he used it. Half-complete state of the great sage. Emergence. After all, he had switched weapons behind him, and it might be stronger than the golden cudgel. This experience voucher would then be useless. He opened the attributes of the golden cudgel to take a look. As you wish, golden cudgel, superior holy artifact, experience version 1 day, description, a post-primitive spiritual treasure, originally a tool for Diyu to control the waters, made from the divine iron of the heavenly river, later became the As You Wish golden cudgel, weighing 13,500 pounds. Power, can be large or small, long or short, thick or thin. Attack carries 13,500 points of physical damage. Not only can it change size at will, which means the attack range, but it also directly adds 13,500 points of physical damage. In other words, Chen Shan could now unleash a special attack. One hit would deal over 40,000, nearly 50,000 damage, plus the 13,500 points of physical damage from the golden cudgel. That's over 60,000 damage, equivalent to giving Chen Shan an extra 10,000 points of damage out of thin air. With the golden cudgel in hand, the feel was instantly there. The previous police baton could only shorten in length but could not grow larger or smaller. Now Chen Shan threw the thin stick into the sky. Big, big, big. The golden cudgel grew larger in the wind, responding to his call. Originally the size of an earwax scoop, the golden cudgel directly grew into a towering pillar 10 meters wide and 100 meters long. Yet in Chen Shan's hands, it felt as light as a feather. Push the golden mountain, topple the jade pillar. It came crashing down towards the demon elder. Boom, rumble. The ground instantly became like a muddy patch worn out by a child. Hiss. The demon elder's eyes widened, taking a sharp breath. What on earth is this? Not only can it block my forbidden spell, but it can also grow this big? Does that mean the bigger it can get, the greater its attack range? Demon King Barrier, he waved his hand fiercely. A powerful gust of wind seemed to summon some terrifying existence. The blood from the corpses of the dead demon kin around him was instantly drawn out, forming a wave of blood that created a protective shield around the demon elder at the center. Boom! A massive pillar fell, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of the demon elder's mouth. In the next moment, his body shot up into the sky, furiously confronting Chen Shan. A mere morsel of food has actually forced me to take action personally? Good, very good. I will savor your flavor. Food? Chen Shan's eyes darkened. Previously, he thought the demon kin ate humans out of brutality, but now it seemed he was wrong. The demon kin truly regarded themselves as a superior enemy to the Huaxia people. It was as if Huaxia people were pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep. They were born to be eaten by the demon kin as food. You have already chosen the path to death. Roar! The bizarrely shaped demon kin surged forward, emitting all sorts of shrill and eerie cries. One by one, they began to transform. After activating their bloodline, their bodies swelled several times, resembling savage beasts. The battlefield instantly turned into a hell of slaughter. Eat this kid. His flavor must be exquisite. Hissa deep within the demon kin's camp, Chen Shan saw the remains of Huaxia soldiers who had not been completely devoured by the demon kin. Piles of them were stacked like goods into small mountains. The bones of the brave had become stored food. Chen Shan's eyes suddenly turned red. Among the mountain of corpses, he caught sight of many familiar faces. The Xuanwu who had shouted to protect him, along with his 4 teammates. Their bodies were hung at the highest point, their gray-white faces covered in battle scars, eyes tightly closed, their insides ripped open. As the city defense army, they were naturally among the first to die in battle. He saw the City Defense Bureau team members who had shouted to help him. He saw the Huaxia soldiers who had fought alongside him into Chuanyan City. These corpses were undoubtedly the Demon Kin's reserve food supplies. Chen Chen looked on, his anger surging even more. Since arriving in this world and hearing about the Great Demon War, it was the first time he realized how brutal the war against the Demon Kin was. No wonder the Lord God urged him to save the fate of Huaxia. In this chaotic world, the demon scourge was rampant. If they were not completely exterminated, Huaxia would lose people to them every year. The Huaxia soldiers sacrificed their lives and spilled their blood just to protect the safety of their borders. But their corpses would find no peace after death. Should they allow monsters to desecrate and devour them? No, this is not the fate that heroes should meet. With the fusion of the Great Sage equal to heaven profession, Chen Chen's character was quietly influenced by the Great Sage's hatred for evil and righteous spirit. His expression suddenly darkened. He whispered, "I once did not believe the Great Sage would slay demons and eliminate evil, but now I realize, I cannot bear to see you wretches desecrate the world." As soon as the words fell, the golden hoop rod in Chen Chen's hand suddenly grew larger again. It broke through the sky, stirring the clouds. The towering pillar, hundreds of meters in size, was embraced by Chen Chen's hands. With an overwhelming surge of anger, he swept it down towards all living beings on the ground. Boom! The violent sound was like a nuclear explosion. Between heaven and earth, it felt as if a giant broom had swept everything clean. Thousands of demon kin were all beaten to a bloody state, gasping for breath as they flew away to the distance. Like dead fish and shrimp washed ashore. You gained experience. You gained experience. The sounds in his ears came like a flood. He had killed several hundred demon kin in one strike. The golden hoop rod was covered in filthy black blood. The surviving demon kin, however, went mad. Even with their bodies broken, they crawled on the ground, roaring and trying to bite at Chen Chen. Chen Chen raised the golden hoop rod high again. Die! Bang bang bang! The massive golden hoop rod still had a few living demon kin clinging to it. Another loud crash echoed. On the ground. The demon that was swept away was crushed into a pulp by this blow, blood flowing like a small river from beneath the giant pillar. Refreshing, so refreshing. Chen Chen laughed heartily again. The feeling of unleashing power without restraint was simply too good. Unfortunately, the experience card for the golden cudgel was only valid for one day. He was determined that once he returned to the primordial era, he would find his master to get a weapon of similar caliber to the golden cudgel. You have leveled up to level 26. These two strikes directly caused Chen Chen to level up. Although it became increasingly difficult to level up as he progressed, it couldn't keep up with the terrifying efficiency with which Chen Chen was killing monsters. Generally speaking, after reaching level 20, a professional would need millions of experience points to level up, and being able to level up once a month would be considered lucky. However, Chen Chen had been leveling up several levels every day since he started at level 1. Sometimes he would surge up several levels at once. After the two strikes, the central area of the demon camp had been completely cleared, with only the demons on either side of the mountain still rushing this way. Chen Chen's two strikes had effectively cleared the screen. However, the demons outside Qingjia town were just ordinary tribal soldiers, following the imperial army to pick up the scraps. Their average level was only around 30. The truly elite giant demons and the regular army of the Demon Empire were still attacking outside the high walls of Jiangnan City. Chen Chen looked at his specialization, which had already risen to half-saint level 2. He had automatically converted the dropped equipment into specialization. It seems that once you reach half-saint level, the difficulty of leveling up specialization increases significantly. Chen Chen pondered. The demon commanders at level 45 were already considered boss creatures according to the main god's judgment. So, as he looked around, he saw 7 or 8 platinum card pools floating on the ground, along with a purple gold card pool that had burst forth from a powerful demon. The rewards were incredibly bountiful. Chen Chen looked at the card pools scattered all over the ground, feeling a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Killing monsters was exhilarating for a moment, but continuous grinding was the real deal. Chen Chen waved his hand, and the card pools scattered across the battlefield all came to him. One by one, they began to draw cards. Naturally, Chen Chen used his emotional value to upgrade them all, directly choosing from the card pools. Currently, Chen Chen hadn't deliberately farmed emotional value. Wherever he went, emotional value increased. This was the might of the Great Sage. Wherever the Great Sage went, there was shock and awe, requiring no deliberate effort. It must also be because the profession of the Great Sage comes with this system, right? So, even though Chen Chen unleashed special attacks, consuming 30,000 emotional points at a time, he still had over 200,000 emotional points left. He didn't have to worry about running out. 20 skill advancement scrolls dropped. 20 specialization upgrade scrolls. It's been a long time since I've gotten so many professional advancement scrolls. Chen Chen planned to upgrade his divine abilities properly later. Run, run. This Huaxia person is too terrifying. Flee, don't die here. As soon as the demons on either side of the mountain arrived, they saw the main position in disarray. They panicked. The organization of the demon tribes was already low, and this caused their defeat to collapse like a mountain. Stop! Stop! Retrieve the supplies from those tribes. No matter how the demon elders in the sky shouted, they only knew to run forward desperately. Humph! Cowardly rats! Chen Chen struck again with 2 massive blows, harvesting a group of demons, but he didn't pursue them, because the main task now was still to break the siege of Jiangnan City. Otherwise, if Jiangnan City fell, who knew how many people would die? Damn natives, just wait. My Yunlan tribe will take revenge. In the sky, a demon elder dropped a harsh remark and quickly left. He knew very well that staying here to confront Chen Chen would mean that even if the warriors in the tribe could exhaust Chen Chen's mental strength and health, they would still lose half of their number. That would be too unprofitable. I'll be waiting. Chen Chen sneered, his figure flickering. He had arrived at the site of the fallen soldiers of Jiangnan. Most of these corpses were incomplete, scattered and broken. Among them, Chen Chen also saw many bodies of Sakura practitioners. As expected, it was the Sakura Nation that took action. Chen Chen had long suspected that the Sakura Nation was using the corpses of its own practitioners as a trade to manipulate the Demon Empire into cooperation. Seeing these Sakura bodies confirmed his suspicions further. Humph! Chen Chen curled his lips. He wondered if exposing these Sakura corpses to the public would cause an uproar among the Sakura practitioners. No matter how twisted a nation might be, seeing their kind used by the government as food for demons, or their souls offered as sacrifices, would surely cause chaos. Immediately after, Chen Chen's gaze shifted to the corpses of the Jiangnan soldiers. One soldier's body was still clutching a severed arm of a demon tightly in his hand before dying, his expression heroic. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen's face darkened. I will take you home. With a wave of his hand, he opened a rift in space and time. All the soldiers' bodies were sent to Flower Fruit Mountain. After opening the Divine Servant summoning, Chen Chen could store items at Flower Fruit Mountain at any time, but he could not store living beings. Doing this, Chen Chen did not feel it was a futile effort. Instead, he felt a surge of pent-up anger within him. The military of Huaxia had done their best to recover the bodies of the fallen soldiers. Yet every year, a large number of soldiers still became food for demons. After all, the military could not afford to lose more soldiers just for the sake of retrieving corpses. Therefore, it was better for him to handle these matters himself. While Chen Chen was collecting the soldiers' remains, he suddenly discovered a young demon corpse among them, adorned with a golden crown. Its bones were shattered, and its face still bore a look of horror, as if it couldn't believe it had died like this. Staring at this corpse, Chen Chen was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Could this golden-skinned, crown-wearing one be from the royal family of the Demon Empire? How did it end up in a small tribe? Now that I've conveniently killed it, this child is quite unfortunate. I might as well collect its body. The key was that such a royal corpse was also a high-quality material. With a wave of his hand, the golden demon's body was also taken into Flower Fruit Mountain. Then, Chen Chen turned to look at the sky. In the distant horizon, towering giants of demons, each 100 feet tall, pierced through the clouds. Terrifying giants. They swung massive hammers, striking the high walls of Jiangnan City. Each blow sounded like thunder echoing across the sky. The commotion from these towering demons could be seen clearly from 100 miles away. It's time to cause a ruckus. He turned around to settle Xiajie and the others, then transformed into a golden eagle, soaring towards the city walls of Jiangnan. Xiajie and the others were all stunned by the commotion. It took them a moment to realize that Chen Chen had already finished. 100,000 demon troops had been forcefully driven away by Chen Chen. Then they saw a dragon, carrying 2 people, land on the ground. Li Xinghe eagerly asked them, "Did you just see a very handsome monkey? That's our boss. Can you tell us where he went?" Xiajie pointed dazedly in the direction Chen Chen had gone. The third prince, who personally inspected the battlefield, is dead. Calling the royal court, calling the royal court. There has been a food riot, causing heavy losses to the royal army. Chen Chen was unaware that in a valley at the edge of the battlefield, a pitch-black dark demon in exquisite armor was spitting blood in large gulps. Terrified, he shouted at a pile of beast bones. Remembering the terrifying golden ape that had just swept through the heavens and the earth, this royal guard of the demon court was still filled with fear. With his level 50 strength, he had no chance of resistance in front of that figure. Even the third prince, who had quietly come to inspect the battlefield, was swept away by the edge of that terrifying giant pillar when he tried to take a closer look. In an instant, it turned into a cold corpse. The remaining royal guards also died in droves. If it weren't for being at the back of the line, they would have been severely injured by the shockwave of that giant club. At this moment, they would probably be dead too. The last remaining royal guard was filled with horror. To come here to harvest food and encounter such a powerful native? This matter must be reported to the royal court immediately. At this time, outside the high walls of Jiangnan City, the crumbling high walls were constantly being repaired, and beneath the walls, a massive oasis was artificially created. Within the oasis, dark demons, trolls, wind demons, like a devil's paradise, the headquarters of the various armies of the demon empire. The leftover human bones piled up like mountains, inside the commanding tower of the headquarters. Bang! A female demon with light green skin, covered in flowering vines, wearing golden armor symbolizing the empire's general, slammed her hand on the table. How could the third prince get into trouble? You bunch of useless fools. To come for a food harvest and cause such a huge loss. How am I supposed to explain this to His Majesty the Emperor? Commander Duo Yun, we truly didn't expect. The elder of the demon tribe knelt below, trembling all over. The battlefield was too chaotic. We didn't even see the third prince come to inspect. How could he have imagined that a prince would come to inspect the battlefield, and coincidentally die at Chun Chen's hands? Humph. A cold and cruel expression crossed Commander Doyun's delicate green face. I didn't expect the natives of this world to dare to resist. I originally wanted to wait for His Majesty's decree before starting the grand harvest. It seems that is no longer necessary. After saying this, Commander Duo Yun waved her hand. Where are the demon god seeds? Here, my lord. 6 dark-skinned demons, hidden in shadows, appeared. They were elite warriors of the Dark Demon Clan. The Dark Demon Clan itself was also a noble within the Demon Empire, possessing incredibly powerful bloodline abilities. Thus, they were called the Demon God Seeds, because each of them had the hope of becoming a god, possessing multiple divine-level talents. Salute to the commander. Duo Yun ordered, capture this rebellious young native and prepare a meal to present to His Majesty the Emperor. Sigh. She sighed. I hope the old man can calm down, the third prince is one of his favorite children. Then she glanced sideways at the 6. You have harvested so many natives from different worlds with me, there won't be any mistakes, right? We will not disgrace our mission. As soon as the 6 shadows finished speaking, they disappeared. Commander Duo Yun was extremely proud, because she had made great military achievements in the Demon Empire. She didn't know how many small worlds she had led her army to cross the seams of time and space to annihilate. How much food she had harvested for the Empire's citizens. This world? Duo Yun looked disdainfully at this world. Aside from being the hometown of the Demon Lord, which is worth mentioning, it's just that human flesh is more suitable for the health diet of the Empire's citizens. But she also considered that this world was the hometown of the Demon Lord, who even paid some attention to it, so she must not act rashly. However, before Commander Duo Yun could give the order to mobilize the army, a sudden thunderous roar echoed in her ears. Boom! Like the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. Commander Doyun's expression changed slightly, and she suddenly looked up. Within the demon headquarters, all the demons also looked up in unison. In the sky, a golden eagle descended majestically. A youthful, crisp voice echoed from afar. Eat me, Old Sun's Club. The next moment, it was as if a mountain was collapsing before them, and the fierce wind from afar blew down the walls outside the military camp. When the shadow in the sky descended, all the demons finally saw clearly. It was a massive iron pillar large enough to cover half of a uniform area. 6 characters faintly glimmered on the pillar. Rui Jingu Bang. Enemy attack. The shrill cry of the demon echoed with a piercing rage. In the next moment, boom! The giant staff came crashing down, not knowing how many demons were injured or killed. The young man held the massive pillar aloft in the sky, charging forward fiercely. Crack, crack, crack. It plowed a deep trench into the ground of the entire military camp. The giant pillar dragged along, countless demons perished beneath it. Commander Duo Yun and all the demon leaders were equally shaken. Such power, what is the origin of this native? Commander! The elder of the demon tribe knelt on the ground, trembling. This is the native who rebelled. Oh! At this moment, Commander Doyun's face was filled with shock. How is this possible? The young generation of the Huaxia Empire's strong ones are all in various secret realms. We have information on the rest. Could he be a newcomer below level 30? How could a newcomer possess such power? As the commander, Duo Yun naturally understood more about the Huaxia Empire's news than ordinary demons. This is absolutely impossible. In any case, Commander. From the shadow ahead, a seed of a demon god slowly stepped forward. A tall figure, filled with a murderous aura, his eyes brimming with battle intent. For the demon god seeds of the demon empire, challenging geniuses from other worlds was their favorite pastime. They were also willing to continuously gain and grow stronger through these challenges. It was clear that Chen Zhe had sparked immense interest in the demon god seed. This native rebel has come to our door. If we besiege him with a large army, it might make the native underestimate our demon empire. I am willing to take on this native. Oh, Commander Duoyun's expression turned cold, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Go, Pentang, you are the pride of the horse demon tribe. Do not let down the reputation of your tribe. The demon god seed named Pentang instantly transformed into a wisp of ghostly light. His true form revealed a horse's head, a giant horse demon. At this moment, he displayed his bloodline, his feet leaving deep imprints on the ground. His size grew to a towering 10 zhang. His horse eyes were blood red, oozing with fierce blood. His horse teeth were all sharp and elongated. His weapon was a demon spear, slowly materializing from the void. This demon spear was also a purple gold grade weapon, a highest quality weapon that could be equipped at levels 30 to 50. Pentang's level had long surpassed 35 in the demon spirit realm, just one step away from crossing into the threshold of level 50 in the demon blood realm. Outside, the demons who had been beaten were suddenly filled with wild joy. Pentang! It's Lord Pentang who has taken the field. Some demons did not share the joy of being saved, but instead felt a bit disappointed. Why did Lord Pentang take action so quickly? Yeah, didn't Lord Pentang only show interest in top-tier geniuses before? I wonder how many shots it will take for Lord Pentang to pierce this monkey to death. I bet one shot. The implication was clear. Even with the strength Chen Chen had displayed now, he was undoubtedly doomed in front of this horse demon. There was no possibility of survival. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the earth-shaking sound of hooves, the ground trembled. A glint of cold light suddenly shot towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen turned around and raised the golden hoop staff to block the strike. A line of data popped up before him. Pentang, level 48, identity, demon god seed strength, 245 constitution, 224 agility, 342 spirit, 235 possesses A-grade horse demon bloodline, equipped with a purple gold grade weapon. Description: A-grade horse demon bloodline, killing it may yield a drop. Killing it can yield a bloodline? Chen Chen was instantly intrigued. Bloodlines were also a rare enhancement for professionals. To be precise, it can only be obtained from the demon race, a specialty of the demon world. However, those with the bloodline of a demon are rare, each referred to as a seed of the demon god. For oneself, it holds considerable value. After all, every bit of strength gained is a gain. It can even be used in the primordial chaos. The regular army of the demon empire is indeed different. But, with an A-level bloodline, is this all the attributes? Chen Chen felt puzzled. The golden hoop suddenly shrank, his hands lowered, and he flicked it upward from below. He hardly exerted any force. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and the massive black demon spear cracked and shattered, the spearhead exploding directly. In front of the Rui golden hoop, the purple gold level demon spear was as fragile as a wooden stick. The spear body also bent sharply. In the next moment, all the demons were left dumbfounded. They saw the immense power of the Rui golden hoop pressing down on the spear's body. Ultimately, the spear bent to its limit and then snapped. Crack! The tremendous force from the shattered spear and the power emanating from the golden hoop struck the horse demon simultaneously. Puff! The galloping demon's eyes widened, seemingly in disbelief. This was a purple gold level weapon. How could it shatter with just a light touch? What level of weapon was he holding? He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning red, muscles trembling as if he were convulsing. All the demons outside looked on in confusion. Why isn't Lord Pentang moving? Soon, a demon shouted loudly. Could it be that this is the body technique Lord Pentang has newly comprehended? Using strength against strength? No one doubted that Pentang would encounter any mishap. But in the next moment, bang! 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 A large cloud of blood mist erupted from Pentang's body. His muscles could not withstand the immense force of the golden hoop and burst apart. Lord Pentang is using body techniques to seal this injury. As soon as a demon finished speaking, Pentang, who forcibly digested this immense power, had a grim expression. His body exploded like popping beans, the blood mist increasing with each explosion. Finally, boom! His entire body burst apart, exploding into several pieces of horse meat. Digestion failed. Instant death. A huge number floated above Benting's head. Minus 65,000. Defense broken. Critical hit. Chen Chen scratched his head, staring in shock at this guy. Not a guy. He was now dealing over 60,000 damage with a basic attack. A-level warriors below level 50. As long as they weren't particularly tanky, they wouldn't dare to take it head-on. You actually dared to take it with your flesh? Impressive, impressive, such courage. The demons present were all stunned for a few seconds, looking at this scene in disbelief. They suspected they were dreaming. How is this possible? Lord Benteng, the pride of our horse demon clan. How could he not withstand even a casual strike? He just died like that, one shot? What level of existence is this? Lord Benteng has challenged countless worlds and has never been defeated. With such strength, he couldn't even withstand a mere strike from this native? We have fought in this Huaxia before, where is such a powerful genius? Just this. Chen Chen curled his lips, gradually understanding the strength of the demon empire. Since this horse demon could become an A-level demon god seed, it indicated they were at most slightly stronger than the professional nations of this world. Of course, it was also possible that this was not a formal invasion, and the true strength of the demon empire had not been revealed. B. Benteng actually died? The expression of Commander Duo Yun turned pale instantly, staring intently at the 6 pieces of horse meat that had exploded on the battlefield. Glancing at Chen Chen, his gaze was as cold as that of a corpse. It should be known that this galloping is not merely a superior-subordinate relationship for her, because as a member of the horse demon clan, the size of that thing is extraordinarily robust. Only the galloping can satisfy her and make her feel comfortable. Thus, it is her most cherished demon seed, her forbidden toy. Yet now, right before her eyes, it has been smashed into 6 pieces of flesh by someone. Damn natives, I will grind you into meat paste and eat you mixed with blue incense grass seeds. Commander Duo Yun let out a sharp screech. As a member of the Flower Demon clan, she erupted with vines and branches all over her body. This directly activated this oasis. Or rather, this oasis where the demon troops were stationed was transformed from her body. See, Commander, are you going to take action personally? The remaining 5 demon seeds trembled, equally horrified. Galloping was the strongest among them, yet he was killed in one blow? But what they didn't expect even more was that Commander Duo Yun, a level 80 powerhouse, would actually take action herself. The branches and vines on the ground spread out, curling up Galloping's corpse. Looking at that huge horsewhip, she let out an extremely resentful sigh. Galloping, how great it would have been if you had asked me for help sooner. As she spoke, the vines from all directions surged madly towards Chenze. The voice of resentment echoed endlessly. Attack! Everyone, attack him. We must capture him to honor Galloping. Yes, Commander. She had gone mad. A female who had lost immense satisfaction and suddenly felt empty. How crazy could she be? Chen Chen didn't know, but he silently cursed. He quickly picked up a few items that Galloping had exploded and, without a second thought, activated his invisibility. An 80-level powerhouse was no joke. Even with Chen Chen's current attributes, he had to be cautious when facing such a level of existence. In the primordial era, level 80 was already equivalent to a celestial being. Withstanding heavenly tribulations, their energy was almost limitless, capable of destroying the world. The level brought not only attributes but also skills, bloodlines, equipment, and other things. At level 80, one could already equip star-level gear. Meanwhile, crack, crack, crack. With this command, the few giant demons attacking the city wall also received orders. They turned back and rushed towards the demon army camp, causing the ground to tremble. The demon archers attacking the city wall also retreated. For a moment, the once precarious and shaky Jiangnan city wall became incredibly secure. The demon's attack has retreated? All the soldiers fighting on the Jiangnan city wall were stunned. At this moment, on the city wall, old Luo, covered in wounds yet standing firm, resembled an unparalleled war god. Holding 2 massive blades with hooks, his white hair flew wildly. He fought with fervor, surrounded by demon corpses. But upon seeing this commotion, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and look down at the city. What on earth is happening down there? What happened to the demon army? Yet all he could see was a sky full of yellow sand, obscuring the sun. Vines surged like a tide of mad snakes, wreaking havoc on the ground. Among them, a golden monkey figure dashed left and right. It occasionally transformed into various animals, plants, and stones to evade attacks. But with every strike it made, a large group of demon soldiers suffered. That's Chen Chen. Old Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Chen had actually come alone and stirred up the entire demon army. He was all by himself. Heavens! Old Luo murmured, unable to believe his eyes. He couldn't imagine how much courage and determination a young man in his teens must have to dare to charge into the demon army of another world to save his city. Even though Qin Shen's strength is terrifying, on the battlefield, where situations change in an instant, even the strongest individual risks being surrounded and killed. So he knows that the first thing he must do now is to rush down and support Qin Shen. After all, Qin Shen is still a novice, facing a siege in the demon army camp. This is no joke. Clang! 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 Old Luo, with his white hair, dragged his massive double blades across the city wall, creating a long trail of sparks. He charged down from the city wall. With a loud roar to all the surviving soldiers of Jiangnan around him, he shouted, "You little brats, don't just stand there. Our hero has come to save us. Everyone, charge with me. We must protect the hero's safety." After this roar, looking at that shadow, all the soldiers on the city wall reacted. A figure suddenly exploded into their minds. "It's him! It's him!" Excited and expectant voices rang out from all directions. "He's here! Oh my god, he actually came alone. He's here to save us. And he stirred the entire demon army, breaking our siege? Hero, this is our hero of Jiangnan City. Quick, go help the hero." Qin Shen's appearance boosted the morale of the originally weak Jiangnan soldiers. Their spirits soared. One by one, figures rushed down from the city wall, taking advantage of the chaos to charge into the demon army's stronghold. At this moment, inside the demon army camp, whoosh! Qin Shen transformed into a speck of dust, dodging a giant demon's massive foot that came crashing down. Boom! A giant footprint the size of a swimming pool formed on the ground. The giant demon race is the main combat race of the Demon Empire. Although this race is scarce, with only one offspring born every 300 years, once they reach adulthood, they can grow to 50 zhang in size. Aside from not being very agile, they are essentially war giants. Dodging this giant demon's attack, Qin Shen suddenly turned around, evading the attack of the vines on the ground, transforming into a soaring eagle flying into the sky. In the sky, he revealed his form. With both hands raised high, he wielded the golden staff and struck down fiercely. Bang! This giant demon, over level 60, had its arm brutally broken, swinging and collapsing to the ground like a mountain. "You gained experience. You gained experience." Prompt sounds continuously echoed in Qin Shen's ears. His level was skyrocketing. Taking this opportunity, he pulled out the item that had burst forth. Horse Demon Bloodline, A-Class, Description, grants +8 to all attributes when used. Bloodline talent, Horse Demon Transformation, transforms into a massive horse demon, increasing health by 50%, strength and constitution by 30%, can initiate a charge, with charge damage stacking at 10% per second, up to 100%. Transformation lasts a maximum of 3 minutes. This thing is equivalent to giving me an extra A-Class talent? Qin Shen felt a bit pleased in his heart as he held it. First of all, bloodlines are different from skills. Bloodlines are akin to talents, do not consume mental energy, and have no quantity limit. This means that as long as he collects enough, having 10,000 bloodlines in his body is not impossible. Next, he pushed all his abilities, combat power, and talents to the limit. The primary goal, of course, was to kill the remaining demon seeds. After all, the chances of obtaining bloodlines might not be many, and the next time the Demon Empire might not easily send out the demon seeds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he aimed to kill more and collect more bloodlines. But Qin Shen also knew very well that his current state could not last long. His mental energy was nearly depleted, and his health was continuously decreasing. The speed at which he consumed mental energy potions couldn't keep up with the rate of his mental energy depletion. If this continued, there was only one possibility. That was to be caught by the demon army, exposed to their concentrated fire, and killed in an instant. Although his health was currently over 5,000 points, it was simply not enough on this battlefield. A few spells from mages could easily take him down. Boom! Just as Qin Shen's mana was at 0 and he could not take any mental potions, a demon mage grinned and unleashed a spell, Blood Frenzy. Whoosh! A torrent of blood transformed into long arrows, piercing towards Qin Shen. If hit by this skill, it would surely mean death. Damn, I've messed up. Qin Shen was already prepared to give up the remaining demon seeds and activate the divine ability Soldier's Death to feign death and escape. However, in the next moment, clang! A fierce sound of weapons clashing rang in his ears, blocking the blood frenzy. An elderly figure with white hair stood firmly in front of him, his powerful roar filling the air. "You just go ahead and kill. I will cover you, old Luo." Qin Shen was stunned, staring at this old man he had only met once, his eyes trembling slightly. Old Luo swung a massive blade, slaying several demons, and waved his hand with a smile. "My profession, True Fire of the Bone, can assist one person, transferring most of the damage taken. Today, I will show my skills." As he waved his hand, an almost imperceptible iron chain wrapped around Chun Chen's waist. Chen Chen immediately felt that all the attacks from the outside demons were redirected to old Luo, who was a level 60 professional. For some reason, he had an unusually thick health bar, giving a strong sense of security. There's such a profession? Chen Chen marveled inwardly, isn't this just the knight's oath? Kill! Annihilate these beasts! A battle cry echoed in his ears as he turned to look at the battlefield. He saw the soldiers of Huaxia already flooding the demon camp, engaged in fierce combat with all the demons. Chen Chen's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, he remembered he was not alone. He was still the king of Jiangnan City. There were tens of millions of loyal subjects. Then, let's make a big scene today. Chen Chen transformed into a butterfly and swiftly darted into the command tower where the demon commander Duo Yun was located. Kill! Kill them all! Annihilate these natives! Chen Chen perched on the wooden railing. Outside the multi-story wooden building, he could clearly hear the hysterical screams of a female demon inside. This command tower was formed from a single giant tree, grown using Duo Yun's flower demon talent. However, with Chun Chen's transformation ability, even Duo Yun would not be able to detect him. Commander, the Huaxia people are attacking. Hurry and organize a retreat, or we will suffer heavy losses. Several demon seeds inside the wooden house urged anxiously. They still had their wits about them and did not want to see this war end in failure. Moreover, many of the demon soldiers participating in this battle were their kin, and they felt heartache with every death. Retreat? Ha! Duo Yun's tone was incredibly cruel. If we retreat now, wouldn't that mean the empire is surrendering to a small group of natives? But the reinforcements from Huaxia are almost here. An 80-level Huaxia general could arrive via the teleportation array in a few minutes. If we get bogged down by these remnants, it's impossible to be held back by these insects. Release the totem and sacrifice their souls to the Demon King. 2. Totem? The remaining demon seeds were shocked. Commander, our own people's souls might also follow the totem and go meet the Demon King. Hearing this, Chen Chen quietly flew into the wooden house's windowsill, flapping his butterfly wings, watching every move inside. However, what caught Chen Chen's attention was the flower demon commander slowly removing an earring from her ear. The earring emitted countless screams in Huaxia language. Endless vengeful souls struggled, letting out excruciating howls. She handed it to the demon seed in front of her. Take it, this is my totem. Besides that, Chen Chen noticed that the earrings, the gem embedded in her forehead, and the jade on her belt all simultaneously emitted the wailing cries of vengeful souls. Chen Chen was instantly filled with rage, a surge of indignation flashing through his mind. He knew what this was. The vengeful souls of the professionals. These were the souls extracted from the soldiers of Huaxia after their deaths. No wonder their grim faces felt familiar to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, before Chen Chen could react, several giant hands made of intertwining vines appeared behind him, fiercely reaching out to grab him. More giant hands continued to form and merge together, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Chen Chen's pupils rapidly constricted, transforming into various objects, trying to become invisible and flee. But he was still suddenly caught by one giant hand, which squeezed him tightly in the air. Crack! The protective light of the secret realm stone was shattered. A -30,000 appeared above Chen Chen's head. An 80-level powerhouse, terrifying indeed? A thought flashed through Chen Chen's mind. A casual skill dealt 30,000 points of damage. This was with his indestructible talent having a 30% damage reduction and sharing damage with old Luo. The actual damage could exceed 60,000. The Huaxia Lieutenant General was also an 80-level powerhouse and would arrive in a few minutes at most. As long as he could hold on through this, Chen Chen pondered, and his form suddenly transformed into that towering Tenjung tall, crimson-eyed, pitch-black horse demon. Humph! 2 jets of black gas suddenly erupted from his nostrils. Crack, crack, crack. His hooves stomped the ground, causing tremors. Then, with a sudden burst of power from his hind legs, he charged forward like a sharp sword. Bang, 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 bang. All the giant hands of vines he collided with were torn apart, allowing Chen Chen to successfully break free from the encirclement. This charge of the horse demon bloodline is indeed interesting, Chen Chen thought to himself, nodding inwardly. His own strength was already high, and transforming into the horse demon avatar was almost equivalent to a small celestial being. Little bug, look at me. A grand female voice echoed across the battlefield. Chen Chen suddenly turned his head. He saw the cloud commander slowly rising into the air. Her expression was cold, and her brows were filled with disdain. She floated in midair, surrounded by endless vines, from thin to thick, supporting the ground and occupying an area of over 100 miles. Like a goddess descending to the world, she looked down at Chen Chen indifferently. In a low voice, she said, "Little bug, food should obey the fate of food. You saw the artifacts on me just now, right? You can probably guess how my demon empire uses you as food." Chen Chen's face darkened. "You are using human blood, flesh, and souls to forge your artifacts?" The Cloud Commander nodded indifferently. "Indeed, you natives still have some intelligence. Then you should know that in the eyes of the Empire, you are nothing but beasts. The Empire has never recognized your civilization." As she spoke, she cast a sorrowful glance at the rushing corpses. "If beasts kill humans, they must be skinned, dismembered, and have their bones pulled out." As soon as she finished speaking, hundreds of giant vines surrounded Chen Chen from all directions, with unparalleled spikes piercing through his chest, lifting him high and hanging him at the top of the vines. A trickle of blood flowed down Chen Chen's body along the vines. An earring suddenly rose into the sky, rapidly enlarging. At its center was a sparkling purple gem. Chen Chen stared at the gem, his eyes wide open. The reason was simple. Within this gem, a tortured old man's grim face flickered faintly. It seemed to be suffering endless pain, letting out a wretched howl, providing a continuous source of power for this earring. "See that?" The Cloud Commander sneered. "This is a marshal of your Huaxia Northern Town Army. During the First Great Demon War, he was personally killed by the Emperor. His powerful soul was forged into this totem. He suffers day and night from the torment of demonic flames, and only in this way can his soul continuously release spiritual power to provide strength for this totem. You, too, will have such a fate." "So?" Chen Chen's face had completely darkened, his voice incredibly low, as if emanating from the depths of hell. "In your eyes, everything you have defeated is food, insects, uncivilized beasts?" Commander Duo Yun, intrigued, used his vines to lift him even higher. "What's wrong? You seem unconvinced? Just like you are now. In the face of unmatched power, what room do you have to resist?" The reason the Empire has not launched a full-scale invasion yet is simply to see how far this world, which has just awakened its powers, can develop. The stronger your power, the higher quality food you can provide for the Empire. Ha ha ha, the demons watching this scene couldn't help but laugh. Back in the Great Demon War, our demon empire only sent one of the 4 great armies, and yet we turned your Huaxia upside down. Whether you survive as a nation now is merely a thought away for us. Humph, if it weren't for Lord Demon King. Weak little natives, you are nothing but insects. Aren't the weak just food? What naive fools. Hearing the mockery of the demons, Chen Chen lowered his head, blood pouring from the fur on his body. "Is that so?" He suddenly raised his head, his eyes blood-red. "Then starting today, I declare, you will become food." As the words fell, law, heaven, symbol, earth, Chen Chen's body suddenly expanded, tenfold, 100-fold. An aura emanated from him that made one's soul tremble. His eyes burned like the scorching sun, searing the soul. The nearby demons looked at the ever-growing Chen Chen and suddenly began to feel genuine fear. It was as if they were facing a true god. This kid. What's happening? Why does he suddenly have the aura of a divine bloodline? What on earth is going on with him? Law of heaven and earth. The first primordial battle technique personally taught to Chen Chen by Tai Ching, also a professional talent. Every point of mental power increases his size by 1 meter. Now with over 500 points of mental power, he stood over 500 meters tall, nearly 200 zhang. The golden cudgel also responded by growing larger, until it became as thick as a small mountain in the giant ape's hand, like a wolf fawn club. Chen Chen's strength and physique surged simultaneously. Each giant demon before him looked like a 3-year-old child. Suppressing in stone, Chen Chen shouted. A pitch-black giant stone flew out, hovering above his head. 8-foot mirror. A brilliantly radiant mirror leaped out, circling around him. Finally, a giant bow appeared on his back. At this moment, all the demons looked up in horror. They found above the layers of clouds and mist, a giant face with blood-red eyes and dark golden fur. It exuded boundless killing intent, fierce and violent, a towering giant ape. It revealed a ferocious smile. That was the manifestation of the great sage equal to heaven, the Chaos World Demon Ape. Now, who is the food? The deep voice rumbled like thunder across the heavens and earth. 3 sacred artifacts surrounded him, and holy light poured down from the sky. It seemed to illuminate the darkened sky. At this moment, Chen Chen's resolve was incredibly firm. The weak become food, the strong remain eternally powerful. Perhaps the rules of the world are inherently cruel. Perhaps the weak should be trampled and bullied. Perhaps the world has no light. Then I shall be the only principle of the world. The only justice. Heavens, what is that thing? Quick! Retreat! Don't confront him head-on. Request for aid. Hurry and seek help from the Empire. Countless demons below trembled in fear. Forgetting even the nature of greed, she roared loudly. This! Commander Doyun's eyes flashed with an extreme shock as she stared at the colossal sky ape, her heart trembling, frantically retreating. What on earth is this native? A god! This is clearly the bloodline of a god, even more powerful than that, with a different meaning. My god! She couldn't imagine that she was facing such an existence. Just as Commander Duoyun was madly pulling at the vine roots, transforming into a towering tree-like figure dozens of feet high, stirring the earth and desperately fleeing backward, amidst the layers of clouds and mist, a red light flickered in the giant ape's eyes. It seemed to bend down slowly, raising its massive club, producing a fierce howling wind. Like thunder. Then it slammed down violently. Totem power, save me! Commander Duoyun shouted urgently, frantically urging the earring. Mystical totems emerged from the earring, as if absorbing some power from the void. It transformed into an enormous totemic shield, attempting to block the blow. Bang! However, when the giant club fell, the totemic shield exploded with a thunderous sound, shattering into pieces. -100,000. This was the damage Chen Shen was dealing now. After using the law of heaven and earth, his basic attack output had reached a terrifying 100,000. With this amount of health, no one could withstand it, no one could survive. Even the durability of purple gold equipment was only 100,000 points. Boom! As the totem exploded, the giant club still slowly descended. Crack! It crushed one of Commander Doyun's thick vines, shattering it and releasing a large amount of green juice. Ah! Commander Duoyun let out a piercing scream and fled even faster. As a flower demon, this root system was one of its true forms. The external shape was merely a part of the root system. An injury to the roots was the most painful. Crack, crack, crack. As the totem shattered, the Yin-suppressing stone emitted a divine light. From within, it drew out a tormented soul. The soul slowly floated out, its face showing immense pain. With the soothing power of the Yin-suppressing stone, its expression gradually calmed down. The spiritual body became increasingly thin but slowly flew to the giant ape's front, patting its mountain-like shoulder. Well done, child. The gaze was filled with admiration and excitement. Finally, the soul patted its chest, tears streaming down its face. The spirit of the Chinese military, eternal and indestructible. It slowly dissipated. Old commander? Many Chinese soldiers rushing from a distance saw this scene, their eyes wide open, nearly bursting. Hearing the voice and appearance of the spiritual body, they all wept uncontrollably, kneeling on the ground and crying out loud. Commander! May you rest in peace. I thank you on behalf of the 300,000 Northern Town Army from back then. Finally, the spiritual body completely turned into nothingness, disappearing and flying into the Yin-suppressing stone. Chen Shen silently watched this scene, then slowly shifted his gaze to Commander Duoyun. Now, you really have to die, don't you think? The giant ape's voice was deep, yet it resonated like thunder across the land. The shocked Commander Duoyun trembled all over. At this moment, the young man resembled a god king from the heavens, unassailable. As he spoke, Chen Shen suddenly raised the golden rod high, ascending into the sky, as if to pierce through the heavens. The golden rod grew longer and longer. No matter how fast Commander Duoyun ran, the speed at which the golden rod lengthened was always a fraction faster than her. Then, with an unmatched force, it came crashing down. Boom! Rumbling! Throughout it all, Chen Shen's expression remained incredibly calm, not even glancing at the blow, as if he already knew the outcome. With one strike, Commander Duoyun's eyes revealed an extreme shock, as an 80-level demon lord's intuition kicked in. She actually sensed that she was going to die. She was going to die at the hands of a native who had just been born for less than 20 years. How could this be possible? Lord Demon King, I offer my blood to your supreme self. She shouted, suddenly drawing forth streams of blood accumulated from the branches, leaves, roots, and vines on her body. A fountain of blood formed in the void, creating a mysterious magic array. Then, the magic array abruptly transformed into a greedy mouth, seemingly absorbing the blood. Finally, it erupted into a massive bloody hand that spanned the heavens and earth, reaching out violently towards the golden cudgel. However, what all the demons and the commander of Duoyun did not expect was that this strike, a nearly unmatched hand of the Demon King summoned through sacrifice, actually began to dissolve inch by inch before the golden cudgel, ultimately being smashed into a spray of blood that fell upon the earth. And the giant staff continued to descend relentlessly. Duoyun's eyes filled with despair. In the end, the giant staff struck solidly against the giant tree transformed by the commander of Duoyun. The enormous, menacing flower atop the tree was instantly pierced through its core. Crack, crack, crack. The sky displayed the number -100,000. The giant tree was split in half from the center, making a loud cracking sound like firewood, bursting forth with a torrent of green liquid like a spring. Ah! Duo Yun let out a piercing scream of ultimate despair. This time she had been brutally satisfied to the extreme. Infinite transformation, escape. In the next moment, the two halves of Duo Yun's body transformed into countless tiny vines, burrowing into the earth. They ran forward recklessly. As in level 80 powerhouse, the commander of Duo Yun possessed an array of means, and it wasn't just about high damage that could lead to instant kills. There were a plethora of secret skills for survival. As long as I reach the Imperial Teleportation Array, I will be safe. Countless vines from the commander of Duo Yun pointed towards a massive gate made of bones ahead. As long as she entered that gate, she could escape back to the Demon Empire. As for the remaining demon soldiers, how could they be more important than their commander? The surrounding demons stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at the colossal celestial ape in the sky. They seemed unable to believe that everything before them was real. The sound of shock echoed endlessly. The commander has actually fallen? What kind of existence is this? With just one strike, he killed the commander. Who can match his strength? Quick! We must escape back to the Imperial Teleportation Array to save our lives. The first thought of all the demons now was to flee. They didn't want to carry any corpses. As long as they could escape, perhaps they could save their lives. But Chen Chen looked down at those ant-like demons and shook his head indifferently. Escape? Is it necessary? I said, today, you are all food. As soon as the words fell, Chen Chen suddenly waved his hand. The beautiful scenery of Flowerfruit Mountain appeared behind him, and a rift in time and space opened up. Countless monkey soldiers with sharp mouths and agile tongues leaped out, roaring. Waves of monkey figures blocked all paths of the demon army, like mountains and seas. 100,000 monkey soldiers. With Chen Chen's current strength, he could summon 5,000 from the outside world. 5,000 monkey soldiers attacking the remnants of the demon army was like child's play. Great King, what are your orders? The children can hardly wait. As soon as the monkey soldiers from Flowerfruit Mountain emerged, they clamored under the lead of the monkey general. Chen Chen waved his hand indifferently. Devour all those demons below. Yes, Great King. The monkey soldiers from Flowerfruit Mountain surged like a tidal wave, rushing into the earth to block the fleeing demons. They grabbed hold and pounced, biting at their necks, then viciously tearing them apart. Crunch! They tore and swallowed them whole. For these primordial beasts, what couldn't they eat to grow stronger? Monkeys also eat meat. At this speed, even if the demons fled desperately, their numbers quickly dwindled. One by one, the monkey soldiers were left with blood-soaked mouths, exclaiming in delight. What are these things? They taste just like snakes. But not bad, I could eat a few peaches. The king said to eat, so let's eat them all. Your summon has killed a demon. You gain experience. Your summon has killed a demon. You gain experience. The sound of experience notifications in Chen Chen's ears was 10 times more frequent than before. Although he could only gain 1/10 of the experience from his summons killing demons, the efficiency was far greater than when Chen Chen had to kill the demons one by one himself. In an instant, the level up notification rang out. You leveled up, reaching level 27. In less than half an hour, he leveled up. The battlefield is truly the fastest place to grow stronger, Chen Chen smirked. He slowly made his way toward the teleportation array of the Demon Empire, taking large strides. With his current giant form of 500 meters, each step far exceeded the speed of the demon army below. Clearly, he would arrive at the teleportation array first, even faster than Commander Duo Yun. At the same time, a notification sounded in Chen Chen's ears. Your divine servant, the monkey soldiers of Huagua Mountain, have eaten a demon and leveled up. Your divine servant, the commander of Huagua Mountain, has leveled up. In a short time, almost all the monkey soldiers leveled up. This brought unexpected joy to Chen Chen. It should be noted that divine servants are the fundamental army of the clergy and the most elite troops of the nation. Some countries even initiate a national war just to cultivate a divine servant's divine army. For him, cultivating the monkey soldiers of Huagua Mountain was incredibly easy. All they had to do was eat. The prehistoric demon race doesn't deal with the abstract. No matter what the enemy is, just eat them. Bringing the monkey soldiers to the outside world to grow, their strength will increase, and they can return to the prehistoric era to enhance my power, Chen Chen thought happily. If he had known earlier, he would have released the monkey soldiers to eat sooner. What is this? Oh my! This divine soldier type is so strong. What is this native's identity? In front of the teleportation array of the Demon Empire, it was practically a death road. The screams of demons echoed continuously. What are these? What kind of monsters are they? They eat people. They are literally eating people. Quick, escape back to the Empire. The demons were utterly terrified. Outside, the pursuing soldiers from Huaxia and Old Luo were also in shock. At the same time, they couldn't hide their pride. Is this the divine servant of the hero? I told you, our hero from Jiangnan City is indeed a divine servant. These divine servants are too strong, the demons are practically food in front of them. One bite, and it's so crunchy. Whoosh! A monkey soldier from Huagua Mountain dashed in front of the Huaxia soldiers, holding a demon arm that looked like a sausage in its mouth, chewing while glancing at them with a puzzled look, scratching its head, and continuing to charge forward. Ha ha ha! This scene delighted the Huaxia soldiers. Finally, the demons can taste what it's like to be eaten. Let's eat them all. Let them experience the feeling of watching their kin being devoured. Now, it was time for humanity to eat the demons. The demons never expected that they, who came looking for food, would be turned into food by the natives. When the demons witnessed their kin being brutally torn apart and gnawed on by the monkey soldiers, they finally understood what fear meant. The physical structure of demons is entirely different from that of humans. They lack internal organs, and their flesh is extremely tough, making them a perfect snack for the monkey soldiers. At this moment, Chen Chen's gaze shifted to the Demon King's symbol array left by Commander Duo Yun. Buzz buzz buzz. The Demon King's symbol array trembled violently, and once again, an incredibly large hand emerged. The hand was fair and slender, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human male. Yet it was nothing like the fierce Demon King's arm from before. Demon King? Chen Chen immediately became alert, recalling the story that Xia Jie had told. In front of that hand, it seemed there were no opponents, slowly reaching out towards Chen Chen. In the next moment, it appeared to be blocked by some force of rules, unable to approach Chen Chen. A gloomy voice emanated from the hand, as if inquiring about Chen Chen. You, who are you? You are the Demon King? Chen Chen raised his golden staff, squinting. He looked at that fair and delicate hand, the skin's texture clearly visible. Light yellow skin, fine hairs, beads of sweat oozing from the stratum corneum. It was a sweaty hand. Aside from being proportionally enlarged, it was clearly a human hand. But where would there be humans in the demon world? Even if there were humans, they would have been torn apart and hung from the beams to dry for the new year. But as far as he knew, there was only one human alive in the demon world. Once a top-tier practitioner from Huaxia, later his aunt who raised him was murdered. In anger, he defected to the demon realm and initiated the Great Demon War. And he became the Demon King. This Demon King, Chen Chen speculated, was something akin to a deity of faith. The Demon King accepted the faith of the demons, while similarly to the divine arts in Western fantasy worlds, allowed the demons to communicate with the elements of heaven and earth through him, releasing magic. In other words, a large signal relay for the elements of heaven and earth. Whatever magic you want to release, trust me, just tell the Demon King and I'll help you launch it. You don't have to struggle to comprehend the elements of heaven and earth. This was the Demon King's authority, responsible for all elemental energy releases of the demons. Xia Jie said that this Demon King was born around the early stages of the Great Demon War, and the demon tribes mentioned he was just one step away from becoming a deity, thus inferring that he must have at least a level of 200 now. Chen Chen pondered. With an opponent at level 200, if he were to attack him, Chen Chen would have no room to resist. But he estimated that such an existence must have certain limitations, unable to strike at lower-level targets at will. Otherwise, he would have just died. The reason the Demon King's hand hadn't crushed him yet was likely due to some reason, unable to exert power in this world? Or should I ask you, who exactly are you? Chen Chen seized the initiative, beginning to smile lightly as he asked. Ha! The voice from the hand was a light laugh. The sound was crisp, resembling that of a young man in his 20s. It even carried a hint of the accent from the magical city of Jiangnan. Brother, don't forget I was once a practitioner too. I can see your data. Your name is Chen Chen, right? Chen Chen frowned. This familiar Huaxia accent didn't sound like that of a behind-the-scenes demon king from another world. It made him suspect it was that guy from the upper bunk in the dorm. He tried to check the other party's data, but all he got was data corrupted, unable to view. Chen Chen was speechless again. Wasn't he exposing information unilaterally? The other party could know his name, but he didn't know anything about them. So, Mr. Demon King, what do you want? Chen Chen asked tentatively. The young man's voice laughed. Nothing much, just found out that my hometown has produced another fierce person, so I came to take a look. Chen Chen's head was filled with question marks again. You're being too dishonest. Just now your gesture clearly intended to crush me. Now you're trying to get close? Fellow countryman from Huaxia. Meeting a fellow countryman, only to stab me in the back? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Chen Chen laughed, unable to tolerate the insult to his intelligence. Lifting the golden cudgel, he intended to break apart the Demon King's formation. Even though the opponent had once been a practitioner from Huaxia, after defecting to the Demon Empire, they were now absolute enemies. There was nothing more to say to such a person, driving them away was enough. "Wait, brother!" a youthful voice called out, indirectly admitting to having a guilty conscience. "Don't strike yet. I can tell you've awakened to a hidden chosen profession as well. How about I tell you a big secret?" Oh, Shen Shen couldn't help but be intrigued. After all, everything he had gained so far came from this profession, yet he knew nothing of the secrets behind it. It sounded like the other party had also been a hidden chosen one. Although they might not be as strong as a great sage, they surely knew a lot of high-level information. "I'm willing to listen." Shen Shen temporarily lowered the golden cudgel. "That's better. Perhaps we can become friends." The youthful voice was quick to seize the opportunity. "Do you still believe in her? Your ultimate fate won't be much better than mine." His tone suddenly turned sarcastic. "What do you mean?" Chen Shen frowned. "Believe in whom?" "The Lord God." The man's voice thundered in Chen Shen's ears like a clap of thunder. This Demon King, who had defected from the practitioners, had also communicated with the Lord God? Chen Shen was suddenly bewildered. He had always thought that the Lord God only interacted with him due to his unique identity as a transmigrator. The man's voice continued, "Has the Lord God not told you about your main quest? Let me tell you, every hidden chosen one is assigned a mission to protect their homeland. But actually, ha, ha." The man laughed maniacally. "What actually?" Chen Shen pressed, his expression darkening, feeling displeased. So, the Lord God, whom he regarded as unique, saw him as just one of many backups. Moreover, discovering that things were not as he had thought, this Demon King had also received a mission from the Lord God? "Is the reason you defected from Huaxia due to other reasons?" Shen Shen suddenly thought of something and slowly asked. Because as far as he knew, hidden chosen ones, though extremely rare, did exist. Since the era of practitioners began with the arrival of the game, there had been dozens. If every hidden chosen one had a main quest, then why had no one succeeded in turning the country into a supreme divine nation until now? Was this Demon King really just a defector because his aunt was harmed? "You're quick on the uptake, connecting the dots to me so fast." The man smiled slowly. "In light of our shared experience of being deceived by her, I can only tell you this. Everything is a conspiracy. Do not trust the Lord God. You don't have the qualifications to know more information with your current strength. Just obediently follow her tasks and grow. However, I can tell you my name, Lin Mo. If one day you discover the truth and need my help, you can try calling this name, but I might not intervene. If you don't intervene, what's the point of saying that?" Shen Shen cursed inwardly, chewing on the name. Lin Mo. His smile gradually darkened. "You manipulate demons to devour Huaxia people and still think we're not enemies? What the Demon Empire does has nothing to do with me." Lin Mo was clearly astonished. "No, buddy. Can't you see? Since the demon race opened the interdimensional teleportation array, they've been looking to devour worlds everywhere. They are an insatiable devouring race. If I hadn't been holding them back, they would have wiped out Huaxia during the Great Demon War, you know? Just like in your primordial world, if Hongjun Daozu issued a decree to destroy Huaxia in this world, could you stop it? What do you take me for? Do I look like a traitor who eats from both sides?" Lin Mo's tone grew extremely angry, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Shen Shen was taken aback. This was a plot he had never anticipated. "So, you weren't defecting before, but you were saving the country in the past." A flash of insight crossed Shen Shen's mind. Was there a possibility? The Great Demon War was actually Lin Mo's scheme. He knew that the Demon Empire would inevitably invade Huaxia, and at that time, the strength of the Demon Empire was enough to annihilate Huaxia, and he couldn't stop it. Perhaps because of the main god? So, he set up this scheme together with Huaxia. He defected to influence the Demon Empire, preventing Huaxia from perishing. At the same time, he took the opportunity to break free from the main god's control and rid himself of his identity as a professional. To become a true Demon King. That's right, you've grasped the first secret so quickly. Lin Mo's voice was deep and mysterious. And I don't mind telling you, my position in the demon world is also quite awkward, so you should hit the Demon Empire as hard as you can. I absolutely won't interfere. I can swear on the elemental rules about this. As soon as he finished speaking, he indeed swore an oath on the elemental rules. Whoosh! A line of text appeared in the void, visible to Chen Chen. Chen Chen's pupils constricted. Previously, he hadn't believed a word Lin Mo said, only wanting to extract some useful high-level information. After all, Chen Chen was still in the main god's grasp. The main god hadn't specified how long the two main storyline tasks would last or how to consider them completed. This meant that at any moment, the main god could strip Chen Shun of everything, casting him out of this world to become a mere skeleton. Therefore, the information Lin Mo provided, whether true or false, was crucial, allowing Chen Shen to better understand the mysteries of this world, at least not to be completely clueless when facing the main god. It wasn't until he saw this elemental oath that Chen Shen realized that at least one of Lin Mo's words might be true. Because the elemental oath is unbreakable, a universal iron rule of the world, just like the heavenly Tao oath in the primordial chaos. So, when Lin Mo said he hoped Chen Shen would hit the demons harder, that statement was likely true. It seemed this demon king was also under the watch and constraints of the demon empire. Chen Shen narrowed his eyes but suddenly noticed a presence flashing from the outside. The next moment, he saw that hands swiftly retract into the symbol array, leaving Chen Shen with one last sentence. "She's coming, we'll talk next time, brother. I hope you can do what I couldn't." Whoosh! The symbol array and the hand vanished completely. The roar of the monkey soldiers, the howls of the demons, and the sounds of the battlefield echoed in Chen Shen's ears. However, his expression suddenly fell silent as he began to ponder, sorting through the information he had heard today. Initially, Lin Mo wanted to make a move against me, that's true, and he didn't deny it. But after discovering my identity, he actually started trying to befriend me? He said the main god issued tasks to every hidden chosen one, which should also be true. He had no need to lie to me. As for whether he was setting up a scheme or truly defecting, I can confirm that with Huang Chang and the others. But it's also possible that everything today was Lin Mo's lie. Chen Shen opened his eyes, his mind already clear about everything. Lin Mo's words couldn't be fully trusted, but they couldn't be completely dismissed either. However, one thing Lin Mo said was true. That is, he was currently too weak, and knowing this information was of no use to him. Even if Lin Mo defected, he at least had the strength of level 200 to have the confidence to do so. What he needed to do now was to strive to grow his own strength. With this thought in mind, Chen Shen looked up at the skeletal teleportation array. He licked his lips. The more than 10,000 soldiers of the Demon Empire outside were still not enough. He needed to gain more in this war. The remaining 5 Demon God Seeds and Commander Duo Yun were all in front of the teleportation array. He took a big step forward. Commander, he's coming, that giant, he's coming. A demon seed trembled in fear at the sight of Chen Shen, liquid seeping from beneath. Quick, hurry into the teleportation array. The speed of Commander Duo Yun was already fast. But in front of Chen Shen, it was still insufficient. Chen Shen took a single step forward, and the ground rumbled, shaking with dust and smoke. He bent down, his large hands grasping a demon seed. With a gentle squeeze, crack, the demon exploded, revealing a crimson crystal within. You have killed a demon seed, gaining A-level tiger demon bloodline. A notification sounded in his ears. Another A-level bloodline, another transformation. A smile crept onto Chen Shen's lips as his enormous eyes turned to Commander Duo Yun on the ground. Commander Duo Yun was horrified, desperately trying to rush into the teleportation array. The few demon seeds she carried were only a step away from the teleportation array's entrance, but that step had become an insurmountable chasm. Why could she abandon the Imperial Demon Army but remembered to carry these demon seeds? Because the death of 10,000 ordinary demons would not be her responsibility. But these demon seeds were the future of the Empire. Even losing one would bring her to account before the Emperor. Ah, don't kill me. Great deity, if you spare me, I will surely serve you. A demon seed knelt on the ground, crying out to Chen Shen as it realized escape was impossible. The master has heard your prayer. Chen Shen smiled and crushed it, then turned to block the teleportation array with one hand, preventing Commander Duo Yun from escaping. Get out of the way. Otherwise, the Empire will surely send troops to annihilate you. Commander Duo Yun shouted in desperation, threatening helplessly. If you let me go, then wouldn't I lose face? Chen Shen shrugged and, right in front of her, crushed the remaining demon seeds one by one. You have gained A-level snake demon bloodline, you have gained A-level pig demon bloodline, you have gained A-level lizard demon bloodline. The heavenly sounds continued to ring in his ears, and finally, after killing the last 5 demon seeds, you have obtained A-level bloodline 6/10, reached 10 to fuse into S-level bloodline. A voice entered Chen Shen's ears, and his eyes lit up. Bloodlines could be fused? If he killed enough demon seeds, wouldn't he eventually create an SSS-level bloodline? He understood. The essence of the demon world was a large bloodline evolution pool. The next moment, the skeletal teleportation array suddenly shook. A gigantic dark red hand slowly extended. The palm seemed to be covered with countless tiny stars. Boom! It struck Chen Shen's hand that was blocking the teleportation array. Chen Shen's 3 holy artifacts erupted with a dazzling holy light. They forced the giant hand back, not allowing it to advance an inch. A shocked voice came from the hand. This world actually. Chen Shen raised his golden staff and whispered, "Are you the marshal? Even with strength exceeding level 100, how much power can you bring across the teleportation array?" Chen Shen sensed the hand's weakness, otherwise, it wouldn't have struck him but would have killed him. Even the Demon King couldn't cross realms to kill him, let alone this existence. He proudly raised his golden staff. Boom! 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 He struck down at the giant hand, until it was bloodied and turned into a mass of flesh. The giant hand, enraged, retreated back into the skeletal teleportation array. An elderly voice filled with shock echoed out. "Bold native, killing my imperial soldiers, attacking the great imperial marshal. When the empire next descends upon this world, you will surely be ground to dust. Just die." Chen Shen calmly raised his golden staff towards the skeletal teleportation array. In the terrified gazes of all the fleeing demons, the giant ape smiled. In a deep voice, like thunder, he declared, "From now on, for 10,000 years, you demon world will remember my name." The three great sacred artifacts beside him erupted with a fierce light. At this moment, the golden staff shone brighter than the blazing sun in the sky. "I am Xie, Tian, Da, Shang." Boom! In that instant, the entire land resembled a boiling soup pot, where the giant staff had plunged in. Magma flowed out, spreading across the earth, falling like the sun sinking into the sea. The mountains crumbled, the sky fell. The demons let out a heart-wrenching wail, like the little devils after a nuclear explosion, helplessly and tragically watching this scene, their hearts filled with unparalleled despair. Why come to Huaxia? Why provoke this monkey? Why was I running so slowly? If only I had run a bit faster, maybe I wouldn't have died so miserably. Unfortunately, these were all fantasies before death. Gradually, the demons were burned to ashes by the magma, as if suffering divine punishment, with no escape, and after burning out, they froze in place, preserving their last moments, resembling dark statues standing on the ground. Even the commander Duo Yun, blocked at the entrance of the skeletal gate, let out an extremely tragic scream. This blow did not directly hit her, merely the immense force transmitted through the skeletal gate caused all her vines to snap and break into small pieces, curling into a ball of vines. She trembled as she looked at Chen Shen. Although Chen Shen was only in his 20s, in the context of the primordial era, he was probably just at the early stage of chi refining, not even a celestial being yet. In contrast, Commander Duo Yun, as an 80-level powerhouse, was a genuine celestial-level expert. But one must know, Sun Wukong was not an ordinary chi refining stage. This chi refining stage Sun Wukong had also obtained the temporary postnatal spiritual treasure, the Golden Staff, and was using the great divine ability of Law of Heaven and Earth. Fighting celestial beings didn't seem impossible, did it? Swish! Commander Duoyun's life points rapidly dropped to 0. She consumed many types of potions and then used a certain secret method to seal off a section of her vine, transforming it into a completely different creature, quickly fleeing towards the skeletal gate. As an 80-level powerhouse, her means were so numerous that it was hard to believe. Without overwhelming power beyond her realm, it was quite difficult to kill her. Crack, crack. After this strike, the skeletal gate swayed precariously. First the massive skull at the top cracked, then the leg bones supporting the edges of the gate shattered into large fragments. The energy inside became unstable, and began to self-destruct the teleportation array, emitting a loud explosion. The entire skeletal gate collapsed into a small mountain of bones. Just as the teleportation light wave was about to disappear, that section of vine swiftly darted inside. Chen Shen noticed this scene but felt no regret, only shaking his head. Killing an 80-level powerhouse was not that simple. Although the game's main god classified strength by level, in reality, after level 50, every 10 levels represented a change in life tier, not just a simple increase in attributes, but the many powers brought by the change in life tier. For example, Duoyun's vines made her very hard to kill, and today was not long since she took root. If given time to establish herself and absorb energy from the ground, after a while, this 80-level powerhouse would transform into a vast forest, where she would be the absolute master, her domain unstoppable. But today, encountering him in the peak state of using the Golden Staff and the Law of Heaven and Earth, she was truly seeing a ghost. Chen Shen also did not want to force out her true trump card. That would be a lose-lose situation. More critically, the time for the Law of Heaven and Earth was about to pass, which was why he was eager to break apart this teleportation gate. What if another powerful demon comes? How can I fend it off alone? Sigh. Why haven't the generals from Huaxia arrived yet? Am I really relying on just myself, a newbie? Your military's response efficiency is lacking. Can't you just set up a teleportation array and fly over? Chen Shen couldn't help but complain in his heart. I must report this to Huang Chang later. It's been so long without the military's arrival, and I can't rule out that someone is deliberately trying to get me killed. Moreover, Chen also noticed that the mysterious stone on his chest seemed to have lost its monitoring function. Ever since he flew out of the Nanjing camp, there had been no communication from the main base. This made Chen suspicious. What exactly happened at the Nanjing main base? Or am I being abandoned by the country? He had no time to think when a series of notification sounds rang in his ears. You killed. Gained experience, you killed. Gained experience. Aside from a portion of the demons being devoured by the monkey soldiers, the rest were all killed by Chen. Especially in that recent massive slaughter, his level surged unimaginably. You leveled up to level 29. You leveled up to level 30. You leveled up to level 31. You leveled up to level 32. You leveled up to level 33. His level skyrocketed by 5 levels. Even with Chen's previous speed of grinding monsters, under the 5-fold experience condition, it would take at least half a month to level up that much. For ordinary professionals, leveling from 28 to 33 would take years. Boom! The sound of that last strike, accompanied by Chen's shout, resonated far and wide under the enhancement of the 3 sacred artifacts. This sound echoed between heaven and earth, like a declaration from a celestial being. Shadows move faster than sound, and sound is more powerful than shadows. The external forces, including Old Luo and the Huaxia soldiers, found themselves without enemies and could only follow the monkey soldiers to finish off the remaining foes. Looking up, they saw the golden staff descending like a comet, crashing down on the Demon Empire's teleportation array. Whoosh! Dust and smoke billowed for hundreds of miles around the teleportation array, blocking out the sun, accompanied by the countless wails of demons. Once the dust settled, all the Huaxia soldiers gaped in astonishment, their gazes fixed on a single figure. In front of them, the overwhelming giant ape had vanished, and among the countless blackened remains of demons, only a young figure stood tall, gazing into the distance under the slanting sun, like the only true god in this world. Chen, are you hurt? A Huaxia soldier beside Old Luo asked with concern. Old Luo glanced at the bond he shared with Chen. His profession allowed him to check the life status of his bonded partner at any time. Shaking his head, he said, "No problem, he's doing great." So this means... Nearby Huaxia soldiers gathered, incredulously looking ahead, suddenly realizing something terrifying. Doesn't that mean Chen single-handedly fought his way to our Jiangnan city, without any support, and single-handedly wiped out the invading demon army? A Huaxia soldier pondered, seemingly unable to comprehend the shock of the situation. As soon as this was said, the soldiers standing nearby fell into a terrifying silence. It seems to be like that. Yes, that's right, it should be like that. But he... Everyone turned to look at Chen, their gazes trembling. He's only level 30, isn't that a bit too precocious? Chen's gaze was fixed on the distance, not posing for effect but checking his data panel and the notification sound ringing in his ears. Ding! Resolved the Demon Empire invasion incident, Huaxia's Supreme Divine Nation completion plus 20%. The task completion rate has reached 26%, exceeding 25%. You receive a phased main quest reward. As soon as the words fell, a pitch-black round ball dropped into Chen's hand, with only a single button on it. Chen glanced to the side, and a line of data popped up before him. Main god item, hidden, unique, secret realm crossing device. Description, can be used to open a portal to a world secret realm you have encountered, or a portal to a world secret realm whose coordinates you know, and you can return from this portal at any time. Chen stroked his chin, quickly realizing. This mainline item should only be rewarded to hidden professionals who have issued tasks, much higher in level than ordinary items, even surpassing the secret realm items rewarded by the end of Day's Divine War. The function of this item is equivalent to a portable multiverse portal, allowing travel to secret realms he has encountered or to secret realms whose coordinates he knows. The best part is, he can come and go at any time, returning whenever he wants. This was simply perfect for him. Open, Demon World Teleportation Array. Chen tossed the black round ball onto the ground and issued the command. Karu Beast, transform. Whoosh! The black round ball spun a few times, and a blue light gate materialized on sight, resembling a crystal in texture. Chen stepped forward and twisted the handle to open the door. On the other side was a world covered in yellow sand, depleted of resources, with a bloody scent lingering in the air. This is the right vibe, no doubt, recycle. Chen waved his hand again, and the blue teleportation portal transformed back into a round ball in his hand. With this, there will be even more things to do. Chen held the black round ball, deep in thought. Looking at it now, completing the mainline tasks issued by the main god also comes with phased rewards? He wondered if it was because he had just interacted with Lin Mo and received some secret information. Perhaps the main god wanted to give him a little sweetness to prevent him from harboring rebellious thoughts. Or was this reward already in place? Chen Chen didn't care about that. After all, it was safely in his hands. However, he also realized he couldn't rely too much on these items. These items sounded powerful, but to put it bluntly, they all depended on the rules set by the main god. When the main god helps you, the more of these items you collect, the better. But what if the main god doesn't help you? You can't use any of these items. Only personal strength is hard currency. From Lin Mo's performance, it seemed there was a way to bring one's strength outside. Chen Chen smiled faintly, putting the black round ball into his backpack, checking his data panel as he walked forward. This world is getting more and more interesting. Regardless of the main god's intentions, what Lin Mo and those hidden professionals behind him were plotting was beyond his current concern. Before he had strength, he would just work honestly for the main god. But one day, when I become the true Chaos Demon Ape, main god, can you still trap me? Previously, Chen Chen had been pondering why the strongest ape god in the primordial world should be the Chaos Demon Ape. Why could the main god only give it to the great sage equal to heaven? The main god shouldn't make such a low-level logical error. Or is it that, even with the main god's power, he cannot reach the level of the Chaos Demon Ape? If that's the case, then it gets interesting. Chen Chen curled his lips, planning to enter the primordial world for a thorough verification. While contemplating, he looked at his level. Level 33. He was still 7 levels away from the next 20-level secret realm task threshold of 40. Chen Chen frowned. If he were to grind monsters honestly for those 7 levels, it would probably take several months. After experiencing the exhilarating upgrades on the battlefield, Chen Chen had no desire to go back to grinding monsters honestly. What's the point of grinding monsters? The battlefield is where the real fun is. He began to carefully check his data panel. Name, Chen Chen. Occupation, Great Sage equal to Heaven, Hidden Chosen One, Level, 33, 54. 40%, Strength, 621, Agility, 624, Spirit, 634, Constitution, 638, Special Attributes, Normal Attack Critical Damage 8432%, 10% Damage Reduction, 10% Damage Increase, 10% Evasion, Title, Divine Might Like a Prison, Path of Invincibility. Equipment, Rui Golden Cudgel, Temporary, Towning Stone, Medium Sacred Artifact, 8-foot Mirror, Sacred Artifact, Heavily Maya Bao, Sacred Artifact, Backpack, City Guardian Medal Level 1, City Hero Medal Level 1, Huaxia Meritorious Medal Level 1, Huaxia Defender Medal Level 1, Battlefield Warrior Medal Level 1, City King Medal Level 7, Skill Advancement Scroll * 21, Specialization Upgrade Scroll * 21, Skill 72 Earthly Fiend's Transformation, Immobilization, 3 lives and all things, Rain Prayer, Thunder Summoning, Water Banning, Fire Avoidance, Flying Lien, Knife Swallowing, Object Control, False Form, Transport, Beast Gathering, Soul Snatching, Head Continuation, Water Walking, Staff Resolution, Weapon Resolution, Out of Body, Earth Walking. Newly unlocked skills, Star Count, Formation, Spray Transformation, Finger Transformation, Scene Shifting, Pursuit, Bird Tuning, Chi Banning, Great Strength, Stone Penetration, Light Emission, Barrier Clothing, Guidance, Bloodline, A-Class Bloodline, 6 out of 10, Main Quest, Conquer the Primordial, 3%, Save Huaxia's National Fortune, 26%, Critical Damage increased by over 5,000, 50 times the damage. Chen Chen immediately noticed the most crucial point. He felt an extreme thrill in his heart. After grinding hard for a week, he had only gained over 3,000 critical damage. This time, a massacre on the battlefield directly skyrocketed his critical damage by over 5,000 points. This meant that excluding those lower-level demons and the monkey soldiers he killed, he had slain over 5,000 demons this time. Critical damage had already reached over 8,000, 80 times the damage. What does that mean? For example, Chen Chen's current strength attribute is over 600 points, and if he goes to the primordial to get a weapon, it should reach 1,000 points. This way, a normal attack would deal 1,000 points of damage. Therefore, critical damage would be 80 times 1,000. One normal attack, 80,000 points of damage. If he activated the law of heaven and earth, it would far exceed this number. I must continue to find the battlefield, continue killing. Chen Chen's fiery gaze swept across the land, as if all living beings were his critical damage and experience points. A boiling desire surged in his chest. Become stronger, become stronger, become even stronger, until no one can bind him, until all secrets have nowhere to hide. The desolate land was filled with traces left by war. A gust of autumn wind swept by, and the air was filled with wisps of demon ashes. Chen Chen strolled through this desolation and destruction. Before him stood a neatly arranged line of Huaxia soldiers. Despite their bodies being covered in battle scars, their eyes shone like stars. The hero has arrived, quickly line up, maintain military decorum. With a command given. Attention! The sound of military boots striking the ground was uniform. At ease. Another round of precise footsteps followed. It seemed they were waiting for Chen Shen's arrival. As Chen Shen approached, he smiled and nodded slightly at the soldiers. However, there seemed to be something troubling him in his brow. He exchanged a glance with old Luo. Old Luo's expression was also somewhat grim at this moment, stepping out from the front of the troops to Chen Shen's side. The two walked together to the wilderness, on the broken asphalt road. As they walked, old Luo said, "You noticed something off too?" Yes, Chen Shen nodded. The military personnel seemed to have disappeared. Even at the very least, they should have dispatched generals through the teleportation array, yet since the war ended, there has been no news from the military. Chen Shen's words were not complaints, but rather a realization of the strangeness. Generally speaking, the Huaxia authorities would never allow such a thing to happen. Before his arrival, he had also witnessed the official military mobilization, and logically, reinforcements should have arrived by now. Moreover, what Chen Shen didn't mention was that his mystic stone seemed to have malfunctioned. Aside from retaining some basic functions, it showed no other reactions. It's important to note that the mystic stone is a crucial national fortune artifact of Huaxia, with only this one piece in the entire country, specifically used to cultivate top-tier geniuses. Generally, only one person in each generation of practitioners would wear this mystic stone. He also opened his phone, trying to connect to the internet to send a message, but the screen displayed nothing but a blank. To be precise, the entire province had been designated as a military control zone. No messages could be sent out. Old Luo stopped in his tracks and patted Chen Shen's shoulder. "You don't need to worry, there are 23 million people in Jiangnan City, and they are your support, ready to follow your orders." "Is that so?" Chen Shen looked slightly surprised, having thought that the title of City King was merely an honorary title. You should know that such an honor as the City King has not been awarded to anyone for a long time, except for those early generation powerhouses." Old Luo comforted Chen Shen, then pondered for a moment. "I suggest you don't rashly go investigate now. It's best to wait quietly for news to come. Let's return to the city first and reinforce the city defenses." Chen Shen did not refuse. After all, the cooldown time for his heavenly law had passed, and the time for the golden cudgel was also nearing its end. Without these two powerful weapons, his combat strength would likely drop significantly. If he were in the primordial era, he could easily absorb spiritual energy to regain his heavenly law, but on Blue Star, using heavenly law required waiting for the cooldown. Chen Shen had already realized this. In the primordial era, the way skills cooled down was different. It wasn't calculated by cooldown time but by the speed of one's mana recovery. Those high-level immortals could breathe in the world and exhale all things, their mana nearly infinite, with no cooldown for their skills at all. Without heavenly law, even if there were problems with the Huaxia officials and they couldn't send news, what could he do with his limited strength? Lost in thought, Chen Shen, along with old Luo, led the Jiangnan army to tidy up the battlefield, picking up what needed to be collected. Naturally, he opened all the card pools, obtaining hundreds of skill advancement scrolls and specialization upgrade scrolls. Then, he dispatched several teams to notify all survivors outside the city to return. Although he didn't know what had happened, reinforcing the city defenses and ensuring safety was definitely the right move. Some practitioners trapped in the wilderness outside had formed battle groups to resist the small waves of demons that had scattered. Jiaolong Pool Level 30 Wilderness, the amber-colored lake shimmered, with lush forests lining the shores. Suddenly, a flock of crows took flight from the forest. Help! Within a protective array of mages, hundreds of survivors were trapped in the center of the forest. Outside, hundreds of demons surged in waves. Eat them! Ha ha ha! Fresh meat! The demons' savage roars echoed into the teleportation array. Many young practitioners inside the array were scared to tears. Help! Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Didn't they say they received news yesterday? Is this a deliberate trap to kill us in Jiangnan City? The reinforcements should have arrived today. In the next moment, a massive shadow of a stick appeared. It crashed down on the heads of the demons. With a loud bang, all the demons turned into pools of blood and mud. This carved, majestic golden rod stood tall on the ground. In an instant, the cries of the practitioners ceased. They couldn't help but look up at the golden rod. To be precise, it was a golden pillar half a meter thick, and at the top of the pillar, facing the blazing noon sun, sat a boy with an expressionless face, merging with the great sun. He waved his hand lightly. Team 3, bring them all back to the city safely. Yes. A group of soldiers in military uniforms from Jiangnan rushed out, comforting the terrified professionals. They then sent 2 warriors in batches to lead them back to the city. The scattered demons on this road have been mostly cleared. Chen Chen nodded, glancing at his data. He found that his critical hit damage hadn't increased much. He tightened his lips. Could it be because these demons were no longer at a high enough level? The scattered demons outside were now all below his level. He had reached level 30, while the regular demon army was generally at level 35, and most of these scattered tribal soldiers were only at level 30 or in their 20s. Naturally, killing monsters lower than his level wouldn't increase his critical hit damage. It seems that killing small monsters isn't very effective anymore. I need to farm something useful. Chen Chen's lips curled into a sharp smile. The golden cudgel quickly shrank, allowing him to drop from the golden pillar. The nearby professionals also reacted, looking at him with awe. Isn't he the one who led us to battle in Sakura country before? Yeah, it really is him. He's back. No wonder we have hope. Excited voices filled the air. However, Chen Chen hurried towards the next gathering point. Professionals with flying abilities were constantly patrolling, sending messages to Chen Chen whenever they found a survivor. With such efficiency, the area of Jiangnan City was soon cleared completely. The residual crisis of the demon invasion was perfectly resolved. Just as Chen Chen was about to return to the city, he suddenly heard terrified shouts outside a cave. Help! Is anyone there to save us? I told you not to stop here to take a dump, but you insisted. Now look what happened. The news can't get out. It seems the network is down. What should we do now? Oh my god, we won't become the only priests in Chinese history to die because of taking a dump, will we? Li Xinghe, I won't forgive you even if I become a ghost. Oh? Chen Chen turned back with interest, feeling a vague anticipation. He had thought that Li Xinghe and the others had lost contact like the troops from the headquarters and the 3rd Division. It seemed they had followed him after all. With a whoosh, Chen Chen dashed into the cave and immediately saw a level 50 black bear, its eyes blood red. The cave was 10 zhan high, and it could block the entire entrance. It was facing away, glaring at several weak and innocent figures inside the cave. Upon noticing Chen Chen, its sharp claws extended, and a bear paw the size of a small car slowly lifted, turning to stare intently at Chen Chen, letting out a heavy roar from its jagged chest. Roar! A line of data popped up before Chen Chen. Abyssal Demon Bear, level 50 boss, health, 1 million strength, 500. Chen Chen suppressed a laugh, now understanding what was going on with these people. The few inside the cave were stunned upon seeing Chen Chen's figure, and tears of excitement streamed down their faces. Boss, you finally came, woo woo. Boss, if you hadn't come, I can't imagine how frustrating it would have been to die, woo woo. It's all Li Xinghe's fault, kick him out of the team. The Abyssal Demon Bear suddenly lunged at Chen Chen. Chen Chen gently sidestepped, letting the bear charge out of the cave. He knew very well that he had fought this level 50 boss when he was level 20, and it wouldn't be difficult for him. Back then, a single hit dealt 30,000 damage, and with the boss having only 1 million health, it would take just a few dozen hits to take it down. Not to mention now. But for those three, it wouldn't be the same. They were normal priests, not hidden chosen ones. Trying to fight a level 50 boss would probably feel like just scratching an itch. Ka. The cave was struck by the demon bear, producing a sound like the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, as giant rocks fell down. Chen Chen's golden staff suddenly elongated, bending under his pressure, and with a swift somersault, he struck fiercely on the top of the demon bear's head. Minus 80,000. What is a big number? This is a big number. Now Chen Chen still had the golden staff, and with one strike, it dealt 80,000 points of damage. Duong! A sound like a bell rang out, and the skull of the abyss demon bear was directly shattered, its brain matter almost shaken into a pulp. But this creature was endowed with special energy and quickly recovered, turning back to look at Chen Chen in horror, even stuffing its bare paw into its mouth. Just the right amount of force, dazed but not injured. Damn! This mere level 33 human, with one strike, knocked off nearly 1/10 of its health? What a terrifying thing! With a roar, this time it didn't pounce on Chen Chen but turned and dashed out of its cave. Level 50 bosses are extremely intelligent and have long lifespans. Face saving means nothing compared to life. The Abyss Demon Bear understood this clearly, but Chen Chen didn't hold it against it too much. He simply reached up and plucked a few golden hairs from his ear. Hoo! A blow. One chi transforms into 3 pure ones. 3 golden monkeys identical to Chen Chen suddenly appeared, each wielding a golden staff, chasing after the retreating figure of the Abyss Demon Bear. Chen Chen hadn't used this skill in a long time because the golden staff was just too satisfying. Now he was too lazy to chase the bear himself, and this was just useful. 3 avatars, each with 1/10 of his power, were enough to take down this level 50 boss. Each avatar dealt 8,000 points of damage. 3 avatars meant 24,000 points. With over 900,000 health remaining, How could the Abyss Demon Bear withstand this? After sending out the avatars to pursue, the outside of the cave soon echoed with the demon bear's wails. Meanwhile, Shen walked slowly forward to the few people in front of him. What's going on here? Boss, let me explain. Li Xinghe was the first to stand up, his face flushed with shame. It's all my fault. I forgot this area is a wild zone for abyss bosses, almost causing his teammates to become the first priests in history to die from taking a dump. This was something he would be embarrassed about for a lifetime. He was genuinely afraid that Chen Shen would kick him out of the team because of this. After all, Wang Mubai and Yang Chanshan both had attribute boosts for Chen Shen. He really wasn't necessary as a gatekeeper. It's fine. Chen Shen hesitated for a moment and patted his shoulder. It's normal to have urgent needs. It's good that you're still here. After Wang Mubai regained his composure, he immediately stood up, his expression serious as he said, "Boss, have you noticed? It seems that no news is coming out of Jiangnan City now. All information is cut off from the outside world. The official side of Huaxia hasn't made any moves either." He had sensed something was wrong when they were blocked by the Abyss Demon Bear and tried to contact the outside for help. Now that Chen Shen had appeared, he had to report immediately. "I know." Chen Shen nodded, "But now isn't a good time to investigate. Let's head back to the city first." "Okay." Wang Mubai and Yang Chanshan stood up, each kicking Li Xinghe on the left and right, sending him stumbling. Li Xinghe also realized that Chen Shen didn't intend to kick him out of the team, and with a pat on his backside, he happily followed along. The four-man team was reformed. Back in Jiangnan City, Chen Shen was met with the adoration and cheers of the citizens, which goes without saying. Single-handedly driving back the demon army and saving tens of millions of citizens was a legendary feat in any era. But Chen Shen was eager to hold a meeting with the remaining high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City. No matter what, he hadn't expected that he had come to rescue Jiangnan City, only to find himself trapped inside. Even more terrifying was that the official side of Huaxia had gone silent. What kind of items did the country not have? What kind of strong person is missing? What level of event could cause a country to lose contact? No one dared to think about it. Li Jia quickly convened an emergency city meeting, attended by all practitioners above level 50 in Jiangnan City. The grand conference hall was filled with 2,000 to 3,000 people. Jiangnan City's strength was still considerable, with 2,000 to 3,000 practitioners at the warrior level or above. Although some had died in this battle, the remaining individuals were still formidable. Among them, Li Jia, the mayor, was a level 70 strongman, while old Luo was a level 60 strongman. The vast municipal conference hall was solemn and dignified. 2 large doors opened, each measuring several dozen meters. Inside the hall was an expansive, seemingly endless oval conference table, flanked by rows of tightly packed seats. Each council member could directly convey their speech into everyone's ears. Chen Shen, as the city king of Jiangnan, naturally sat in the main seat. To one side was the retired General Old Luo, who was also the current military overseer of the area. On the other side was Mayor Li Jia. This lineup was undeniably impressive. Sitting in this position, Chen Shen suddenly felt like the ruler of the city. Honor brought higher obligations, but it also brought greater power. For a hero to seek power, was it not an easy task? However, Chen Shen had no time to waste on power struggles. That was the business of practitioners who had reached the limits of their talents. The meeting begins. Li Jia stood up, his expression solemn as he explained the situation to all the council members, instantly causing an uproar in the hall. What? The country has actually lost contact with us? No, or is it that we have lost contact with the country? No matter how you look at it, this matter is too serious. The opening was filled with noise. Li Jia slapped the table, and it took a while for the room to quiet down. He said with a serious expression, "This is the current situation. We have no information from the outside world. You are all the top elites in Jiangnan's political, business, and academic circles. Most of you are C-level or above, with over 50% being B-level practitioners. You are the elite among practitioners, and I believe you understand the seriousness of this matter. Therefore, from now on, we will implement military control throughout, with all supplies allocated by the city government, all commercial activities cancelled, and resources distributed to the entire population. At the same time, we will initiate nationwide training to prepare for any situations we may encounter in the future. Including you, you must forcibly join the military and undergo frontline combat training." As soon as Li Jia finished stating these 3 points, the room fell silent, with everyone frowning deeply. Everyone understood that this meant preparing for a war to extinguish the nation. Previously, even the demon invasion had not pushed Jiangnan City to this point. After all, a city could not consist entirely of combat personnel, as many chose to engage in business, management, or delve into more profound professional secrets. But now, The implication was that everyone had to enlist, and all available forces had to be utilized. This matter will not be put to a vote, everyone must agree. Li Jie's tone suddenly carried a hint of iron, leaving no room for discussion. This made Chen Chen glance at the mayor with some surprise. It was indeed rare to see someone make such a bold decision at such a time. The meeting proceeded with a serious show of hands for a vote. Agree. Abstain. The hall was filled with level 50 practitioners, all of whom held status. Yet even the most timid among them chose to abstain rather than reject the proposal. 10 minutes later, with 3,200 seats, 3,000 agreed, and 200 abstained, the proposal passed. Clap, clap. Li Jie clapped his hands in satisfaction. Good, from now on, I announce the formation of the Mage Group, Logistics Group, Warrior Group, and Aerial Patrol Group. All large-scale equipment refining enterprises and pharmaceutical manufacturing enterprises in the city will be uniformly allocated and produced according to plan. Now that the meeting is over, the detailed plan objectives will be distributed shortly. Please pay attention to the personnel from the municipal government when you return home. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone stood up, said little more, and after a brief meeting, the strength of Jiangnan City was united. In a large city of 23 million people, the power that could be unleashed when everyone worked together was unimaginable. Chen Chen, I would like to ask you to review our war plan for Jiangnan City. Subsequently, Li Jie handed a prepared plan to Chen Chen, looking at him with fiery eyes, clearly hoping for the support of this king of Jiangnan City. Chen Chen took the plan, glanced at it a few times, and a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he nodded slightly. This plan is quite good. If Li Jie's vision succeeded, Jiangnan City would transform into a city of war. The Demon Empire would find it impossible to launch an invasion of this scale again. A city that is prepared is a completely different concept from one that is not. Soon, Chen Chen was assigned to military personnel. Li Jie said, now that Xuanwu has sacrificed, you will take over the city's defense work. A total of 100,000 elite troops, all above level 40, will be under your command. If necessary, our barracks will continue to train more personnel to supplement, and the equipment in the armory is more than sufficient, with production running at full capacity. At this point, Chen Chen suddenly remembered something and took out a piece of wild grass from his backpack, handing it to Li Jie. Mayor Li, this is something I harvested from my exclusive secret realm. I wonder if it can be urgently refined into a batch of equipment and weapons? Celestial grass? Legendary level material. Upon seeing this seemingly ordinary piece of grass, Li Jie's eyes immediately lit up. Old Luo and the personnel from the municipal hall stood by, dumbfounded, their mouths agape. What level is Chen Chen? He can produce celestial grass already. Good. Li Jie excitedly waved his hand. This piece of celestial grass can be integrated into various medicines produced by the pharmaceutical factory to create a large batch of legendary level medicines, which will be crucial on the battlefield. Chen Chen, I once again thank you on behalf of the citizens for your contribution. Although it was just a small piece of celestial grass, such high-level materials were uniformly allocated by the state, and as a second-tier city, Jiangnan City truly received very little, with a fixed quota each year. The piece Chen Chen took out was equivalent to 1/3 of the city's annual quota. Hearing this, Chen Chen calmly nodded. As long as it's useful, I have plenty of this stuff. Saying this, he dumped a large pile of wild materials from his backpack. Various monster muscles and bones, various plants and stones, even some beautiful rare treasures. Regardless of their usefulness, Chen Chen and his group had collected a large amount. This was grass and wood that grew near the Taoist temple of the Taiping Saint on Mount de Luo. How could it be useless? The next moment, the entire room fell silent. Everyone left in the municipal hall gradually opened their mouths, staring in shock at the scene. The head of the production department, an A-level profession, 9 Heavens alchemist, was so excited that he rushed to the pile of materials Chen Chen had thrown out, touching this and looking at that, bursting out a hoarse exclamation. My god, epic level material fire cloud grass, legendary level material thunder godstone, legendary level materials. All of these are legendary level, none below legendary. Hiss. The old man of the 9 Heavens alchemist profession gasped in shock, his face radiating extreme joy, his eyes dazed, and he fell straight down, mumbling to himself. Heavens, am I in paradise? Oh dear, old Nangong, please don't let anything happen to you. Several young professionals nearby hurried over to support the 9 Heavens alchemist. Xindao thought this was great. The pile of materials Chen Chen had thrown out had directly stunned the highest-ranking official of the alchemy department in Jiangnan City. Old Luo and Li Jie also stayed in place, anxiously waving their hands. Quick, have these materials collected by Nangong Ling, we mustn't scare the old man into a bad state. It wasn't fear, but joy. One could say it was a surprise. However, the next moment, another middle-aged man, who appeared to be very deep-minded, with a serious expression and rarely spoke, strode over to the pile of materials, staring at several pieces of ore and jade with barely contained excitement. I've searched my whole life for Thunder God Stone, and I actually found it here. With this, I don't know how much better the equipment produced this year will be. He tightly gripped a stone that shimmered with a hint of blue electric light, while those nearby were afraid he might get too excited and cause some trouble, quickly stopping him. Don't get too excited, don't get too excited, it's all ours, Chen Shen has already promised to let us use it. Good. After saying this, the middle-aged man walked up to Chen Shen, patting him hard on the shoulder, his face full of excitement. I am Ouyang Chang, an A-class Thunder Cloud Artifact Master, and the head of the Jiangnan City Equipment Department. From now on, you are our greatest benefactor, just ask for any equipment you need. Good. Chen Shen nodded indifferently. If he was to lead the army to take action later, he certainly hoped that the equipment of his subordinates would be better, so that there wouldn't be a repeat of the previous tragic casualties. Seeing this situation, Li Xinghe and the others also pursed their lips. Boss, let's take out our stuff too. We can always gather more next time we enter the wilderness, otherwise, it just takes up space in our bags. Good. Chen Shen agreed. Li Xinghe and the others also poured out a large pile of materials, even more than Chen Shen's. After all, Chen Shen had many other good things in his backpack. Now, everyone present was blushing, gritting their teeth, as if holding back some kind of breath. These precious materials, which were worth their weight in gold in the outside world and even hard to find, were casually collected by Chen Shen in the secret realm? Everyone could hardly imagine it. Li Jie squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Quick! Store them! Sort them out, we must accelerate the production of equipment containing these high-level materials to enhance our city's combat power. Yes! After saying this, Li Jie walked up to Chen Shen with a face full of shame. Chen Shen, the materials you've donated, our Jiangnan City's finances might not even be enough to purchase them. It's fine. Chen Shen directly shook his head. Since I am the king of Jiangnan City, I have both the rights and obligations to this city, this is what I should do. From old Luo's words, it seemed that this city was somewhat like his base. Does one need a reason to build their own base? Just like creating Flower Fruit Mountain, it's all home ground. The stronger Jiangnan City's power, the stronger the power I can wield. Now that the country has lost contact, Jiangnan City has directly become an island. No one knows what will happen next. At this time, if one doesn't strengthen their own power and that of those around them, are they just going to hide materials and hope to sell them? Good, good. Li Jie nodded vigorously but also said, I will apply for merit points for your actions to the game's main god. There will be merit rewards. Really? Chen Shen's eyes lit up at this. Merit points and upgraded medals would significantly enhance his attributes. Now that was something valuable. Of course, with your solo efforts to save Jiangnan City, plus the merit of donating so many precious materials, I think your merit this time will reach a terrifying number. Li Jie exclaimed in amazement, waving his hand. You should go familiarize yourself with the military camp, I'll take care of the rest. Chen Shen walked down without saying a word. After all, he had no experience in city management or in integrating the forces below him. With Li Jie's abilities, he was certainly the most suitable choice. Upon exiting the city hall, Chen Shen looked up and found that the situation outside was vastly different. Meteors streaked across the sky, those were aerial professionals on patrol, and warships crafted by chi practitioners roamed the skies, weaving through the clouds, with strands of lightning networks enveloping the entire city. This lightning network was some kind of large-scale protective legal system. The streets were filled with military personnel and armored vehicles patrolling, on guard against any malicious incidents that might occur at this time. Chen Shen entered the military camp, located in a corner of the southern part of the city. The reason this area was designated as a military camp was its accessibility. No matter which corner of the city the roads led to, it was the most convenient. Jiangnan City was neither too big nor too small, covering an area of 100 square kilometers. The northeastern corner included a seaport, while the northwestern corner was dominated by the towering Xianlong Mountain. Occasionally, high-level sea monsters would invade the city from the seaport, and military personnel would regularly go to clear them out. The military camp was more than sufficient, at least it wouldn't be stretched thin. Chen Shen brought 3 people to the entrance of the military camp. The words Jiangnan Military Base appeared on an enormous outer wall. The wall was covered in moss, and 2 heavy metal gates made of various materials slowly opened. Creak, creak, creak. Inside the wall, a vast square estimated to be 2,000 to 3,000 square meters had gathered tens of thousands of soldiers, who saluted Chen Shen in unison. Welcome, King of the City. King of the City? For the first time, Chen Shen found it quite awkward to be addressed by so many people with this title. He added to Wang Mubai, after you take over, just have the soldiers below call me Legion Commander or Commander, no need for these awkward titles. Understood, boss, Wang Mubai quickly nodded. The three of them were, of course, under Qin Shen's command. According to the orders Qin Shen received, his position was the Legion Commander of Jiangnan City's local military, or the Supreme Commander of Jiangnan City's military. It was almost impossible for someone so young to hold this position. But who could deny that Qin Shen's reputation and achievements were truly extraordinary? Moreover, his strength was terrifying. He single-handedly drove away the level 50 Duoyun commander, witnessed by thousands of soldiers. Although Qin Shen had now lost the Rui Jindu Bang and might not be able to unleash such strong combat power, and the Fatan Xiangdi had time limitations, this did not prevent the outside world from recognizing that Qin Shen possessed strength above level 70. He was undoubtedly a high-ranking figure in the city. In Jiangnan City, those with strength above level 70 were extremely rare. Qin Shen rode in a military vehicle with the three of them to a military building. After getting out of the car, he opened the door, walked up to the platform, and faced the tens of thousands of soldiers in the square. Qin Shen didn't say much. After all, it was his first time in this position. He simply said, "Train well, there may be unexpected challenges in the future, so everyone be prepared." "Yes, we will ensure the mission is completed," the soldiers shouted passionately. After his speech, Qin Shen turned and entered the building. He took the elevator directly to the top floor. The original Legion commander had been assassinated by Duo Yuan and a dozen demon elders at the first sign of the invasion. Currently, in the office, there was old Luo, who voluntarily stepped down to let Qin Shen take this position, while he served as an advisor to Qin Shen. The purpose was also to enhance Qin Shen's qualifications, allowing him to enter the military system of Huaxia sooner. But would Qin Shen honestly act as a general? Of course not. His goal was always to become stronger. As soon as he entered the office, Qin Shen said, "Old Luo, I want to enter other secret realms to level up. You can take care of the matters in the military camp." Hearing this, old Luo opened his mouth and then nodded. "Don't worry." Qin Shen pondered and asked, "Do you know of any secret realms suitable for levels 50 to 80? Going to the wild areas of the big world to grind monsters?" Qin Shen felt he wasn't that foolish yet. Not understanding the situation outside, he might just get blocked and killed by a level 100 powerhouse from Sakura country or some other nation. Staying in the military camp was much safer. At least there was some buffer space for everything. If it really came down to it, he could open a passage to the primordial secret realm and hide inside. If someone dared to come in, he could just say, "My master is level 600. For now, he planned to enter other worlds through the secret realm's teleportation portal and level up to 40. After getting suitable weapons and equipment in the primordial realm, it would be best to learn some new divine abilities from his master, Tai Ching, so that when he came out, he would have the strength to protect himself. The level cap would also be raised to 60. This was Qin Shen's master plan. You want to talk about exclusive secret realms suitable for levels 50 to 80? There are quite a few. Old Luo didn't ask Qin Shen's purpose and directly pondered. It just depends on what kind of things you want to obtain. If you go to the demon world, the specialty there is bloodlines. If you go to the fantasy world, the specialty is various magical skills. You could also choose to go to the high martial world to enhance your weapon specialization. If you want to grind for good equipment, some anime worlds are better. In short, each world has its strengths. You need to be more specific for me to give you an answer. Qin Shen felt that old Luo was like a Tmall genie, answering whatever was asked, but he didn't say such disrespectful words. "So that's how it is." Qin Shen nodded thoughtfully, wondering, does every world have its specialties? Then what is the specialty of my primordial world? He looked at Li Xingha and the others, noticing their suddenly increased attribute points, and suddenly realized, the specialty of the primordial world is attribute points. Is there a more straightforward specialty than this? Most secret realms do not increase levels but provide various specialties, and for professionals, the benefits of these specialties are greater than just leveling up. The attribute points obtained in the primordial realm allowed him and Li Xingha to have average attributes far exceeding those of other divine professionals. Is there a more satisfying specialty than this? After thinking it over, Qin Shen ultimately decided to visit the demon world again. He took Li Xingha and the others to a spacious conference room. Everything in the conference room was cleared out and kept absolutely confidential, with soldiers guarding outside. Qin Shen threw out the secret realm crossing device and activated the teleportation array to the demon world, a blue light appearing before them. The three beside him showed expressions of shock. Wang Mubai was the first to react. "Boss, did you get an item that allows direct travel to other secret realms?" "That's right," Qin Shen nodded, looking at the other three. "What are your secret realms? Feel free to share. After all, we are teammates in the secret realm, and we can definitely go together next time. Upon hearing this, the three's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After all, if their secret realms were led by Qin Shen, it would be a guaranteed win. Li Xinghe spoke first. My secret realm is an S-rank secret realm, Taoist heavenly realm. There is also a heavenly court and an underworld in the world, and the strongest creature is Emperor Tian, level 200, but it's not the primordial realm, so the difficulty is much lower. The specialty is something called Imperial Aura, which seems to be related to refining weapons, but of course, it can't compare to your primordial world filled with treasures, boss. Not the primordial realm. Chen Chen nodded thoughtfully again and then looked at Wang Mubai. Wang Mubai smiled gently. My S-level exclusive secret realm is the Dragon Realm of the Four Seas, governed by the four great dragon kings. My identity is one of the many dragon sons and grandsons of the East Sea Dragon King. The strongest creature is the primordial divine dragon, level 200, and its specialty is the dragon's essence blood. Everyone is devouring each other's dragon essence blood, which is also a form of bloodline. That means it's quite similar to the specialties of the demon world, Chen Shen suddenly realized. His three teammates were also S-level divine practitioners. Their exclusive secret realms were perfect for him to explore, right? Then it seems that everyone's secret realms, except for mine, have nothing to do with the primordial era and should belong to some other worlds related to Chinese culture. That's right, it should be like that, Yang Chanxian nodded. Because my world is not the primordial era either, it's a world called Lantern Sea Seeking the Beginning, similar to a fantasy world, but it has some settings akin to the primordial era. The strongest lantern ancestor is level 200, said to be left behind by the burning lantern Buddha, who, by the way, never appeared in that world. But the specialty of the lantern fire, boss, you should find it useful. Collecting this lantern fire can nurture a unique pet. I see, Chen Chen finally understood the exclusive secret realms of the three. Li Xinghe's exclusive secret realm specialty is Imperial Aura, a material for refining tools. Wang Mubai's specialty is Dragon Bloodline. Yang Chanxian's specialty is the most unique, surprisingly a pet. Can lantern fire also be used as a pet? What would it be like if it reached its limit? Chen Chen felt a slight anticipation in his heart. However, now that he had collected 6 A-level demon bloodlines, the most beneficial course of action was to head to the demon world first and max out the bloodlines. As Chen Chen spoke, he stepped into the blue light, and before him was suddenly covered by a scene of a yellow desert and a glaring sun. A prompt sound immediately rang in his ears. You have entered the demon world, the strongest creature, Emperor of the Demon Empire, level 200, current location, 300 miles outside the capital of the Demon Empire, the Millstone Tribe. As soon as he landed, Chen Chen did not do anything else. Instead, he opened his backpack and first looked at the many newly appeared divine abilities. Star count, the number of stars in the surrounding sky, absorb star power, mental recovery speed plus 100%. Formation, arrange various formations. The better the materials used, the better the formation effect. Spray transformation, exhale a breath to transform the shape of an object, consuming mental power according to the object's energy. Point transformation, point at an object to transform its shape, consuming mental power according to the object's energy. Scene shift, space-type divine ability, transferring space to another location, consuming 100% mental power each time. Expel, wave your hand to drive away an object, consuming mental power according to the object's energy. Bird taming, 50% favorability with avian creatures. Chi restriction, directly control the flow of breath, consuming 50 mental power per second. Great strength, permanent passive, can convert mental power into strength. Stone penetration, permanent passive, penetration plus 30%. Light generation, use mental power to create light. Stain removal, eliminate any filth that clings to you without consuming mental power. Guidance, permanent passive, life recovery speed plus 100%. Well, nothing particularly dominating among the divine abilities. Chen Chen sighed and shook his head after reviewing the newly unlocked abilities. Although the divine abilities in the 72 transformations of the Earthsha are all great abilities, many are used for tricks and have little effect in battle. However, this, great strength, is very useful for me. It can make my law of heaven and earth even stronger. Chen Chen pondered. In Journey to the West, the Monkey King used this, great strength, to directly lift 2 great mountains. It turns out to be a divine ability that converts magical power into strength. With the law of heaven and earth plus great strength, he would become even stronger. The only problem is that it would make his mental power even more strained. Chen Chen now lacked skills and means, but he was truly short on mental strength. With insufficient levels, his mental strength couldn't rise, and no matter how many skills he had, he couldn't use them. He glanced at his dozens of skill advancement scrolls and specialization upgrade scrolls. The skill advancement could be saved for when he needed to strengthen a certain divine ability, directly enhancing it to the power of a sage. It could be considered a life-saving trump card. The specialization upgrade scrolls were of no use if kept. Chen Chen directly used all of them, raising his proficiency in stick-type weapons to level 5 of the semi-saint. It took dozens of specialization upgrade scrolls just to reach level 5. Chen Chen sighed inwardly. It was incredibly difficult to continue improving once specialization reached the sage realm. After organizing his skills and specializations, Chen Chen finally felt at ease to explore this land with the 4 of them. Looking up, he was surprised to find that the demon world had 3 suns. What the hell, is this the 3-body problem? He complained inwardly. No wonder there was not a blade of grass anywhere. Even the plants were all giant species, blocking out the sun, with roots that must have burrowed hundreds of miles to survive. All around were towering earth mounds and endless yellow sand. The 4 walked dozens of miles in the desert, occasionally encountering an oasis, which was still transformed by demons and flower demons. They directly attacked the 4, only to be beaten to death by Chen Chen, who then used their bodies as a water source. As they continued on, young Chen Chen couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. It's too dry, too hot. This world has practically no resources at all. No wonder the demons are so crazy. Indeed, Wang Mubai bent down to touch the yellow sand beneath his feet. Such soil can't grow any living things, and the 3 suns in the sky don't provide any space for plant growth. There's very little underground water, so the demons' way of survival is to kill each other and eat meat. If they don't invade others, this race will soon disappear. I say you too, are you here to study demon sociology? Li Xinghe kicked a sand dune, scattering it, and stood atop a high dune, turning to shout. Boss, stop worrying so much, let's hurry up and kill some people. This was the mindset of a speedrunner. He didn't know where he was or who he was, he only knew he wanted to go on a killing spree. Chen Chen smiled. With his abilities, he could perceive more than the 3 of them. In fact, there was constant warfare within the demon empire, with larger tribes devouring smaller ones, and larger villages consuming smaller villages. Demons themselves were one of the food sources for other demons. Fortunately, they reproduced quickly. A female demon could give birth to hundreds of offspring in a year if she survived, or else they would have been wiped out long ago. And those nearby demons, seeing a few humans with such different mindsets, might cause a big commotion, so he had to find a way to disguise himself. Thinking of this, a name suddenly surfaced in Chen Chen's mind, and he silently recited it in his heart. Lin Mo. He called out the name 3 times, and suddenly, the yellow sand swirled around him, and a large expanse of black clouds appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun, as if a deity had descended. The next moment, a giant face formed from the black clouds appeared in the sky. The face had a green complexion and sharp teeth, looking extremely fierce. But once it recognized Chen Chen, it suddenly transformed into the somewhat handsome face of a young man from Huaxia, who stepped forward in astonishment and said, "Damn, brother, you have some guts. You just dealt such a heavy blow to the demon empire, and now you dare to come to their lair." Chen Chen summoned Lin Mo for a reason. The only way he could get information now was through Lin Mo. It was clear that Lin Mo couldn't enter the world of professionals. To find him, he can only come to the demon world. Chen Chen was always ready to activate the teleportation array to escape, and he said in a very low tone, "I'm currently trapped in Jiangnan City, and the Huaxia authorities have gone missing." "Do you have any clues? The Huaxia authorities have gone missing?" Lin Mo frowned. "Are you saying there's an air wall blocking you from getting out, or is it something else?" "There's no air wall," Chen Chen shook his head. "It's just that all messages can't get out, and the reinforcements that were originally scheduled seem to have disappeared. The secret realm stone has also malfunctioned, and I don't dare to explore outside the Jiangnan city limits." "The secret realm stone has malfunctioned?" Lin Mo raised his eyebrows seriously. "Then that's a big problem, brother. The secret realm stone is directly connected to the top figures in the country. Even the main god doesn't have the authority to cancel its communication because it is the unique causal tool granted by the main god to each country." "Causal tool?" Chen Chen wasn't in the mood to ask too many questions and said directly, "Do you have any clues?" Lin Mo furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment, as if a giant face above the dark clouds reached out to pinch his chin, thinking for a long time before saying, "3 possibilities. First, all the countries of practitioners outside of Huaxia launched an attack on Huaxia at the same time, and the top leaders of Huaxia, those level 200 powerhouses, were instantly killed. The second possibility is that Huaxia did something to anger the main god, and the main god intervened to eliminate this practitioner country. Since Huaxia is not outside the practitioner system, the secret realm stone would also malfunction. But that doesn't explain why the reinforcements from Huaxia haven't arrived. The third possibility, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and his expression turned grim. That would mean Huaxia has suddenly experienced an unprecedented secret realm out-of-control incident, where some extremely powerful secret realm creature descended with unimaginable might in an instant, and the main god fled. So the secret realm stone has issues. The more Qin Shen listened, the more confused he became. The main god can still run away? Lin Mo's face suddenly showed a mocking smile. You don't know much, do you? She not only runs away but also deceives people and takes advantage of them. Don't you understand? The so-called era of universal job change has arrived. In simple terms, the main god has kidnapped all of humanity to play her grand adventure of interdimensional travel. If we succeed in traveling, she benefits. If we fail, she absolutely won't take responsibility and will just run away. This statement completely shattered the worldview of the three people beside Li Xinghe. All three looked at Lin Mo with extreme disbelief. This was completely different from the education they had received since childhood. Even Chen Shen, the traveler, opened his mouth in momentary surprise but said nothing. Now, all three possibilities existed, and the information he could get from Lin Mo was limited to this. After all, he was currently hiding in the demon world and didn't dare to go out. With the sky full of yellow sand and 3 days of the same sky, his days were probably not easy either. Chen Shen changed the subject. Now that the situation is unclear, I've considered your previous proposal to help you solve the problem. What do you think? Help me solve the problem? Just moments ago, Lin Mo was full of himself, but he suddenly widened his eyes in shock, staring intently at Chen Shen. Brother, are you that brave? You're only level 30. Just asking if you want it or not. Chen Shen proudly crossed his arms. Although he was only level 30, everyone knew his real combat power. Goodness! Lin Mo's expression suddenly turned sinister. With your unmatched combat power, taking care of these people would be a piece of cake, right? If you help me sneak into the Demon Empire, and I help you cover your identity, then it's done. Bam! After a series of murmurs, Lin Mo clapped his hands with a crisp sound. Perfect, brother, let's do it this way. Thank you for your special assistance. Don't worry, cooperating with me will definitely not let you suffer. Before you leave, I must ensure you get an SSS level bloodline. Don't blow too much smoke, Chen Shen said lightly. You don't even have such a high-level bloodline yourself, do you? Hey, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed. You don't need to worry about that. Bloodlines are useless to me. With that, he waved his hand. Chen Shen's entire body suddenly manifested dark red skin, and his hair turned pure black, transforming him into a remarkably thin demon ape, a member of the ape demon clan. Li Xinghe became a robust stone demon. Wang Mubai turned into a serpent demon. Yang Chanxian transformed into a fire demon. The three examined their bodies and realized this was not an illusion but a genuine physical transformation, the nature of which was unknown. Alright, the plan is set. Whoosh! The face formed by the dark clouds in the sky suddenly morphed into a crow, cawing as it flew onto Chen Shen's shoulder. Next, it's up to this demon king. With me guiding you, you will surely wreak havoc in the demon world and achieve invincibility. At the peak of the heavens, standing proud among the immortals, with me, Lin Mo, the heavens will follow. The crow chattered boastfully on Chen Shen's shoulder. The three beside him were left in shock. Li Xinghe suddenly asked Chen Shen, Boss, what's his name? Lin Mo? The Demon King? Wang Mubai also reacted suddenly. Could it be that he is? Chen Shen calmly nodded. That's right, he is the hidden chosen one from Huaxia who defected back then. Lin Mo, now a level 200 professional. Ding ding ding, ding. The crow proudly began to tap dance, providing its own sound effects. With this king's arrival, the blue sky has been established. Do you know how difficult it has been for me to live here among these foolish, bloodthirsty demons? Finally, I can hang out with my fellow countrymen. The expressions of the few froze. The Demon King. Still that traitorous Demon King. Even without mentioning that identity, he was a level 200 professional, among the top powerhouses of various nations. How could he have such a good relationship with the boss? But I didn't mean it that way. Chen Shen shook his head helplessly. Who knew Lin Mo would be so familiar? Originally, he just thought that if Lin Mo showed up and immediately tried to kill him, he would undoubtedly activate the teleportation array and run, since he could escape at any time. If what Lin Mo said was true, he should help him. After all, he mentioned that life was tough in the Demon Empire, and his arrival would be somewhat of a boost for him. Unexpectedly, this guy was eager for it. Let's go. The crow raised its wings high, pointing into the distance. Next target, I'll take you to challenge the Crown Prince of the Demon Empire. Challenge the Crown Prince of the Demon Empire? Everyone was stunned. Was he really going to lead them to their deaths? Even Chen Shen only wanted to gain some benefits and leave. He didn't expect this crow to be so ambitious. But since they were already here, he said nothing more. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, the crow spread its wings. Over there are good things. As soon as the words left its mouth, Chen Chen rode the white dragon, a green lamp hovering beside him, and soared into the sky, striking down hard on a dirt slope 30 miles ahead. Boom! This strike was earth-shattering, raising clouds of dust, nearly burying all visibility in yellow sand, making it impossible to see anything. The next moment, from the yellow sand, like boiling thick soup, many small lobster-like demons jumped out. In this thick soup, Chen Chen jabbed his giant stick fiercely into the ground, stirring it violently, immediately eliciting many piercing screams and releasing white liquid. Those lobster-like demons not only looked like lobsters but also had the same body structure, with lobster heads, tails, and antennae, only they wielded long forks, which left the three in awe. You gained experience points, you gained experience points. You leveled up to level 34, prompt sounds continuously rang in Chen Chen's ears. At the same time, the Rui Jingu bang in his hand suddenly vanished, and a prompt sound followed. Ding! The experience time for the Rui Jingu bang has expired. Chen Chen looked at the empty Rui Jingu bang in his hand, his face filled with confusion. I have no weapon now, how am I supposed to play? He casually picked up a black gold long stick from the weapons that had exploded on the ground. This golden grade weapon was not as effective for him as the police baton, it only added a little over 100 points of attack power and could not be freely extended or shortened, which limited Chen Chen's attack range. A limited attack range meant he would fall into more danger. How annoying! It should be noted that Chen Chen had just reached level 34, and the indestructible talent provided only 34% physical damage reduction. Adding the 10% damage reduction from his title, he had a total of 44% physical damage reduction, which was far from invincible. He would have to wait until he reached level 100 to achieve 100% physical damage reduction, at which point he would be immune to physical damage, truly reaching the innate stone monkey realm of the great sage equal to heaven. After level 100, he would need to reach level 200 to achieve 100% energy damage reduction, meaning immunity to both magical and physical damage. That would be the peak power level of the great sage during the havoc in heaven. Even if thrown into the 8 trigrams furnace of Taishan Laojun, he would not be refined to death. Even the Buddha could only suppress him without harming him in the slightest. At that level of power, to kill Chen Chen, it would require the combined efforts of dozens of quasi-saints or the personal intervention of a saint. Bro, so your divine artifact is just a trial version, that's not good. Lin Mo, who had turned into a crow, pouted, flitting around and landing on Chen Chen's shoulder, his two black eyebrows knitted together. Looks like I need to find you a weapon first. Without a powerful weapon, your great sage equal to heaven class won't be able to unleash its full potential. Sure, what weapon should we look for? Chen Chen nodded eagerly upon hearing this. Lin Mo had been around for a while and was still the demon king contracted to everyone, although it seemed he was just a symbolic figure in the demon empire with no real power. But he definitely knew more about the demon world than Chen Chen did. Let me think. Lin Mo tucked his wings behind him and pondered with his head held high. After a moment, just as Chen Chen was holding the black gold long stick and had completely cleared out the little lobster demon tribe below, Lin Mo suddenly leaped up, flapping his wings against Chen Chen's face. I got it. Just give you that thing. Anyway, your requirement is that it can be long or short, big or small, durable and sturdy. What thing? A part of the demon god's body. Which part? Don't worry about which part. Chen Chen and Li Xinghe's expressions suddenly became a bit strange. By the way, what is this demon god body? Li Xinghe asked thoughtfully. The demon god, also known as the creator god of this world, was an existence that once reached the peak level of 500, and the remnants left behind are called the demon god body. That demon god is referred to as the ancient demon god, and the era he belonged to is called the primitive era. Every part of his body is an extremely powerful symbol in the demon empire. Coincidentally, I know where that part is. Lin Mo answered carefully while pondering, finally flapping his wings vigorously. Hey! That thing can really only be obtained by you. Then let's go. After clearing out the little lobster tribe, Chen Chen unexpectedly found an A-grade prodigy bloodline among them. He was surprised to see such a high-level bloodline on a small lobster demon in swaddling clothes. No wonder you wanted me to fight this demon tribe. You already knew there was an undeveloped demon prodigy here? Of course. Lin Mo proudly crossed his wings at his waist. I wanted to give you a little taste of what my demon king's background is. All the prodigies in the entire demon world, whether they have grown or not, as long as their tribes have conducted large-scale demon king rituals to communicate with me, I will know. Everyone gaped in astonishment at Lin Mo's authority in this world. Was this going to lead to a complete extermination? The prodigies hadn't even matured yet, and he already knew then directly brought Chen Chen to kill the prodigy in its swaddling state. The shrimp demon tribe, which was supposed to rise because of this prodigy, thus faded into history. Now Chen Chen was completely convinced that this kid Lin Mo didn't care at all about the life and death of the demon world. Now that you have no weapon, the few tribes you just prepared for, if you go to encircle them now, you might encounter some trouble. I need to replan your route. The new route is Demon God Body. Lin Mo raised his wings high and pointed in another direction. Chen Chen and the others naturally continued forward. In this perilous demon empire, they couldn't find their way and could only proceed under Lin Mo's guidance. Soon, the oases in front began to multiply, and these oases were all transformed from tree demons or grass demons. On one hand, they provided water and plants for the nearby demon tribes, and on the other hand, they served as sentinels. Lin Mo didn't care about that. He flew up into the sky, chattering and shouting at Chen Chen, "Kill them all, kill them all. I hate tree demons and flower demons the most, damn it, they don't have many sacrifices all day long, but their demands are plenty. Mainly, their lifespans are way too long." Chen Chen was speechless. He raised his black gold long stick and began to slaughter the demons. The flower demons and grass demons weren't hard to kill. After all, they hadn't reached the level of the cloud flower. It was enough to extinguish their root systems completely. After clearing the outer oases, everyone finally arrived at a dog-headed dog demon tribe. These dog demons had their heads protruding forward, with interlocking fangs, a pair of dog ears standing upright, and their crimson eyes looked similar to wolves, but Lin Mo insisted they were dogs. Don't get it wrong, these are dog demons. Wolf demons have longer and thinner mouths, and wolf demons are not scavengers, but they are. When I first arrived, I mistook a dog demon for a wolf demon and almost exposed my human identity. Soon, everyone found many decaying corpses buried in the mud within the dog demon tribe. Most of these corpses were human. Each household of dog demons, like preparing a meal before eating, used their noses to dig up these corpses from the soil, then the whole family would tear into them, blood and fluids flowing everywhere, making everyone feel utterly disgusted. Damn! Chen Chen cursed loudly, charging into the dog demon tribe, raising his long stick without a word and smashing down, first destroying the 3 huge dog demon tents in the center. The 3 level 50 dog demon elders didn't even make a sound before they kicked the bucket. Intruders, woof! I see them clearly, a snake demon, a monkey demon, and a stone demon. Woof! They probably aren't from nearby tribes, they're rangers. Block them, woof! Shouts mixed with dog howls rang out. Originally, the main god would translate languages at any time, allowing Chen Chen and the others to understand. Logically, they shouldn't be able to understand in the demon world, but with Lin Mo's identity enhancement, everyone could understand the dog demon's language. Chen Chen quickly dragged his stick, bent forward, and rushed into a group of dog demons, sweeping down with a stick. The sound of experience prompts and critical damage increases rang in his ears. This dog demon tribe isn't small. Adult dog demons are all above level 30. Most of them can provide me with critical damage. Chen Chen smirked. This was a good thing. They think we're rangers, otherwise, they would have summoned all the demon tribes from outside to attack us. Really, it's all thanks to this disguise. Li Xinghe and the others were ecstatic, charging into the crowd to kill wildly. However, they were very cautious and only fought against dog demons of level 20 or below. Before long, the sounds of leveling up came one after another. Boss, I've reached level 19. I've reached level 18. The 3 of them all leveled up to above level 18, just one step away from level 20. Chen Chen knew that once they reached level 20, he would need to help them access the secret realm world. Very good, keep leveling up. I told you, following this demon king, you won't suffer any losses. The crow on Chen Chen's shoulder hopped around, sometimes flying up into the air, sometimes landing and laughing maniacally. Kill all these damned demons. Not a single one of them shows any respect for this demon king, treating me like a big router, spewing all sorts of nonsense at me. I've wanted to deal with them for a long time, if it weren't for the world's rules. The crow's cawing was filled with deep resentment. It was clear that Lin Mo had been enduring them for quite some time. It was easy to imagine that being the signal relay for the entire demon world, all the demons' prayers and wishes reached Lin Mo's ears, which must have been incredibly annoying for him every day. Not to mention, Lin Mo had no empathy for the demons at all. After all, he was human, he didn't eat people. As he spoke, Lin Mo suddenly jumped onto Chen Chen's head and pecked at him gently. Bro, look ahead, there are good things in this tribe. Chen Chen had just smashed a dog demon general to death. This general was a towering 5 or 6 meters tall, blocking out the sun, and after being beaten to a pulp by his black gold staff, it slowly fell after a heavy blow to the head. It was also a level 50 demon. What Chen Chen didn't expect was that it dropped a death staff. Death staff? Platinum level, a stick-type weapon attack power plus 300. Special effect Reaper's Roar, normal attacks can scatter, dealing equal damage to nearby targets. The stronger the normal attack, the further the scatter. This item was quite useful for him, although it wasn't as satisfying as the golden cudgel. The weapon's scattering effect was something he could use. After equipping the death staff, Chen Chen looked in the direction Lin Mo pointed, only to see a cute little dog demon, all fluffy, slowly standing up inside a tent behind the dog-headed general, staring at Chen Chen with big innocent eyes, letting out a small whimper and licking his feet. What the hell? Chen Chen cursed in surprise. This little dog demon is so cute? Forget it, Lin Mo said coldly from the side. When they grow up, their fur will fall out, revealing the dark red skin of a demon, looking like a skin dog. Do you still think it's cute? Quick, smash it to death with a stick. Facing the innocent little dog demon's gaze, Chen Chen hesitated for a moment but ultimately brought down the stick. Oh whoa! A delicate little dog cry rang out, and the little dog demon turned into a puddle of blood and mud. However, a scarlet halo floated out from it, slowly descending onto Chen Chen and merging with him. The crow on Chen Chen's shoulder suddenly had blood-red eyes, cawing with excitement. This little dog demon, having lost its parents at a young age, was bullied and prayed to me every night, telling me about its tragic childhood and how it missed its mother. I felt something was off. Logically, such a small dog demon should have died long ago, and now it seems I was right. It has the fate of rising against the heavens. You're really something, man. Chen Chen sighed with a hint of emotion. This little dog regarded Lin Mo as its only god, but the god didn't care at all. What are you talking about, man? The crow huffed angrily. I'm not a demon, nor am I its parents. Its life or death has nothing to do with me. All right. Chen Chen raised his thumb. He may not be human, but you are definitely a dog. Just then, a notification sound rang in his ears. You have obtained the S-Rank Dog Demon Bloodline Heaven-Swallowing Demon Dog. S-Rank Bloodline? Chen Chen's eyes widened suddenly, and the crow on his shoulder proudly patted him. Doesn't it feel like you're cheating in a speedrun game? I, Lin Mo, have nothing to say about my fellow countrymen. Chen Chen nodded and checked the S-Rank Dog Demon Bloodline. It's actually called the Heaven-Swallowing Demon Dog. What a powerful name. S-Rank Heaven-Swallowing Demon Dog Bloodline all attributes plus 10 effect. Transform into a 30-jung tall heaven-swallowing demon dog, increasing strength and constitution by 30%. All attacks have a 30% lifesteal effect. Alright, these stats are indeed more impressive. The few A-rank demon god seeds from the regular army of the Demon Empire were so arrogant. If this little dog demon grew up, who knows how arrogant the S-Rank heaven-swallowing demon dog would become. Having lost his parents at a young age and suffered bullying, yet possessing a top-tier bloodline. What is this? This is the protagonist template. It's a pity. Halfway through, he was intercepted by Lin Mo, this heartless demon king. Looking at the small pile of flesh and blood on the ground, Chen Chen used the finger transformation divine ability, pointing a finger. Transform. Whoosh. His mental energy was instantly depleted, but that pile of flesh and blood immediately turned into a healthy little dog demon, jumping and running out. The crow on his shoulder was stunned, falling off Chen Chen and turning back to look at him in shock. Wait, buddy, you just turned a dead person into a living one. Isn't this a rule ability? You're only level 30 and already have a rule ability? We're all hidden chosen ones, do you have to be so biased? Chen Chen smiled, pinching the crow with 2 fingers and tossing it into the sky. I told you I'm a primordial god, do you understand what that means? Alright, your status does seem a bit higher. Lin Mo sighed, stabilizing himself in the air. Speaking of which, there hasn't been a primordial god from Huaxia yet. Can you take me to see? Sure. Chen Chen grinned. The primordial realm is my home ground. No matter what kind of demon king you are, once you enter the primordial realm, if you're a dragon, you must coil, if you're a tiger, you must crouch. Although he still didn't know what Lin Mo was plotting behind the scenes, but he knew that Lin Mo was helping him so tirelessly, definitely having some ulterior motives in the demon world. Up until now, he couldn't tell whether this person was friend or foe. Lin Mo also knew of Chen Chen's wariness, so he tried to show that he wasn't lying. But trust isn't so easily established, is it? With this heaven-swallowing demon dog bloodline, Chen Chen looked at his cooling law of heaven and earth, happily receiving a smaller version of it. But, did you resurrect that little dog demon because of your conscience? Lin Mo suddenly said in a gloomy tone, Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you, in the demon world, you can do anything, but you mustn't touch your conscience. Chen Chen then swung the staff of death fiercely downwards, striking the ground hard. The massive scattering effect directly created spiderweb-like cracks on the ground, collapsing the entire foundation of the dog demon tribe with a loud crash. The sky exploded with massive damage notifications. A notification sound rang in Chen Chen's ears. You have gained experience points. You have gained experience points. Your critical damage has increased. The 2,000 to 3,000 inhabitants of the dog demon tribe were slaughtered by Chen Chen in an instant. Amidst the smoke and dust, the young man slightly lowered his head, revealing a curved smile. What do you think? Do I look like a saint? Looking at the terrifying damage, the crow suddenly shrank its shoulders, flapping around in midair. Alright, pretend I never mentioned it. Chen Chen looked at his experience points, still a small amount away from level 35. Not far away. The other 10 or so tribes nearby quickly gathered around. A lizard-like demon, draped in a magnificent robe, appeared refined and cultured as he spread his hands towards Chen Chen and the others. Let's be reasonable, dear rangers. There's no need for such a massacre, is there? You can't possibly eat all these people. Isn't that just a waste? Old man, who asked you to say so much? Li Xinghe raised his spear, ready to teach the lizard demon a lesson, but was stopped by Chen Chen. Don't be hasty. He turned to look at Lin Mo. What, do demons have rules too? If you can't eat it, don't kill? There is such a saying. Lin Mo scratched his head. Then aren't we breaking the rules? Li Xinghe frowned. Well, a bit, yes. Lin Mo awkwardly admitted. But seeing the nearby demon tribes gathering more and more, each with unfriendly expressions, he felt uneasy. You kill so many and can't eat them. It's simply a desecration to the Demon King. I didn't say that. Don't spread rumors. Lin Mo waved his wings in denial. He gestured to Chen Chen. Go over there, there's something good. Chen Chen currently didn't have the Nimbus Cloud ability. Suddenly leaping onto Wang Mubai's back, the group charged out of the demon tribe. The ground was littered with the corpses of dog demons, which were quickly devoured clean by the nearby tribes. This starkly different social law from the human world sent chills down everyone's spines. So they came to share the food? That's not wrong to say. Lin Mo's tone was somewhat somber. In the eyes of demons, they won't casually harm food they can't finish, which is very different from humans. Indeed. Chen Chen smirked. Humans, even if they can't finish, will try to kill all the living ones to prevent them from growing and causing harm. But he couldn't care less about morality right now. He just wanted to level up. Quickly reach level 40, then enter the primordial world to start the second transfer quest. Boss, I've reached level 20. Me too. Li Xinghe and the others chimed in. Just now, with Chen Chen's strike, the dog demon tribe was wiped out, and the experience they sensed nearby pushed them all to level 20. Don't rush, save the experience for now. Once I hit level 40, I'll take you all through the secret realm quickly. Chen Chen waved his hand. He saw Lin Mo flying towards a massive tribe on the ground. Without hesitation, he brought his staff down with a thunderous crash. But this time, the strike was blocked by an enormous hand. The dog-headed statue, gripping the tip of the staff of death tightly, remained unmoved despite the staff's radiant red glow and the explosive sound it produced. It was hard to believe that even without the Rui Jingu Bang, Chen Chen's strike could deal over 70,000 damage and yet be so easily blocked. Chen Chen halted his momentum in midair, suddenly jabbing downwards, piercing the giant hand and pinning it to the ground. He jumped onto one end of the staff of death, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Lin Mo, what's going on? Boom! The massive hands suddenly lifted, emitting a buzzing sound. To dare to confront the great Clarence head-on, I must admit your courage. In the next moment, Chen Chen followed the giant hand's direction and saw the main figure, ears like giant fans, as large as clouds. A long nose swayed down, the skin an abnormal dead gray, and two crimson eyes were staring right at him. Elephant demon. Chen Chen uttered a term. Correct. Lin Mo's voice followed. You must be careful, the demon god's body is within the elephant demon tribe. Go, great sage, take them down, retrieve your weapon, and then we can do something big. Boom! As the towering figure of the elephant demon stood up, its massive hands came crashing down towards Chen Chen. He finally felt the terrifying force behind it. If he were to be truly crushed beneath it, he would undoubtedly die. It was even more horrifying than the giant demons he had faced before. Is it really that powerful? Chen Chen was shocked, as if the difficulty had suddenly escalated. The elephant demon is one of the 5 royal families of the Demon Empire. Lin Mo chuckled. Although this elephant demon tribe is not large, it is a major tribe stationed at the northern border of the Demon Empire, with about 2,000 to 3,000 elephant demons, each of whom is above level 50 upon reaching adulthood. Why the hell didn't you say that earlier? Chen Chen rode on Wang Mubai, weaving through the elephant demons, dodging their attacks, and dared not let the others scatter. He knew that the output was extraordinarily terrifying. Even he could be killed in an instant, and if they spread out, they would almost certainly die. I told you earlier, would you still dare to come? Lin Mo retorted confidently. Chen Chen looked up and saw that the situation was dire. In the distance, the ground shook. A line of elephant demons stomped forward, wielding weapons dozens of meters long, jabbing at Chen Chen like harpoons. If he were hit, it would surely mean instant death. So this is the true strength of the 5 royal families of the Demon Empire. Chen Chen no longer dared to underestimate them. These elephant demons were worlds apart from ordinary demons, and this was the real power of the Demon Empire. That's right. Lin Mo continued to chatter. I wanted you to feel it in advance. The entire Demon Empire is supported by the 5 royal families. Each royal family almost inherently possesses the potential of an A-class professional, and once they reach adulthood, they are at least level 50. Such a unique advantage. Chen Chen fell silent. No wonder Huaxia had suffered so badly before. Then I won't hold back any longer. Suddenly, Chen Chen let out a thunderous roar, his golden fur cascading down as he transformed into a massive dog-headed humanoid with a crescent-shaped mark on his forehead. His true form is the sky-eating demon dog. The death staff in his hand seemed to respond to some call, growing larger as well. Were these two originally a set? Chen Chen pondered. Now transformed into the sky-eating demon dog, his size was comparable to that of the elephant demons, both towering at dozens of meters. He raised the massive staff high and brought it down hard on an elephant demon in front of him. Boom! The elephant demon's head was instantly smashed like a watermelon, and the splash damage caused the surrounding elephant demons to tumble backward. Previously, Chen Chen had a size disadvantage, but now not only was that gone, but the bloodline enhancement of the sky-eating demon dog also boosted his base attributes. Put! An elephant demon pierced through Chen Chen's back, but under the blood-sucking effect of the sky-eating demon dog, his health quickly replenished. At the same time, Chen Chen slowly opened his large mouth and bit down hard on the neck of an elephant demon, swallowing half of its body. The surrounding elephant demons looked on in horror. This is the sky-eating demon wolf, a prodigy that hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years? An S-class demon seed. How could it appear on a ranger? The white-skinned elephant demon observing the battlefield suddenly narrowed its eyes. This ranger was originally a monkey demon, and suddenly transformed into a sky-eating demon dog. Could it be that the one who annihilated the dog demon tribe was him? So that's it, he actually obtained the bloodline of the sky-eating demon dog. No wonder. In the demon world, bloodlines are not fixed. If one has the strength to kill other high bloodline prodigies, they can devour their bloodlines and use them for themselves, making the path of growth for each prodigy incredibly difficult. Without the support of tribal forces, one could easily end up with nothing left. Even within a tribe, it is not uncommon for the chieftain's son to devour the bloodlines of the lower tribesmen. Ah, that's great. The white-skinned elephant demon suddenly let out a joyful trumpet. My clan hasn't seen an S-rank bloodline holder in hundreds of years, and now one has come right to our door. Quick! He summoned his clan members. Activate the Demon King's confinement formation. We must keep this ape demon in the tribe. Yes. Suddenly, the sound of trumpeting echoed through the heavens and earth, rising and falling. More elephant demons charged in, their numbers increasing. Chen Chen, transformed into a sky-devouring demon dog, continued to pile up the corpses. With each strike, he could almost bring an elephant demon down to its last breath, and the second strike would surely kill. What shocked Chen Chen was that this damn elephant demon could actually withstand one of my basic attacks? What else could be said but that they were formidable? Even the level 80 commander Duo Yun was nearly obliterated under his single blow. Now, almost every ordinary elephant demon could withstand one of his basic attacks, which made Chen Chen marvel at their racial talents. If this were on the battlefield, a single elephant demon would likely be hard to kill even with thousands of Huaxia soldiers attacking it, each one a humanoid boss. A dozen or so elephant demons formed a charge squad and thundered towards Chen Chen, their massive force knocking him off balance. Great strength! He suddenly activated the Great Strength ability. His power surged again, but his mental energy was depleted. Next came the brutal melee, with no technique involved. One by one, the elephant demons fell, howling in agony under Chen Chen's massive strikes. After activating Great Strength, each blow could kill an elephant demon outright, unstoppable. This infuriated the white-skinned elephant demon who called himself Clorens. He had thought that in front of the noble elephant demon clan, a mere ape demon ranger could be taken down in an instant. However, as the casualties among his kin increased, he had to abandon that thought. The elephant demons were not a high-yield race. This tribe had only 2,000 to 3,000 members, and they could muster just over 1,000 adult elephant demons. Each loss was a blow to their status within the empire. Clorens, the white-skinned elephant demon, waved his hand. Stop, stop. As he gestured, the elephant demons outside halted and retreated to the sides, watching Chen Chen with keen eyes. The white-skinned elephant demon strode up to Chen Chen, locking eyes with him. His tone was unfriendly but filled with a desire for goodwill. This ranger, if you don't mind, our elephant demon clan is willing to grant you the title of count. From now on, you will no longer need to venture out for food. I will supply you with all the resources you need for your cultivation. What do you say? It was the same old tactic. When faced with a genius they couldn't defeat, they sought to recruit him. Chen Chen tapped the back of his head in annoyance, muttering under his breath. This tactic is so old. What can be done? Though old, it works, Lin Mo's voice echoed in his ear. If they can't beat you, they'll try to integrate you. The 5 royal families still have some intelligence, otherwise, how could the demon empire stand for so long? Should we join? Chen Chen asked. Let's join, Lin Mo nodded. With so many elephant demons, if you really go all out, you risk being killed. After all, your bloodline transformation only lasts for a limited time. Chen Chen initially wanted to say that he still had the ability to manipulate the heavens and earth, along with several other A-rank bloodline transformations that could connect together, allowing him to last a long time. However, after calculating, he realized that the strength of those A-rank transformations was insufficient, and he still had a high chance of being killed. Moreover, each of these elephant demons was boss level, but killing them wouldn't yield rewards commensurate with a boss. After working hard all day to kill one, he only gained a slight increase in critical damage. Why should he stubbornly fight? There were so many demons, wouldn't it be better to find some easier ones to kill and quickly rack up critical damage? He nodded at the white-skinned elephant demon. Okay, but you must swear to the demon king that you will not attack me. Hearing this, the white-skinned elephant demon squinted his eyes. Of course. With a wave of his hand, he established a vow formation. Supreme Demon Lord, I swear to you that the Elephant Demon Clan will never actively harm this ape demon before us. Whoosh! A deep voice emanated from the formation. I have heard your vow. The Elephant Demon Clan must not harm the ape demon before us. The white-skinned elephant demon's face stiffened. He had originally said they would not actively harm, leaving room for interpretation. Unexpectedly, what the Demon Lord heard was that they absolutely could not harm. My lord, I said we would not actively harm. He continued, unwilling to give up. Absolutely cannot harm? Good, I have heard your vow. Yes, not actively harm. Good, absolutely cannot harm. Clorens was bewildered. What the hell? Is there something wrong with your acceptance system, Demon Lord? Or was the formation set up incorrectly? Demon Lord, I reiterate, I said we would not actively harm. I have heard your vow, and we will absolutely not harm. Vow established. Clorens and all the elephant demons went crazy. No way. Demon Lord, we didn't make that vow. No, we didn't say we would absolutely not harm. Request to cancel the vow. Goodness, if he attacks us, can we not fight back? Where does this kind of tyrannical agreement come from? Damn. Chen Chen found it amusing, while Li Xinghe and the others couldn't hold back at all. The Demon Lord? The Demon Lord is on our side. He glanced at the crow on his shoulder. Aren't you tired of playing both roles? Be serious, others are taking oaths. Lin Mo's expression was very solemn, then he pecked at his feathers. I must remind you, this vow binds the elephant demons, but the constraints are not strong. At worst, they can offer me sacrifices afterward to appease the Demon Lord's anger. As one of the 5 great royal families, I don't have the authority to deal with them directly. Why is this Demon Lord so useless? Chen Chen quickly took the opportunity to mock. The supreme he just heard seemed to carry a mocking tone as well. They say if you don't give you face, then they won't give you face. Li Xinghe also pouted. After all, I'm an outsider. Lin Mo's tone was quite helpless. You have no idea how difficult it was to reach an agreement with the 5 great royal families. If I hadn't feigned a move to intimidate them, making them unable to discern my true strength, I would have long been stripped of my intelligence and turned into a specialized large-scale information relay. Do demons have such high intelligence? Chen Chen suddenly felt it was a bit unreliable. From what he understood about demons, they didn't seem to have that many tricks up their sleeves. Then you are mistaken. Lin Mo shook his head repeatedly. Ordinary lower-tier demons can't match human intelligence, but the 5 great royal families' intelligence can even surpass that of humans. As for the top-tier demon elders, each has absorbed knowledge from many worlds and integrated it. Their knowledge is something I can only look up to. I see. Chen Chen nodded. So now we just infiltrate the elephant demon tribe and get that demon god's body and leave. Exactly. Seeing that the matter was settled, the white-skinned elephant demon's demonic aura flickered as he quickly forced a smile. Stepping forward to pat Chen Chen's shoulder, brave ape demon, you have gained the recognition of the elephant demon clan, coming quickly. Witnessing the transformation from conflict to peace, many elephant demons suddenly turned around, their eyes filled with curiosity. After all, for an S-class prodigy to have such strong self-defense capabilities was rare even within the Demon Empire. Chen slowly stepped forward. He was standing at the entrance of the Elephant Demon tribe. At this moment, when the two massive gates woven from the corpses of the elephant demons swung open, Chen finally saw how prosperous the elephant demon tribe was. The palace made of gigantic bones was polished to perfection, and each elephant demon resembled a deity of a small tribe, raising their own food species. They enslaved several pig demons, dog demons, and cow demons. When hungry, they would pick a plump pig demon to slaughter. To entertain Chen, a few of them watched as pairs of pig demons were placed over the fire, the elephant demons acting as chefs grinned widely, their large tusks protruding, nodding at Chen. They smeared some sauce made from human flesh on the pig demons. It was evident that human flesh was a high-grade ingredient. There were almost no gemstones in the tribe. The Demon Empire did not value gemstones but revered the bones of enemies or prey. Here, Chen saw no less than 100 types of polished bone products, some bones crystal clear, emitting a soft green glow, others pale and enormous, and some filled with vast divine power. All the tools of the Demon Empire were also made from these bones. Otherwise, they were used to refine the souls of prey. Everything seemed to be filled with a sense of dread. Now I understand why you don't like it here, Chen murmured softly. The few people beside him were on the verge of vomiting, thinking that what would be served to them later would definitely be roasted pig demon meat with human flesh sauce. Lin Mo, however, remained calm as water and said softly, "The demons have no agriculture. Everything must be obtained from the corpses of enemies. Such a civilization should be like this. This is too much like the Lion Camel Ridge. Isn't it even more terrifying than the Lion Camel Ridge?" Wang Mubai shook his head inside, shaking the crow's tail frantically. "Where exactly is that demon god relic you mentioned? Hurry up and get it. Let's leave quickly. I can't stay here for another second." "Don't be anxious. We must first attend the banquet." Soon, the banquet welcoming Chen began. The Elephant Demon clan placed great importance on Chen. Not only had they set up a feast and prepared delicacies, but they also invited all the esteemed elephant demons in the tribe to sit at a round table, feasting on various roasted demon corpses laid out before them. "May I ask your name?" Clorens inquired elegantly of Chen. Currently, the clan leader is stationed at the border, and most of the top elders are in the imperial capital accompanying His Majesty. Once they return, they can petition the empire for your title. Chen's mind was filled with thoughts of turning against them as soon as he obtained the demon god relic. The lifestyle customs of demons and humans were too different. He maintained a cold expression, still embodying the form of the sky-swallowing demon dog, neither eating nor drinking, simply sitting proudly on a bone chair. "Morlensa, tell him your name is Morlensa," Lin Mo whispered in his ear. Chen nodded. He had now placed these few people in his ear. The sky-swallowing demon dog was dozens of feet long, and the few people hiding in his ear were completely undetectable. He turned his gaze to Clorens. "My name is Morlensa." Chen did not understand the meaning of this demon name. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this name, Clorens' massive trunk swayed, and the two pairs of blood-red eyes beneath his fan-like ears squinted, gradually revealing a look of shock. "So that's how it is? I apologize for the previous offense." Saying this, he raised a giant bone cup filled with blood wine and apologized to Chen. Bang! Chen clinked his cup of blood wine with Clorens, also not drinking the foul-smelling blood wine, but secretly using his mental power to refine a portion of the blood wine in the cup. He then used his ability to communicate with Lin Mo. "What's going on? What does the name Morlensa represent?" "This is an open secret among the 5 royal families," Lin Mo chuckled. "The Emperor of the Demon Empire shows affection wherever he goes. Any offspring with his bloodline will be prefixed with the name Morlensa." "What does that mean?" Chen was confused. "I've become the illegitimate child of the Demon Empire's emperor." "You could say that, but there are countless illegitimate children. If you don't have strength, you won't gain respect. If you do have strength, you could fight your way into the imperial capital and contend for the throne." "I understand." Chen nodded secretly. Throughout the banquet, he continuously used his abilities to consume the blood food without actually eating. The banquet lasted several hours before it finally came to an end. Who would have thought that after it ended? Boom boom! Several large, round, snow-white female elephant demons approached, causing the ground to tremble. They gracefully walked towards Chen, throwing flirtatious glances while wrapping their arms around him, leading him into a palace, their hands reaching for his lower body, looking quite aroused. "Lord Morlensa, today we will take care of your mating." This was even more intense. Damn! Chen was almost stunned. A massive thick, snow-white elephant behind swayed in front of him. Lin Mo laughed heartily. "Enjoy it well. In the demon world, besides fighting, the second most important thing is mating. which is also the reason they have been able to reproduce until now. Get lost. Chen Chen looked at the few elegant female elephant demons with their round bodies and couldn't muster any interest. Li Xingha and the others began to tease. Boss, just endure a bit. Yeah, press F to enter tank mode. Boss, if you can't resist, just enjoy it. Clarenza nodded secretly. Receiving an S-class demon seed today made him very happy. Plus, with the name Marensa, ordinary demon tribes might not know, but as one of the 5 royal families, he was very clear. It was very likely the illegitimate child of a royal, with the potential to compete for the throne in the future. It was not uncommon for illegitimate children to ascend to the throne in the Demon Empire. After all, the Demon Empire revered the strong, and there were no rules to speak of. He clapped his hands. Clap clap. Next, slender fox demons, giant version, wolf demons, and others walked towards Chen Chen's palace. We must serve Lord Marensa well. Watching the female demons posing in front of him, Chen Chen exploded. After thinking, he realized that refusing might expose his identity. So he waved his hand, using his external avatar to leave an empty shell, while his main body turned invisible and quietly disappeared from the spot. Boom! Outside the massive skeletal palace, Chen Chen revealed his true form as an ape demon, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Inside the palace, loud crashing sounds and beastly roars had already begun to echo. Where exactly are the remnants of the demon god? Chen Chen quickly asked Lin Mo. Lin Mo chuckled. Aren't you curious to see how your avatar performs heroically? One against many. Shut the hell up, or I'll rip your crow apart. Chen Chen shouted in anger. Li Xingha and the others looked speechless. Boss, we've really never seen a scene like this. The black crow flapped its wings, leaving a trace in the void to guide the way, and Chen Chen waved his hand to make it invisible as well. In the dangerous tribe patrolled by demons, the group moved stealthily. Chen Chen occasionally transformed into various small objects, his mental energy rapidly depleting. But with Lin Mo leading the way, finding the items wasn't too difficult. Just then, as they passed by an elephant demon tent, Chen Chen suddenly overheard a few discussions. Did you know? It's said that His Majesty the Emperor's demotion of the Demon Lord is about to begin. Yeah, the Demon Lord has been unable to break through to the divine realm for a long time, and the Emperor's patience has run out. Lower your voice, don't say these things near the Demon Lord's altar. Everyone listened for a moment, and Lin Mo's bird face actually revealed a dark expression. A few people nearby began to tease him. Oh dear. Li Xingha elongated his tone, speaking in a sarcastic manner. So it turns out that some people are having such a hard time after defecting. Yang Qianqian also sighed and looked at Lin Mo with pity. So you are here, almost in a position similar to that of a national treasure. If you can't break through, just switch to another treasure. Chen Chen looked at Lin Mo, his eyes sparkling. He originally thought Lin Mo was just involved in internal strife, but he didn't expect him to be treated like an object. So tragic. He patted Lin Mo's feathers. It's okay, don't be angry. If you need our help, just say so. After all, we are fellow townsfolk. Lin Mo flew into the air, his black feathers exploding outwards, resembling a fluffy ball. Edmund III, you impotent, short, weak bastard who can't even have a son. Don't let me find an opportunity, otherwise, I'll destroy all you filthy demon people and recreate the earth, wind, and fire. I curse your whole family, I curse your demon ancestors, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. For the first time, Chen Chen discovered how good Lin Mo was at cursing. He went on for over 10 minutes without repeating himself, mixing in various local dialects. It was clear he didn't know that the Demon Empire planned to reforge him. Hearing it now made him explode with anger. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Mo finally calmed down, landing on Chen Chen's shoulder and looking at him with a somewhat grim tone. Brother, I really need your help now. I have no strength to fight back. My true form is bound on the altar, and due to the laws of heaven and earth, I can't break the rules to protect myself. I had been dragging the Demon Empire, making them think I hadn't broken through level 200. In fact, I broke through last year, but to shake off this divine position's laws, I still need some accumulation. Originally, after this battle with the demon gods, my accumulation should have been enough, but now it seems they don't plan to give me time. I must act faster. Chen Chen pondered over these words for a while. So, your plan is not just to break through level 200 and secure this divine position, but to refine this divine position? Exactly. A cold glint crossed Lin Mo's face. At that time, when my identity was exposed in the Demon Empire, I was just a step away from death. In a critical moment, I directly refined the ancient altar left by the original demon god, which allowed me to ascend to this demon king position, becoming the god of all demon people, making them dare not touch me. But those old guys know I'm human. They must be thinking of refining me in reverse, while I want to completely refine the original demon god's altar, truly becoming a free god, breaking free from the demon people's faith control. With this, Chen Chen completely understood. So what exactly do we need to do? No rush. Lin Nemo shook his head. First, we need to retrieve the remains of the original demon god. He pointed in a direction. With a bang, a platform somewhere suddenly opened and descended, revealing a vast ancient well within. The well was filled with blood, seemingly the drinking water reserve of the demon tribe. We go down from here. Lin Nemo waved his wings. Chen Chen and the others suddenly jumped down, and after a short while, they felt themselves descending through the blood, their nostrils and fur soaked in it, a strong, sweet scent flooding their noses. Damn, this place is really bizarre. Submerged in this blood lake, everyone felt their blood volume slowly decreasing. Is this for real? Aren't they using blood as drinking water? Why is it poisoned? To prevent anyone from coming in and causing destruction, they placed some curses that only the demon people can break. Lin Mo explained beside them. A black bubble appeared around him, wrapping the crow within it. Gudu. After the four of them went down, the surface of the water bulged with several blood bubbles, and then there was no more sound. It was unclear how long they had been sinking when Chen Chen suddenly touched a thick iron chain. Horse demon transformation. He abruptly transformed into a horse demon towering over Ten Zhang, fiercely gripping the iron chain and stomping forward with his front hooves. With a loud crash, strands of ghostly light cascaded from below, illuminating a blood-red glow. Only then did they see that it was a bronze gate, unguarded, but inside was densely packed with the bones of the elephant demon clan. After entering the bronze gate, they found themselves on a path of white bones, the extent of which was unknown. Li Xinghe looked around in amazement. So this is the burial ground of the elephant demons. You could say that. The elephant demons have no burial grounds, their dead are eaten by their kin, who absorb their power and then place the bones here. Hey, that's ruthless, even eating their own kind. What do demons not eat? They chatted casually as they traversed the path of white bones, encountering no danger. However, the scene before them left them in awe. The view opened up, with the blood lake isolated by the bronze gate. Inside was a brand new world, with forests and oases, bursting with vibrant life, starkly different from the demon world outside, which was filled with yellow sand. At the same time, they had yet to discover any traces of the tree demons or flower demons. Li Xinghe walked forward slowly, plucking a fruit resembling an apple from a tree and taking a bite. The branches and leaves are sweet, the taste refreshing. His eyes lit up. It's edible. The others leaned in, their expressions curious. Chen Chen couldn't help but cast a doubtful glance at Lin Mo. What's going on? There are no plants to cultivate in the demon world, how could there be any here? That's the wonder of the primal demon god, Lin Mo said, his eyes flickering as he explained to the others. According to the ancient texts I collected in the demon royal court, this demon world was once a vibrant continent tens of thousands of years ago, home to several more normal races. They lived by farming or herding, much like humans. The power system was a magical system formed by communicating with the elements of heaven and earth, a fantastical world where human kingdoms waged war against each other. The first primal demon god was a magical genius who spanned the ages, achieving the rank of a holy domain magic master at just 300 years old. He found a way to control this world, known as the primal demon god altar. After he perfected the altar, he stripped the entire world of all vitality, controlling all the elements, effectively enslaving the world, and then he was jointly killed by the geniuses that emerged from various kingdoms. Logically, the elements and vitality should have been returned to this world, but the heroes who killed the primal demon god ended up in internal conflict, fighting over the primal demon god altar, leading to the birth of the second-generation demon god, who continued to rule the world, only to be killed by a new batch of heroes. This cycle repeated for tens of thousands of years, until the primal demon god altar was shattered and sealed, and the world had long since become a wreck, eventually giving rise to the demon empire, which had become strange and peculiar in the demon god war, with humans and other races turning into demons. Oh, the others listened, their tones elongated, nodding repeatedly. So that's how it is. It feels like we've just heard a chronicle of a magical empire. I didn't expect the origin of the demon world to be like this. Wang Mubai sighed. It's all due to human greed. So, only in places where the remains of the primal demon god exist can the world return to its previous normal state, which is why the elephant demon tribe guards this place so tightly, Chen Chen pondered, biting his nails as he spoke. That's right. Lin Mo slowly flew forward, while Chen Chen watched his back and thought, Lin Mo is also a hero. This guy awakened to the demon world profession, and in such a brutal place, he managed to rise to the top before his identity was exposed. Then he refined the broken original demon god altar in one fell swoop, even managing to secretly influence and control the demon world without attacking Huaxia. Now he is just one step away from refining the original demon god altar. Although he may not reach the level of the original demon god, at least he will be a true god. He can freely manipulate the elements of this world, no longer influenced by the faith of the demons. This guy is still a big shot. Chen Chen sighed inwardly and took a few steps forward. He then noticed a towering giant pillar standing directly ahead, covered in countless mysterious totemic runes. It was firmly bound by iron chains, standing in the center. Surrounding the giant pillar was a vibrant scene of life. Its surface exhibited characteristics that were neither stone, wood, metal, nor flesh, shining with a strange luster. Even more peculiar was the fact that it seemed to be breathing. With each inhale and exhale, it continuously shrank and expanded, as if it had a life of its own. Upon seeing this giant pillar, the few people nearby revealed strange expressions as they looked at Chen Chen. Since this is a part of the original demon god's body, it's obvious what this shape represents. Boss, do you really want to use this thing as a weapon? Stop talking nonsense. Lin Mo shouted from the front. This thing gathers most of the masculine power of the original demon god's body. It's indestructible and should be the most suitable weapon for you. Moreover, after tens of thousands of years of various refinements, it is no longer what it originally was. It merely possesses some life characteristics. Essentially, it has already become an object. Chen Chen also showed a strange expression as he gazed at the giant pillar. The pillar was covered in mysterious patterns, its shape quite regular, resembling an ordinary stone pillar. It seemed Lin Mo was right. This thing had long since transformed from just a part of a body into an object after tens of thousands of years. He slowly stepped forward and kicked the giant pillar hard. Boom! The giant pillar emitted a sound like steel, and then, as if enraged, it suddenly shrank and collapsed violently towards Chen Chen. Lin Mo's gaze suddenly sharpened, staring at the giant pillar with a threatening tone. You old thing. If you still want to stir up trouble, aren't you afraid I'll slice you into pieces? Crack! Halfway through its collapse, the giant pillar suddenly stood upright, as if frightened by Lin Mo's threat. Although Lin Mo had little control over the current strong figures of the demon empire, he still had powerful control over the remains of the original demon god under the altar's influence. After all, while the altar might not be able to control other things, manipulating these powers was a piece of cake. If the altar hadn't been damaged, Lin Mo could have absorbed all the vitality of the entire demon world with just a thought, reshaping the elements of earth, wind, fire, and water. A crow slowly flew to the top of the giant pillar, spreading its wings and pointing at Chen Chen. My brother here wants to use you as a weapon. You've been tied up by the elephant demon tribe for thousands of years, right? Why not come out and stretch your legs? Otherwise, I'll pull your power back to the altar. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen suddenly realized. The parts of the demon god's body collected by various tribes were actually under Lin Mo's control, and Lin Mo had intentionally let these parts scatter among the tribes, perhaps to monitor their deepest secrets. This kid is really cunning, always plotting. Chen Chen couldn't help but think. The giant pillar swayed gently a few times, as if nodding. The next moment, a strange energy connected with Chen Chen, and a voice that seemed ancient and distant echoed in his heart. You are a friend of the Demon King? Buzz buzz buzz. The giant pillar suddenly shrank, step by step transforming into a stick only as long and thick as a staff. It didn't resemble a wooden stick, rather, it looked like a stone rod, covered in green moss. The strange, intricate patterns began to glow, illuminating the entire stick. In the next moment, the stick crashed down into Chen Chen's hands. He barely managed to hold it up with both hands raised above his head. Feeling its weight, it was at least comparable to the Rui Jingu Bang, a treasure of the postnatal world, weighing around 10,000 pounds. However, this stick was far from being as extraordinary as the Rui Jingu Bang. It felt like a counterfeit version, with a vastly different texture. Chen Chen casually swung it a few times, finding it somewhat cumbersome, nowhere near as responsive as the Rui Jingu Bang. However, when he extended it forward, the stick automatically elongated to an incredible length. With a thunderous smash, the mountains before him collapsed. It did possess some of the power of the Rui Jingu Bang. More importantly, Chen Chen discovered that this stick seemed to have the ability to absorb the vitality around it. With a sudden lift of his hand, the stick instantly drained the surrounding life force completely. The once vibrant oasis was instantly wilted into ruins, all the plants withering away, the water in the soil vanishing and turning into desert, everything emitting a thunderous roar as if it were about to collapse. The crowd rushed forward, not knowing how long or how far they had run. Finally, at the top of this desert, they saw the sun. It turned out they had been in an extremely deep sand valley. Climbing up this valley, Chen Chen stood atop the mountain and looked down, discovering that the distant Elephant Man tribe had become incredibly small. They had already moved far away from the Elephant Man tribe. He curiously fiddled with the stick in his hand. This thing was definitely much more useful than ordinary equipment. Opening the data, he saw, Demon God Remains, medium-grade sacred artifact, description, an important part of the original demon god's body, extremely young and strong, indestructible. Power, can be large or small, long or short, thick or thin, soft or hard. Attacks carry 18,000 points of physical damage. Has the ability to absorb surrounding vitality to repair itself. Oh ho! Chen smiled unexpectedly after reading. It turned out to be a sacred artifact. In the primordial world, it was equivalent to a postnatal magical tool. Although it couldn't compare to the Rui Jingu Bang, a postnatal merit treasure, at least it provided a foundation. He could slowly collect more items to refine it. Moreover, the stick's ability was not to be underestimated, just the ability to control vitality had significant implications in the demon world. Although it might not be as powerful in the outside world, it still had the effect of continuously absorbing surrounding vitality to restore itself, essentially granting it infinite durability, not to mention the added attack power. The key was that this thing was also quite responsive. What do you think? Lin Mo became proud again, starting off with a sacred artifact, pretty generous, right? How many people can match my launch gift pack? It's definitely a brand new version you've never played before. Chen restrained the corners of his mouth and calculated for a moment. With this stick, his normal attack could now deal 90,000 points of damage. If he added the ability to manipulate heaven and earth, it would be over 100,000 damage with a single strike. This damage meant that even in existence at level 80 would not be a match for him. Anyone below level 100 could be challenged. If the opponent didn't use any forbidden abilities, they generally couldn't defeat him. And once the opponent used any competitive abilities, who in the demon world could be at a higher level than Lin Mo? With him covering for him, it could be said that he could conquer the world. So what now? Chen quickly inquired. We can't just waste time in the Elephant Man tribe. What's your next plan? Since Chen already knows that Lin Mo is in such a desperate situation and urgently needs help, and the other party has helped him obtain a sacred artifact and given him so many benefits, he is not someone who forgets kindness without seeking repayment. Helping Lin Mo with a small task is quite normal. Indeed, a good brother. Lin Mo excitedly patted his wings. Let's stick to the original plan. You all go help me kill that Imperial Prince. That guy has been useless since childhood. Although he possesses an S-level demon god bloodline, in the end, he's just a level 50 waste. With your abilities, Chen, it would be a piece of cake to eliminate him. Everyone's expressions were in unison. After all, he was the prince of the Demon Empire. One must know that in the Demon Empire, level 100 and above powerhouses are everywhere. Any commander is a powerhouse above level 100. Is it that simple to directly assassinate the prince amidst thousands of troops? Yet Lin Mo continued, as long as we kill this prince and seize the bloodline from him, I will be able to control the bloodlines of the royal family members. By then, even if that Amon 3 guy's bloodline isn't under my control, I will have the lives of his entire family in my hands. I wonder if he would dare to mess with me. Alright. After hearing this, Chen nodded without hesitation. I will help you kill the prince. Then he turned to Li Xinghe and the others. You all stay in the Elephant Man tribe, guarding the palace in my name. They won't dare to do anything to you, or you can come out and clear some small tribes, but your strength isn't enough right now, so prioritize your safety. Boss, we'll help you. The others immediately said. How could they let Chen go alone on such a dangerous task? Wouldn't that make them useless? Although they were only level 20 now and couldn't really help much, they still needed to show that attitude. Less talk. Chen smiled and waved his hand, the huge stone stick in his hand striking the ground fiercely. With a bang, a tremendous force sent the others soaring into the sky. The irresistible force propelled them directly into the Elephant Man tribe. Without taking them along, Chen even felt a bit lighter. But he still wanted to keep these few with him. Not to mention that they had helped him greatly since the end of the Divine War, but in the future, he also viewed their S-level worlds as his own possessions, so they definitely couldn't just part ways like this. However, the upcoming battles were too dangerous, so it was better not to bring them along. Not bad, being your brother is quite profitable. Lin Mo nodded upon seeing this scene. You bear your own burdens, and everyone shares the benefits. No wonder they are so loyal to you. Are you kidding? Who am I? Chen sneered, transforming into a golden eagle and soaring into the sky. Where is the prince now? You should know very well, right? What about the surrounding guard forces? Simplistic. Lin Mo boasted shamelessly. It couldn't be simpler for you. There are just 3 level 100 royal guards around him, and outside, there are 100,000 royal guards with an average level above 40. The old general commanding the royal guards is a level 150 powerhouse, Riordan. For us brothers, isn't this just a walk in the park? Upon hearing this, Shinshin paused his wings in midair, suddenly rolling over and pushing back. Sorry, I have something urgent. I think I'll head back to the elephant man tried to have a heart-to-heart with those female elephants. Hey, listen to me, don't rush, don't rush. Lin Mo suddenly lunged forward, and the two landed together on the ground. Shinshin sat on a beach, gasping for breath, staring at Lin Mo in disbelief. Dude, are you trying to kill me? This power, if you find a strong person at 100 levels, they would undoubtedly die, right? I'm just a mere level 35, how could I possibly deserve such attention from you? Get lost, get lost. Saying this, he threw the stone stick in his hand towards Lin Mo. I don't want this broken stick anymore. Just a mere holy artifact, and you want me to risk my life? Impossible. Don't! Lin Mo immediately danced in the air, speaking rapidly. Trust me. It looks impressive, but it's actually not that difficult. That old General Learden loves to drink, so I'll send a demon king priest to get him drunk, and then you can easily deal with the rest of the army, right? As for those 3 royal guards, I've bribed 2 of them, and I'll have someone hold the last one down for you. The prince himself is not that strong, apart from having some heirlooms from the Demon Empire. I can make those heirlooms temporarily ineffective. This kid's own strength is not impressive, you can definitely handle him. Upon hearing this, Shinshan's expression improved slightly, and he grinned as he picked up the stone stick again. Why didn't you say so earlier? You've already arranged everything, so what do I have to be afraid of? But in reality, Shinshan secretly kept a backup plan, ready to open a passage to the primordial chaos and escape at any moment. When the time comes, he would kneel before his master, the Great Clarity, and shout for help. No matter what world it was. My master, the Great Clarity Sage, can think of eternity, and his laws transcend all realms. A full army of 100,000 is more than enough for me to kill. Shinshan thought to himself. If it really was as easy as Lin Mo said, it would just be a slaughter. Not only could he obtain many bloodlines and treasures from the Demon Empire, but his level would also rapidly rise to level 40. And one must know that this was an army of 100,000, he couldn't imagine how terrifying his critical damage would become. As his level increased, many demons from the small tribe could no longer provide critical damage boosts. How long would it take to kill one small tribe after another? I absolutely won't let you down. Lin Mo patted his chest in assurance, then flew up to lead the way for Shinshan. Shinshan followed Lin Mo's figure and soon arrived at a border checkpoint. Beyond this checkpoint was a chaotic void, pitch black and indistinguishable. Occasionally, various bizarre creatures would emerge from the dark void, only to be charged at and killed by the demon army. What is this? Shinshan frowned. Lin Mo explained, the foundation of the demon world has long since decayed. For many years, it has just been an empty shell. Although the entire world is occupied by the Demon Empire, the edges of the world have turned into nothingness, a random teleportation array formed by chaotic spacetime. Who knows what creatures from other worlds might accidentally be teleported to the border? That's why the Demon Empire needs to station troops at the border. Oh, Shinshan looked into the void black hole at the border. At this moment, after the demon soldiers killed a small group of female cultivators who had accidentally been teleported in, they dismembered them on the spot, chewing on their celestial skin and jade bones like snacks, blood splattering everywhere. These cultivators might have been the pride of some cultivation world, mistakenly entering a chaotic spacetime and being teleported to the demon world. They deserved their misfortune. Shinshan also thought, no wonder the demon world finds it so easy to conquer other worlds. It turns out their original world has been turned into a leaky house, with almost no world boundaries left. One wrong step, and you directly enter the chaotic flow of spacetime, right? That's exactly it. Lin Mo's tone suddenly became somber as he surveyed the activity at the border. He muttered under his breath, it's that kid, keep an eye on him. Shinshan looked over, and amidst the chaotic flow of spacetime at the border, a massive, boundless tower could be faintly seen. Beneath the high tower stood elite soldiers of the Demon Empire, each towering 3 zhang tall, with levels no less than 40, arranged in circles, guarding the military camp outside. The outermost layer directly faced the chaotic currents of time and space, where any intruder from another realm was immediately killed. Above the tower, a young man with features resembling various humans from Earth, golden hair, blue eyes, and snow-white skin, dressed in a blood-red robe, murmured to himself while holding a cup of crimson liquid. This damned border, how much longer do I have to stay? When will Father Emperor come to fetch me back to the imperial capital? Your Highness, you need not worry. Coming to the border for training is a necessary path for every prince. As the heir to the empire, you were sent here to silence the elders and those generals back home, making it easier for you to ascend the throne in the future. After all, you wouldn't want your uncle, the Lava Duke, to snatch the throne from you, would you? Behind the vampire-like young demon stood a tall figure with small braids, resembling an orc, who buzzed in a deep voice. "Humph," the vampire youth scoffed. "The Lava Duke? He covets my throne, but what right does he have to take it?" Saying this, he threw the cup filled with blood to the ground. Smash! The falling cup shattered on the sandy earth, and the liquid seeped into the soil. Nearby, several demon soldiers, unable to contain their hunger, rushed over to suck the blood from the sand. Ha! This comical scene amused the crown prince. He rose and walked into the high tower. Inside, one could vaguely see enormous palaces filled with snake women, tiger women, and females of various demon races. In a fragrant atmosphere of soft jade, the crown prince enjoyed the gentle massage of numerous maidens while chewing on the flesh of a dying animal. The royal family of the demon empire belonged to the blood-sucking demon race. This race appeared similar to normal humans, but in reality, they grew stronger by consuming the flesh and blood of corpses. The primary source of their strength was still blood.